Tenure. Weinstein's contract began last July and was set to expire in July 2001, spanning 5 years. This period coincided with the peak of the new tech wave, and while the internet bubble would likely have burst by the time Harvey's contract expired, Eric couldn't make hasty decisions. Naturally, Eric also couldn't purchase a cable company before the internet bubble burst. That would simply be throwing money away. Given these circumstances, Eric couldn't meet Harvey's request. Seeing Weinstein's hopeful expression, Eric shook his head, saying, "I don't have any plans for that in the next few years, but you can discuss it with Rupert." Weinstein shrugged, having already approached Murdoch about the topic. News Corp had satellite television and cable networks, but they were smaller in scale. Furthermore, News Corp had been focusing more on developing its television stations in recent years, somewhat sidelining its basic cable operations. Without further ado, the conversation shifted to other topics, and the meeting continued until nearly noon, when it finally wrapped up. As Weinstein collected the files on his desk, he glanced at Eric's assistant, Peter Rich, who had been sitting next to Eric all along, and with a harmless smile, said, "Eric, how about we grab lunch together afterward?" Eric smiled back, "Of course. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have made you buy me lunch." Eric had come over not only to join the recent operational meetings, but also to formally introduce his assistant, Peter Rich, to Harvey Weinstein. Earlier this year, Eric had mentioned this to Weinstein, so he was well prepared. When FFM was first established, Eric hadn't heavily involved himself in personnel decisions, so bringing in an additional manager didn't feel significant at this stage. At a nearby restaurant in Century City, most of FFM's management team had dispersed. In the private dining room, there were 4 people: Eric, Peter Rich, Weinstein, and Brad Gray, FFM's vice president and head of the production department. As for Weinstein's brother Bob, he was still focused on Miramax and hadn't taken a position with FFM. Eric initially disagreed with FFM's acquisition of Brad Gray's production company, who had previously been Weinstein's assistant. However, Weinstein eventually brought Gray onto the company as head of the programming department and bought the company for $5 million. This transaction wasn't substantial and was even less than the costs associated with acquiring the rights to a popular movie, so Eric didn't impede it too much. After ordering lunch, the group discussed The Sopranos' plans for the upcoming Emmy Awards in September. Weinstein then brought up Peter Rich's placement. "Peter, I want you to start in marketing as Mark's assistant. Mark Levinson, as I mentioned this morning, is the marketing manager. Spend some time getting familiar with the role, and if you find another position that interests you more, I can make adjustments." FFM was still relatively small, with fewer than 200 employees. As a pay cable network, its core functions depended on film acquisitions, program production, and brand marketing. Once FFM's original content expanded, they might add a rights operation department, but other departments like finance and HR, while important, wouldn't critically impact FFM's growth. Recently, however, during FFM's rapid expansion, the brand marketing department had become increasingly vital. Joining that department provided a larger career scope. Although Eric had previously discussed it broadly with him, hearing Weinstein formally present the opportunity made Peter Rich a bit excited. Being the assistant marketing manager was a stepping stone toward becoming FFM's vice president. While Peter might have looked good at Eric's side, this opportunity truly hinged on a position with a broader scope for growth. After a brief moment of excitement, Peter Rich nodded. "Thank you, Harvey. I will do my best to excel in this role." Weinstein kept his smile, glanced at Eric, and asked, "So when do you plan to start?" "I'll make the arrangements." Peter Rich turned to Eric for confirmation. Eric set his silverware down, grinning, said, "Next month. I'm heading to England soon, and it's too short notice to switch people. Of course, Peter, when you come back from the UK, you can request a month off. I remember you haven't taken a break since you started working for me, right?" Peter Rich, a little urgent, shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. I can dive right into work." Eric nodded with a smile. "Of course, it's your choice." Weinstein laughed as well. "Actually, young people should be like that. Look at us. It's a Sunday, and we're all still working. I have to admire that Eric can manage it. If I had your kind of money, I'd definitely be hiding on some private island enjoying life." Eric shrugged and chuckled. "Well, I guess my current vibe seems out of place to you all." After their jovial exchange, they finished lunch, and then Weinstein asked, Eric, the first 3 episodes of Prison Break have been completed. Do you want to come by this afternoon to have a look at them? I have other commitments this afternoon. I've already delayed it for 2 weeks. Eric shook his head and replied, How about you send a sample copy to Liberty City? I'll watch it when I find time. Sure thing. Weinstein nodded, then gave Eric a heads up. But Eric, I don't think this series is too outstanding. It's definitely not on par with The Sopranos. Of course, the quality of any production company's work can vary, and I never expected every series produced by FFM to be on the same level as The Sopranos, Eric remarked. The overall strength of a television network has always depended on its consistent series quality, preferably sustained by 1 or 2 hit shows. That's the ideal scenario. It's unrealistic to produce only top-tier series, and even if that were achieved, raising audience expectations could lead to an overall perception of mediocrity. Eric's hope for Prison Break was simply that it exceeded the average standard. After parting from Weinstein and Brad Gray, Eric drove to Trousseau Manor, dismissed his assistant and bodyguard, and walked into Drew's grand house. In the living room, Drew was sprawled over a glass coffee table, poring over various airplane materials and blueprints. A selection of papers was strewn across the carpet and couch, with the twins kneeling on either side of the table, quietly advising her. Noticing Eric walk in, Drew waved a piece of paper excitedly, her tone filled with more enthusiasm than distress as she exclaimed, Eric, it's so messy. I didn't realize buying a plane could be so complicated. Eric walked over, casually sitting on the carpet beside her. As he took the paper from her and began to look through it, he told Natasha nearby, Could you tidy up a bit before the guests arrive? Sure thing, master. The 2 girls replied and quietly started to clean up. Focusing on the blueprints, Drew leaned closer and said, Eric, I suddenly don't want to buy the 777 anymore. Oh really, he replied. The Boeing 777 has 2 engines, you know. I heard that 747's 4 engines are safer, which is why the presidential jet is a 747. Eric chuckled. If you're worried about that, then flying isn't an option. Hee hee, I'm just afraid of dying, Drew giggled. Then let's go? With the 747, Eric smiled, following her train of thought. Recently, he had also reviewed plenty of aircraft materials, and the 747's 4-engine design was primarily due to the inadequate power of aviation engines at the time. Since the Boeing 757, due to advancements in aircraft materials and engine design, Boeing had started to favor a twin-engine configuration. The notion that 4 engines were safer than 2 does hold some truth. However, in reality, should all engines fail during a flight, an aircraft wouldn't simply drop out of the sky. It would continue gliding, and with proper handling, could land safely. Moreover, simultaneous engine failure on both sides was far less likely than an aircraft being struck by lightning, which was still a fairly common occurrence during flights. Even if one engine were to fail, it wouldn't significantly affect flight performance. In some cases, pilots might even intentionally shut down one engine. But the 777 is bigger. I still want to create a party plane, Drew implored. Then let's go with the 777. Eric smiled. Wow, your tone is so dismissive. Be careful. I might just end up buying both. Drew teased. Eric nodded again. That works too. Chapter 881. 882. It was worth it. Eric knew the girl had her eyes on Boeing's latest model, the Boeing 777-300, which was the company's largest passenger aircraft to date. As he casually wrapped his arm around the girl, who had pounced on him, he picked up the documents in front of him and flipped through them, saying, How about this? Let's just buy 2 747-400s instead. They might be smaller than the 777-300, but with a capacity of 400 passengers and some modifications, it should definitely be enough for a few hundred people to throw an airborne party. Plus, the 747-400 is one of Boeing's most developed aircraft, and as you said, it's pretty safe. Drew had never had any objections to Eric's decisions, but she was a bit surprised. Are we really buying 2? Eric nodded. Of course. You can't just think about yourself. Kevin and Elia are growing up. They can't always stay in New York. Buying 2 will make it easier for everyone to use. The girl pouted and asked, But Eric, what about you? Eric squeezed her waist gently and replied, "You're all mine too." Hee hee, the girl giggled. "Even so, you need to have your own plane. Let's buy 3. Yes, we definitely need 3. 3 is really unnecessary. No one can fly every day. 2 will be plenty for everyone. Maybe we can add 2 smaller private jets for local short flights as well." Once Eric had decided to purchase private jets, he planned to indulge himself fully this time. In the coming years, whether through profits from Firefly Group or capitalizing on the internet bubble, he expected to bring in a significant amount of cash. Even without those options, selling off some of his stocks from various companies would easily cover the expenses for a few private jets. Given the growth speed of all the companies within the Firefly system over the past 6 months, Eric's net worth had likely surpassed $100 billion. With wealth at this level, he certainly didn't need to pinch pennies anymore. After all, spending a few $100 million hadn't made a significant impact on Firefly's further expansion. However, as Eric spoke, he was reminded of another issue. If he purchased 4 private jets at once and continued using the method of airline management, the cost would escalate, and it wouldn't be very convenient. While discussing these matters with the girl, Eric instructed the twins to bring over a map. On the other side of Beverly Hills, the Kardashian-Jenner family was in a bit of a frenzy as they prepared to meet Eric Williams at Troutdale Manor. Robert Kardashian had his reservations about his ex-wife bringing her whole family into his house, but upon hearing that they were invited by Eric Williams, he held his tongue, feeling a bit envious of her unexpected good fortune. His eldest daughter, Kourtney Kardashian, watched her mother styling her sister's hair and dressing her in the latest Chanel dress. She couldn't help but feel some jealousy, saying sourly, "Why not meet at the Liberty City Manor? Maybe when you get to Troutdale Manor, you'll realize this is all just a joke." Eric Williams wouldn't even look twice at someone like Kim. Kris Jenner slapped her daughter's hand away as she attempted to meddle. "Shut up. I think I hear Kendall crying. Go check on her." Kourtney pointed to her sister Khloe Kardashian. "You go." Khloe remained still, glancing back at her stepfather, Bruce Jenner, who smiled wryly and turned to leave the room. Kourtney, still unwilling to relent, tugged at Kim. "Mom, can't I just go too?" Kris sprayed some perfume on Kim, sniffed it, nodded in satisfaction, then told her, "No messing around. This is a big deal. However, I'll try to invite Williams. If he agrees, you'll see him soon." Kourtney rolled her eyes, like he'd actually agree. Kim got up and did a little spin in front of the mirror, catching her sister's eye and said, "Court, you can keep talking trash here, but if Mom doesn't land the contract, we'll have to head back to New York. Do you want to go back?" "I don't care. You're the one who wants to stay in LA, right?" "Of course, I'm so over those Upper East High girls." Kim adjusted the straps of her long dress and confidently added, "But after this, they'll definitely have to see me differently." "Humph, if it weren't for Paris, you wouldn't even have a chance with Eric Williams. If it weren't for her being such a nuisance, I wouldn't have gotten kicked out so quickly." "All right, enough arguing." Kris glanced at her watch. It would take about 20 minutes to get from Robert Kardashian's house to Troutdale Manor. Although it was just 1:20 p.m. and their meeting was set for 2 p.m., she decided to leave early, giving her other children a stern look. "You all stay at home and take care of Kendall and Kylie." "Got it, Mom." Kourtney and the others replied begrudgingly, casting envious glances as Kris left with Kim and Bruce. Despite leaving early, the 3 arrived precisely 5 minutes ahead of schedule at Drew's luxurious home. After parking the car outside the mansion and giving Kim a final couple of reminders, Kris Jenner rang the doorbell. Moments later, the door swung open. A Russian woman in a blouse and black trousers, exuding an office worker vibe, looked at Kris and her daughters. "Ms. Jenner, please follow me. Master is expecting you." Upon hearing the specific title in Natasha's address, the 3 were momentarily stunned. As the woman stepped aside, they quickly understood and rushed inside, following the twin into the villa. Kris couldn't help but glance back at her daughter as they walked behind Natasha, noting her tall figure and pretty face. Once in the living room, Kris immediately spotted Eric and Drew at a long table in the corner, pointing at something on the surface. Eric noticed their arrival, but simply gestured for them to sit on the couch. The Jenners didn't dare hope for an overly warm welcome from Eric. They settled down on the couch as another identical Russian girl served them coffee. Chris couldn't help but glance at Kim, who felt somewhat inferior in front of Natasha and her sister. With her mom's constant comparisons, Kim felt resentful, thinking, "Am I not your daughter too?" At the long table, Eric exchanged brief nods with them before turning his focus back to the map. He pointed to areas in Long Island, New York, and the San Fernando Valley in northern Los Angeles. We can build airports in both these locations and establish a dedicated aviation management company. This way, not only will our planned 4 planes be able to arrive and depart smoothly on the east and west coasts, but I'll also contact Chris and Katzenberg. I'm sure they'll be interested in buying private jets. With time, more people in the Firefly system will be able to afford them. Hey, if what you say is true, the private jets under Firefly might outnumber those of many airlines. Perhaps we should buy a bigger property now, the girl said excitedly. Eric had described to her the massive growth potential of Firefly's investments, like Yahoo, and she was completely convinced. She pulled her finger away from the U.S. map, pointing to Europe, shaking it near London. How about we build a private airport in London too? Eric shook his head and smiled. Building one airport on each coast will be enough for now. There's no need to open one in the UK just yet. All right, let's wrap this up. We have guests waiting. Okay. Drew instructed Natasha to put the map away and walk toward the couch with Eric. The conversation between Eric and the girl hadn't been quiet, and the Jenner family listened attentively, amazed. Over the years, Bruce Jenner had accumulated a few million, but the thought of owning a private plane, let alone renting one at tens of thousands of dollars per use, was beyond their grasp. The idea of having private airports was unheard of for them. However, Chris shifted her gaze back to her daughters, still convinced that the opportunities Eric was presenting were somehow linked to Kim. As she observed Eric walking towards them with Drew, she felt a surge of hope. Drew Barrymore's background was not much better than her daughter's, and if Kim could get involved with Eric Williams, those luxurious experiences with private jets and airports wouldn't be out of reach. If she could indulge in that lifestyle for once, even if it meant sacrificing all her daughters, it would certainly be worth it. Thoughts swirled in her head until she noticed Eric approaching with a smile, extending his hand to greet her husband. Chris quickly straightened up. "Hello, Mr. Jenner. It's great that you could make it," Eric said, exchanging pleasantries with Bruce. Bruce was unaware of the invitation Eric had extended to join in the reality show planning, as Chris had advised her daughter not to mention it. Hence, Bruce felt like the supportive figure today, smiling politely as he shook Eric's hand. "Hello, Mr. Williams. Just call me Eric," Eric replied with a grin, also shaking Chris's hand and exchanging a few casual remarks before turning toward Kim. "Kim, good to see you again." "Yeah, Eric," Kim replied, struggling to find the right words to seem more friendly. After the brief exchange, everyone took their seats again. The twins approached, handing over Chris's reality show proposal to Eric. As he flipped through the folder, Eric told Chris, "Chris, I've reviewed your proposal, and I agree with your idea to change the title from Hollywood Girls to Beverly Hills Girls." Chris's reality show proposal hit the nails on the head, capturing the essence of lifestyle reality shows with conflict and showiness, irresistible elements that grabbed the audience's attention. Not only that, but Chris also suggested expanding Eric's initial Hollywood-only concept to a Beverly Hills affluent girls reality show. This would maintain a connection to Hollywood, while potentially allowing for similar series in other parts of the U.S. After reviewing the proposal, Eric was reminded of another famous reality show series he hadn't watched in his past life, including The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, The Real Housewives of New York City, and The Real Housewives of Miami. While he hadn't seen the series, its success in branching out indicated tremendous potential. The series aligned perfectly for both Lifetime Television and the soon-to-be-acquired E! Entertainment by MGM. If Kris Jenner can successfully make this reality show plan, Eric doesn't mind letting her continue to be in charge of the series. As soon as Eric finished speaking, Chris eagerly jumped in. "So, Eric, does this mean I got the position?" Eric nodded. "You could say that, but I still have a few questions." Chris felt she had momentarily lost her composure and steadied herself. "Of course, please go ahead." "It's like this," Eric continued. "I'm very satisfied with your production proposal, but you seem to have overlooked one important aspect: promotional strategies. In Eric's view, While Kris had grasped the essence of conflict and showiness in lifestyle reality shows, her greatest potential lay in the promotional aspect. In his past life, the Kardashian family could turn a simple stroll into tabloid headlines. This pervasive publicity was the core of keeping up with the Kardashians' success, and the mastermind behind all this was the Kardashian family's matriarch, Kris Jenner. Eric now wanted to tap into her promotional capabilities. Chapter 882, 883, The Curse. Kris Jenner paused, confused. Eric, shouldn't the TV station be responsible for the promotional stuff? Eric started to explain patiently. If this were a TV drama, the network could certainly take full responsibility for promotion. But for a reality show, to achieve better ratings, the production team needs to actively create more buzz around the program. Just like Lifetime's America's Next Top Model, Cindy Crawford, who serves as the producer and host, also participates in the annual Victoria's Secret fashion show and continuously attends various fashion events, occasionally appearing in movies or TV dramas. The contestants on the reality show also utilize personal homepages on the internet to showcase themselves as much as possible. These seemingly unrelated details can actually bring more attention to America's Next Top Model, keeping its ratings consistently strong. Eric, if I need to personally step in for promotion, I won't hesitate. Kris Jenner began to grasp some of the concepts. But the girls we're inviting for this reality show definitely can't be any celebrities. In that case, there wouldn't be much to dig up in terms of topics, and neither would I be one. As Kris Jenner spoke, she looked hopefully at Eric. Eric understood Kris Jenner's thoughts well. She wanted him to help lift the reality show's profile. However, he wasn't inclined to do that. If he frequently appeared to promote Firefly's internal TV shows, it would soon lose its effectiveness. I definitely won't be appearing, he shook his head. You'll have to do it yourself. Just like with Project Runway and America's Next Top Model. I also didn't make many appearances in the beginning, and Linda and Cindy still did great. Kris Jenner felt a bit disappointed. In that case, it seems promoting it won't be so easy after all. Of course it won't be easy. There's never an abundance of easy opportunities in this world. Kris Jenner sensed that her words about lacking confidence displeased Eric, so she quickly salvaged the situation. No, Eric, that's not what I meant. Eric waved his hand, laughing. Starting from scratch to build a reality show, especially with no recognizable main creators or actors, definitely isn't going to be easy. But this is a very important opportunity for you and those girls who will join the show. You need to understand that if it were easy, this opportunity wouldn't come your way. I get it, Eric, Kris Jenner nodded. So, specifically, what kind of support can I get from Firefly Group? Oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention that, Eric replied. This reality show is produced by MGM, and Firefly won't be directly involved. The distribution platform is still undecided. But when the time comes, as long as it's needed, Firefly will provide ample resources. Kris Jenner quickly organized the information Eric provided, considered for a moment, and probed further. Eric, in the planning, one of the girls participating wants to develop her career in Hollywood. For the sake of the story progression, can Firefly or MGM offer some audition opportunities and allow the crew to film the process? Of course, if she has the acting chops, not just auditions, providing performance opportunities would be easy. Eric understood that Kris Jenner was testing his level of support for the reality show program, and without hesitation, he readily agreed. Firefly and MGM, along with Fox, produced and released over 100 films each year, making such opportunities truly straightforward. The purpose of media group resource integration was to maximize synergistic effects, so this collaboration was naturally appropriate. With Eric's assurance, Kris Jenner felt relieved, and they began to discuss the details of the reality show production in more depth. The first matter was naturally the title. According to Kris Jenner's vision, it was named Beverly Girls. The production team would select 5 girls from Beverly Hills, each with different personalities, ages, careers, and family backgrounds, recording their lives with cameras. Of course, the production team would communicate with the girls in advance, planning out a general storyline for each girl, and aim to dig up as many appealing elements as possible for the audience. On the other hand, while Eric had a lot of confidence in Kris Jenner, he also didn't want to be overly naive. To mitigate risks, the first season of Beverly Girls would consist of only 8 episodes, each lasting 45 minutes, to test the waters. The show was expected to begin production in the latter half of the year, with a spring release planned for the following year. Eric didn't intend to get involved in the detailed production process, so he kept his expectations for the reality show managed. Given that producing lifestyle reality shows was generally much cheaper than competitive reality shows, as long as the ratings reached renewal standards, MGM could continue producing. Moreover, at that time, such types of reality shows hadn't appeared on major networks yet, and audiences generally favored fresh content, making the chances of failure relatively low. The discussions continued until evening when all the details were finalized, and Eric said, "For now, let's leave it at that. The MGM television production department head will reach out to you for further work. Of course, if any issues come up that you can't resolve, you can contact me or Drew." It wasn't yet time for dinner, and Kris Jenner realized Eric wasn't planning to have them stay for dinner, so she gracefully stood up. "Well then, we'll take our leave. By the way, Eric, do you have time soon? Bruce and I are planning to throw a party." Eric shook his head, saying, "No need for that. I'll be heading to the UK next week and might not have the time." Seeing Eric's direct refusal, Kris Jenner didn't press any further but felt a pang of regret that he hadn't looked at her daughter once throughout the entire afternoon. Nevertheless, she was very content with securing the producer role for Beverly Girls. Eric's explanation of reality show marketing strategies during the afternoon had made her see a faintly opened door. At that moment, she didn't have much else on her mind. After all, since she had landed the job, more opportunities for contact would surely come her way, so there was no need to rush. After a busy week, it was a new Monday, and Eric focused all his energy on the final promotional phase for Casino Royale. Over in Southeast Asia, with the weekend over, international currency traders had mercilessly continued their assault on the Thai baht. After 2 days of preparations over the weekend, the Thai government began to strike back. The term currency war might sound high-end, but in reality, the confrontation between the two sides resembled a brutal, cold weapon-era bow fight, crude and savage. On one side, to undermine the baht's value, international currency traders heavily sold off their baht holdings. On the other, the Thai government utilized foreign reserves to absorb the baht being sold to stabilize its currency. International currency traders typically bought high and sold low, or engaged in high-interest borrowings. With each sale of the baht, they would incur corresponding losses. Similarly, the Thai government's foreign reserves were finite. Coupled with the nation's staggering $90 billion international debt, borrowing dollars from abroad posed significant challenges. Once their foreign reserves ran dry, it would mean a failure in upholding the local currency's value. Ultimately, this battle hinged on who could endure the longest. However, the outcome had been apparent since the start of this contest. Thailand's total foreign reserves were only $36 billion, of which the government could utilize a maximum of $10 billion. Yet the international currency traders eyeing the baht-controlled funds far exceeding that amount, with George Soros holding 2 large funds that surpassed the $10 billion threshold. Even if the Thai government exhausted the $10 billion, it could only inflict a $1 to $2 billion loss on the international currency traders, who could easily absorb that loss. But if the baht fell, a 50% depreciation would yield several times returns for the international traders holding several $100 billion in short positions on the baht. If a financial crisis erupted, currencies across Southeast Asia would depreciate, leading to a greater feast for international currency traders. The premiere of Casino Royale was scheduled for Thursday night, local time, in London, while Southeast Asia was engulfed in turmoil. Entering the workweek, Eric was also kept busy. As early as Monday morning, he spent half the day recording an episode for ABC's Late Night with David Letterman to promote Casino Royale. At the same time, discussions between MGM and Time Warner regarding the sale of E! Entertainment shares reached a conclusion. Time Warner firmly stuck to their $670 million asking price for the 39.5% they held in E! Entertainment, showing no willingness to budge. Consequently, after communicating with Eric, Amy Pascal agreed to the deal. Thanks to MGM's substantial profits from film business over the last 2 years, the initial $1 billion cash gained through stock issuance had been reduced to about $500 million due to consumption over these years. MGM could cover the $670 million deal without any financing. However, matters didn't end there. Initially intended as a cover, MGM reached out to Cablevision to propose acquiring their Rainbow Media assets, only to receive a surprisingly positive response. Although the company stated they would only sell 20% of Rainbow Media, similar to the stances of Comcast and telecommunications regarding entertainment, Cablevision also indicated that if the transaction was successful, they could hand over the operational rights of Bravo TV under Rainbow Media to MGM. Having been in decline for 20 years, MGM was cautious. After regaining control of this company, Eric had rejected many development plans from MGM's high management, such as rebuilding studio facilities, and even after partnering with Fox on Blue Sky Studios, he hadn't extended MGM's animation film business. This was the reason why the initial $1 billion financing still had half remaining. Now, facing Cablevision's proposition, Eric felt conflicted. On one hand, the past few years represented MGM's last chance to develop a cable business. Once the media consolidation tide passed, the cost to enter this field would escalate significantly. Eric sincerely hoped to acquire a part of Rainbow Media alongside entertainment. On the other hand, acquiring two TV stations at once would substantially heighten operational risks. Additionally, Rainbow Media was much larger in scale than just entertainment. The 20% equity price was approximately equivalent to MGM's acquisition value of entertainment. If formal negotiations began, MGM would naturally seek a larger stake. At that point, in order to finalize the deal without affecting company operations, MGM would have to resort to issuing bonds for financing. But if the operation of Rainbow Media fared poorly post-acquisition, it would inevitably drag the entire MGM group down. With rising debt ratios and declining profitability, falling into a vicious cycle could lead MGM back down the old path. Nevertheless, before leaving Los Angeles, Eric had a detailed discussion with Amy Pascal and ultimately decided to initiate negotiations with Cablevision. Fortunately, purchasing a private jet and establishing a private airport wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Eric only took the time to briefly communicate with Chris Katzenberg and other Firefly senior executives, instructing his assistant's office to draft a detailed plan, with specifics to be addressed later when this busy period subsided. Additionally, after the past weekend, Firefly's Finding Nemo saw only a 33% drop in box office revenue the following weekend. Coupled with its impressive $70.25 million opening weekend, Finding Nemo grossed $46.58 million over its second weekend, firmly maintaining its top position in the box office charts, accumulating a total of $140 million. In just 10 days of release, it had already surpassed Lion King 2's total of $137 million during its fourth week, temporarily becoming the box office champion of 1997 in North America. In contrast, Batman and Robin, which had opened the previous week, suffered an even worse reception than Godzilla, as its box office revenues dwindled over 3 consecutive days, starting with $16.11 million on the first day, $15.09 million the following day, and dropping again on Sunday to $11.66 million. Ultimately, Batman and Robin only garnered $42.87 million over its opening weekend. Compared to Godzilla's decline curve, whether Batman and Robin could surpass the $100 million mark would depend solely on whether Time Warner would be willing to buy its own tickets. With the fourth blockbuster of the summer failing again, many media outlets began to echo doubts regarding the upcoming Casino Royale. It seemed that most people didn't have high expectations for whether Eric's new film could escape the curse of summer blockbusters which have been flopping this year. Chapter 883, 884. Too excited. Perhaps Titanic absorbed too much of the movie market's buzz at once. This summer, it had been a disaster for live-action blockbusters. Movies like The Fifth Element, Con Air, Godzilla, Contact, and Batman and Robin had average production costs hitting $100 million, but their box office performances had been steadily disappointing. With 5 high-budget films failing in succession, one couldn't help but feel concerned about Casino Royale. It was well known that this was Eric Williams' first film after Jurassic Park set a global box office record of $1 billion. Over the Past 4 years, Firefly Group had consistently produced blockbuster hits like The Lion King, Independence Day, Jurassic Park 2, Titanic, and the current Finding Nemo. Though the spy movie universe meticulously crafted by MGM under Eric's command was gradually taking shape, Eric had been away for 4 years. The ever-expanding scale of Firefly Group would surely consume much of his energy. Given these 4 years of being away from the directing chair while staying busy, it was hard to imagine if Casino Royale could still uphold his past film standards. Moreover, in this summer overflowing with blockbusters but haunted by frequent failures, audiences might have completely lost their patience for continuous awful films. The Bond series had a remarkably stable box office allure, but this series had been around for over 30 years. Its production model was rigid and outdated, making any kind of breakthrough a challenging task. If Casino Royale could not surprise us beyond the existing Bond series formula, one could foresee that this film, the first James Bond movie with a production cost exceeding $100 million, would meet the same dismal fate as those that preceded it. On board a medium-sized Boeing 767, the girl peeked at Eric, who was engrossed in the Los Angeles Times, and voiced her discontent. These people are truly ridiculous. Why can't they see that Titanic and Independence Day were all under your leadership? Eric set the newspaper aside, picked up another one, and smiled. I think there's some truth to it. Besides, if the movie flops, they are just being thoughtful to provide me with an excuse in advance. Ha ha. The girl giggled and leaned closer, saying, Eric, Casino Royale is fantastic. Everyone who has seen it agrees on this. You can't possibly fail. Just because I won't fail now doesn't mean I won't fail in the future. Everyone faces failure at some point. Well, that doesn't matter, she said, snuggling closer to him. Eric, why don't we go to the front bedroom? It could be really thrilling to do it aboard the plane. Eric gestured towards the bright light outside the window. It's daytime, and if you're tired, you should take a nap. There's no reason to complain about discomfort this time, is there? They were aboard a Boeing 767-200ER, which happened to be the largest private jet owned by a famous airline leasing company in Los Angeles, ALC. Originally intended for group rentals, it had been modified but still accommodated around 50 passengers. The cabin featured a comfortable, luxurious presidential suite, which caught the girls' interest, and they specifically rented it for this transcontinental journey. Eric's schedule was tight, with the London premiere happening tomorrow night. Most of the film crew had already made it to London, while Eric was just now setting out. Besides the crew, there were fewer than 10 passengers on board. Eric, the girl, twins, Eric's assistant, and 4 security guards. Hearing Eric's playful banter, the girl comfortably stretched and teased, Still a bit cramped, isn't it? Eric chuckled and replied, Maybe I should just hang you outside the plane where there's more space. The girl playfully slapped Eric's arm. Noticing that Eric had sidestepped the idea of heading to the bedroom to do something intimate, her eyes twinkled as she said, Oh, wait. Eric, just a minute. Before Eric could respond, she got up and headed towards the back of the airplane. Eric felt a bit bewildered, shrugged it off, and leaned back, flipping through his newspaper. After about 10 minutes, 2 tall figures quietly walked in. Eric caught a glimpse of light blue out of the corner of his eye, thinking it was just a flight attendant. But when the 2 girls reached him, he was struck by their stunning appearance. Their long, slender legs were hard to ignore, and the flight attendant uniforms made them look even more alluring. Their fitted blue tops accentuated their curves perfectly, and they wore matching scarves around their necks, with slightly flushed faces. Meeting Eric's gaze, the twins looked a bit shy. After spending so much time together, Eric knew the 2 girls had remarkable skills, but were quite modest. Before Eric could say anything, the girl on the left, Natasha, placed a tray in front of him and leaned over slightly, softly asking, Master, would you like some coffee? The original visual stimulation was enough to make people excited. With their doll-like faces and petite long legs paired with flight attendant uniforms, Eric felt his breath quicken. Seeing Natasha bending down with her collar open, Eric immediately felt something was wrong. He sniffed, quickly raised his head, and panically covered his nose with his hands. The plane took off from Los Angeles at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, and after an 11-hour flight, The Boeing 767 landed at London Heathrow Airport around 6 a.m. local time on Thursday. Meeting them at the airport were the producers of the Bond series, Barbara Broccoli and her brother Michael Wilson. Drew seemed a bit odd, frequently bursting into laughter at whatever popped into her mind while being close to Eric, occasionally whispering something in his ear. Although Eric maintained a composed facade, hints of embarrassment occasionally crept onto his face. After a brief greeting, the Broccoli siblings arranged for a black Mercedes to accommodate Eric and the girl, and they all left the airport. The London paparazzi seemed to have been tipped off early. Because they used the VIP channel, they couldn't intercept Eric and the others in the terminal, but just as their cars were exiting the airport, a few motorcycles with eager photographers appeared behind them. The girl paid no attention to the buzzing paparazzi. Once the car was on the road, she suppressed a few giggles and leaned against Eric. Slyly glancing at the twins driving, she brought her face close to Eric's ear and playfully bit him while expressing her annoyance. "It's so unfair. Eric, you've never gotten a nosebleed in front of me. All right, considering how long it's been, I propose we forget about that, shall we?" "Humph, that's not fair at all." The girl ignored the twins' now reddened faces, continuing, "What a pity. If only I had brought a camera. If I sold those photos to the guys outside, I could make some quick cash, you know. Let's focus on tonight's premiere instead. How did you manage to get Prince Charles to attend?" The girl decided to stop teasing Eric, saying, "I told them that if they didn't want to attend this premiere, then I'd invite Diana." Eric knew she wouldn't actually do that, but he played along, saying, "Wow, that's pretty ruthless." "Of course," she proudly chuckled. Seeing a paparazzo on a motorcycle get a bit too close, she turned to Natasha in the front seat and demanded, "Drive faster and shake them off. They're so annoying." Eric glanced out of the window, taking stock of the following paparazzi. Suddenly, he recalled, "You mean the house you bought is right next to Kensington Palace?" "Yep, Kensington Garden Road. You'll see it in a bit. It's a great house," she nodded enthusiastically. Then she seemed to have a thought, adding, "Diana still lives at Kensington Palace, you know." "Heh, Eric, if you're interested, you could always stop by." Eric simply looked at the trailing paparazzi, his thoughts drifting back to Princess Diana's tragic accident, which had happened in August 1997, and now it was just about July. He couldn't help but wonder if that event was still in the future. Though Eric wasn't a conspiracy theorist, he recognized that the upper echelons of society were riddled with their share of filth. After a while of wandering thoughts, Eric decided to brush it aside. If nothing happened, then that was great. If something did occur, well, perhaps like Marilyn Monroe, a woman's sudden demise at the peak of her beauty could leave behind a legendary tale in people's memories. After more than half an hour, the car navigated through Kensington High Street in London, turning onto a highly guarded street on the west side of Kensington Gardens. Naturally, the paparazzi were kept at bay. Only Eric's party was allowed inside. After a brief drive through the tree-lined street, the vehicle entered a grand mansion courtyard. Stepping out of the parking lot, the girl pulled Eric's arm, mischievously pointing to the southeast. "Look over there, Eric, just there." Eric knew she was referring to Princess Diana's home, but paid little attention, focusing instead on the white, castle-like English-style building before them. As the Broccoli siblings exited the vehicle, a few security guards began unloading Eric's and Drew's luggage from the company car. The girl dropped the previous topic, wrapping her arm around Eric's and asking, "Eric, how's the house?" "It's really spacious. It has a total of 12 bedrooms. The living room can host 100 people for a party effortlessly. Plus, there's a basement that was originally for art collections, but the previous owner went bankrupt a few years back and sold everything. We could turn it into a screening room. Oh, and there used to be a staff team here, but since I know you don't like that, I disbanded them. While we're away, the house will still be cleaned and maintained regularly." As the twins moved ahead to open the lavish villa's main doors, Eric turned to the Broccoli siblings. "Let's head inside and discuss. Truth be told, it's my first time here." The Broccoli siblings nodded with smiles and walked into the villa with Eric. Drew instructed the guards to bring in several large boxes of luggage into the living room and, after a few words, sent them away, including Eric's assistant. Kensington Garden Road was home to super-rich individuals, and access was tightly controlled, making it one of the safest residences in London. Eric didn't feel the need for security guards on constant watch. If something unexpected did arise, the twins would be sufficient. Though they seemed harmless, Eric had sparred with them before and knew their strength. The girl had even arranged for them to undergo formal security training, ensuring they were much like actual bodyguards. While the girl, along with the twins, began unpacking the luggage, Eric sat down with the Broccoli siblings in the living room to discuss the arrangements for tonight's Casino Royale premiere. The premiere was scheduled to take place at the Royal Albert Hall in London. Ironically, the concert hall was just a stone's throw away from Kensington Gardens, only a few hundred meters apart. Aside from the filmmakers of Casino Royale, the crew had also invited some local British stars and significant guests like Prince Charles. Considering Eric and Drew had just finished a 10-hour flight and would likely need some rest, the Broccoli siblings didn't linger long, quickly discussing some details about the premiere before taking their leave. After seeing the Broccoli siblings off, Eric returned to the living room where the girl was batting her eyelashes at him, her face brimming with anticipation. "Eric, I'm not tired. How about we go out for a little while?" Even though it was already deep night in Los Angeles, the girl felt energetic thanks to resting on the flight. Eric felt relatively refreshed too, but still said, "We might be up late tonight, so why don't you lie down a bit? I still have some work to finish. Peter will be sending some things over shortly." Drew's curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Eric didn't keep her in the dark, replying, "Some manuscripts. Disney's live-action films have been stagnating lately. I plan to select some children's books for adaptation, but frankly, there hasn't been anything satisfactory that has been published yet. Before I came here, I had Liz touch base with the UK branch of HarperCollins. They will be sending some unpublished manuscripts over, and I want to see if I can unearth any interesting stories." HarperCollins was among the largest English-language publishers worldwide and a wholly owned subsidiary of News Corporation. Eric's aim in doing this was to seek out the historically popular magical literature series, the Harry Potter series. In the original timeline, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone should have been released by now, but despite Eric's vigil, he still hadn't laid eyes on the book. Given J.K. Rowling's past with multiple rejections from publishers, Eric intended to start by exploring discarded manuscripts. If the book had been completely overlooked, he would just have to find someone to write it for him. No matter what, he was determined not to give up on what was evidently a perfect fit for Disney, especially considering that in the original timeline, the series rights had ended up with Warner Brothers, a critical failure for Disney. Chapter 884, 886, I Can Fight Back Too. Before long, Peter Rich and the manager of HarperCollins' UK branch dropped off 4 large boxes of manuscripts. Eric had a brief chat with the two of them before sending them on their way. The girl circled around the 4 boxes and pulled out a simply bound manuscript from one of the cartons. "Eric, this must be at least 100 copies. Are you really planning to read them all?" Eric shook the folder that the HarperCollins manager had left behind. "How could I possibly have that much time? This is just their compilation of story summaries. I'll check to see if anything interests me, and then I'll read the full manuscripts." "Oh, I'll take a look too. Maybe there's something I'm interested in," the girl said, getting up and moving closer, completely forgetting to put the manuscript back. Eric instructed the twins to carry the boxes upstairs to his study. As the girl came over to snatch the folder from his hands, he let it go but caught the manuscript she handed him. Casting a casual glance at its cover, he suddenly wore a look of surprise mixed with a hint of amusement. The cover of the manuscript clearly displayed 2 words, Harry Potter. Although it differed slightly from the title of the first book in the series, the signature of J.K. Rowling at the bottom was unmistakable. In that instant, Eric felt a surge of excitement and nearly pulled the girl's small hand to kiss it, thinking of dragging her into a game to open some chests. He watched as the girl settled onto the couch with the folder, eagerly flipping through the contents. Eric also went to his seat, opening the manuscript in his hands to read intently. By noon, he had read through the manuscript but was still feeling the exhaustion of flying for 10 hours. The girl was already asleep, her head resting on his lap. Eric hadn't read the original Harry Potter series in his past life, but he had seen the movies. From his perspective, the manuscript resembled a compilation of what had been the first 2 volumes, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone and Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Since movies could never fully capture a novel's storyline, Eric couldn't discern any differences in the narrative compared to his previous experience. Nevertheless, what he cared about most was obtaining the film adaptation rights. As long as the novel wasn't shelved, pushing it back onto its rightful track would be simple for him. The twins brought lunch, and Eric handed one of the manuscripts to one of them for safekeeping. He gently patted the sleeping girl. Once she was asleep, she was very reluctant to wake up, groaning and wrapping her little arms around him. After a bit of fussing, he managed to carry her to the dining room, where she drowsily had a little something to eat before dragging Eric off to rest again. Eric spent the entire morning reading the Harry Potter manuscript. After lunch, feeling somewhat weary, he decided he could delay the copyright matters for a few days since he would be staying in England. He told the twins a few things and took the girl to the bedroom. At 4 o'clock, Eric and the girl woke up and started preparing for the evening's premiere. Barbara Broccoli came over in person to discuss some details about the event. Although their residence was quite close to the Royal Albert Hall, the crew had arranged for a stretch limousine. The premiere red carpet ceremony was set to begin at 6. According to the plans, Eric and the girl left their place on Garden Street at 6:30. It took them less than 5 minutes to reach the crowded premiere site. Since it was midsummer, the sky was still not completely dark. The lengthy red carpet leading to the entrance of the music hall was packed with fans and reporters on either side. The limousine carrying Eric and Drew stopped at the end of the red carpet. As soon as they stepped out, the crowd erupted into wild screams. Walking hand in hand with the girl, Eric could hear girls from the crowd yelling for the girl to move aside. He leaned closer to her and asked, "Are you feeling pressured?" Drew shook her head with a smile and said, "Not at all. I am just loving the sound of their envy and jealousy." Seeing the two of them whispering on the red carpet fueled the cheers and screams even more. The security personnel on guard had to be vigilant to prevent anyone from rushing onto the red carpet. After walking for about 10 meters, they had passed by most casual fans and now found more reporters on either side. A few diehard fans held up various posters, calling out Eric's name as he and the girl approached, hoping to get autographs. Perhaps because the crowd was a bit thinner here, they weren't as frenzied as before. The two posed for some photos together, letting the reporters capture the moment. Afterward, Drew gently nudged Eric and said, "Eric, I need to take more pictures. Why don't you go sign some autographs for them?" Eric nodded, smiling as he noticed a few fans on the left frantically waving their posters. He walked over, took a pen from one of them, and signed quickly, even posing for a few pictures before moving along the edge of the red carpet, signing as he went. After moving about 5 or 6 meters, he had just finished signing for two girls who were blushing from excitement when out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a rather peculiar woman amongst the crowd. While other fans were all excitedly waving their posters, this woman stood off to the side empty-handed, wearing a black long-sleeved shirt and white casual pants. With blonde hair and light makeup, her age was hard to gauge, maybe in her 30s or perhaps her 40s. She had 2 bodyguards with her who were trying to keep the surrounding fans away, making her presence all the more striking. Noticing Eric looking over, the woman's gaze, which had been fixed on him in a sort of daze, suddenly showed signs of panic. Her eyes flickered as if she wanted to look away, yet there was a lingering reluctance. After quickly signing a poster handed to him by another fan, Eric moved forward and was now standing right in front of the woman. He felt a strange familiarity but couldn't quite recall where he had seen her before. Their eyes met, and she instinctively raised her hand, resting it on the railing, only to quickly lower it again. There was a glint in her eyes as she forced a smile in Eric's direction. For some unknown reason, when their eyes locked, a peculiar emotion stirred within Eric. He raised the pen in his hand with a smile and said, "Ma'am, would you like an autograph?" The woman hesitated for a moment before nodding. Her hand went into her pocket, rummaging around until she produced a 10-pound note. Her voice was low, and Eric could only make out a rough idea from her lips as she said, "Then, sign here, please." Eric chuckled lightly. Seeing how the woman cradled the bill in her palm, he reached out to grasp her hand gently and quickly signed her bill with a string of letters. After signing, he continued on his path. The woman stared at the 10-pound note in her hand for a moment before telling one of her bodyguards, "Mark, let's go." "Of course, miss." Mark nodded promptly and, along with another bodyguard, helped her push through the crowd. They shielded her as they made their way to the parking lot. Mark opened the car door for her before hopping into the driver's seat and starting the engine. Through the rearview mirror, he studied the woman he hadn't seen in over 20 years. 25 years, or was it 26? Back then, he had been a naive young man, like many others, unable to resist developing a crush on her, though he was just like the rest, only daring to steal a few glances. Now, all these years later, his daughter was on the verge of marrying, and his hair was tinged with gray, while the lady appeared just as timeless, as if time had frozen for her. With a tinge of nostalgia, Mark kept the car at a steady pace, steering onto the highway. After hesitating for a moment, he gathered his thoughts and said, "Miss, I heard Williams is quite fond of Miss Caroline. I met him once, a fine young man. But my lady said they might not be together. Williams seems not very devoted." The woman didn't respond, keeping her eyes fixed outside the window until she suddenly asked, "My brother should know I've returned, right?" Mark's expression turned awkward at that, but he nodded. I'm sorry, miss. I think I should notify the master. Then take me back." Mark thought he misheard. "Huh," I said. "I want to go back and take a look." "Oh, of course." Finally realizing he hadn't misheard, Mark nodded. "We'll head back now. The master and mistress will be pleased to see you." Let's hope he doesn't try to kick me out." Mark quickly shook his head. "No, he definitely wouldn't. The master has always cared for you, even years later." "You wouldn't understand," the woman replied, shaking her head. Then, she suddenly smiled and said, "But if he tries to hit me, I will fight back." Mark was momentarily taken aback, recovering only to shake his head. "No, that won't happen. Not at all." Once past the red carpet area, the girl noticed Eric's unusual expression and asked, "Eric, what are you thinking about?" Eric shook his head. "I don't know. I just feel like I met someone familiar back there." Drew chimed in. "Was it that woman in the black shirt?" "Yeah, how did you know?" "Hee, it's rare to see a woman in a black shirt. Pretty striking, and I even noticed you touching her hand. Want me to inquire about her?" "Don't be ridiculous." Eric shook his head and took the girl with him into the music hall. They signed the wall for autographs and posed for some pictures with reporters inside. As Michael Wilson personally escorted Prince Charles toward them, Eric brushed aside his earlier encounter and focused on welcoming the guests who had come for the event. The main cast of Casino Royale, apart from the Charlie's Angels trio and one other male co-star who stayed behind in the US for promotions, were all present in London. In addition to a host of British stars, even Sean Connery, the first actor to portray 007, made it to the premiere. The venue was illuminated with the glow of so many celebrities. At 7 o'clock, the 500 invited guests settled into their seats in the hall. The lights dimmed, and the film officially began. The opening started with an assassination scene, following the events of the previous film, GoldenEye. 006 had defected, and Bond was sent to hunt down the MI6 traitor. Briefly contemplating his longtime colleague's betrayal, Bond felt disheartened. Plus, with the Soviet Union's collapse, MI6's role in the British government was diminished, prompting Bond to apply for retirement. M refused to let her top agent go and instead sent Bond on a holiday to the Bahamas. In the hall, after the opening, when the iconic 007 title sequence appeared, Frank Lipton from The Times couldn't help but nod slightly. Such a simple beginning allowed him to keenly sense that Eric had abandoned the independent style previously associated with the 007 series. Instead, he had started to connect the series' stories together, which from MGM's rising popularity in the spy film universe was undoubtedly a wise change. The continuity from past installments meant that the audience didn't have to accept a brand new story each time, thus maintaining part of the box office allure of the earlier films. However, Frank Lipton also knew that changes in mere plot details wouldn't be sufficient. Considering that MGM had claimed this was the first film in the spy universe that achieved complete narrative crossover, he couldn't help but worry that intertwining elements from multiple spy franchises might inevitably lead to scattered plotlines in the movie. Although the 007 series had faced such shortcomings in previous installments, if this occurred under Williams' direction, it would surely be a disappointment. The introduction ended swiftly, showing a private jet landing at the Bahama Islands airport. A sharply dressed Bond stepped off the plane, driving along the Bahama coastal road, settling into a hotel. His habitual charm kicked in, as he not only smoothly won over Terry Hatcher's character, but he also won an Aston Martin sports car from her husband at the blackjack table. The plot then branched off as Katerina's husband, Alex, turned out to be a middleman in a gray market transaction. While Bond was entangled with Katerina, Alex met the main antagonist, Schiffer, on a yacht. Schiffer, an asset manager in the Spectre, had just been entrusted with managing $100 million from an African warlord. While inquiring about the newly developed wide-body aircraft from Skyfleet, Schiffer hatched a plan to sabotage their test flight and short the company's stock with the money he just acquired. Being paranoid by nature, after Alex introduced a bomb expert to sabotage the aircraft's testing, Schiffer, trusting no one, ordered his men to keep an eye on Alex. By coincidence, they spotted Bond's presence. Thanks to the Spectre's vast intelligence network, Bond's true identity quickly came to light in front of Schiffer. Fearing he had fallen into an MI6 trap, Schiffer gave the order for a cleanup, leading to Alex and Katerina being swiftly assassinated. The sudden tragic death of his temporary companion enraged Bond and set him on a path to investigate the unfolding events. Chapter 885, 887, Stunning Entrance. As Ivanka walked past Bond with 3 other stunning girls, carrying her puppet backpack, knowing laughter burst forth in the screening room. Frank Lipton, who had wanted to jot down some thoughts during the build-up, couldn't help but put his pen down and smile. Softly, this must have been the 4th one. Although Eric Williams might have been playing it safe by including such a little Easter egg in every film he directed, there was no denying it was indeed entertaining. Schiffer had poured all his resources into short-selling stocks of Skyfleet. Although he felt that his actions might have been exposed, the plan was already too far along to halt. He could only send someone to hunt down Bond at the same time. The villain assigned to chase down Bond was swiftly dispatched by Bond himself. Using a string of phone numbers left by Alex, Bond leveraged MI6 intelligence network to track down the bomber, who was about to launch an attack at Miami International Airport. At Miami International Airport, with quick cuts and tense musical scores, the audience's emotions elevated. Although they knew Bond would ultimately thwart the bomber, many felt a surge of anxiety as Bond leaped onto a fuel truck, chasing the bomber down the airport runway. While regular viewers were tightly gripped by the high-tension scenes, many critics only felt excitement. From Bond stepping into Miami International Airport to jumping on a fuel truck to confront the bomber and the police being hurled through the screen, this brief sequence, in just a few minutes, delivered a textbook-level stunning effect regarding the scenes, camera cuts, and background music. One couldn't help but say that although Eric Williams had been away for 4 years, his directorial talent showed no signs of waning, and perhaps even hinted at a further evolution. Frank Lipton from The Times felt his heartbeat accelerate with the unfolding drama. When the bomber detonated the mini-bomb strapped to himself, a startling bang echoed from the speakers. Frank even felt a rush of exhilaration, as if he had personally thwarted the bomber's plot, and began to clap, which encouraged the entire theater to join him in applause. In the front row of the auditorium, Eric breathed a sigh of relief, encouraged by the crowd's reactions. The film's producer, Barbara Broccoli, released a deep sigh as well. For Eric, Casino Royale might have been just another understated project in his directing career, but this series encompassed the entire legacy of the Broccoli family. Casino Royale was the first Bond film produced entirely by her and her brother after their father, Albert Broccoli, passed away. Due to the string of summer blockbuster flops in Hollywood that year, Barbara Broccoli had worried that this film might follow suit, which would mean letting down her father's legacy. Now, having only screened a third of the film and hearing the spontaneous applause from the audience, it was clear that it could hardly be a failure. Following the attack on Skyfleet's plans, Schiffer faced a huge loss of $100 million. To recoup his losses, he planned an all-or-nothing gamble at the Royal Casino in Montenegro, attracting attention from various intelligence agencies as a terrorist with connections. M introduced Bond to MI6 intel on the Spectre organization and planned to send him to Montenegro to win the gambling game, paving the way to capture Schiffer. At this point, a crossover element from the spy movie universe finally appeared. The intel M provided Bond with was the same information Ethan Hunt, the hero of the mission, Impossible series had intercepted and shared with allied intelligence agencies in Mission Impossible 2. This subplot had even appeared as an Easter egg in that very film. After half a year of anticipation, seeing the previously hinted subplot unfold, MGM spy movie fans at the screening found themselves oddly satisfied, only to grow more eager for the new Easter eggs anticipated at the end of the film. To facilitate the gambling game, MI6 requested special funding from the Treasury, which sent an officer to assist Bond throughout the mission, ensuring the fund's safety. The scene shifted to an ordinary apartment in London's West End, where a nerdy little girl was intently welding a circuit board among various sophisticated electronic gadgets. A sudden knock at the door startled her, causing the circuit board to short-circuit and smoke. Outside the door stood the capable Vesper Lynd, dragging a suitcase. Seeing her sister's face smeared with soot when she opened the door, she peered in helplessly, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiped her sister's face with care, her expression a mix of exasperation and affection as she said, "I really need to have another chat with that so-called Charlie Townsend Foundation head. I've got a bad feeling about them. How could anyone offer a 16-year-old girl a scholarship of £10,000 a year? And all that weird training?" Angela Lynd, like every rebellious child against stern parents, retorted, "Hey, sis, that's because I'm a genius." "Oh, okay, my little genius." Vesper Lynd smiled, pocketing the handkerchief and kissing her sister's cheek. "I'm heading out of town for work for about a week, so take care of yourself, all right?" A flicker of joy crossed Angela's face, but she quickly composed herself, answering dutifully, "Of course, sis. I'll be just fine." Vesper playfully pinched her sister's cheek and added, "Don't get too cocky, though. I asked Aunt Carol to keep an eye on you." Angela, suddenly imagining something dreadful, pleaded reluctantly, "Sis, I'm your little sister. Of course, that's why I have to prevent my little angel from actually taking off when I'm not around." Within the auditorium, listening to the entertaining back and forth between the Lynd sisters, smiles sprouted on the audience's faces. The 007 series had long been devoid of humor. This moment could be considered a small breakthrough for the series. In the brief 2-minute segment, Angela's quirky charm and Vesper's sharp wit left a strong impression on the audience, setting the stage for future developments. While Christina Aguilera shone brightly in her limited scenes, critics focused even more on the stunning new Bond girl played by Cate Blanchett. Since she was cast, this Australian newcomer had stirred intense controversy. Casual viewers felt she didn't measure up to the traditional standards of beauty for Bond girls, and many in the industry thought Eric Williams's decision to cast a relative newcomer with only a few TV credits under her belt felt hasty. However, in her limited scenes, Vesper Lynd, donned in a sleek black business suit, held her own against the more clearly defined Angela Lynd. Next, Vesper's electrifying dialogue with Bond on the train to Montenegro shocked critics. They felt that in this performance, Pierce Brosnan seemed utterly subdued, leaving the director to focus more on him for balance, which instead heightened anticipation for Cate Blanchett's contributions. As for the average audience, after several scenes, they had forgotten their initial discontent over Cate Blanchett landing the role. Most began to feel that this Australian star portrayed Vesper Lynd with undeniable coolness. In the casino scenes, Eric opted to cut some extraneous details from the original version, tightening the pacing while adding another crossover moment from the spy movie universe. An aide to Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible appeared at this gambling game and, at a crucial moment, lent Bond his funds, helping him to achieve victory. The film also introduced a subplot at the end where Schiffer sent someone to kidnap Angela as leverage against Vesper. During the entire gambling sequence, from the initial hostility to the synchronized cooperation at pivotal moments, an emotional bond began to blossom between Bond and Vesper. After Vesper assisted Bond in eliminating a threat, their embrace in the bathroom signified an elevation in their previously ambiguous feelings. Following the gambling game, a desperate Schiffer, having lost everything, captured Bond for torture, trying to reclaim the $100 million in cash. In a hazy vision, Bond lost consciousness, and upon waking, the figure became clearer. Vesper was by his side, informing him that Schiffer was dead and the ordeal was over. Instead of probing into what had transpired before he fainted, Bond and Vesper fell genuinely in love. To be with her, Bond began to prepare a resignation letter for M. However, everything was far from over. When the Spectre organization discovered Schiffer's embezzlement, they sought retribution. But Vesper's sister fell into the Spectre's clutches. To save Bond and her sister, Vesper made a deal with the Spectre, assisting them in reclaiming the $100 million from Bond. Yet, after Vesper transferred the funds into the Spectre's account, she realized she had been deceived. Bond, who had been tailing her upon noticing her unusual behavior, believed he had uncovered everything. Having betrayed her love while failing to save her sister, Vesper felt lost, choosing to end her life in an underwater cage. In her final moments, however, she clung to a sliver of hope, pressing a necklace containing a photo of herself and her sister into Bond's hand. "Why do I need time? The job's done, and the bitch is dead," Bond coldly replied to M's concerned voice over the phone from a boat on the Venetian coast, a hurt wolf in a bleak state. In that moment, although Bond discarded any hopes of returning to a normal life and again embodied that cold, ruthless super spy, everyone felt that this was the moment where he truly felt like an ordinary person, a mortal. On the screen, M explained the entire situation to Bond. Opening the heart-shaped locket, he found a radiant photo of Vesper and Angela together, embarking on a journey to rescue Angela. The final showdown was about to begin. In the auditorium, Frank Lipton sensed the sobbing female fan behind him, who had just stifled her tears over Bond's farewell to Vesper, was slowly calming down. Yet his mind drifted, replaying every scene Cate Blanchett showcased in her one-hour appearance, hardly paying attention to the ultimate showdown between Bond and the trio of angels. Due to his attention to this film, Frank Lipton had previously gathered some background on Cate Blanchett. However, given that she was a newcomer to Hollywood, the information available was scarce. Thus, after witnessing Cate Blanchett's performance, Frank's astonishment deepened. From the very start, in just a few brief moments, the actress perfectly embodied Vesper Lind. Each subsequent entry left audiences with the impression of "I am Vesper Lind," showcasing a level of performance skill that could rival Oscar winners. She displayed a talent surpassing many already acclaimed actresses. Suddenly, another name popped into Frank Lipton's mind: Meryl Streep. Perhaps this actress, who debuted via Hollywood blockbusters, would become the second Meryl Streep. Realizing this, Frank felt a twinge of regret. He understood that according to Hollywood's rules, serving as a Bond girl in a blockbuster like the 007 series would attract considerable attention, potentially leading this immensely talented actress down a path resembling Nicole Kidman's, becoming yet another commercial star. What a waste that would be. Eric Williams had paved the way for numerous commercial actresses. There was no need to waste another potential art house star. After pondering, Frank thought of a friend in the British film industry, Alison Owen, who was preparing a small-budget film that was undoubtedly centered around a strong female lead. Perhaps he could introduce her at the upcoming party. Although Cate Blanchett hailed from Australia, the London accent she presented in the film was impeccable, showcasing more than enough strength to dominate that role. Recognizing the opportunity's rarity, Frank quietly slipped out of his seat and headed outside the theater to make a phone call. Chapter 886. 888. How many Bond girls are there really? I'm Bond, James Bond. Inside the concert hall, after Bond and the trio of angels destroyed Spectre's base and rescued Angela, the screen froze with the iconic line from 007 as the end credits began to roll. Though it was a premiere, usually at this point, the audience would be restless, even if they didn't immediately get up to leave. But this time, as the credits rolled, there was complete silence in the auditorium. Despite being an absolute commercial action blockbuster, Casino Royale still managed to deliver countless details that viewers would savor over and over, aside from the thrilling major scenes. Of course, the imminent Easter egg was also one of the biggest reasons everyone patiently awaited. My dad once said that the more pretentious a boss is, the quicker they tend to meet their end. Look at that. He's right again. I wonder if Charlie will cover his face when the explosion happens. I haven't even seen what he looks like yet. As the credits came to an end, Penelope's bubbly voice as Lucchini carried through, but this time, her tone carried hints of panic and sadness. The camera focused clearly on three tall figures clad in tactical gear, looking a bit disheveled as they searched through the ruins of a bombed-out cabin. Jill and Selena worked together to lift a collapsed wall panel, while Lucchini squatted down to clear a pile of debris. Soon, she found two walkie-talkies tied together. Okay, looks like we won't need to change bosses after all. God knows, we haven't even been paid this month. Lucchini sniffled, muttering a series of half-laughs and half-cries as Jill and Selena gathered around her. Suddenly, the walkie-talkies emitted a crackling sound. As both the trio of angels on the screen and the audience in the hall anticipated a voice from the walkie-talkie, the screen abruptly went dark. Fuck! Many audience members, now left in suspense, couldn't help but let out an expletive. But when the lights came on around them, everyone erupted into warm applause. The premiere guests, media critics, and fans alike were thrilled with the entire film. Even those critics who had been tasked with finding faults couldn't help but give it an 8 out of 10 in their hearts. Many seemed a bit unsatisfied, and as the straightforward press conference kicked off, the first journalist who had his hand raised directed his question at Eric. Mr. Williams, I'm a reporter from The Guardian. Was the final Easter egg about the trio of angels and Bond's destruction of Spectre's base meant to suggest that detective agency owner Charlie Townsend faced retaliation from Spectre? I actually shouldn't answer that question, Eric smiled on stage and replied. But since you're clearly a fan of the spy movie universe, I'll give you a definitive answer. Yes. Light laughter spread through the room. The young reporter, with a somewhat green face, felt a little embarrassed. He truly was a die-hard fan of MGM's spy movie universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have quickly linked those seemingly random shots, abandoning his prepared questions to seek validation from Eric regarding his speculation. The opportunity to ask questions was, of course, limited to one. Reluctantly handing over the microphone, another journalist from the Daily Telegraph now had the floor. Mr. Williams, how do you view the series of defeats faced by big-budget live-action films this summer? Do you think the box office of Casino Royale will be affected by these factors? Viewers are hoping for good movies, Eric replied. If film studios only have the ambition to chase Titanic's box office without putting in the same meticulous effort, they're doomed to fail. As for Casino Royale, I did everything I could, so I'm confident about its box office prospects. Do you think Casino Royale can catch up to Titanic at the box office? Another journalist pressed with a sharper question. Eric didn't hesitate much, practicing some diplomatic fencing. That really depends on whether moviegoers want to create another box office miracle. Eric's responses had an air of officiality, and the reporters realized it would be difficult to extract sensitive info from him. They redirected their questions towards Cate Blanchett, the newcomer. Before the premiere, Kate's manager had repeatedly given her instructions on how to handle the journalists. However, in the face of their onslaught, Kate struggled a bit, inevitably falling into the traps of their inquiries. Eric and Barbara Broccoli even had to step in to shield Kate from some of the tougher questions. I'm so sorry, Eric, I didn't realize that question about Charlize was directed at you. Kate approached Eric at the Hyde Park Hotel party after the press conference, holding a drink to apologize. Eric smiled and shook his head, saying, Not a problem. You'll gain more experience at these events over time. By the way, everyone has been raving about your stunning performance. Have you planned your next movie? As a newcomer, when Kate landed the role of Vesper Lynd, she also signed a 3-film option agreement with Firefly. Her next 2 films would have to come from Firefly Studios, but those details didn't require Eric's direct involvement. Kate shook her head, saying, Not yet. New Line has already recommended a couple of scripts to me, but Ron wants me to wait until after Casino Royale's release to decide. Upon finishing her sentence, Kate suddenly realized this attitude of waiting for the best offer shouldn't be voiced in front of Eric, her face flushing red and feeling awkward enough to want to flee. Eric simply smiled, not minding too much. In fact, he held a bit of fondness for Kate's straightforwardness and was about to steer the conversation away when a pair of middle-aged individuals approached. The man looked to be around 50, tall with a beard, while the woman appeared to be in her 30s or early 40s, dressed in professional attire instead of the glamorous gowns worn by other guests, giving off a shrewd, competent vibe. Mr. Williams, hello. I'm Frank Lipton, a film critic. Though he had come for Kate, Frank extended his hand to Eric first. Eric shook his hand, noticing that the woman next to Frank didn't disguise the fact that she was sizing up Kate. Realizing their intent, he gestured towards the woman and smiled at Frank Lipton, asking, "And this is?" The woman quickly pulled her gaze from Kate, politely extending her hand toward Eric to introduce herself. "Mr. Williams, I'm Allison Owen, a producer at Working Title Films." Working Title Films. Eric recalled their past films. They had been associated with the Coen brothers' Fargo from the previous year, as well as Oscar favorites like Dead Man Walking and Four Weddings and a Funeral. Their name had appeared on a number of films, implying that institutionally, it held a status in the UK similar to Gaumont in France, though in Hollywood, it was probably just on the tier of a second-string studio. With many other guests still to converse with, and recognizing their focus on Kate, Eric decided to excuse himself. If they wanted to invite Kate to star in a film, they would need to go through Firefly first, and Eric wasn't about to butt in at this stage. Given that England was 5 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, Eric didn't get much rest after the party the following day. The first wave of reviews for Casino Royale began appearing in British newspapers. By noon, reviews from America started rolling in. The film's plot was tight and smooth, delivering a cohesive 145 minutes. Eric Williams has made a triumphant return after Jurassic Park. The Guardian. After suffering through a slew of disappointing summer films, Casino Royale finally treated us to a thrilling visual feast. The Daily Telegraph. Newcomer Cate Blanchett's performance was stunning. Vesper Lynd is set to become one of the most iconic Bond girl figures. Christina Aguilera, the youngest Bond girl in history, delivered a satisfying performance in her brief appearance. The trio of angels made a surprise entrance. Of course, we also had the long-awaited Muppet Girl. Williams never lets down the fans. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I can only say Casino Royale is undoubtedly the Bond film with the most Bond girls. The World News. Even without the intertwining of the spy movie universe, Eric Williams' directorial Casino Royale has effectively redefined the Bond series. In this film, James Bond is finally more than just a sharply dressed figure. He gets injured, becomes fatigued, falls in love, and pursues a life of an everyday person. Perhaps, this version of Bond is what everyone really wanted to see. Bond's underwater farewell with Vesper is heart-wrenching, especially the line, "The job is done, and the bitch is dead." It evokes a deep sense of despair. Although Bond ultimately rises from the ashes to become the terrifying super spy once again, we can be sure that from now on, Bond will be a true mortal, no longer a detached screen symbol. The New York Times. Without a doubt, MGM's spy movie universe plan has officially found its footing after Casino Royale. Eric Williams has adeptly managed the storylines across the 3 major franchises. The overall tone of the James Bond series remains unaffected by the other 2 series, yet the merger of the 3 series brings more cinematic enjoyment for fans. San Francisco Chronicle. In their villa on Kensington Gardens, Eric and his assistant had just finished lunch and were still sitting in the dining room, reviewing the various press reviews they had received from Peter Rich. After patiently going over the press reviews, the assistant glanced up excitedly. "The overall score is a 9. Eric, how much do you think we can make at the box office?" Eric had just compiled the North American box office data from the previous week. In its second week of release, Finding Nemo earned another $65.63 million, bringing its total box office to $163 million over 2 weeks. With envious gazes from all around, it continued to dominate the summer market without a doubt, and all major box office tracking organizations no longer doubted the film's potential to reach $300 million in North America. In contrast, Batman and Robin's first-week box office was only $59.47 million. The media comprehensive score of this comic adaptation blockbuster, which cost $125 million, has not only dropped to the worthless level of 1 point, but the first-week box office is also far less than the more than $70 million of Godzilla a few weeks ago. Time Warner publicly announced it would halt all DC adaptations under its banner. The dismal performance of Batman and Robin led many in the industry to express a negative outlook on Firefly's simultaneous projects, Spider-Man and Iron Man Avi Arad. even called to express that actors interested in appearing in both adaptations had suddenly cooled their enthusiasm, including the preordained Spider-Man actor Stuart Ronkel's representation at CAA ramping up their price demands and requesting the number of films in his contract be reduced from 6 to below 3. While pondering these matters, upon hearing the assistant's words, Eric set aside the box office chart and quickly glanced through the reviews for Casino Royale. That's hard to say. While North America has traditionally been the biggest market for the Bond series, it has never been exceptionally popular here. I believe, considering the current word of mouth coupled with my own box office draw and the halo effect of the spy movie universe, Casino Royale should be capable of hitting $200 million in North America, perhaps even better overseas, around $400 million, given that the impact of Jurassic Park is still felt. Eric, why don't you have more confidence? I just spoke with Amy. She thinks this film might even hit $300 million in North America. Eric laughed. It's meaningless to make such predictions now. We should have a clearer picture once the first day box office from North America is released tomorrow. Well, okay. The assistant momentarily dropped the topic, glancing at him mischievously. What are we doing this afternoon? Chapter 887, 889, Breaking the Mold. Los Angeles. In the affluent area at the foothills of North Santa Monica, it was well past midnight. Yet Amy Pascal was still poring over the negotiation materials with Cablevision regarding Rainbow Media. As a woman, Amy had once bravely walked away from a lucrative position at Columbia Pictures to assist Drew in establishing Flower Films, which had eventually led her to an opportunity at MGM, one of the 7 major film companies. But Amy Pascal had no intention of becoming complacent. Regardless of the field, it was always harder for women in high positions to gain recognition compared to men. Over the years, Amy had grown indifferent to the opinions of others, but she still wanted to prove to everyone that she was just as capable as any man. On the other side of the study, her husband Bernard Weinraub was reviewing a freshly completed press release. He glanced at the digital clock on the desk. It was already 1:15 midnight. Usually, at this time, they should have been resting, but he knew his wife wouldn't sleep until she received the day 1 box office data for Casino Royale. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't disturb his wife, who was seriously focused on her reading, and instead picked up a book from the table, quietly flipping through its pages. Amy Pascal noticed her husband's actions and checked her watch. Turning to him, she said, "Bernie, why don't you head to bed? I might need to wait a little longer." Bernard Weinraub shook his head with a smile. "No need. I'm actually curious to see how much Casino Royale can rake in on its opening day." Amy Pascal offered him a gentle smile and didn't press him further. She got up to brew a pot of hot coffee and returned, pouring herself and her husband a cup each. Bernard Weinraub lifted his coffee cup, looking at his wife as she sat back down. "From today's reviews, this should be the best reviewed live-action film of the summer. How much do you think it might earn?" Amy Pascal shook her head. When discussing this topic with others, she often acted confident, but with her husband, she felt no need to pretend. "That's really hard to say. 2 years ago, GoldenEye received similar praise with ratings around 8, yet its global box office only totaled $350 million. That's mainly because the 007 series isn't as popular in the crucial North American market. This time, while Casino Royale received even better reviews and had many favorable factors, we can't be certain whether audiences will show up." Additionally, starting from May with The Fifth Element, a series of disappointing live-action films may have dampened audience interest in Casino Royale. Bernard Weinraub, a playwright and film business reporter for the New York Times, listened to his wife's somewhat pessimistic tone. He thought for a moment and said, "I think the reality might be the opposite of what you think. The audience's demand for live-action films is definitely higher than for animated movies. A string of bad films could actually make the market more eager for high-quality commercial cinema." Amy Pascal chuckled. "Let's hope you're right." But the production and marketing costs for Casino Royale totaled $160 million, which is double that of GoldenEye. The pressure on the company is significant. If Casino Royale doesn't perform well at the box office, even just moderately, it could complicate some of our upcoming production plans. "Oh, are you talking about the Lord of the Rings trilogy you mentioned last time?" Amy Pascal nodded, but didn't elaborate further. Despite being her husband, she felt it unnecessary to divulge too many details. Bernard Weinraub didn't press for more information and casually changed the subject. Before they knew it, another half hour had passed, and Amy Pascal's phone on the desk finally buzzed. She picked it up, answered, and after chatting for a bit, her eyebrows raised in surprise, repeatedly asking for some details to confirm. Bernard Weinraub gathered some numbers from her conversation, his eyebrows raised in astonishment. He believed that, following a summer of disappointing films, Casino Royale would likely perform better than anticipated, but he never expected the day-one box office figure to be so high. Once Amy Pascal hung up, Bernard Weinraub eagerly asked, $30.5 million? Amy Pascal placed her phone back on the desk, exhaling with a visible sense of relief and excitement. Yes, including the midnight showing's $5.3 million. The opening day brought in $30.5 million. Oh my God, $30.5 million. It's unbelievable. I was thinking if we could manage $20 million on day one, everyone would be extremely satisfied. Keep in mind, GoldenEye's opening day ticket sales were just a little over $9 million. Oh my God, $30.5 million. It's incredible. Bernard Weinraub, hearing his wife's constant exclamations, felt no sense of her being unprofessional. As someone well-versed in Hollywood trends as a film business reporter, his own shock was just as strong as hers. To put things in perspective, the highest opening day performance previously was Godzilla, which managed $23.75 million thanks to a massive promotional campaign. Even the surprising hit Finding Nemo had an opening day total of just $20.2 million. With outstanding reviews, there was no way Casino Royale would follow the dismal box office trajectory of Godzilla or Batman and Robin. So with an opening day box office of $30.5 million, weekend numbers for Saturday and Sunday would surely not be much lower. Even if it averaged $30 million a day, Casino Royale's first weekend box office would reach a staggering $90 million, and crossing the $100 million mark in its opening week was certain. Even more impressively, Casino Royale was poised to set a series of box office records. Given how surprising this box office number was, as Amy Pascal received the news, many executives and journalists in Hollywood were suddenly jolted awake in the middle of the night by phone calls. Reactions varied. Some were bewildered, some excited and unable to sleep, and others even suspected it was a hoax. Countless newspapers rushed to revise their reports overnight. In a summer where live-action blockbusters were struggling, the staggering first-day box office for Casino Royale was undeniably eye-catching. The following day, several North American media outlets even speculated about the possibility of inflated figures for the opening day. However, reality quickly silenced the critics. After $30.5 million on the opening day, Saturday saw Casino Royale's daily box office not only hold steady, but rise to a new high of $33.85 million. On Sunday, though there was a noticeable drop, the day's earnings still reached $26.7 million. From June 27th to June 29th, Casino Royale's first weekend box office amassed an unprecedented $91.05 million. Moreover, even Finding Nemo felt the pressure from Casino Royale, with its box office falling 40% to just $28.38 million in its third week. Batman and Robin was even worse off, with a 63% drop from its first weekend, leaving it with just $15.73 million in its second weekend, leading to a total 10-day box office of $75.2 million, less than Casino Royale's first weekend ticket sales. Once the first weekend box office figures for Casino Royale were announced, even those previously skeptical about the film's prospects were compelled to reconsider their stance, beginning to analyze the reasons behind Casino Royale's record-breaking earnings. Perhaps from the very beginning, we had vastly underestimated the commercial potential of MGM's spy film universe. In retrospect, when the new James Bond made his daring leap from the cliff in the first film's cameo of Charlie's Angels, Eric Williams had already laid the groundwork for this massive film initiative. Through the sequels to Mission Impossible, Charlie's Angels, and 007, MGM had been using cameos to intertwine the three major spy film narratives, subtly blending their previously unrelated fanbases over time. By the time MGM officially announced their Spy Universe initiative, a significant potential movie-going audience had formed around these three series. At this point, we must reference another seemingly trivial event that occurred in July 1995 when MGM announced their Spy Universe plan. According to media reports of that period, MGM purchased all rights to Spectre from Kevin McClory for $2 million. The background to this event is tangled and reaches decades back, but I'm certain that in the future, Kevin McClory will definitely regret this business transaction. Returning to the main topic, alongside securing the rights to Spectre, MGM, Flower Films, and DreamWorks Studios merged under Eric Williams' direction. The three major spy franchises officially launched their crossover initiative with Spectre as the ultimate antagonist starting from Mission: Impossible 2. Until the release of Casino Royale, the MGM Spy Universe had already established a solid foundation of popularity with 5 films: Charlie's Angels 1, Mission: Impossible 1, GoldenEye, Charlie's Angels 2, and Mission: Impossible 2. The explosive box office performance of Casino Royale was a direct result of the synergy built up over several years among these three established franchises, showcasing their powerful box office potential. This article in The Hollywood Reporter provided a profound analysis of the underlying factors behind Casino Royale's soaring box office, reigniting Hollywood's excitement that hadn't cooled from the Titanic's success, and prompting many to search their film rights database for potential franchises to build their own cinematic universe. Although Firefly's plans for creating a Marvel Cinematic Universe hadn't been officially announced, it was already common knowledge in the industry. Inspired, a producer at Warner Bros. Quickly submitted a proposal to establish a DC Cinematic Universe to the upper management. Unfortunately, following the dismal performance of Batman and Robin, Warner Bros. Would not be starting any new DC adaptations for years. The producer's report was promptly tossed in the trash by higher-ups at Time Warner. As The Hollywood Reporter analyzed the box office success of Casino Royale, another important Hollywood magazine, Variety, published its insights on Casino Royale's record-breaking box office on its official website at the end of the first week of its release. The audience craves good films, and if movie studios merely aim to chase the success of Titanic without putting forth the meticulous effort that Titanic required, they are bound to fail. Eric Williams' words at the London premiere of Casino Royale served as perhaps the most authentic commentary on the summer blockbuster's performance. It's true that any studio investing tens of millions or even over $100 million in a film wants to succeed. But it's been well acknowledged since the dawn of cinema that a film's budget does not directly correlate to its quality. The abilities of the screenwriters, actors, directors, producers, and other key people greatly influence a film's success. The two ambitious films that preceded Casino Royale, Godzilla and Batman and Robin, both had budgets exceeding that of Casino Royale. However, only Casino Royale flawlessly achieved all the hallmarks of a blockbuster: seamless storytelling, explosive visuals, sharp dialogue, and well-rounded characters. Through Casino Royale, Eric Williams proved his extraordinary talent in directing and producing once again after a 4-year hiatus. During those years, when many assumed that this young director, who had ascended to the heights of Hollywood through films like Home Alone, Ghost, Twister, and Jurassic Park, would retire to enjoy his wealth, he instead resurrected and redefined a 3-decade-old spy franchise, demonstrating to us all what a true comeback looks like. Although June saw both The Lion King 2 and Finding Nemo perform excellently, this didn't alter the position of live-action films as the mainstream demand in cinema. However, during what was supposed to be an optimal season for live-action films, a series of mediocre, poor, or obscure releases continued to shake the confidence of moviegoers. Statistics showed that from the start of the summer season on May 30th until the release of Casino Royale, North American ticket sales had declined by 18% compared to the previous year, even when excluding the massive animated hits in The Lion King 2 and Finding Nemo. Nevertheless, despite the disappointments with summer live-action films, moviegoers' desire to watch films didn't vanish. The spectacular debut of Casino Royale precisely filled the vast market gap left by the earlier months of the summer. And so, amid widespread astonishment and skepticism, Casino Royale towered overall with an opening day of $30.50. million, a weekend total of $91.05 million, and a first-week gross of an incredible $117.51 million, shattering all box office records in Hollywood. Chapter 888, 890, No Room for Error. After the premiere, Drew and Eric spent a weekend in London before her flying back to Los Angeles. MGM and Warner Brothers were preparing for a signing ceremony regarding the share transaction of E! Entertainment Television, which required Drew's personal attendance. The day after the premiere, Eric discreetly instructed the head of Firefly's UK branch to negotiate with J.K. Rowling for the film rights to the Harry Potter series. To ensure everything was foolproof, he didn't rush to leave. The box office success of Casino Royale exceeded expectations. Following a busy month back in Los Angeles, there was no pressing need for his in-person presence. Eric decided to take the opportunity to rest in London for a while. While Casino Royale shattered multiple box office records in North America, Southeast Asian currencies entered a period of turmoil. On July 2nd, after enduring 2 weeks of resistance against currency speculators, the Thai government found itself out of options and was forced to abandon the fixed exchange rate for the Thai baht, adopting a floating rate instead. On the same day the announcement was made, the baht dropped 17% against the dollar. Affected by the baht's collapse, other Southeast Asian currencies like the Singapore dollar, Philippine peso, Indonesian rupiah, and Malaysian ringgit began to fluctuate dramatically, making Southeast Asia the hunting ground for international currency speculators in the months to come. According to Chris's report from Tokyo, by the close of trading on July 4th, Firefly's secretly established short positions in Thai baht yielded over $30 million in profit within just 3 days, and this was only the beginning. In London, early Saturday morning, Eric had just gotten up when Peter Rich hurriedly arrived with good news. Firefly's UK branch had successfully secured the film adaptation rights for the Harry Potter series. Eric, we've signed a rights agreement with Ms. Rowling. Moreover, the document includes her story outlines for the entire series. She will arrive in London at 2 p.m. today, and I will personally bring her to discuss with you in detail, Peter mentioned. Handing several documents to Eric, Peter continued. Also, from San Francisco, the first batch of products from the new Firefly Player factory has been completed. Mr. Victor McNally wants to cancel the Amazon pre-sale event on July 10th to allow for open purchasing while simultaneously launching the product in Europe. As Eric read through the Harry Potter rights agreement, he multitasked. Opening purchasing in North America is fine. The combined monthly output of both factories is only 450,000 units, and the North American market is still undersupplied. Starting sales in Europe will lead to stock shortages in both places. Additionally, the online music store issue is significant. Let's have them wait until next year's second-generation product release to consider this matter. I'll personally call them today to discuss. Peter nodded and briefly reported on a few other documents. Once Eric set aside the agreement, Peter pulled out an invitation and handed it to him. This was passed on from Kensington Palace. Princess Diana is hosting a charity gala tonight to raise funds for Bosnian refugees, and they hope you can attend. Eric took the invitation and glanced at it, a playful smile appearing on his face as he casually remarked, I read in the newspaper a couple of days ago that she seems to be planning to get engaged. Peter was puzzled as to why Eric would suddenly bring this up. Unless Eric specifically requested to gather this kind of information, Peter usually didn't pay much attention to such gossip. However, ever since Princess Diana officially divorced Prince Charles last year, many wealthy individuals have openly pursued her. For these men, winning over a former British royal must certainly satisfy some darker vanity. Stealing a glance at Eric, Peter wondered if his boss, given his nature, might also consider pursuing the princess. Noticing Peter's silence, Eric looked up and caught the strange expression on his face, laughing. You think I'm interested in Diana? Well. Peter quickly shook his head, feeling embarrassed and unsure how to respond. Eric nonchalantly tossed the invitation onto the coffee table, saying, I'm not interested in her at all. Just a pitiful woman who doesn't know how to leave room for others or herself. Eric's seemingly random comment left Peter a bit confused. However, with the day's reports complete, the girl in the villa's dining room, named Christina Aguilera, was clearly waiting for Eric to have breakfast with her. so he excused himself to leave. As he drove away from Kensington Gardens, Eric's words continued to echo in Peter's mind. After traveling a short distance along Kensington High Street, Peter finally turned off the car and couldn't suppress his curiosity. He stopped at a newsstand to buy several newspapers and returned to the car to search for the latest news about the princess. It turned out that recently, Diana was reportedly reaching marriage terms with Dodi Fayed, the son of the famous owner of the luxury Harrods department store in London. Some newspapers even speculated that Diana might be pregnant. After reading the related news, Peter's mind began to race with Eric's previous comment, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. Just from Dodi's name, it was easy to see what kind of background he came from. However, England had always been a devout Catholic country, and the other 15 countries around the globe that still regarded the British monarch as their head also tended to be predominantly Catholic. While the glory of the Middle Ages was gone, the influence of religion on Western nations remained far beyond outside imagination. As the mother of Prince William, the second in line to the British throne, Diana was seemingly courting a Muslim stepfather for the future monarch. That was quite clearly not leaving any room for anyone. Reflecting on Eric's tone when he made that statement, Peter shuddered and rolled up the few newspapers in front of him, tossing them aside to clear his mind of the day's thoughts. Despite having a good impression of the princess, meddling in such matters was definitely not something a minor player like him could involve himself in. Kensington Gardens Villa. After Peter left, Christina emerged from the dining room wearing a small apron, giving her an air of unexpected charm. Before Drew returned to Los Angeles, she had brought Christina, who attended the Casino Royale premiere in London. Drew didn't hide her personal motives at all, claiming that rather than allowing Eric to go around chasing after every woman, it was better to have a familiar woman by his side. Growing up in a somewhat troubled single-parent household made Christina much more mature than girls her age, enabling her to understand the intricacies of life better. This was evidenced by how she had earned Drew's approval. Despite appearing friendly and easygoing with anyone, her standards were even higher than Eric's, and few people could manage to get close to her. Though she occasionally harbored her own thoughts, she always presented herself as a charming and lovable person in front of Eric, making others feel quite comfortable. Seeing Eric still reading the documents, Christina approached and sat down beside him. "Eric, let's eat first. Breakfast will get cold." Eric nodded, planning to take the folders on the coffee table into the dining room to look over while eating when Christina eagerly leaned over and picked up the stack of documents. "Let me help." "Sure." Eric smiled and stood up, heading toward the dining room. As Christina was about to follow him, she noticed the invitation on the coffee table and curiously picked it up. While she always tactfully avoided listening in on Eric and Peter's conversations about business, she hadn't heard their recent dialogue. Upon seeing it was an invitation to Princess Diana's charity gala, Christina immediately felt a surge of interest. Events involving the British royal family were appealing to her. Upon reaching the dining room, she placed the folders beside Eric and pointed at the invitation that had been intentionally placed on top, eyes hopeful. "Eric, are we going to this gala tonight?" Eric asked, "Do you want to go?" Christina nodded eagerly. "Uh-huh. Then let's just go and enjoy the atmosphere tonight," Eric replied, believing it wasn't necessary to avoid such events. But remember, attending these galas requires donations. If they ask for too much, I might have to donate you instead. Christina cheerfully brought over breakfast. Laughing, "Oh, you wouldn't do that." Joanne Rowling felt as if her recent circumstances were like a dream. Since graduating from university 10 years ago, her life had constantly been a struggle. Her only marriage left her deeply traumatized, leading her to fleeting thoughts of despair during episodes of depression. After the divorce, she settled in Edinburgh, Scotland, with her daughter Jessica, and they lived on less than £100 a month in welfare. Despite her dire financial situation, Joanne, having barely stabilized her life, finally decided to devote herself to becoming a novelist. However, the first work she completed over a 2-year span had been rejected 6 times in recent months. Just as she was beginning to lose hope, a week prior, representatives from HarperCollins and the UK branch of Firefly Group suddenly approached her, expressing interest in publishing her novel and acquiring the film adaptation rights. Due to her financial difficulties, Joanne couldn't afford a professional agent. Faced with HarperCollins and Firefly's representatives, she relied solely on her limited bargaining power while remaining realistic and reasonably content with the prospect of publication. Moreover, the figures Firefly offered for her rights felt unreal. PS $1 million per book. She had never imagined having such wealth, especially considering her intended 5-book series. Joanne recognized the urgency behind their bid for her book's rights, but she had never been an aggressive woman and didn't feel entitled to hold out for more. Her only condition was that Firefly must pay her the full rights fee immediately upon signing. Jessica would soon turn 4, and she hoped for her daughter to receive a quality preschool education, which required money. Consequently, within a short week, all contracts were signed. She thought everything was settled until the Firefly representative insisted she visit London, claiming Eric Williams wanted to talk with her. Eric Williams, indeed. As the black Mercedes lingered at the entrance for a moment, the driver presented a pass. The gatekeeper seemed to have a brief conversation with someone before they were allowed in. Gazing at the luxurious mansion-like villas lining the verdant streets, Joanne anxiously tightened her grip on her purse resting on her lap, her nerves heightened. The series of rejections from multiple publishers had severely undermined her confidence. Now, having received a PS $1 million check from Firefly Group, her mental burden felt even heavier. If her novel didn't appeal post-publication, what would she do then? The car didn't go far before it pulled into a villa's courtyard. Through the window, Joanne spotted a man and a woman waiting. Though they dressed casually, the man was evidently Eric Williams. She couldn't recognize the woman beside him, as she didn't seem to resemble Drew Barrymore, the one often rumored to be very close to Eric. When the car came to a complete stop, Joanne reached for the door to exit herself. Upon seeing the driver step out and turn toward her, she instantly understood, awkwardly retracting her hand and patiently waiting for him to open the door. Only then did she carefully step out. As soon as she steadied herself, she felt Eric reach out to her. "Ms. Rowling, it's a pleasure to have you here." "Hello, Mr. Williams." Joanne quickly extended her hand for a brief handshake while carefully observing Eric's youthful and handsome face, her cheeks slightly flushing. She felt her behavior was inappropriate and forced herself to look up again. "This is Christina. You can call her Chris or Tina." Eric introduced the girl beside him. Christina sensed Joanne's tension and extended her hand, saying, "Ms. Rowling, I've read your novel. It's brilliant." Joanne shook hands with Christina, replying, "Oh, thank you." Chapter 889, 891, Living with Conviction. Eric could sense Joanne's nervousness and unease. Rather than take her to the villa's reception room, he led her to the backyard lawn. In July, London's daytime temperature was only around 20 degrees Celsius. The yard, surrounded by lush trees, lay under a gray-blue sky. Although it lacked the sunny brightness of Los Angeles, it was free from the oppressive heat of midsummer. The vibrant life around felt balanced and not at all anxious. A set of lounge chairs sat on the lawn. Eric and Joanne Rowling settled down as Christina brought over a coffee pot for the two of them, then turned and returned to the villa. Information regarding Joanne Rowling and Harry Potter was already neatly arranged on the table in front of them. Sensing her tension, Eric didn't rush into serious talk and casually remarked, "J.K. Rowling, I assume the J is the first initial of your name? What about the K?" Joanne, who had just nervously picked up her coffee cup at Eric's gesture, immediately put it down upon hearing his question. "K stands for Kathleen," she explained. "I don't have a middle name. Kathleen was my grandmother's name." Eric noticed that this poor woman seemed to have been overwhelmed by the recent series of events. After pondering for a moment, he said, "You know, Joe, Hollywood can be a place that easily throws a person off balance." Upon realizing that Eric had seen through her anxious thoughts, Rowling felt a rush of embarrassment and wasn't sure what to say, so she just shyly nodded. Not expecting a response, Eric continued, "In Hollywood, there are those who spend $250,000 to buy a script, producing a film with a $15 million budget, yet it makes $120 million worldwide in box office. The film is called Lethal Weapon. Conversely, there's someone who pays $1.75 million for a script, spends $85 million to produce it, only for it to flop and nearly bankrupt the production company. That film is Last Action Hero. Interestingly, both films were written by the same person. Joanne listened attentively, feeling as if she started understanding something, but then shook her head softly, saying, "Mr. Williams, I don't really understand." "Call me Eric," he replied, taking a sip from his coffee. "I just wanted to explain that in Hollywood, or frankly anywhere, if a person wants to make life easier, they should live with conviction. Just like that screenwriter I mentioned earlier, Shane Black. Lethal Weapon made Warner Brothers at least $100 million from worldwide earnings, and Shane only received a mere $250,000. People might think he must be heartbroken. Then when Carolco Studios bought his last action hero script for $1.75 million, nearly driving them to the brink of bankruptcy, people would expect him to be distressed. But the reality is, Shane Black has always done well. He's still a top screenwriter in Hollywood and continues to collaborate with Warner Brothers on Lethal Weapon 4. Perhaps Eric's words began to resonate with her, as Joanne straightened her posture slightly. However, after a brief moment of eye contact with Eric, she quickly averted her gaze again, lacking confidence. With a smile, Eric said, "Speaking of Harry Potter, I could have offered you a lower price, let's say PS 100,000, which is the average price for most scripts or novel rights. But I didn't do that because I believe in the story. I want to make it into a well-known fantasy brand under Disney, maybe even as iconic as Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. So, I presented what I thought was a worthy offer. In the future, this franchise will not just be limited to books and movies. It will include music, toys, theme parks, and an entire industry chain. If successful, Firefly Group could earn billions, maybe even tens of billions of dollars from this brand." Joanne, holding her coffee cup, felt her hand tremble lightly at Eric's description. She set the cup down again and looked at Eric in surprise. Looking at her reaction, Eric chuckled. "Now you might be thinking, if Firefly really made $10 billion from this book and you only got PS 1 million, oh, maybe a few million for the entire series, that would be quite a loss for you, right?" Initially, Joanne dismissed Eric's depicted future as too unbelievable. However, after his remark, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. She instinctively wanted to deny it, but ended up timidly nodding her head in response to Eric's bright gaze. "See, many things happen this way. I mentioned earlier that if you want to lead an easier life, you should live with conviction. The most important point is not to blindly overestimate your significance in certain matters." Hearing the implication in Eric's words, Joanne quickly shook her head, denying. "Eric, I don't think that. Look, Firefly wants to complete this project, and for that, we'll need you to keep writing the upcoming stories. So let me share my plan." Eric continued without acknowledging her denial. "First, HarperCollins will handle the global distribution for the Harry Potter series. To build enough hype for this series prior to the film's production, Firefly Group will also utilize its media resources to promote this novel as much as possible. Other similar novels might consider selling hundreds of thousands of copies of bestseller, but I aim for the Harry Potter series to reach the tens of millions, maybe even more. During that process, you'll earn your fair share. Sell 10 million copies of the novel, and you'll become a millionaire. If the entire series sells 100 million, then you'll be a billionaire. But from that point on, the profits for the Harry Potter movies, toys, and park attractions belong to Firefly." Joanne wasn't naive. She understood what Eric was implying. Without Firefly utilizing its media resources to brand this novel, Harry Potter would sell at most only hundreds of thousands of copies, bringing her mere hundreds of thousands in royalties. While she might earn some by selling film rights, it would never match the brilliance Eric had described. Understanding that, the imbalance she initially felt started to dissipate, but she carefully asked, "But, Eric, what if it fails?" Eric shrugged. Firefly's annual budget for film production exceeds $1 billion, with at least 8% spent on acquiring script or novel rights. So, even if it fails, it's no big deal. Joanne no longer worried about that point. For her, PS 1 million might seem like a fortune, but for Firefly Group, it was nothing substantial. Seeing Joanne relax, Eric smiled and opened the folder in front of him. "Now, let's talk about the novel's content. I've read your outline. You plan to write 5 books, but I believe 7 seems more fitting. I've already come up with titles for all 7 novels. As for the first manuscript you've completed, I'd like to split the next few thousand words as content for the second book. We could simply call the first book Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. When Joanne heard Eric was making decisions regarding her novel without asking for her input, she opened her mouth, feeling the need to assert her stance as the original author. However, upon seeing Eric glance her way and point with his pencil motioning for her to sit closer, the resistance she initially felt vanished, and she obediently moved her chair beside Eric. Although he spoke gently, the aura of power and wealth emanating from him was not something this small woman could resist. Aside from his thoughts on revising the first book, Eric also discussed in detail the modifications needed in the outline based on plot points he recalled from the movie. Time flew by unnoticed, and before they knew it, it was evening. Thus, you have a month to revise the first book story. HarperCollins will manage the upcoming distribution, and Firefly will cooperate accordingly. Eric glanced at his watch and looked at Joanne beside him. It's getting late. I'll have someone arrange a guest room for you. Princess Diana is hosting a charity gala tonight, and you can join us to see it. Having sat next to Eric for an extended period, the presence of the man stirred some distractions within Joanne. Young, wealthy, handsome, assertive, every attribute of this man proved remarkably alluring. Plus, she had been single for quite some time. Although Eric acted oblivious, Joanne couldn't deceive herself. She imagined a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Listening to Eric suggest she stay at the villa for the night, she could no longer conceal her panic and hurriedly shook her head, saying, No, Eric, I've already booked a flight back to Edinburgh for tonight. Jessica is still at a friend's house, and I'm concerned. Eric observed her carefully and noticed how her body subconsciously shifted back against the chair. He chuckled. All right, looks like I scared you. Even though Joanne understood Eric was joking, she quickly shook her head, insisting, No, really. Then, I'll have someone take you to the airport, Eric replied, not insisting. Joanne was more of an elegant type, far from his interest. He tidied up the documents before him, handing them to her, and stood up to head outside. Joanne hugged the documents to her chest and followed Eric, her gaze lowered. She began to regret rejecting his invitation so decisively. As the driver took Joanne away from the villa, Christina watched the automatic doors close with a keen glance before turning her focus back to Eric. Eric reached over to ruffle the girl's hair, asking, What are you daydreaming about? Ha, nothing, Christina said, wrapping her arms around Eric's. It's getting late, Eric. I've picked out a suit for you. It's only 6 o'clock. What's the rush? Eric chuckled, shaking his head. Let's grab something to eat first. Going there on an empty stomach is sure to ruin the night. The North American box office data should have come in. I'll take a look. Christina, obediently following his cue, headed to the kitchen to prepare food, while Eric returned to his study to check his emails. Yesterday had been Friday, and the second week of Casino Royale's release was underway. The film had earned a staggering $117 million in its opening week, which caught Hollywood's attention. Even Eric had not anticipated such an astounding debut for Casino Royale. However, complications arose quickly. The two new films released this week, Bad Boys 2 and Ice Age, were both closely related to Firefly. The scheduling of these films was influenced by the past performance of the James Bond series, which had historically low box office figures in North America, aiming to avoid intense competition. Now, however, many, including Eric, felt conflicted. On one hand, everyone hoped Casino Royale would maintain a low drop-off in the second week. Thanks to the sustained positive buzz among media and audiences, it seemed likely that Casino Royale could remain stable. On the other hand, with an opening figure of $117 million and surpassing the total gross of the previous film, GoldenEye, which was $106 million in North America, a significantly low drop in box office for Casino Royale would certainly impact Bad Boys 2 and Ice Age directly. Shaking his head in a wry smile, Eric opened the box office statistics email received from Los Angeles. On yesterday's Friday single-day box office chart, Casino Royale unsurprisingly topped the list with $18.61 million, experiencing only a 39% drop compared to its opening week. The data came from Eric's assistant's office, complete with professional commentary. The accompanying analysis indicated that as Casino Royale's topic grew alongside its earnings and critical acclaim, The ratio of weekday box office spikes significantly increased relative to other films. Based on the first day's figures, Casino Royale's overall drop for the week was projected to be around 35%. That means the second week earnings could still reach as high as $76 million. Early July typically marked a peak time for North American box office, with average weekly earnings of around $200 million. Even though Casino Royale was now in its second week, it was still on course to claim one-third of the total box office revenues. Without needing to look further, Eric could guess that the other films, particularly live-action ones, would not perform well. With box office earnings of $117 million in the first week and a projected $76 million in the second week, the total box office for Casino Royale was set to exceed $190 million. Though live-action blockbusters could not sustain the same box office longevity as animated films, even accounting for an average 40% weekly drop, the final North American figures for Casino Royale were expected to land between $300 million and $350 million. In the 1960s, the average ticket price in North America was around 80 cents, whereas in 1997, it was $4.60, equating to about 5.7 times that of the 60s. By this metric, the 1964 installment Goldfinger was once considered the highest-grossing Bond movie after adjusting for inflation, with its North American box office of over $51 million, translating to about $290 million today. The expected figure of $300 to $350 million for Casino Royale's North American box office would certainly surpass Goldfinger. As for the overseas earnings, the data from the previous week was delayed due to the complexities of gathering statistics, only now coming in. Eric's last movie had been released 4 years ago, yet the groundbreaking $1 billion worldwide earnings of Jurassic Park still lingered in many people's memory. Following the pursuit of profit, distributors in various countries strived to synchronize the release of Casino Royale, which ultimately reached a record 36 overseas release locations. Last week, with a record-breaking PS $21.3 million, approximately $31.95 million, from the UK leading the charge, the total overseas gross from 36 synchronized releases crossed the $100 million mark, reaching $136.10 million. Though various factors impacted the overseas box office market, making predictions tough, there was no doubt that Casino Royale would become Eric's second film, following Jurassic Park, with the potential to cross the $1 billion mark globally. Unlike Jurassic Park before it, Eric had only predicted around $600 million in box office earnings for Casino Royale prior to its release. Now, the film's unexpected potential of soaring to $1 billion sparked excitement in him. However, after glancing at the upcoming film's box office data, Eric couldn't help but think that the sentiments of the higher-ups within his own company might not be so pleasant. Just last week, after Casino Royale's opening weekend figures were published, Eric had a conversation with Frank Wells, who was in Los Angeles, about the upcoming Titanic exhibition, during which Wells had mentioned Casino Royale with a noticeably melancholic tone. Regarding the two new releases this week, the industry had generally anticipated Bad Boys 2 having a leg up due to its predecessor's popularity. The first one had approached $200 million in global earnings under New Line's management, thus leading to the second installment's budget skyrocketing from $19 million to $60 million. However, on opening day, the film that ranked second wasn't Bad Boys 2, but Blue Sky Studios' Ice Age. This animated film had garnered positive buzz before its release and was dubbed as the animated version of Three Men and a Baby. To put things in perspective, Three Men and a Baby had been crowned the North American box office champion in 1987, and Ice Age receiving such a comparison underscored its popularity during test screenings. Indeed, the storyline of Ice Age borrowed heavily from that of Three Men and a Baby. This narrative model not only won applause from critics, but also resonated well with audiences. On its opening day, Ice Age earned $13.46 million. Although this was nowhere near the opening day numbers of Finding Nemo surpassing $20 million, it did exceed $12.8 million earned by Lion King 2 just a month prior. It was estimated that Ice Age's opening week box office would close in on $60 million, surpassing Lion King 2 during its release period as well. To Eric's mind, Lion King 2 was actually a superior product compared to the more mature Ice Age. The fact that Ice Age had outperformed Lion King 2 on opening day merely came down to the promotional conflicts stemming from the collaborative efforts between Firefly and Fox within Lion King 2's marketing. Viacom had commenced public acquisition negotiations with CBS at the end of June, clearly signaling that Summer Redstone was determined to bridge Viacom's deficits in television channels. Following Ice Age, Bad Boys 2 earned a mere $6.52 million on its opening day, rounding out in third place. It was noted as being a weak performance, considering that fourth place was held by Finding Nemo, which had already entered its fourth week yet. Still raked in an impressive $6.29 million on Friday. The two films were very closely intertwined, earning just under $20 million apart. The first day's figure of $6.52 million hinted that Bad Boys 2 could expect an opening week box office around $25 million, a worrisome figure, as it fell short of New Line's original expectations by a striking $10 million. This $10 million discrepancy was primarily due to the impact of Casino Royale's overwhelmingly favorable box office in its second week. Both films occupied the action genre, allowing for significant audience overlap, as Casino Royale received outpouring acclaim and box office success leading to increased discussion. Bad Boys 2, being a film featuring a black lead, was less likely to hold the audience's attention. In the absence of Casino Royale, even if its box office performance wasn't stellar, due to the audience goodwill carried over from the first movie, Bad Boys 2 should have had an easier pass at breaking $100 million in North America. However, now, based on the projected $25 million opening week, Bad Boys 2's North American earnings would likely cap out at around $70 million. Given the weak overseas market for black lead films, even if it could maintain its predecessor's performance abroad, the possibility of recouping costs against its $60 million production budget and $20 million promotional cost would be slim. Turning a profit would solely depend on future revenues from video sales and television rights. It was apparent that, although everyone understood MGM had effectively become an extension of the Firefly system, it would still be challenging for the upper management within Firefly to accept this reality. With that thought in mind, Eric felt compelled to shake his head again. While he didn't have a solid concept for his next film just yet, he knew he'd have to ease the group's concerns by indicating that his next movie would undoubtedly return to Firefly, thus assuaging their spirits. Chapter 892, Where's the Spice Girls? Princess Diana's charity gala started at 8 p.m. After spending an hour sorting through work emails, Eric grabbed a bite with Christina. They changed into their formal attire and left 5 minutes early, heading over to Kensington Palace, right off Garden Street. As night fell, the lights started to glow. The black car made a quick loop around the neighborhood, covering less than a mile before they reached their destination. Girls often dream of fairy tales involving princes and princesses. Though Christina had matured early, she was no exception. So, she was quite thrilled at the chance to meet Diana in person, and to prepare for it, she'd carefully chosen a white Chanel dress. As they stepped out of the car, Christina took Eric's arm, suddenly recalling that she had overlooked something important. In a hushed tone, she asked, "Eric, how should I address the princess later? Is it Your Highness?" Diana had lost the title of Your Highness when she divorced Prince Charles, but Christina clearly hadn't kept up with that news. Eric noticed the seriousness on Christina's face and thought about teasing her just a little. However, deciding that this wasn't the right setting for it, he gently reminded her, "You can just call her ma'am." Christina nodded, still insisting. "Oh, but I think Your Highness sounds more polite." Eric chuckled. Actually, saying that would be quite rude. It might even offend her. Christina looked a bit puzzled but quickly stuck out her tongue playfully and gave an affirmative sound. As they chatted, Diana approached them with a middle-aged man in a light gray suit. "Good evening, Eric. It's great to see you," Diana said, flashing a charming smile and extending her hand. Eric shook her hand, nodding slightly. "It's great to see you, ma'am. Just call me Diana," she emphasized, then turned to Christina. "And who is this?" Eric introduced her simply. "This is Christina Aguilera." "Hello, Tina." Diana greeted Christina warmly before continuing. Eric, this is Dodi Fayed. Eric had already been assessing the middle-aged man, who was around 40. Though his Arab heritage wasn't overtly obvious, some typical features were recognizable. Given the recent media buzz surrounding Diana's new romance, Eric had learned a bit about Dodi from the newspapers. Interestingly, Dodi claimed to be a film producer and even had an executive producer credit on Spielberg's movie Hook a few years back. As Eric reached out to shake Dodi's hand, smiling warmly, he sensed that Dodi's gaze towards him held a hint of wariness, and his demeanor wasn't particularly welcoming. After a brief moment of confusion, Eric couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seemed Dodi had mistaken him for one of those wealthy billionaires who approached Diana with ulterior motives. Given Eric's wealth, influence, and even his looks, which Dodi couldn't compete with, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of unease. Diana, however, seemed oblivious to Dodi's hostility towards Eric. Once they had exchanged pleasantries, she led Eric directly to a small donation box, her bright blue eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Eric smiled, finding this straightforward princess quite charming. Not minding the attention, he pulled out his checkbook and wrote a check for $100,000, dropping it into the donation box. After Eric deposited the check, Diana smiled at him. Thank you for your generosity, Eric. There are so many people in need of help in this world. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Eric nodded, ignoring Dodi's disapproving glance as he watched him write the check. The invitation had suggested guests donate at least PS 5,000. Eric had no intentions of trying to win favor with Diana through grand gestures. In fact, he knew $100,000 was likely the largest donation of the night. Charity events were numerous, and unless someone had a special purpose in mind, no millionaire would casually part with donations in excess of 7 figures. Although Eric had the means to do so, he wasn't keen on stealing the spotlight. Now, come with me, Eric. I want to introduce you to some guests who are very eager to meet you, Diana said, gesturing for him to follow alongside her. She paused for a moment, then added, by the way, Eric, I'm a huge fan of yours. Eric had heard that Diana loved pop music, which seemed to irritate Prince Charles, who highly regarded high society entertainment events. With a smile, he asked, which song is your favorite? Diana turned to him, smiling back. Guess. Stronger? Diana shook her head. Nope, guess again. New Divide. That's also a great song, but still not it, she replied before chuckling. All right, I'll just tell you. It's young and beautiful. I love how that song expresses such a glamorous yet disillusioning feeling. It's bittersweet, yet enchanting. Eric looked at the stunning woman beside him, slightly startled. No, you shouldn't be a fan of that song. Oh, why not? Diana asked, confused. Eric opened his mouth to explain, but then just shook his head. It's nothing. Diana hesitated a moment before saying, by the way, Eric, this might be a bit sudden, but would you sing a song for us later? If it's for you, I wouldn't mind at all, Eric replied, nodding with a compliment. However, if someone else had made such a request, he would have surely declined. He didn't want to turn down this woman's small wish. Seeing the slight blush of delight on Diana's face, he further suggested, but I've never had any vocal training, and singing live could turn out poorly. Let's have Christina sing instead. She can do that song you love, Young and Beautiful. Diana hadn't held out much hope when she had made her request, but hearing Eric suggest Christina perform surprised her. She turned to the petite girl who looked so sweetly nestled by Eric's side, her eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. It was hard to believe Christina could deliver a song like Young and Beautiful, which was steeped in such a profound, emotional backdrop. Eric noticed the surprise in Diana's gaze and explained, Don't underestimate Christina. She's been performing since she was 8 years old. Her singing skills are definitely 100 times better than mine. Oh, okay then. Diana nodded, reassured by Eric's words. She turned to her aide, instructing them to prepare for the performance, then introduced Eric to a few important guests at the gala. By 8 p.m., the banquet hall already had around 200 guests. After introducing a few attendees to Eric, Diana made her way to the small stage in the hall to deliver a brief speech, officially kicking off the gala. These charity events not only raised funds, but also provided a social platform for guests to expand their network. Eric navigated the crowd, easily mingling with those who approached him. He initially thought he wouldn't find anything of interest that night, but unexpectedly, he discovered someone who piqued his curiosity: Simon Fuller, the owner of a music and entertainment company. Some people may not have recognized Simon Fuller's name. However, almost no one had missed the Spice Girls' meteoric rise or the lasting impact of American Idol, both of which were crafted by Simon Fuller himself. But as he chatted with Simon for a few moments, he recalled something and suddenly wondered, where were the Spice Girls? It was already 1997, a time when, according to history, the Spice Girls were reaching dazzling heights. Yet here and now, Eric hadn't seen any mention of them at all. In fact, it was only after the Spice Girls disbanded that Simon Fuller was inspired to create a music reality show format, which exploded in popularity, leading to various iterations of the pop idol model across over 70 countries, most notably American Idol. Chapter 891, 893, ultimately couldn't hold back. Simon Fuller noticed Eric zoning out again, and he hesitated over whether to leave him alone, but felt a pang of regret. Meeting Eric at this party had been a delightful surprise for him. While the record division of Firefly Group was somewhat of a weak spot for this media conglomerate, Simon saw it as an opportunity. Years of experience taught him that Eric was clearly interested in him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have talked for so long. Yet, the young mogul was distracted, as if suddenly recalling something important. Considering that perhaps his talk about record production processes was not engaging Eric, Simon decided to steer the conversation toward Eric's recent work, Casino Royale. At that moment, Diana made her way through the crowd towards them, followed closely by her boyfriend, Dodi Fayed. Seeing Simon beside Eric, Diana politely nodded at him before turning to Eric, who had returned to the moment. "Hey, Eric, it's almost showtime. Tina, are you ready?" Christina shot a glance at Eric, then nodded to Diana. "Of course, ma'am. I'm ready whenever." Then, Diana instructed her entourage. "Paul, take Miss Aguilera to get ready." As Simon watched his assistant lead Christina away, Diana turned to both Eric and Simon, smiling as she asked, "So, what were you two just talking about?" Not knowing whether Eric had any intention of getting close to Diana, Simon wisely kept quiet. Eric, noticing Simon's silence, chuckled. "We were discussing some production issues. Simon is a great music producer, and I just happened to be interested, so we were chatting." Diana perked up with interest but then added, "You know, I've always dreamed of releasing my own album, but I never had the chance." Eric replied, "If you want, I can help you make that happen." "Really?" Diana looked at Eric, a smile creeping on her face. "Eric, I'm serious about this." Eric nodded confidently, studying Diana's youthful face, which showed no signs of aging. "Absolutely. If you wanna, we can start preparing something tomorrow." Dodi already felt overlooked and sensed that Eric was starting to make a move on Diana. He quickly leaned into her, speaking gently. "Darling, Mr. Williams is a very busy man. If you're interested in making an album, I know some music producers as well." Diana caught a hint of rivalry in Dodi's tone, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shook her head. "Never mind, I'm actually pretty awful at singing." As they chatted, the party stage came alive with applause as the host introduced Christina's upcoming performance. The guests watched, many of whom had seen Casino Royale and noticed Christina on stage. Their expressions a mixture of curiosity and skepticism about whether the character could embody the essence of beautiful. Eric was unfazed. Although Christina had come from humble beginnings, few in the music industry could match her vocal talent. While she excelled in high notes, her lower register was impressive as well. As expected, once the slow intro faded, Christina's raspy yet soulful voice filled the hall. The skeptics were quickly silenced, surprise etched on their faces. Some even looked toward Eric, knowing he was there with Christina. "Oh, this is astonishing. It's simply beautiful, hard to believe." Diana exclaimed in surprise and turned to glance at Eric, only to refocus on Christina once more. Eric held a glass of red wine, soaking in Christina's song as thoughts about his earlier conversation with Simon resurfaced. Despite Firefly Group reaching a saturation point, Eric remained uninterested in expanding into the record business. The industry was poised for decline. Although stringent copyright laws ensured that it wouldn't completely vanish, significant investment would ultimately result in financial losses. Plus, if portable music players like MP3s fully took over, their future value could rival that of the entire record industry. Every effort within the Firefly system related to music was aimed at enhancing the content and function services for MP3 players. The technology behind digital music players wasn't overly complex. Even if established electronic giants broke through Firefly's patent barriers, they could replicate similar products within 2 years. However, if Firefly developed a comprehensive hardware and software ecosystem around MP3 players, providing users with an experience superior to competitors, it would render any challenges to that dominance nothing but a naive dream. Since his mind drifted to the Spice Girls and American Idol, Eric knew he couldn't pass on that opportunity. Earlier in the day, he had spoken with 2 heads of Firefly Electronics about launching the Fireflyer player in the European market next spring. Creating the Spice Girls could significantly bolster Fireflyer's promotional efforts in Europe, especially if they achieved similar influence as in his original timeline. As for American Idol, this reality show could bring high ratings for their TV channel. Furthermore, by creating a co-branded production model with Fireflyer, they could promote the player worldwide. However, Fireflyer's current production capacity was inadequate for global expansion, leading Eric to postpone the American Idol project. This hiatus would provide the time needed to develop the Spice Girls. Of course, implementing these ideas required leadership, and Simon Fuller seemed like a perfect fit. With that in mind, Eric turned to Simon and asked, "Simon, did you say you own a record company?" Simon, who had been enjoying Christina's performance, perked up at Eric's remark. "Yes, Eric, my company is called 19 Entertainment." Having a record company within Firefly was useful, and Eric knew Simon's company functioned similarly to the multitude of independent film companies in Hollywood. These smaller firms often partnered with major labels, sometimes selling shares to collaborate and promote various artists. If Eric intended to task Simon with developing the Spice Girls and American Idol, he needed to ensure he had control over Simon's record company. He continued, "Is the ownership still yours?" "Absolutely," Simon nodded earnestly, explaining that he founded 19 Entertainment back in 1985. Despite struggling to stay afloat for years, he had failed to produce any breakout artists, meaning major labels had never expressed interest in buying out his small company. Eric, hearing Simon's confirmation, pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to him. "Then, I'm looking to form a band and need someone to make it happen. Think about it. If you're interested, Firefly will acquire your company, and you can lead the project." Simon respectfully accepted the card but felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of going from boss to employee. Still, with hope, he asked, "Eric, could I retain some equity?" "Equity is not an option, but I'll offer you enough options." Eric shook his head. Although he remembered Simon's vital roles in forming the Spice Girls and American Idol, he had let the Spice Girls move on, while Simon gradually faded from future productions. It was clear Simon had creativity, but lacked execution. Since Eric didn't know him well, he was cautious about granting him equity from the start. Simon internally resolved not to let this opportunity slip by. After all, it was Eric Williams. How many people had the chance to work directly with him, who had collaborated with him and not found enormous success? Passing up this chance would be madness. Yet, since his request to retain equity was refused, he didn't want to seem too eager. "Okay, Eric, I'll think it over and get back to you tomorrow." Eric nodded. "No problem, I'll be waiting for your good news." The two continued their conversation, and when Christina eventually concluded her performance, the applause was far more enthusiastic than it had been in the beginning. As the lights brightened again, Simon glanced at Christina, who was approaching him, and then at Diana still standing on Eric's other side. Not wishing to linger, Simon raised his glass to Eric and walked away. For Christina, glowing with post-performance praise, walked up to Eric, her cheeks flushed with excitement. However, before she could hear Eric's compliments, Diana clasped her hand and pulled her aside. "Tina, I had no idea you were this amazing." Eric watched as Diana cozied up to Christina, leaving him to himself. He didn't mind it, and took a glass of wine from a passing waiter, ready to chat with other guests when Dodi Fayed approached. Not bothering to hide his scrutiny of Christina's petite figure, Dodi said to Eric, "She's a great girl, isn't she?" Eric raised an eyebrow and responded, absolutely. Then, Dodi lowered his voice slightly. Eric, you shouldn't get too close to Diana anymore. Eric glanced at the duo entwined together, then turned toward a quieter spot near the buffet table. Sensing Eric's disinterest, Dodi reluctantly followed him, mimicking Eric's actions as he grabbed a plate of food. Eric snagged a small piece of cake for himself and, sensing Dodi was about to speak again, took the initiative. So, is it serious with her? Of course, Dodi replied without hesitation. I'm planning to propose. Huh? Eric chuckled lightly. So you grew up in the UK, right? Dodi looked skeptical, asking defensively, is there a problem with that? With London being home to many billionaires due to its open finance markets and unique tax laws, countless Middle Eastern and Russian wealthy families spent significant time there, often raising their children in the British culture. Many of these affluent kids grew up believing they were British. Eric guessed Dodi fell into this category based on his accent. Not at all. Eric shook his head, grinning. But while you may consider yourself fully British, some people won't see it that way. Dodi shrugged nonchalantly. I don't care what others think. Eric eyed him pityingly. Well, you may not care, but if you're planning to marry Princess Diana, plenty of people will be very concerned. Dodi paused, turning to shoot Eric a penetrating look. Are you implying something? Eric brushed off Dodi's gaze and casually selected a fruit salad. He glanced at Dodi with a feigned look of surprise, muttering to himself, incredible. You figured out I was implying something. With that, Eric turned and walked towards Christina, thinking he couldn't resist jumping into the fray. He wondered if Dodi would arrive at any realization. Watching Eric walk away, Dodi's expression shifted as he processed the earlier implications. Eric had practically worn, "You're so clueless you noticed my hint," on his face. Filled with indignation, he still wrestled with the underlying tension of Eric's words. After deliberating for some time, Dodi ditched his plate and left the ballroom, stepping into the garden outside. He took a look around before pulling out his phone and dialing his father, Mohammed Al-Fayed. Eric's remarks fostered an inexplicable sense of urgency in him, and his random comments left him wanting clarity. Instinctively, he thought it best to inform his father. Having said all that, Eric lost interest in sticking around the party. After saying goodbye to Diana, he took Christina and left early. The next morning, Eric was sitting on the back lawn with Christina, enjoying breakfast when the doorbell rang insistently. Eric, I'll get it. Christina sprang up from her seat, eager to answer the door. Assuming it was Peter Rich, he didn't pay it much mind. However, moments later, Christina returned with Diana in tow, who appeared exhausted, her eyes red-rimmed and fierce. Eric, did you say something to Dodi? Eric sensed something brewing, but merely raised his hands innocently. I don't know what you're talking about. Diana's anger surged at his denial. Her eyes widened with fury. You bastard. You're all bastards. Eric thought if not for her long-standing upbringing, she might have clawed at him. Though she didn't act, he instinctively took a step back. Diana, I genuinely don't know what you mean. Diana's anger wasn't abating. Dodi broke up with me last night. He's on a flight back to Egypt now. Are you satisfied? Eric felt an unexpected sense of relief. He hadn't anticipated Dodi would take such decisive action and perhaps underestimated him. However, seeing Diana's fierce demeanor, Eric knew he had to address the immediate issue. He spoke firmly. Miss Spencer, I'm not interested in your relationship troubles. If there's nothing else, please leave. Huh? You hypocritical jerk, Diana scoffed, glaring at Eric. You didn't push Dodi away just to get close to me? Now you want me to leave? How absurd. I'm not going anywhere, and I want you to know you'll never succeed. I hate you, you bastard. Eric couldn't help but chuckle to himself at Diana's hysterical outburst. He hadn't realized she had such a volatile side. Staring at her with that frantic energy made him want to keep his composure. As I said, Miss Spencer, I have no understanding of what transpired. Your breakup with your boyfriend has nothing to do with me. Now, please leave, or I'll call security. Diana seemed past caring. She raised her voice. Go ahead. Make a scene. Let everyone see what you've done. Eric groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose, realizing this woman was getting too far. Although he could never overtly admit it, he considered himself somewhat of a savior in this situation, yet here they were. After locking eyes with Diana for a moment, Eric lost patience. He tossed his forgotten coffee cup onto the nearby table, stepped forward 2 paces, and before she could react, he hoisted her up and headed for the door. You bastard. What are you doing? Put me down. Help, Diana shouted, feeling the world spin as she realized her predicament. She thrashed around violently while yelling for help and pounding on Eric's back. But the petite woman couldn't possibly match Eric's strength, and in no time, they had crossed the villa and reached the front yard. To the astonishment of Diana's driver, who rushed in upon hearing the commotion, Eric stepped outside and set Diana down on the grass while casually tossing her outside. Ignoring the woman's crazed protests, he shoved the driver out too, shut the door, and turned to Christina, who had followed him outside. Call security and tell them not to let this woman in again. Chapter 892, 894. It's probably not that easy. Kensington Garden Street was undoubtedly one of the most private neighborhoods in London. Even though Elizabeth excitedly called from Los Angeles that night to gossip about the circumstances of how Eric threw Diana out the door, this incident would ultimately only circulate within a very small circle, creating little stir. After calming down, Diana didn't do anything outrageous. Instead, she quietly flew to Eastern Europe to continue her efforts in her charity work. The media mainly reported on the sudden heartbreak of the Princess of Wales. Although some tabloids occasionally published suggestive articles, the major gossip newspapers were rather vague about the reasons behind Diana's heartbreak, meaning it didn't have much impact on Eric. The next day, Simon Fuller called to agree to the Firefly Group's acquisition of the entertainment company he had founded, 19 Entertainment. Although 19 Entertainment had been established for 12 years, it hadn't accumulated any valuable assets, and many of the signed artists faded into obscurity without success. Eric held no great expectations for the company. He was primarily interested in Simon Fuller's creativity and his experience in the recording industry. After the Firefly UK office conducted a brief assessment of 19 Entertainment, Eric offered $3 million, with $1 million for the complete equity acquisition of 19 Entertainment and an additional $2 million intended as startup funds to create a girl group. Eric also included a provision in the contract for Simon Fuller to receive 10% of the company's equity options over 5 years. Knowing he had no room to negotiate, Simon Fuller didn't fuss over the details, and he was very content with the 10% equity option. While nominally connected to Firefly Group's subsidiary, Firefly Records, 19 Entertainment was essentially a European branch of Firefly Records due to the latter's limited operations in the UK and Europe. As long as the Firefly Group provided adequate support, 19 Entertainment would surely grow rapidly, and those 10% options would become a significant asset. Considering the massive scale of the Firefly Group, the $3 million acquisition seemed trivial. However, once the news of the deal surfaced, and it became known that Eric was the driving force behind it, the entire European recording industry turned its attention to what was once an obscure 19 Entertainment. No one could believe that Firefly's expansion into Europe would be minor, and mainstream media began to speculate on the intentions behind Firefly or Eric's move. Simon Fuller suddenly found himself a sought-after figure, as executives from old-school record companies, who had previously ignored him, started calling to gather intel and explore potential collaborations. Truth be told, the plan to acquire 19 Entertainment and the creation of a girl group was merely a trivial side project for Eric during his downtime. However, most people didn't see it that way, especially given that Casino Royale was raking in box office worldwide. Even without mentioning Eric's immense wealth, consecutive blockbuster hits grossing over $1 billion had already elevated his influence in the entertainment industry to an unprecedented height. Not only did Jeffrey Katzenberg call to inquire about Eric's detailed plans, but Firefly Records president Barry Weiss even wanted to fly to the UK in person, only to be stopped by Eric. After spending 2 days preliminary discussing the girl group project with Simon Fuller, 19 Entertainment quickly announced an open call for girls aged 18 to 23 to form the group in the Times. Unlike the Firefly's acquisition of 19 Entertainment, which remained largely within professional circles, the recruitment notice sparked excitement among countless aspiring girls eager for fame. Within just 3 days, 19 Entertainment received over 1,000 applications, and various record companies attempted to place their artists directly into the group, causing a frenzy throughout the British entertainment scene. In San Francisco, at Firefly Electronics' Firefly player assembly plant in northern Oakland, Jeff Kleber, the vice president who had been brought over from Nokia 3 months prior to oversee the supply chain and production for Firefly Electronics, suddenly felt someone tap him on the shoulder. He jolted upright, realizing he had fallen asleep at his desk. Today was July 10th, the planned launch date for Firefly. To ensure everything went smoothly, Jeff Kleber had been virtually glued to the factory floor for the past few days. Just a week earlier, he had returned from Malaysia, where, in addition to 2 domestic assembly plants, Firefly Electronics was also initiating a larger-scale factory capable of producing 500,000 units monthly in Southeast Asia. However, that plant would take at least 3 more months to go into production, and ramping up output would be a gradual process. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Jeff finally recognized the two standing before him, Victor McNally and Bill Olson. Victor McNally was smiling and handed him a breakfast sandwich. After spending months together, the three had become quite familiar. Jeff didn't hesitate, tearing open the packaging and taking a big bite of the sandwich before glancing at his watch and noting, "It's already 8:15." "Yes," Victor McNally nodded as he and Bill Olson pulled up chairs. "We got here at 7 and didn't want to wake you." "Oh, so you two must have already been to the assembly line," Jeff chewed and added. "Last night was terrible. A robot malfunctioned, and we didn't fix it until 4 a.m. I'm going to have a serious talk with Epson's Hamada about this. If he doesn't give me a satisfactory answer, he can forget about the order for 100 robots for our Malaysia plant." Victor McNally and Bill Olson watched as the 30-something Jeff Kleber sprang back to life after a few bites of his breakfast, feeling somewhat envious. 3 months ago, when they first met Jeff, they were skeptical about whether this energetic, yet somewhat flamboyant young man could manage the supply chain and production for Firefly Electronics competently. But now, they had completely abandoned their initial doubts. Under Jeff's management, Firefly Electronics' component supply chain and product production line had undergone a remarkable transformation in just 3 months. Hearing Jeff complain, Bill Olson chuckled. "Remember, Jeff, we need to focus on other things today." "Of course," Jeff nodded. "Amazon's pre-sale opens at 10 a.m., so we have 1 hour and 40 minutes left." Although they decided to start sales today, it would still take time to distribute Firefly to retail channels. In this situation, gauging the genuine market demand for Firefly after 3 months of hunger marketing would certainly be best done using the sales data from Amazon's online store. Thus, Amazon was set to open Firefly pre-sales today at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Once users placed their orders online, Amazon would begin shipping within 7 to 15 days. Noticing Jeff's calm demeanor, Victor McNally asked, "Aren't you nervous at all?" "Why should I be nervous? Besides, you two don't seem too anxious either," Jeff joked. Just in the first half of this year, PC sales in North America reached 14.3 million units. This year, the total PC sales could approach 30 million. All the consumers buying PCs are potential customers for Firefly. Based on that standard, Firefly's potential sales could reach at least 30 million, which equates to about 2.5 million units per month. Even if the factory in Malaysia is fully operational, our capacity will only reach 1 million units per month, which wouldn't even meet North America's demand, let alone the even larger overseas market. Victor McNally watched as Jeff gulped down the rest of his breakfast before standing up. "All right, if that's the case, let's step outside for a breather. The air is nice out there." "Sure. I happen to want to check today's newspaper," Jeff said. "Speaking of which, today is Friday. Last week's box office data should be out. What do you think our boss's movie earned this week?" Bill Olson chuckled. "Unfortunately, I already saw it. No need to guess." "It's..." Jeff raised a finger. "Stop. Don't tell me. I want to see for myself." "Ha ha." The three of them laughed as they left Jeff's office together and walked outside. In Los Angeles, Santa Monica, in a restaurant, Amy Pascal's husband, Bernard Weinraub, looked at the Hollywood Reporter in his hand, shaking his head in disbelief. "Incredible, just incredible. The drop was only 34%, which is almost lower than all the analysts predicted. At this rate, The North American box office could even exceed $350 million. Amy Pascal sat across the table, with a similar newspaper spread out beside her. In its second week of release, Casino Royale's box office drop was lower than many had anticipated, coming in at just 34%, securing $77.55 million in revenue and bringing its cumulative total to $195 million. The success of Casino Royale affected Ice Age, which initially forecasted a first-week box office of $60 million, but only managed to collect $57.23 million. Another new release, Bad Boys 2, was even more impacted, with a first-week box office of just $23.15 million, falling short of New Line Cinema's original $35 million estimate, and it didn't even reach third place on the weekly box office chart. Instead, it landed behind Finding Nemo, which was already in its fourth week. As for Batman and Robin, which had been released the week before Casino Royale, it had become a nightmare for Warner Brothers. Due to its atrocious reviews, Batman and Robin's first-week box office was $59.47 million, but in its second week, it plummeted by 65% to only $20.81 million. To make matters worse, the industry initially thought that the film would begin to stabilize in its third week, but after the impact of Casino Royale, Batman and Robin's third-week box office drop remained steep at 61%, leaving a mere $8.11 million. After 3 weeks of release, while Batman and Robin had a cumulative total of $88.39 million at the current rate of drop, if next week's earnings were to be halved again, it would end up with under $4 million for the week, concluding at around $95 million. Ultimately, this meant that for Warner Brothers to break even, they would have to cough up the losses themselves. Batman and Robin had a total investment of $125 million, plus a similar promotional budget of $50 million to that of Casino Royale. Even if it made over $200 million globally, Warner Brothers would only recoup around $90 million in box office returns. The film's terrible reception meant that future earnings from video and television rights would also take a hit. Altogether, the direct losses for Warner Brothers on this project could amount to $80 million, but that wasn't the worst of it. The more severe consequence was that the Batman brand might be irreparably damaged, making it hard for Warner to relaunch this superhero series for at least a decade. As she looked at the box office data in the newspaper, reflecting on these matters, Amy Pascal replied, "So, what did you say last week? A slew of bad films hitting the market would only increase the audience's thirst for high-rated commercial films. It really does seem you were right. Many people are feeling quite astonished." Bernard Weinraub nodded. "So the next 007 should be initiated immediately, right?" Hearing her husband bring that up, Amy Pascal paused as she spread jam over her bread, smiling wryly. "It won't be that easy." "True," Bernard Weinraub chuckled. "Knowing Williams, he probably won't continue with the next 007 film. Finding a director able to take the reins of this series is going to be a lot of work. Williams laid such a great foundation. It would be a shame if the follow-up film fails due to a rookie director." "Honestly, it's not just about the director." Amy Pascal shook her head. "The real issue revolves around Brosnan." "About his pay?" Amy Pascal nodded. "That's been a real headache. You should know about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, right?" "Of course." Amy Pascal elaborated. Before Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Pierce was barely even considered a mid-tier actor. To star in the mainstream hit Mr. and Mrs. Smith, he signed a 3-film bundle deal with Columbia Pictures, stipulating that the salary for each film couldn't increase by more than 50%. In Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Pierce earned $3 million. Then, under Eric's guidance, that option contract was transferred to MGM so that Pierce could star as Bond. Given the outstanding box office of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Pierce's salary bumped up slightly to $5 million for GoldenEye. Then came Casino Royale, where he earned $7 million. As Bernard listened to his wife, he understood. According to Hollywood star salary standards, after Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Pierce Brosnan's worth should have hit $10 million. But due to the contract limitations, he had taken low salaries for 2 movies. Now, with Casino Royale aiming for a worldwide box office of $1 billion, Brosnan found himself at the end of his 3-movie contract, and while everyone knew that Eric had played a huge role in Casino Royale's success, that wouldn't stop Brosnan from demanding a hefty paycheck for the upcoming sequels. Setting the newspaper down, Bernard couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "So, how much does he want this time?" Amy Pascal replied, $20 million plus 20% of the worldwide box office. Hollywood stars' agreements with studios for profit-sharing structures often varied greatly, and Bernard was a bit confused. He pressed on, "What are the specific terms?" "The $20 million is straightforward, but the 20% of the worldwide box office means he'd get 20% of the profits remaining after expenses for production and distribution are deducted from the global box office receipts. If we take Casino Royale's global $1 billion benchmark, our share of the box office is around $400 million. After deducting the total production costs of $165 million, that leaves a profit of $235 million, from which Pierce wants to take 20%. Bernard calculated briefly and couldn't help but suck in a breath. So if the next sequel hits the same level as Casino Royale, that's nearly $70 million. Wow, he's really bold with that ask. Amy Pascal chuckled ruefully. Based on the company's planned spy universe storyline, the next 007 is still expected to be a high point for the series. Even if it doesn't reach the global billion mark, it won't be too far off. Bernard Weinraub responded, "What are you planning to do about it?" Amy Pascal shrugged. "Continue negotiating. That kind of salary is out of the question. Eric set the rule that anyone who wants a share can't have a fixed salary over $10 million. I heard even James Cameron's contract for Spider-Man with Firefly didn't exceed that limit, so MGM will definitely follow suit. It's up to Pierce whether he chooses to take the direct $20 million or the $10 million plus a share. After all, even with profit sharing, there's no way we could give him 20%. Besides, we have leverage." "Oh, really?" Amy Pascal replied. Pierce initially signed that package contract with Columbia for 3 films, and similarly, his contract with MGM also stipulates 3 films. Although there's no limit on pay for this last one, he can't take on other films until completing this contract. If this drags out, it won't be good for anyone involved. Bernard added, "But even so, what happens after this? The spy universe should have more too." "Offer right." "Yeah." Amy Pascal recalled Eric's memo from last month. "We've been discussing that lately. There's definitely a solution." Chapter 893, 895, Can't Sell Anymore. Seattle. In the large conference room at the Amazon headquarters, several executives were seated around the conference table, whispering quietly. On the wall-mounted screen at the front, a series of back-end trading data of the Fireflyer players were displayed. With only 5 minutes left until 10 o'clock, the most prominent sales number on the screen still reads 0. Jeff Bezos rushed into the conference room, having just finished a phone call with a vice president responsible for the logistics of the Fireflyer player in San Francisco. He took his seat, eagerly looking at the large screen on the wall. The other executives, who had previously been murmuring amongst themselves, quieted down as 2 administrative assistants stealthily distributed some materials. Just like the pivotal day 3 months ago when they implemented their hunger marketing strategy, today was another significant day for Amazon. From April until now, thanks to the hunger marketing for the Fireflyer player, Amazon not only captured attention, but also saw a substantial increase in website visibility, registration numbers, and sales figures. Before this, the company reported only $87 million in revenue for the first quarter, which was already impressive for an e-commerce website established less than 3 years prior. However, in the second quarter, propelled by the popularity generated from the Fireflyer marketing strategy, Amazon skyrocketed in revenues by 77%, reaching $154 million in just 3 months. Of this, the 150,000 Fireflyer players Amazon had underwritten contributed nearly $45 million in revenues. Though Jeff Bezos had always been a rather cocky individual, he could not deny the genius of Eric's skills in the online marketing of the Fireflyer player. Months prior, Amazon had begun negotiations with Morgan Stanley regarding their IPO, and the official listing date had been tentatively set for January of the following year. In March, Firefly Investments had injected another $100 million into Amazon in exchange for a third 5% stake, valuing the company at only $2 billion at the time. Now, with the Nasdaq continuing to rise, and more importantly, with Amazon's explosive growth in the second quarter, the company's valuation on Wall Street had doubled in just 6 months, reaching $4 billion. Although the Southeast Asian economic crisis could potentially impact the Nasdaq index, Jeff Bezos remained quite optimistic. If Amazon could maintain its current growth rate, the IPO stock price might very well double from its current valuation. The hunger marketing strategy for the Fireflyer undeniably propelled the company forward. If possible, Jeff Bezos hoped the hunger marketing for the Fireflyer player could continue until the end of the year. However, he understood that too much of a good thing could backfire. While hunger marketing could significantly heighten the website's attention and buzz in the short term, if users were unable to purchase a product for an extended time, their initial excitement would inevitably turn to disappointment or even disdain, something neither Firefly Electronics nor Amazon wished to see. He pondered these thoughts until an administrative assistant gently tapped him on the shoulder, bringing Jeff Bezos back to the moment. The clock on the big screen read 9:59. Everyone in the conference room set aside their thoughts and focused on the large screen in front of them. There was no particular notification sound or dramatic visuals. As soon as the clock struck 10, the simplistic yet prominent number on the screen began to shift rapidly. During the last pre-sale opportunity, all 5,000 Fireflyer players sold out in just 37 seconds. However, this time, even as pre-sales opened, the screen showed sales of the Fireflyer players surpassing 5,000 units within a minute. It wasn't until 7 minutes later that pre-sale numbers reached 20,000 units, at which point the rate of sales began to slow down. But this slowdown was merely relative, as the sales figure continued to increase at a rate of over 10 units per second. After the first expansion of production capacity for the Fireflyer player was complete, Amazon retained a third of the sales share, amounting to 150,000 units. Based on sales data from previous months, although it was still anticipated that Fireflyers would remain in high demand for a considerable time into the future, Amazon initially predicted that a supply of 150,000 units would adequately meet online orders. After all, e-commerce was still in its infancy, with most consumers preferring to purchase electronics through brick-and-mortar stores. In the 3 months prior, physical store prices for the Fireflyer had generally exceeded Amazon's by about $30, yet it did not deter enthusiastic purchases from retail customers at all. Therefore, as time passed, at 10:52, when the transaction volume on the big screen surpassed 50,000 units, Jeff Bezos's initial joy faded. He gradually realized that something was likely going wrong. Selling a month's worth of inventory in less than an hour seemed great on the surface. But if the stock prepared for an entire month vanished in a day, or even a few hours, what would Amazon have left to fulfill customer supply? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jeff Bezos sprang to his feet, waving his arms and shouting to everyone in the conference room, "Stop! Get them to stop selling. We can't sell anymore." The buzz surrounding the Spice Girls' talent search was beyond imagination, yet Eric's time in London remained relatively unaffected. He certainly wouldn't waste energy participating in the initial selections. That task fell under the responsibility of Simon Fuller, and he would only get involved at the final stages to finalize the candidates. Christina spent a week in London and returned to Los Angeles. Barry Weiss, the president of Firefly Records, hoped to leverage the popularity ignited by Casino Royale to have Christina release another single in preparation for her debut album next year. Though there weren't any concrete work plans at the moment, Eric stayed tuned into happenings outside his bubble. In addition to box office successes in North America's summer slate, Eric continued to monitor various affairs within the Firefly network, such as MGM's acquisition of E! Entertainment and Rainbow Media stakes, the salary negotiations between the 007 project team and Pierce Brosnan, Chris's foreign exchange maneuvers in Southeast Asia, and the next phase of sales for the Fireflyer player. He even made a trip north to Cambridge and to Nokia's headquarters in Finland to check on the ARM chip development progress and Nokia's operations. Despite being far from North America and the absence of women around him, life remained fulfilling. Due to the time difference, It was still daytime in North America while night had already fallen in London. Even though the 007 series had long been absorbed into Hollywood, the majority of British media still regarded it as a quintessential British film. Perhaps Casino Royale's immense success both in the North American and global box office stimulated a sense of pride among the British people. The film's second week in the UK experienced a smaller drop in box office receipts of just 33%, bringing in PS 14.27 million, equivalent to roughly $21.4 million at an exchange rate of PS1 to $1.50. In 2 weeks, the British box office for Casino Royale reached PS 35.57 million, $53.36 million, and with the current trends, the final UK box office was projected to surpass PS 60 million, $90 million. Though it could not compare to Titanic's PS 79.93 million, $119 million, which had just wrapped its run the previous month, securing the second highest box office in British film history seemed inevitable. In a private club in London's West End, a film industry party was taking place, hosted by the renowned Working Title Film Company. At the after-party for the London premiere of Casino Royale, Eric had previously crossed paths with a Working Title producer named Alison Owen. After witnessing Cate Blanchett's performance in the film, Alison expressed her desire to invite her to star in a project the company was developing. However, since Cate had signed an option agreement with Firefly, this decision required Firefly's approval. Luckily, Eric was in London at the time, so the script made its way to him. Coincidentally, the project turned out to be Elizabeth, a biopic about Queen Elizabeth I. The original timeline's Elizabeth had earned Cate Blanchett her first Oscar nomination for Best Actress. Furthermore, Elizabeth and Shakespeare in Love had premiered the same year, and both were heavyweights for the Oscars. However, facing Shakespeare in Love, which was backed by Miramax, the results for Elizabeth were predictable. Given that it had the potential to become an Oscar contender, Elizabeth was bound to be solid, and Cate Blanchett was excited about the role. Eric didn't oppose, and the final discussion concluded with Working Title and New Line co-investing in the film, with New Line overseeing global distribution outside the UK. During discussions around Elizabeth, Eric gradually grew more familiar with the Working Title leadership, leading to his attendance at today's party. Eric, I heard you're in the process of selecting a band. Care to share any surprises you have in store for us? Said Eric Fellner, the president of Working Title, as he stood chatting with Eric and a few others while holding a glass of red wine. Well, since it's a surprise, we can only reveal it at the last moment. But I can share a little early, Eric said with a smile, lowering his voice to heighten the suspense. It's a girl group. The other three paused briefly before bursting into laughter. The 19 Entertainment recruitment ad clearly specified the age range of 18 to 23, so it was naturally unlikely to be anything else. Eric Fellner nodded with a smile, commenting, "So, Eric, Firefly is planning to expand its record business in Europe, huh?" Eric shook his head, replying, "It's still just an idea. We intend to test the waters first. After all, Firefly doesn't have extensive experience in the music industry." Actually, Eric Fellner continued, the record industry has a corporate structure very similar to that of Hollywood film studios, and for Firefly to expand in this field, it's rather straightforward. Hearing this, Eric raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago, they were discussing the development of British cinema, and now Eric Fellner had suddenly shifted the topic to the Spice Girls selection, making Eric feel something was amiss. As he contemplated this, a warm voice broke through. "Hey Eric, good evening." Eric turned around to see Barbara Broccoli approaching in a black evening gown, a radiant smile on her face. He reciprocated the smile, carefully holding his wine glass as he embraced her. It wasn't surprising in the UK film circle to see Barbara Broccoli here, given her role as a producer for the 007 series. After exchanging pleasantries with Eric, Barbara nodded to the others and asked, "So what are we all chatting about?" Eric Fellner responded with a smile, "Of course about Casino Royale, Barbara. You did an amazing job this time." "Hey, with Eric here, your compliment will embarrass me," she laughed. "Ha ha." Another round of laughter followed. As they chatted casually, Barbara noticed Eric was alone and teasingly remarked, "Eric, I didn't expect you'd come here alone. Do you need me to accompany you for a dance?" Without missing a beat, Eric extended his hand. Of course, it would be my honor. Barbara has only made a jest, but when she saw Eric reach for her hand, she didn't refuse. Handing her wine to a nearby server, she nodded her goodbye to the others and followed Eric to the dance floor. As Eric wrapped his arm around her waist, Barbara placed her arm around him but leaned in to whisper, "Just to be clear, Eric, even if you can't find a girl tonight, don't think of me." As they danced to the music, Eric replied, "Barbara, I'm terribly saddened by what you just said." I'm just giving you a friendly warning. You're just not my type." "Oh, it seems I'm too handsome for you, and you prefer the rugged type?" "No, you're too old. I like them younger." "Well, my heart just shattered a little. But if I recall correctly, you're actually older than I am." Barbara interrupted, "Hey, Eric, don't be rude." "Oh, I'm sorry." Eric quickly stopped, then asked, "By the way, Barbara, do you know Eric Fellner well?" "Not too much, you know. The circle in the UK is just that small." "Do you know which record company he's affiliated with?" Barbara thought for a moment, shook her head, then seemed to realize something and laughed. "I don't know which record company Eric Fellner is connected to, but Working Title has a significant relationship with one. Oh, a very big one." Chapter 894, 896. Not worth it. Eric had a rough idea of what was happening and continued to ask, "Which record company?" "Polygram. You know, the one based in the Netherlands." "I remember. It was around 1992 when Polygram invested in Working Title, becoming the largest shareholder of the film company. One of the founders of Working Title, who I believe was named Tim Bevan, left the company out of dissatisfaction with the deal made by the other partners. Polygram then brought Eric Fellner on board as president, and he's been there ever since." Barbara Broccoli shared as she recounted what she knew. She then curiously asked, "Eric, why are you asking about this?" Eric was somewhat surprised. While Firefly Electronics had launched the Fireflyer player and had been in talks with major record companies about online music sales, he hadn't been paying much attention to the movements of the major record labels. He originally thought Polygram might have been acquired by other big players. From what he remembered, after 2000, the name Polygram seemed to have faded away. Listening to Barbara, it was clear that this hadn't happened yet. As he organized the scattered information in his mind, Eric said, "Just before you came over to say hello, I think Eric Fellner was hinting that Polygram might be up for sale." "I hadn't heard that before," Barbara said, shaking her head. "But this should be a good opportunity. Drew gave me a Fireflyer player a while back, and I think it's pretty great. I just wish there were more songs available at the music store. It's a hassle to have to buy CDs to rip songs. If you had Polygram, the song selection in your online music store would surely increase significantly." Eric nodded with a smile, but internally, he grasped the situation better. If Barbara could see the shortcomings of Yahoo Music Store in terms of content, it was certain that Polygram would notice this as well. While he wasn't entirely sure about Polygram's current status, it was clearly connected to what Eric Fellner had just mentioned. Eric had always hoped that by promoting the MP3 player on a large scale, it would push the major record companies to actively seek out partnerships with online music stores. However, the lack of content at Yahoo Music Store was indeed a headache. After all, even if he didn't care much for the fate of the entire record industry, if users couldn't purchase legitimate music online and were forced to turn to piracy, the MP3 players would face increasing pressure from public opinion. Resolute, he decided to gather some information on Polygram. Eric and Barbara casually chatted about other topics. Before the dance track ended, Eric noticed his assistant, Peter Rich, signaling to him with a mobile phone in hand. Eric nodded towards Peter, saying, "Sorry, Barbara, but Peter might have something urgent for me." "Of course, no problem." Barbara smiled and shook her head, releasing Eric, and together they left the dance floor. As Eric approached Peter, he took the phone and said, "Mr. Williams, there's a call from San Francisco. It's Mr. McNally, and he insists you answer it personally." Eric nodded and smiled at Barbara one last time as he put the phone to his ear and walked toward the banquet hall's entrance. Although the call came from Victor McNally, the CEO of Firefly Electronics, it was related to Amazon. By now, it was close to 10 o'clock in London, while it was still early afternoon on the West Coast. The situation stemmed from the morning's announcement that Amazon had opened pre-orders for the Fireflyer player. At 10 o'clock that morning, Amazon officially launched pre-sales to users. Unexpectedly, within just 52 minutes, sales skyrocketed beyond 50,000 units, a figure that far exceeded Amazon's expectations. Sensing something was amiss, Jeff Bezos quickly paused the pre-sale. Upon investigation, they discovered that, due to retail stores selling the Firefly player for an average of $30 more than Amazon's price, many customers, likely physical retailers, were viewing Amazon as a wholesale platform for the Firefly player. Some users even crazily ordered 1,000 units at once, while orders of 50 or 100 units were countless. Ultimately, of the 50,000 pre-sale units, only about 7,000 came from regular customers. The rest were large orders. In truth, before opening pre-orders, Amazon had contemplated this issue. During the previous rush phase, Amazon had set a purchase limit of 2 units per customer. However, Amazon's management felt that, with a significant increase in Firefly production capability, the market demand might not remain so urgent, and they assumed retail prices would gradually align with online prices. Thus, they neglected to impose any purchasing limits. This decision led to the chaotic situation of rampant, bulk buying after pre-orders opened. Clearly, physical retailers had tasted enough profits from selling the Firefly player in its initial months and were now looking for alternative avenues since they couldn't obtain enough stock from Firefly Electronics. It was predictable that during the buying frenzy Amazon had conducted earlier, many of these same buyers were involved. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for 5,000 units to sell out in less than a minute. After all, securing a Firefly player could yield at least a $30 profit, which was a very lucrative business. With the error made, Amazon now needed to find a solution. Canceling those large orders wasn't an option. While the motives of these buyers were questionable, since Amazon hadn't set limits beforehand, they couldn't be considered to be breaking any rules. Placing the company's mistake on the users could lead to lawsuits, and it would be impossible to win. Moreover, it would damage the company's credibility. After pausing pre-sales for an hour, Amazon implemented a 2-unit purchase limit for each customer, and the transaction page finally reopened. However, the immediate effect of selling those 50,000 units would certainly impact Amazon's ongoing supply. Moreover, even with the new restrictions in place, bypassing them would be simple enough if someone had enough patience. They could just register multiple accounts. The key to solving this issue ultimately lay with Firefly Electronics. Consequently, Jeff Bezos urgently flew from Seattle to San Francisco to meet with Victor McNally, explaining his predicament and requesting that Firefly Electronics increase their monthly supply to Amazon by at least 50,000 units. All retailers across the U.S. were in line waiting for supply from Firefly Electronics. Giving Amazon an additional 50,000 units would undoubtedly lead to resentment from retail outlets. Naturally, Victor McNally was reluctant to agree to Jeff Bezos' demands. Bill Olson, who was somewhat impatient, even got into an argument with Bezos. Finally, Bezos proposed calling Eric to make the final decision. Seeing Bezos' determination to stay in San Francisco, Victor McNally had no choice but to call Eric in London. After initially understanding the situation over the phone, Eric returned to his residence on Kensington Garden Street, joining Victor McNally and Jeff Bezos for a video conference late into the night. With Eric mediating, the two sides finally reached a compromise. Amazon's supply would increase by 25,000 units, and that was as far as they could go in resolving the issue. In truth, Eric felt helpless. The technology of the Firefly player wasn't particularly advanced, but it was still a new electronic product. Unlike CD players or mobile phones, which had been around for years, Firefly was not something that could simply ramp up production within months just by contacting the right manufacturers. Because it was a new product, the supply of components was limited, and the assembly plants and production lines needed to be built from the ground up, not to mention staff training and various other issues. Achieving a rapid increase in production would take several times longer than traditional electronic products. While the video conference had temporarily resolved the issues between Firefly Electronics and Amazon, Eric found that he had lost the desire to remain in London and decided to return to the US. There were simply too many pressing matters back home that needed his personal attention. The selection for the Spice Girls wouldn't be completed in just 2 or 3 months. He figured he could swing by again when it was time. So, the next day, Eric boarded the Boeing 767 rented by Drew from Los Angeles' ALC company. Pleased with his London trip, Eric's group signed a long-term lease agreement with ALC for the Boeing 767, planning to use it until the delivery of their own Boeing 747. Although the monthly rental fee was a staggering $650,000, not including fuel and other flying costs, Eric didn't object. Sure, $650,000 a month might be hard for an ordinary millionaire to swallow, but for him, it was manageable. After all, once the several planes they planned to purchase were delivered, and 2 private airports were established on the east and west coasts, the annual maintenance and upkeep expenses would run into the tens of millions. The night before, when he left the party, Eric instructed Peter Rich to gather some information on Polygram. Although time was tight, Peter managed to prepare several documents on Polygram before Eric's flight. The Boeing 767 took off from Heathrow Airport, and after a brief adjustment period, the plane cruised smoothly across the Atlantic. Eric settled into a luxurious suite by the window and began reviewing the materials on Polygram. Just as he hadn't anticipated that the company behind working title would be Polygram, Eric was equally surprised to find out that Philips from the Netherlands was actually Polygram's majority shareholder. His impression of Philips was mostly limited to their shavers and maybe DVD players. However, after reading through the reports, Eric found that, at the time, Philips was indeed a substantial company in the Netherlands, involved in a wide array of businesses including medical equipment, lighting, consumer appliances, and media entertainment. It was essentially a mini General Electric. In 1996, Philips' annual revenue reached 108.5 billion Dutch guilders, which was nearly $37 billion. Philips' foray into the record industry was similar to Japan's Sony, aiming to promote its own music player products. In the early 80s, Polygram was co-owned by Philips and Germany's Siemens, and later, Philips fully acquired Siemens's shares in the company by the end of the 80s and listed it on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange. At that point, Philips still held 75% of Polygram's shares, with the other 15% coming from publicly traded stock. With recent stock prices considered, Polygram's market value reached $9.7 billion. Just seeing that figure made Eric abandon any thoughts of acquiring Polygram. Not because he couldn't afford it, but because it simply wasn't worth it. With a market value of $9.7 billion, the final transaction amount would certainly be no lower than $10 billion. Though Firefly could easily acquire the record company using a combination of cash and stock, if the goal was only for the song copyrights held by Polygram, this would be akin to Sony in the original timeline buying MGM to promote their Blu-ray format. Sony purchased MGM, but within a few years, the streaming era arrived. Neither Sony's Blu-ray nor Toshiba's HD format gained traction, turning out to be pointless in the long run. Now, with the rise of the internet, there was no need to wait years. The digital music era was already upon them. Moreover, based on Polygram's 1996 annual financial report, the record giant's operating income for that year was $3.6 billion, but the net profit was only $337.8 million. Even if the record industry didn't decline, spending $10 billion to buy this company would take 30 years to recoup the investment. Chapter 895-897, 3 consecutive parts. Back in Hollywood, Eric had a pressing issue to resolve: MGM's contract negotiations with Pierce Brosnan regarding his salary. The monumental success of Casino Royale not only raked in significant profits for MGM, but also pushed its market value past the $12 billion mark. Additionally, it prompted Pierce Brosnan, who portrayed James Bond, to demand what could very well be the first ever Hollywood salary contract with a base pay of $20 million plus 20% of the profits, and he was willing to sign for only one film at a time. Considering the box office for Casino Royale, this contract's value approached $70 million, and in recent years, A-list stars in Hollywood averaged salaries of less than $20 million. Such a demand was utterly outrageous, and MGM could hardly agree. Before Eric's emergence, the highest recorded salary for an actor in Hollywood remained Jack Nicholson's $50 million for Batman, which had been a mere fluke. Stars like Tom Cruise and Mel Gibson, who starred in and produced their films, often received paychecks in the $20 to $30 million range per project. Although Casino Royale's global box office soared towards $1 billion, everyone understood that Eric's involvement, along with the popularity of MGM's spy movie universe, was the key to the film's success. Brosnan's significance was not as substantial as it seemed. With the release of Casino Royale, MGM concluded the first half of the first phase of its spy movie universe, successfully establishing the entire world for the franchise. The plan included another 6 films in the second half of the first phase of the spy movie universe. As of now, Charlie's Angels 3 had entered production and was expected to be released during the summer blockbuster season next year. Meanwhile, Mission Impossible 3 was in an intense pre-production phase, tentatively scheduled for release at the end of next year. The leading roles had already been confirmed for these films, and for the time being, there wouldn't be any salary disputes. However, if Brosnan's salary issues weren't resolved promptly, the other 4 planned films, Bond 19, Charlie's Angels 4, Mission Impossible 4, and Bond 20, were likely to face significant delays due to MGM's protracted salary negotiations with the leads. Amy Pascal and Brosnan's agent had been negotiating for about half a month. Perhaps believing they were in control of MGM, the other party reluctantly agreed to reduce the profit-sharing clause to 15%, but they showed no willingness to budge on the $20 million base salary. Eric didn't want a contract negotiation to drag on for months, or even a year, so he decided to intervene personally. At the Brentwood Country Club golf course in Santa Monica, not far from Playa Vista, Amy, who had a membership card for the club, suggested arranging the meeting with Brosnan there. Since he was back in Los Angeles on a Monday, Eric had a routine breakfast with Katzenberg. They hadn't finished discussing some matters when Eric brought him along. On the course, Eric swung and missed again, ignoring the giggles from the nearby Drew. Bending down to adjust his golf ball on the ground, he turned to Katzenberg and said, "So, do you understand why I signed Stewart and the others to long-term contracts? If we hadn't, the situation we faced in the future would be worse than what MGM is dealing with now. Those are a group of superstars capable of destroying the planet, all of them demanding astronomical salaries. Then Firefly would just be working for them." Katzenberg glanced at Drew and Amy, who were chatting nearby. He asked, "I'm just curious, how do you plan to resolve this?" Eric steadied his ball, swung again, and watched it soar through the air, walking toward the point where it landed with Katzenberg. He didn't directly respond to the question but remarked, "Everyone should understand who the real power in Hollywood is." Katzenberg shook his head, feeling helpless. "But, Eric, this will lead even more A-list stars to refuse to work with us." "You still don't get it, Jeffrey," Eric replied. "At least here at Firefly, the era of the superstar has already ended prematurely. The next 20 years, or even longer, will be the era of technology and special effects. The Marvel Cinematic Universe we are brewing at Firefly, the Lord of the Rings series MGM, is about to kick off, and many other projects are built on the selling points of visual effects and the story itself. While having A-list stars on board can enhance the project, they're not essential." Katzenberg didn't entirely agree with Eric, but nodded nonetheless. Turning to see Drew and Amy hitting balls not far away, he asked, "So, Eric, do you have plans for your next movie? You know everyone is asking me to find out." In the past few days, while the box office pressure from Casino Royale had diminished significantly in its third week, Firefly Group's third film, Tarzan, had still struggled to perform adequately at the box office. Although critics were favorable, the film had only earned a bit over $16 million in its opening weekend, which was half of what MGM's Scream 2 had earned during the same period. With Rachel Weisz's character as the opening kill, Scream 2 grossed $32.92 million during its first 3 days. Given Scream 2's budget of just $24 million, MGM could recover its costs within the first week. In comparison, Firefly's Tarzan had a production budget of $55 million. Considering the underperforming Bad Boys 2 and the similarly mediocre Con Air, Firefly's ventures in live-action films this year could almost be described as a complete disaster. The only remaining release was New Line's Final Destination 2, but that couldn't be counted as mainstream. So even with Finding Nemo, a potential global blockbuster poised to dominate the summer box office, Firefly's executives found it hard to be optimistic. especially since Eric had directed Casino Royale, which achieved such remarkable success. For my next film, Eric said thoughtfully, after the British girl group gets assembled, I'd like to direct a music video, a really interesting one. Katzenberg couldn't help but grimace, wanting to shout, Eric, can we do something serious? In fact, had Eric been his subordinate rather than his boss, Katzenberg, with his temper, probably would have yelled it out. Seeing Katzenberg's uncomfortable expression, Eric chuckled and reassured him. All right, Jeffrey, there's no need to rush. Look at it this way. Casino Royale is certainly going to reach the $1 billion mark globally. Since I've already managed to direct 2 films with a global clearance of $1 billion, if my next film can maintain this box office level, wouldn't that be even better? Katzenberg involuntarily imagined the scenario Eric described, feeling his facial muscles twitching. You mean, 3 in a row, hitting $1 billion each? Eric nodded. Yeah, I still really want to surpass the box office record Jim set, but ultimately, I can't achieve his level of detail and passion. I will settle for quantity over quality. If I can pull off 3 consecutive films, each grossing $1 billion worldwide, that would certainly count as a milestone. All right, Katzenberg said. Though he felt Eric's plan was a bit far-fetched, he didn't doubt Eric's ability to pull off such a miracle. Just as he nodded, he quickly added, But Eric, you must ensure that the next film belongs to Firefly. Of course, that's a given, Eric replied with a smile, waving over to Natasha, who was serving as a caddy some distance away, changing clubs, and continued, And I won't make everyone wait too long. As they chatted while playing, Drew and Amy walked over, leading a middle-aged man around 40 years old. As they approached, Amy started to speak when the man extended his hand for an introduction. Mr. Williams, hello. I'm Pierce's agent, Rick Cosman. Eric politely shook the man's hand. I remember mentioning that I wanted Pierce to come along himself. I'm really sorry, Mr. Williams, Rick Cosman said, showing genuine difficulty without a hint of awkwardness on his face. Pierce has an urgent matter and can't make it. He specifically instructed me to express his apologies to you. To avoid making negotiations too tense, stars typically don't show up in person. That way, if something goes wrong, both sides can maintain some leeway. Eric understood the rules well and wasn't upset. After Rick Cosman greeted Katzenberg, he said, Seeing it this way, let's be forthright. MGM wants to sign Pierce for 4 films at once, 2 main entries and 2 crossover films. At this point, Rick Cosman interrupted. Mr. Williams, that isn't possible. We only intend to sign 1 film contract with MGM at a time. Eric shot Rick Cosman a glance, waiting for him to recognize the situation and keep quiet before continuing. For the 4-film deal, I have 2 compensation proposals. First, for each of the 2 main entries, $20 million. For the crossover films, $15 million each, totaling $70 million. If Pierce chooses this option, MGM can pay the entire amount up front. Second, the base salary for all 4 films would be $10 million, with Pierce earning 10% of the box office profits from the main entries and 5% from the crossover profits. Rick Cosman couldn't help but open his mouth several times, but held back each time. After Eric finished, he could no longer contain himself and quickly shook his head. Mr. Williams, this offer is utterly insincere. We will not agree to it. You must realize, Casino Royale can yield $1 billion for MGM. Indeed, Eric replied thoughtfully, looking at Rick Cosman with a subtle smile. It seems you understand this well. That Casino Royale brought MGM $1 billion in ticket sales, not Pierce Brosnan. Rick Cosman hadn't anticipated trapping himself with his own words, but accustomed to such situations, he kept a steady expression and insisted. However, in terms of profits brought by Pierce's starring roles in 007, I believe we deserve sufficient compensation. Eric gently held a golf club, appearing to agree as he nodded. In that case, I recommend you opt for the second compensation plan. I believe that way, Pierce will surely end up with more. It's entirely possible he would earn $100 million by the end. Upon hearing the $100 million figure, Rick Cosman's heart skipped a beat. If that were the case, he could earn $10 million in commission as an agent. No agent had ever earned $10 million from a single client in Hollywood, not even the former Michael Ovitz. However, After a brief moment of hesitation, Rick quickly regained his composure and realized another point. Eric would likely be confident about the box office for the upcoming films. If so, MGM would be even less likely to let Brosnan go. Feeling pleased to have found another bargaining chip, Rick smiled. Mr. Williams, I previously mentioned that Pierce would only sign one contract at a time with MGM, and your compensation is certainly not acceptable. I think you've misunderstood something, Rick, Eric countered. I'm not negotiating with you right now. I'm informing you of my decision. Rick Cosman was taken aback, looking at Drew and Amy beside him, before smiling and shaking his head. Mr. Williams, it seems we aren't reaching any agreement today. Eric ignored Rick's glance towards the girl and Amy, continuing. Of course, I also don't have time to drag this matter out for too long. Go back and have a chat with Pierce. You have one day to consider. Tomorrow at this time, if MGM doesn't receive a firm response, we will issue an announcement starting the selection process for a new bond. Oh, and let's forget about that remaining contract with Pierce based on intent. Everyone can part ways amicably. Rick Cosman stared at Eric in silence for a few seconds before decisively nodding. All right, then I will convey this to Pierce. Saying this, Rick Cosman made no further delay, nodding to the others before turning and walking away from the golf course. He was confident that MGM wouldn't easily replace Bond, believing Eric's words were merely a tactic to force their hand regarding the contract. So he didn't feel it necessary to drag it out. He was certain that even if they didn't provide a response tomorrow, MGM wouldn't make the news of a Bond replacement public, especially since MGM's market value had recently shot up to $12 billion due to Casino Royale's success. If MGM dared to let Pierce go at this moment, the stock price could very well drop. This would be particularly harmful considering MGM was soon seeking to finance acquisitions of various cable stations. After Rick Cosman walked away, Katzenberg, who had been quietly listening, looked at Amy Pascal, who appeared worried. He cautiously asked Eric, Eric, isn't this bet a bit too big? Eric lightly swung his club, sending the small ball rolling toward the distant hole. I'm not betting on anything. If Brosnan doesn't accept the contract, then so be it. If we choose to back down this time, Kevin Costner and Kate and others will all demand similar fee structures. At that point, actor salaries could surpass production costs, and with profits extensively divided, we wouldn't have a reason to continue the entire plan. Instead of that, it's better to be firm now, so others won't try to extort. Moreover, compared to the other two franchises, replacing the actor for Bond is actually the least risky, as this series has already switched Bonds several times before. Now, Amy, please don't look so worried. If it comes to it, I'll continue serving as the producer for Bond 19. So, how is your negotiation with Cablevision regarding Rainbow Media going? Meanwhile, Rick Cosman distanced himself from Eric and company, suppressing an urge to glance back. His strides were steady, but he felt an odd surge of anger, or perhaps confusion about his emotions. By the time he exited the golf course, he even felt a slight tremor within himself. $70 million fixed salary, $40 million base plus royalties. Well, yes, that was indeed a vast sum of money, but this was for 4 films. Perhaps, all right, but they absolutely couldn't afford to lose Pierce. No way. With such a firm belief, Rick Cosman arrived at the parking lot, sliding into his gray Chevrolet, where Pierce Brosnan looked over at him with anticipation from the passenger side. Rick, what's the update? Shaking his head, Rick Cosman suddenly decided not to share Eric's conditions with Brosnan. After all, MGM surely wouldn't dare make any announcement tomorrow, and mentioning it might undermine his client's confidence. So he said, still no results, Pierce. Let's head back to Century City for now. Noting a strange expression from his agent, Brosnan pressed further. What did Eric say? Rick Cosman calmly started the car, replying, same old story. Hoping you'll lower your salary. He even threw in some emotional appeals. Don't worry, I'll continue reaching out to Amy Pascal. She should be our point of breakthrough. Seeing his agent had started the car, Brosnan had no choice but to stop his questioning. Initially, he had intended to accompany Rick to meet Eric, but had been persuaded by his agent to remain in the car. Since entering Hollywood, Rick had always been Brosnan's agent, and their working relationship had flourished over the years, leaving Brosnan with no suspicion that Rick would hide anything from him. Chapter 896, 898, A Turning Point. The next morning at the Firefly headquarters in Burbank. As the magical film project that Disney would focus on for the next decade, Eric had already sent the manuscript of the first Harry Potter book from the UK to Los Angeles. He distributed it among several key executives at Firefly, hoping they could familiarize themselves with the novel's content in advance. At the same time, Eric had personally discussed the project several times with Murdoch. HarperCollins, under News Corp, was set to release the series' first book, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, in early September across English-speaking countries like the UK, the US, and Australia. Once it gained enough traction, Firefly Group planned to invest ample media resources into promoting the book abroad. Although the film project wouldn't officially kick off until the Harry Potter novel proved to be influential, executives like Katzenberg and Frank Wells, who had read the novel, were optimistic about the story. They decided to hold a special meeting to discuss and create a detailed film and theme park development plan. Unlike traditional fairy tales like Snow White or Cinderella, the Harry Potter series has a significant advantage by evoking empathy. The novel is set in modern-day London, creating an illusion for readers that the story unfolds right around them, which maximally attracts their interest. Simultaneously, it narrates exciting adventures in a magical world. Unlike the bizarre Alice in Wonderland, this story feels more relatable because, throughout our lives, we've heard countless tales about wizards and magic, Eric explained as he briefly outlined his enthusiasm for the story. Suddenly, there were a few knocks at the conference room door, interrupting his thoughts. Eric looked displeased as he noticed his assistant, Kelly Haynes, apologetically pushing the door open, signaling him urgently. With Peter Rich already on assignment at FFM TV and waiting for a new assistant to be selected, Kelly was temporarily fulfilling that role. Eric gestured for everyone to wait and stepped outside the conference room. "Kelly, what's going on?" he asked. Kelly handed him her phone, explaining, "It's Amy on the line." Eric brought the phone to his ear, greeting, "Hello." Amy Pascal urgently began speaking on the other end. Listening quietly as Amy spoke, Eric frowned slightly but hesitated little before responding. "In that case, let's proceed as I mentioned yesterday. Call Yahoo and have them release a statement. There's nothing to discuss. I'll explain things to Barbara." "The board?" "Huh. Amy, this is Hollywood. We're in charge here. After you release the statement, contact Kepler to start looking for a new Bond actor. Kevin Costner seems to be with CAA too. This means the script for Mission Impossible 3 still needs adjustments to include more roles that might replace Ethan Hunt." "All right, I'm hanging up now." Listening to Eric's conversation with Amy, Kelly inferred something was amiss. As she took the phone back from Eric, she noticed him deep in thought and cautiously said, "Eric, are you really going to replace Brosnan?" Gathering his thoughts, Eric nodded. "Yeah, you heard correctly." Kelly visibly showed her concern. "But won't that have a big impact?" "Of course, it will have an impact, but it isn't as dire as you think. The spy film universe is already established. The audience's interest in the series isn't significantly lower than in its leads," Eric explained. Seeing that Kelly's worries didn't seem to ease, he added with a smile, "Look, I've agreed to Brosnan's pay conditions. If we want to continue merging several major series, the other cast salaries will skyrocket too. In fact, the production costs for upcoming films might approach $200 million. Furthermore, the profit shares the lead's demand would likely total no less than 30% of each movie's earnings. Even if the next 6 installments grossed $1 billion worldwide, there wouldn't be much profit left for us, not to mention the unrealistic expectations. Should any one of them underperform at the box office, the entire series could collapse. Replacing Brosnan now minimizes risk while showcasing MGM's determination, making the other leads less confident as they demand higher pay. In reality, Eric's decision had a deeper motivation. He had suddenly realized this could become a turning point. Within Firefly's structure, the traditional profit distribution rules in Hollywood were no longer applicable. Beyond Firefly's system, major movie companies were either publicly traded or controlled by conglomerates that held little actual power over Hollywood. This meant that when launching a film, the executives and creative teams hardly considered the interests of shareholders and investors. Take Warner Brothers' production of Lethal Weapon 4, for instance. Joel Silver's production company was behind it, with a whopping $140 million budget primarily funded by the speculative money that had poured into Hollywood in recent years. Thus, this film, with anticipated global earnings of only around $300 million, saw Mel Gibson as the lead taking home a staggering $30 million. Producer Joel Silver also enjoyed an $8 million salary plus a share of the box office. Other key artists, including directors, screenwriters, and supporting characters, received generous payouts as well. In the end, Warner Brothers would not see a penny of profit from the film and could only hope to recoup some losses through DVD sales and television rights. Moreover, under Hollywood's unique financial setup, it was uncertain whether external investors would even see their $140 million back. The returns for film funds orchestrated on Wall Street, which guided European and Asian money to Hollywood, averaged less than 10% annually, and losses were common. Ultimately, within the entire project, Mel Gibson gained immensely, Joel Silver profited well, and other key players made money too. The executives at Time Warner responsible for this project would surely collect their fair share of salaries and bonuses, and the film's box office success would help beautify Time Warner's revenue report, leaving everyone satisfied. The only ones who benefited not at all were Time Warner shareholders and the investors who provided the production budget, as they didn't belong to Hollywood and couldn't claim their piece of the cake. Due to this closed financial operation system, Firefly inadvertently played the roles of both shareholders and investors, the latter two being sidelined within Hollywood's profit chain. In the original timeline, even years later, countless gullible investors flocked to Hollywood with their cash, but because they could never gain enough power to alter the rules, most returned home after losing substantial amounts. While Sony Pictures limped along largely as a cash cow for Hollywood stars like Will Smith and Adam Sandler, who often ranked high on the worst value for money lists. Now, having a firm grip on two major film companies in Hollywood and maintaining strong influence over another, Fox, as well as possessing ample power to change the rules, Eric could not allow this situation to persist. The first priority for change was the increasingly unreasonable skyrocketing salaries of Hollywood stars. Perhaps the process of changing the rules might lead to some setbacks. But if nothing were changed and the situation continued to develop unchecked, Firefly would not only lose an increasing share of profits that should belong to the film company, but it would also lack the fundamental ability to gain control over Hollywood. As for the stars, many may have forgotten that all of Hollywood's top actors were created through the investments made by major studios and films. Moreover, Firefly, focusing on effects and animated films, had a lower dependency on stars than many other companies. On that same morning, at the Sunset Tower Hotel in Beverly Hills, Pierce Brosnan was attending a new product launch for Omega Watches, having recently secured a deal as the brand's spokesperson. After following the customary product showcase, he entered the media Q&A segment, where the discussion naturally turned to Casino Royale and the next Bond film. As for the plot of Bond 19, I haven't seen the script yet, and even if I had, I couldn't discuss it freely, haha. Let's stick to some other questions, Brosnan responded, exuding charm and skillfully handling reporters' inquiries. Though his contract for the sequel was still under negotiation, he never thought about giving up the role. After all, since he first appeared on the big screen in the 1980s, it had taken him over a decade to reach today's peak in his career. How could he simply let it go? Besides, he was nearly 45 years old. Although Hollywood male actors typically enjoyed longer careers than female counterparts, at his age, there were very few mainstream blockbuster roles suitable for him outside of Bond. After answering a question, just as the host was about to select the next one, at least 10 cell phones abruptly erupted into ringing, the somewhat monotonous and jarring sounds echoing throughout the room. Brosnan was startled, and the host looked visibly embarrassed as he clutched the microphone and awkwardly joked, "All right. Perhaps we're under attack by Martians, but let's finish this press conference before Earth is destroyed." Amidst shared laughter, the journalists with ringing phones promptly silenced them. However, other staff members instinctively ducked out of the way to answer their calls. Just as the host had identified the next questioner and handed over the mic, Brosnan's public relations manager, Sarah Lynn Dirt, hurried to the stage with a panic-stricken expression. Ignoring the shock from those present, She leaned in to whisper urgently in Brosnan's ear. Almost immediately, Brosnan shot to his feet. Realizing he had acted out of turn, Brosnan mumbled an apology and hastily exited the stage. At that moment, the journalists in the audience understood that the earlier phone calls must be related to Brosnan and that something significant had occurred. They scrambled to call back their sources. In the hallway outside the conference room, Brosnan hurried toward the elevator, followed closely by Paul Derrick, president of Omega's North America division, who had also received a call. "Pierce, what's going on? If you don't plan to continue playing Bond, you shouldn't have signed with us. That's simply fraud, and we have the right to terminate the contract and seek damages." Derrick pressed, his voice quick and sharp. Brosnan, flanked by his publicist, entered the elevator frantically pressing buttons, his expression equally troubled. "I'm sorry, Paul, but I have no idea what's happening. Can you give me some time?" Derrick wanted to press for more information, but noticed Brosnan's bewildered look and finally conceded. "Okay, but you need to get back to me quickly." Brosnan nodded, pressed buttons again, and suddenly remembered something. Before the elevator doors closed, he yanked his publicist back out. "Sarah, call Rick, now." Okay, Sarah responded, quickly rummaging through her handbag for her phone. She also passed him his phone, which she had been holding onto to avoid disrupting the earlier presentation. However, as soon as she retrieved it, both phones rang almost simultaneously. As if the situation weren't chaotic enough, before either of them could take a call, the pursuing journalists from the Omega event had dashed out after them. "Mr. Brosnan, is it true that Yahoo just released a statement? Pierce, did you really turn down a $100 million package deal from MGM? Pierce, it seems you just received that news. Is there any hidden story here?" Excuse me. Sorry, we can't comment on this right now. Could everyone please clear a path? We'll provide a response to the media as soon as possible." Amid the uproar, it took Brosnan and his publicist a half-hour finally to arrive at CAA's headquarters in Century City. By then, MGM's announcement via Yahoo, "Brosnan exits 007 role. Bond 19 will be recast," had already spread throughout Hollywood. Chapter 897, 899, The Crisis at CAA. Century City, CAA headquarters. CAA President Richard Lovett completely lost his usual composure. Ignoring the astonished looks of other employees, he almost sprinted into the office building with two assistants in tow, still on the phone, saying, "Pierce, you need to stay calm. It's not as bad as you think. I'm downstairs. Yes, I'll be there soon." Saying this, he rushed to the elevator entrance. Remembering there was no cell phone signal in the elevator, Richard immediately headed for the stairwell. He took a phone from one of the assistants, who had answered it just in time. "This is Richard Lovett." "Hi, Kevin. I know, something's definitely gone wrong. There's bound to be some misunderstanding. Don't worry, I'm personally handling you. You trust me, don't you?" Okay, we'll talk later over dinner." As he received a string of phone calls along the way, Richard realized he had unconsciously run to his own office floor. Cursing under his breath, he glared at his two assistants, who had forgotten to remind him, before turning and rushing back downstairs. This morning, Richard had been negotiating a packaged film project at Warner's Burbank headquarters when he suddenly caught wind that MGM was dropping Pierce Brosnan and would be recasting 007. He initially thought it was a joke. Considering that Casino Royale was on track for nearly $1 billion at the box office, any salary negotiations between MGM and Brosnan would surely face some turbulence. But the whole of Hollywood wouldn't believe the two sides would split. It wasn't until his assistant brought him a printout of a Yahoo article that Richard accepted it as real. Then, another piece of news broke, causing him to leap out of his chair and head for the exit. As it turned out, Pierce Brosnan himself was unaware that MGM had decided to drop him. The decision was made entirely by Brosnan's agent, Rick Cosman, who had unilaterally rejected MGM's lucrative contract, potentially worth $100 million, without even informing Brosnan. God, $100 million. CAA usually negotiated around $1 billion for all of its thousands of clients in total earnings each year. Rick Cosman had effectively jeopardized nearly 10% of CAA's annual income by sabotaging this deal. Even if they lost that contract, while it would be a huge disappointment, the situation wouldn't be dire. The worst part was that Cosman had made the decision to turn down that monumental contract without consulting his own client. If this news got out, it would severely tarnish CAA's reputation amongst clients. In the agency business, if a firm lost a client's trust and suffered a mass exodus, closing up shop wouldn't be far behind. As it happened, rumors were already spreading through Hollywood. On his way back to the headquarters from Burbank, Richard had received 7 or 8 calls from important clients inquiring about the situation. If the crisis wasn't handled well, CAA's competitors would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to poach clients. 3 years earlier, when Michael Ovitz left, CAA experienced a rough patch. It had only just begun to recover, and it couldn't withstand any more turmoil. After exhausting himself running up and down 12 floors, Richard wiped the sweat from his forehead as he finally arrived at the 9th floor, where Rick Cosman's office was. As he crossed the open office area, Richard spotted Rick heading toward him with a tissue pressed to his eye, but there was no sign of Brosnan. Upon seeing Richard, Rick quickened his pace, looking apologetic. "Richard, I'm truly sorry, I didn't think." Before he could finish his sentence, Richard seized Rick by the neck and dragged him over to the glass wall. Rick was taller than Richard, but he knew he had caused a huge mess. Faced with his boss's aggression, he didn't dare protest, like a defeated little chick being led away. The other CAA employees held their breath and quickly turned their eyes away to avoid witnessing the scene. "Rick, I don't want to hear your apologies right now." Arriving at the glass wall, Richard pushed Rick's head down, leaning into his ear and speaking rapidly in a menacing tone. "Listen, I know about your little stunt during the Coca-Cola ad contract negotiations. I also know you pocketed $100,000 when you recommended a spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson, plus that mansion you just bought in Beverly Hills with a $3 million mortgage to pay off. So, what I need you to do now is find some place to hide for the next month. If I hear any whisper of you, or if you reach out to the media, believe me, I'll ruin you and send you straight to prison. Your wife, who used to model for Sports Illustrated, and your daughter who's about to go to Stanford? Without your financial support, there'll be nothing. I'll make sure they end up in the dirtiest strip club in Los Angeles." "Got it. Good. Now get out of my sight." Richard's face twisted in rage. He shoved Rick away but suddenly remembered something and grabbed him again. "Oh, and by the way, Cosman, you're fired." He instructed his assistant to call security to drag away the despondent Rick Cosman. As Richard walked away, he rubbed at his stiffening face, letting out a breath, and, donning a friendly expression, glanced at the glass wall nearby. He pushed open the door to Rick's office and stepped inside. Although tidied up a bit, the office still seemed chaotic. The receiver of the phone was missing, a piece of artwork was devoid of its frame, shards of glass littered the floor, and a big chunk of the blinds blocking the outer office area had been torn down. It was clear what had just transpired in that office. Another key partner in the company, David O'Connor, was sitting beside Pierce Brosnan at the desk, trying to soothe him. Brosnan's publicist, Sarah Lynn Dirt, stood by the window, talking on the phone. When Richard walked in, Brosnan immediately stood up, completely lacking his usual gentlemanly demeanor, and exclaimed, "Richard, you need to explain this to me. I've been let go from the Bond team, and the absurd part is that I knew nothing about it." "I know, Pierce. I'm really sorry, truly sorry," Richard said as he put an arm around Brosnan's shoulder. "I've already called Amy Pascal at MGM. It's just a misunderstanding. They're merely trying to lowball your salary. Film studios love to play these dirty tricks. Trust me, I'll get you that Bond contract back. Now, would you come to my office so we can discuss what comes next?" Brosnan impatiently shrugged off Richard's arm. "I don't want to hear your platitudes. If you can't resolve this quickly, I'm going to contact another agency. Of course, I swear, from now on, I'll handle everything for you personally." Richard, unfazed by Brosnan's annoyance, continued smiling and moved closer. "Let's head to my office, shall we? I have some things to show you that will illustrate how MGM would never let you go easily." "Fine," Brosnan reluctantly nodded, adding, "And from now on, I have to be present for all negotiations. You can't make any decisions without me. I promise, I won't keep anything from you. Even if you want to know the color of my wife's underwear, I can tell you. White, and I've sneaked a few wears." Seeing Brosnan's mood lighten, Richard felt relieved. He continued to crack jokes to lighten the atmosphere, pulled open the office door, and graciously gestured for Brosnan to exit. After Brosnan left the office, Richard pointed at Sarah Lynn Dirt and quickly shot David O'Connor a knowing glance before following. The two had already spoken on the phone, and David understood Richard's intentions. He was eager to create an opportunity to connect with Sarah now that Brosnan was out of the way. Sarah, a shrewd woman, didn't rush out immediately. Instead, she hung up the phone and smiled at David, who was approaching. Though Brosnan was undoubtedly frustrated and likely wouldn't notice his publicist lingering behind, David didn't waste any time. He went straight to the point. "Sarah, we need your help this time." Sarah shook her head. "David, what you guys did is way out of line. I don't think I can help. Pierce will fire me as well." Two clients of equal stature as Pierce, David dismissively carried on. "You just need to ensure that the information about Pierce being unaware of MGM's salary offer doesn't leak. You won't need to do anything else." The crux of the scandal hinged on Rick Cosman concealing MGM's salary offer from Brosnan. Sarah understood that if word of this got out, it would deeply damage CAA's reputation. She remained silent, simply raising 4 fingers in a gesture. David didn't hesitate. "Deal." But Sarah wasn't done. "How can I be sure you'll keep your word afterward?" "You know we're good for it," David replied through gritted teeth. Realizing the situation was urgent and wouldn't wait for trivial matters, he added hastily, "You can record it if you want. I'll repeat everything I just said." "Let's settle on that." Sarah smiled and nodded, not bothering to find a recording device. She merely waved her state-of-the-art Motorola phone that she had held the entire time, clearly having recorded the conversation. David cursed under his breath, but kept his smile intact. "All right, let's head up." Not minding what David might think about her, Sarah smiled and walked out of the office with him. "You'll make sure Rick Cosman stays quiet, right? But what about Pierce? Richard will handle him." In the CAA president's office, Richard Lovett was showing Pierce Brosnan a stock chart displayed on the computer monitor. "Pierce, look, today MGM's opening price was $28.37. But since they claimed they wanted to change the bond actor, it took a nosedive. It's now down to $27.49, a 3.1% drop, which means MGM's market value has plummeted from $12.43 billion to $11.96 billion. In just 1 hour, MGM lost $400 million in market value, entirely due to that announcement about replacing you. And I can guarantee you that if MGM doesn't take some corrective action, the stock will drop another 3% this afternoon, leading to a total loss of $800 million that day. MGM shareholders absolutely won't stand for it. The only way to stop the decline is to reinstate you." As Richard finished speaking, Brosnan's previously tense demeanor eased a bit. "So what do we do? Just sit here and wait for news?" "Of course not. I'll continue to keep in touch with Amy Pascal at MGM. Any updates will come straight to you," Richard replied, his tone more sincere as his eyes flickered. "But Pierce, I need you to stay quiet for now, about MGM, the media, and everyone else. That way, I can secure the best deal for you. Especially concerning that situation where Rick hid things from you. This bastard, I've already fired him. I guarantee he'll never work as an agent again. However, this needs to stay under wraps because any leaks could put us all in a bind. Do you understand?" Pierce initially thought that if it came to it, revealing he knew nothing about MGM's salary offer could allow him to salvage the bond deal. But following Richard's lead, though he sensed something was off, he figured it might be best not to share the information that would put him at a disadvantage. So, he nodded in agreement. "Great," Richard sighed in relief, his demeanor softening. "Now, enjoy your coffee while I make the call to Amy Pascal." Chapter 898, 900. We are in trouble. Richard Lovett rushed about attending to the potential trust crisis at CAA. Just a few kilometers away, the MGM headquarters in Century City was not at peace either. It had barely been an hour since the news broke that the 007 series would be recasting its lead role, and already a crowd of movie fans had gathered outside MGM's headquarters, protesting the studio's decision to replace Pierce Brosnan. A group of reporters from various media outlets also camped outside the MGM entrance, eager to gather further news. To prevent any incidents, Amy Pascal had to send most of the company's security personnel outside to maintain order. MGM's stock, which had been soaring following the box office success of Casino Royale, suddenly began to fall in response to the announcement. With the continuous acquisition of Entertainment, investments in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and the upcoming potential equity deal with Rainbow Media, MGM was already in a tight financial situation. Now, as the stock price took a hit, it was certainly bad news for the company. In the hour following the news, the mobile phones of several senior MGM executives were bombarded with calls from all sides. One board member had even flown in from New York to Los Angeles and demanded an emergency board meeting to reconsider the decision to replace Brosnan. Since MGM completed its last round of stock issuance, Drew's shareholding had decreased to 33.5%, while the shareholding of LTD had slid down to 8.4%. The French media giant Vivendi, which had participated in the MGM acquisition, held 16.8%, and several European film funds held another 15.1%. The remaining 26% of shares were all floating stock. Given their European origins, Vivendi and the other film funds had naturally banded together. Although they were unlikely to gain control over MGM, the studio's management could not entirely ignore their influence. The board member who had rushed to Los Angeles, Pierre Truc, was the spokesperson for Vivendi and the other film funds on MGM's board. The MGM board comprised 7 members in total, 4 of whom were independent directors appointed as per SEC regulations, while the other 3 included Drew, Amy Pascal, and Pierre Truc, who was also the CEO of Havas, a subsidiary of Vivendi. At the end of a corridor at MGM's headquarters, Amy Pascal hung up the phone with Richard. "Love it." Her expression showed relief as she handed her mobile to an assistant, instructing her to take calls that might come through. She then pushed open the door to the conference room. Inside the conference room, Drew, Frank Marcasso, and John Calley were discussing casting plans for the Lord of the Rings trilogy with Peter Jackson. Over the past 2 years, Peter had directed a low-budget thriller mainly to hone his skills, but most of his energy was still devoted to preparing the Lord of the Rings series. He had not only completed all the location scouting for the film, but also interned for 3 months in the Australian digital effects division earlier that year, gaining a detailed understanding of the CG effects production process. Now, the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy was firmly planted in his mind. Once he secured the budget to begin production, he felt 100% confident in his ability to bring Tolkien's legendary epic to the big screen. When Peter noticed Amy Pascal entering, he paused, fully aware of the day's events at MGM. Both Frank Marcasso and John Calley turned to look at her, realizing that despite having completed the acquisition of MGM and considering the studio's potential resurgence under Firefly Group's support, they had chosen to stay. Now, their initial decision seemed justified. Yet, the day's events had taken them aback, making it hard for them to believe that Eric was truly willing to let go of Brosnan. Although they had turned off their phones, the echo of incessant ringing still resonated in their minds. Drew looked up but showed no signs of concern, as long as it was Eric's decision. She didn't mind if MGM went under. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the others, she asked, "Amy, who was that now?" "Richard Lovett," Amy replied, taking a seat beside her. "Richard just hinted to me that this seems to be Rick Cosman, Brosnan's agent, acting on his own. Richard has already fired Cosman. Drew, they want to renegotiate." Though she had heard some whispers, no one in Hollywood had full details on Rick Cosman's unilateral refusal of the 007 contract, thanks to Richard Lovett's efforts to keep things under wraps. Drew took Amy's mention of Richard's hint as a pretext, perhaps something Richard hoped for. However, Drew clearly didn't care much about that, saying, "If they want to refuse, they refuse. If they want to renegotiate, then they renegotiate. Is this some kind of joke? Drew, I think there might be a misunderstanding. Logically, Brosnan wouldn't just outright refuse Eric's offer," Amy continued, trying to reason. "And letting go of Brosnan doesn't benefit us in any way. We're about to proceed with debt financing, and Morgan Stanley is called, expressing concern that replacing Brosnan could negatively affect market interest in MGM bonds." Drew blinked twice and shrugged, saying, "Why don't you discuss this with Eric? I'm just a puppet here. Right now, there's a rumor that Brosnan seems completely unaware of the compensation terms you proposed. While you were in a meeting this morning, Amy called again to say that it hopes to renegotiate. At Firefly's Burbank headquarters cafeteria, Kelly sat with Eric over lunch while relaying the morning's events. Eric took a bite of his pasta and looked up. Do you believe Brosnan really doesn't know? Kelly thought for a moment. I think even if that's true, CAA would turn this into fake news. After all, if they conceal something this crucial from their client, CAA would be in big trouble. No star would want a meddling agent managing their affairs. However, the agents at CAA are likely not foolish enough to hide that from Brosnan, especially when it's a $70 million contract. So, therefore, this might be a fabricated message from CAA aimed at finding an excuse to salvage the situation. Eric chuckled but didn't respond. He changed the subject, asking, So, have you picked out a candidate for my new personal assistant? Kelly wanted to ask Eric about his true intentions, but instead replied, There's someone quite suitable, but I also think she shouldn't be sent to a guy like you. Oh, so you'd rather handle that yourself? Eric teased, noticing her face turn red. He added, You mean Caroline, right? Kelly nodded. I've talked to Caroline, and she's quite interested. But, Eric, Caroline is a really nice girl. You better not hurt her. Eric thought for a moment and admitted he couldn't promise that. Responding, How about we find someone else? Kelly shot him an exasperated look, but replied softly, Eric, I can see that Caroline is really looking forward to being by your side. So if you aren't up for that, you better talk to her yourself and preferably transfer her to another position. You know what I mean. Eric hesitated but serious nodded. All right, I'll find some time these next couple of days. Just as they spoke, Eric's phone rang. After answering, he exchanged greetings, and with a faint smirk, he said, Amy, do you think it's still 10 years ago when agents could just stroll into the executives' offices at movie studios? All right, if they genuinely have sincerity, forget about the split contract. It's still yesterday's 4-film deal at $60 million. We can sign tomorrow morning. I don't care if Brosnan is truly unaware. If he is, that's his own mistake. This is his last chance. Pierre Truck? I don't know him, and I'm not interested. Just get rid of him. I'll be heading to San Francisco this afternoon. That's it. No more calls. Kelly watched Eric hang up, casually tossing the phone aside, and couldn't help but remind Eric, Pierre Truck is the spokesperson for MGM's European shareholders. I know, Eric responded. Kelly paused, surprised. Then why are you? Let's just pretend I don't know. Eric shrugged, looking at her astonished face. He sighed. Perhaps everyone thinks I'm being a bit obstinate now, don't they? Kelly noticed the subtle loneliness in Eric's demeanor and instinctively shook her head, only to gently nod moments later. Eric merely shook his head again, stating, From everything that has happened today, you, Amy, and so many others around are all caught up in Hollywood's existing rules. Everyone seems to believe that with the box office success of Casino Royale, Brosnan deserves a $100 million payday for being the lead, but I never saw it that way. I never believed Brosnan was worth that price. Hollywood has no shortage of actors. Even if I offered a hefty weekly salary to recruit a new 007, people would line up from Malibu all the way to Burbank for the job. So, starting from today, no, since yesterday, I will slowly show everyone that nothing is as it seems. If you want something to be assumed, you might as well go back to the golden age of Hollywood when everyone thought it was normal for actors to get a standard weekly salary. Kelly silently observed Eric's increasingly resolute tone, finally grasping some of his intentions. She softly replied, But that's going to be very difficult. Look, Eric said, setting his utensils down and gesturing in the air. I now own half of Hollywood. I'll definitely own all of Hollywood in the future. So this isn't going to be that hard. Damn it, damn it, damn it. At the CAA headquarters, Richard Lovett fumed, nearly jumping up as he repeatedly cursed, smashing his mobile phone on the floor. The shattered pieces flew in all directions. Taking a deep breath, he roared, Peter, bring me a new phone. An assistant cautiously opened the door and handed him a new phone. Richard took the phone, pressed a few buttons, and then threw it to the ground. He yelled at the door, Peter, you can leave. Eric, oh no, I never want to hear that name again. Whoever is next, you can go too. Is there anyone alive left to bring me a phone with a contact list? Just seconds later, as Richard couldn't help but prepare to kick down the office door, it finally opened again. A terrified young woman pushed the door open, holding a phone. "Mr. Lovett, here you go." Richard snatched the phone, opened the contact list, quickly found a number, and dialed it. His tone dropped several degrees as he greeted warmly. "Hey, Terry, it's me." "Haha. Yes, I'm definitely in a bit of a pickle today. This is quite urgent. You've got to help me. I remember you know Pierre Truck, that MGM board member. Of course, about Brosnan and MGM's contract. I know this was a decision made by Williams himself, but I have to try. I heard Pierre just arrived in Los Angeles. Can you help me set up a meeting with him right after he lands? Thanks a lot. Oh, Lena wants to go to the opening party for the Titanic exhibition. No problem. I can send a few tickets to your house this afternoon. That's settled. And yes, I owe you one. I will never forget it in this life. All right. I'll make it up to you one day, haha." After a hearty laugh, Richard hung up and dialed his business partner David O'Connor's number. In a low voice, he said, "Buddy, we're in trouble now. There's no time to explain everything. What I need you to do is arrange for people to contact the newspapers immediately. There has to be an article in tonight's evening edition claiming Brosnan is deliberately pretending to be unaware of MGM's salary conditions to salvage his contract. The more articles, the better, got it? That's it. I need to rush to the airport and keep feeding him, pampering him, and stalling for time as much as possible." Chapter 899, 901. If you want to listen. Eric finished his call with Amy Pascal around noon and flew to San Francisco that afternoon. Besides visiting the assembly plant for Fireflyer, Eric was most concerned about the development progress of several products in the Firefly Electronics program. For any high-tech company, product marketing is certainly important, but the accumulation of technology and patents is fundamental for the survival of a high-tech enterprise. Therefore, Eric specifically asked Victor McNally to provide an overview of Firefly Electronics research and development achievements from the last few months. Although the first-generation Fireflyer player was quite popular, there were many areas needing improvement, such as battery life, storage capacity, and audio decoding. The reason Eric kept Victor McNally, who primarily handled technical research and development, as the CEO of Firefly Electronics, was subtly to express his fundamental stance on the management strategy of Firefly Electronics. Returning to Los Angeles, it was already 7 in the evening. Eric got off the plane with Kelly, and just after they left Santa Monica Airport, intending to drop Kelly off at her place before heading back to the Liberty City Manor, his phone in his pocket rang. Kelly, sitting beside Eric, listened to him chat for a moment before he hung up the call. She asked, "Eric, was that MGM again?" Eric tucked his phone away and nodded. "Pierre Truck wouldn't leave. He's still waiting at Century City, insisting that he needs to see me today. Shouldn't we go see him? I can handle it myself. I'll drop you off first." After dropping Kelly back at her place in the northern part of Santa Monica, Eric instructed the driver to turn around and head toward the MGM headquarters in Century City. The MGM headquarters was a large building covered in tempered glass, located on a rather narrow street not far from the intersection of Santa Monica Boulevard and Wilshire Boulevard in Century City. After circling around Santa Monica, Eric's car made its way to Century City, and by this time, night had fallen, and the shops lining the streets began to glow with colorful lights. As the car turned onto the street where the MGM headquarters was situated, Eric heard the faint sound of commotion. Looking out through the windshield, he saw a crowd in front of the MGM building holding various signs, shouting something, nearly blocking the entire street. The driver slowed down automatically and glanced back at Eric for instruction. Eric stared at the crowd for a few seconds, a smirk appearing on his lips. True fans usually only came to express their opinions during working hours. It was clearly already after work. According to common sense, most employees at MGM had likely gone home by this time. Who were they protesting for now? Did they think that he would do what he did for The Matrix and sell off the spy movie universe just because of fans' discontent? He withdrew his gaze and instructed, "Ignore them. Just drive into the underground parking lot." In front of the building, the crowd noticed a black car turning onto the street and instinctively parted the way. However, the media reporters stationed there noticed the recognizable Rolls-Royce emblem on the car's hood, quickly surrounding it. Some even boldly stood in front of the vehicle, raising their cameras in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the occupants. But they were quickly pulled away by security rushing out of the building, allowing the Rolls-Royce to enter the side alley and into the underground parking lot. After taking the elevator to the top floor of the office building, Eric exchanged a brief hug with Drew, who greeted him, nodded to Amy Pascal, and then walked straight into a conference room without saying anything. Inside the empty conference room stood a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, wearing a black suit and frameless glasses, appearing refined and polite. Surely, he was Pierre Truck. "Have a seat, Mr. Truck," Eric said, not bothering to greet him or to sit at the head of the conference table. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the man. "So, you wanted to see me?" Although Pierre Truck held a high position at Vivendi, he still felt a subtle sense of pressure facing Eric. Ignorance may be bliss, but after years in the workplace, Pierre Truck understood the extent of power this young man held. However, recalling the directions given by Vivendi's higher-ups and the promises made by Richard Lovett, Pierre Truck still maintained his composure and sat down evenly, saying, "Yes, Mr. Williams, I think we need to talk." Eric looked at him and replied calmly, "What about?" Pierre Truck glanced at Drew and Amy, who sat beside Eric. Straightening his posture discreetly, he spoke earnestly. "Mr. Williams, we appreciate the changes you've brought to MGM, but we also hope you will refrain from intervening in MGM's management. After all, you are just an outsider to MGM. As the second-largest shareholder of MGM, we demand that the management immediately retract the decision to replace Pierce Brosnan. Such actions would only ruin the entire spy movie universe. While you undeniably created the spy movie universe, we can't allow you to destroy it." Eric tapped his fingers on the smooth conference table twice, nodded slightly, and continued, "Go on. Since you've come here, does Vivendi have any more opinions on MGM's operations?" Pierre Truck felt that Eric was putting on a show, but he didn't back down and continued. "Of course, Vivendi does not agree with MGM's recent decisions to consecutively acquire entertainment television, to make a one-time investment of $300 million to launch the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and to acquire Rainbow Media stock, among many other aggressive commercial moves. This company has only recently begun to recover. Issuing corporate bonds in large amounts for these plans may very well drag MGM back into a debt quagmire. We hope the management can implement these plans in a more prudent manner." Eric waited for a moment to confirm that Pierre Truck had finished speaking. He nodded again and said, "All right. Since that's the case, Mr. Truck, let me tell you how this will be resolved. First of all, as the second-largest shareholder of MGM, Vivendi only has 16% of the voting rights. Even if all the other European shareholders sided with Vivendi, your voting rights would still only amount to 31%, which is insufficient to decide anything. Therefore, you have three choices. First, find a way to become the controlling shareholder of MGM. Then you can replace the board of directors and management to implement whatever decisions you want. Second, remain as a good second-largest shareholder, accepting all decisions made by MGM's existing board and management. Third, if you can't stand being overlooked, you may choose to sell your shares in MGM. I can arrange to take over your shares at any time. So, is there any problem?" Halfway through Eric's statement, Pierre Truck was filled with an impulse to flip the table. He felt Eric was mocking him outright. Forced to wait until Eric finished speaking, Pierre Truck slowly said, "Mr. Williams, are you toying with me?" "Oh." Eric suddenly appeared to remember something, tapping his forehead in realization and saying, "I almost forgot. I'm just an outsider. So, if you wish to hear it, I can have Drew or Amy repeat what I just said. They should count as insiders, right?" Pierre Truck turned to Drew and Amy. "Ms. Barrymore, Ms. Pascal, are you truly willing to let Mr. Williams ruin all of this?" Amy's expression was a bit uncertain. She turned to the two beside her and noticed Eric was smiling at her. Feeling a jolt in her heart, she turned her gaze away, but her resolve solidified. Facing Pierre Truck, she said, "Mr. Truck, Eric's decision is the management's decision. If you think it's necessary, we can convene a board meeting to vote." 4 of the 7 directors at MGM were selected under Eric's instructions. Pierre Truck didn't need to think to know which side those individuals would stand on. Realizing that today would ultimately be fruitless, Pierre Truck's hand resting on the conference table clenched into a fist, and he was at a loss for words. However, Eric didn't want to continue dragging things out with Pierre Truck. He patted the girl beside him. Let's go. Dinner hasn't been served yet, right? Yeah. The girl moved closer like a little kitten, linking her arm with Eric's as they stood up together. Amy, please entertain Mr. Truck. Eric instructed Amy Pascal before turning his gaze back to Pierre Truck. His smile remained unchanged, but his expression turned serious, and his eyes slightly cooled. By the way, Mr. Truck, some of your earlier comments were quite reasonable. MGM definitely should move forward more cautiously. Therefore, Firefly will take over the investment for the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and MGM only needs to be responsible for the distribution. Pierre Truck looked momentarily stunned, while Amy gazed at Eric in surprise. In fact, Amy also thought it was too risky to invest $300 million in the Lord of the Rings trilogy all at once, and had hoped that Firefly could co-invest. However, she never expected Eric would suddenly take the whole project, leaving MGM just the distribution rights. But after she noticed that Eric's gaze swept over her again after he finished speaking, Amy promptly realized that Eric's decision may also carry a warning for her. Perhaps her performance today had indeed been too cautious, coming off as overly indecisive. Even without any shares in MGM, the entirety of Hollywood recognized that this major film company was still under Eric's control. As one of the 7 major female leaders, Amy was well aware that her autonomy received from Eric far exceeded that of Sherry Lansing at Paramount, which was a mark of Eric's trust in her. However, if she continued to fretting over losing Brosnan for the 007 series, she would soon risk losing Eric's trust as well. Having silently reflected on this, Amy no longer hesitated. She stood to see Eric and Drew out before turning back to Pierre Truck, who was still seated across the conference table. Mr. Truck, it's getting a bit late. Do you need me to arrange a car to take you to your hotel? Coming back to his senses, Pierre found Eric and Drew had already left and felt a glimmer of hope. He turned to Amy, saying, Miss Pascal, how about we all go have dinner together and chat a bit? Amy politely shook her head without finding an explanation, simply refusing. Sorry, Mr. Truck, if you don't need a car, I can walk you downstairs. Chapter 902. Keep an eye on MGM for me. Arriving at the parking lot, Eric sent his driver and bodyguard away. He and Drew got into her Range Rover and headed out of the MGM headquarters. After discussing where to eat next, the girl cozied up to him. Eric, how about I transfer my shares in MGM back to you? Eric chuckled lightly. The shares you have are probably worth about $4 billion. I can't afford that. I've already consulted a lawyer. There's a way to do it without spending a dime. Before she could say more, Eric reached out and pulled her closer. The girl playfully sat on his lap, her eyes sparkling as she gazed back at him. Gently holding her cherubic face, Eric said earnestly, Drew, can I trust you? She nodded vigorously. Honestly, finding someone in life that you can fully trust is very rare. Most people go through life never meeting that person. Eric leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips, adding, I'm lucky to have met someone like you. So, keep an eye on MGM for me. Don't worry about what others think, and don't always make me decide. If anyone dares to cause trouble, just grab a bottle and smack them over the head like before. She agreed, nodding and playfully huffing. She seemed to melt into him even more, her little hands restlessly exploring Eric as she whispered, Eric, I suddenly want to do something in the car. Eric wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling like he was holding a suddenly affectionate kitten. We seem to be discussing serious business here. Plus, I kind of like this car. Don't mess it up. You know I've been developing quite the obsession with cleanliness lately. The girl giggled, ignoring his concerns and tugging on his shirt while instructing the driver to take the car towards the nearby 405 freeway. Century City, CAA headquarters. Richard Lovett was anxiously waiting for news from Pierre Truck, which might just be the last opportunity to persuade Eric to change his mind. Aside from managing stars, CAA had expanded its advertising business since the 80s under Michael Ovitz, taking on advertising functions for large corporations, similar to packaged film contracts. These advertising projects provided comprehensive services like finding spokespersons, contacting ad agencies, and producing ads. The Havas Group, led by Pierre Truck, happened to be one of the largest global advertising media companies. Richard intercepted Pierre at Los Angeles International Airport and promised a collaboration, hoping Pierre could persuade MGM to reconsider. Naturally, their mutual interest quickly aligned, with Pierre originally set on stopping MGM from replacing Brosnan. Richard couldn't help glancing at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock. He contemplated whether he should call and check in when his phone rang. Without hesitation, he answered, recognizing the voice on the other end. Rarely did he skip the small talk, getting straight to the point. Pierre, what was the outcome? Whether he forced himself to listen until the end or not, the last shred of hope faded away. Richard instinctively started to mimic a grenade throw, yet he ultimately decided against tossing his brand-new phone. Slowly retracting his arm, Richard held the phone in his palm, pressed his hands together behind his desk, and assumed a prayer-like posture, rapidly devising how to deal with Pierce Brosnan next. There were 2 knocks at the office door, and David O'Connor walked in, pausing at the sight of Richard's posture. He then said, "Richard, it's probably unavoidable." Pierre said if he doesn't hear back soon, he plans to head home today. "How's everything on your end?" Richard slowly exhaled and shook his head. "I'll speak to Pierre in person later." David immediately understood the outcome and said nothing more, nodding as he exited. After spending a day at CAA, Pierce Brosnan gradually reached some realizations while gazing at the night outside. Once David left, he turned to his ever-watchful public relations manager, Sarah Lynn Dirt, and asked, "Sarah, should I call Pascal or Williams myself?" Sarah looked at him with a hint of pity, aware that Brosnan was still totally in the dark. If he were to make that call, this morning would have been the best time. Now, Richard had obviously arranged everything, and even if the call went out, it would be too late. Though she was right by Brosnan's side, she had been maintaining contact with the outside world all day. Based on current circumstances, things seemed worse than expected. Perhaps she'd lose this client too. Thankfully, David had promised to introduce her to 4 other clients at Brosnan's level. Even if she lost Brosnan, it wouldn't be so tragic, especially with that recording ensuring David would think twice about backing out. Just as she was about to offer some comforting words to Brosnan, Richard walked in with a grave expression. He patted Brosnan's shoulder, urging him to sit down while pulling up a chair to sit across from him. "Pierce, I've done everything I could. MGM has agreed to re-sign with you." Brosnan barely registered joy before realizing Richard meant they'd be resigning based on the terms from yesterday and not reopening negotiations. "Richard, are you saying it's the same terms as yesterday?" Even so, Brosnan suddenly realized he still had no idea what Eric had offered him for his salary yesterday. Rick Cosman hadn't shared any details with him. Earlier that morning, when he learned he was abruptly fired from the Bond set, his first reaction had been to punch Rick in the face. They certainly didn't exchange pleasantries then. Although he'd seen the announcement on Yahoo about MGM, such statements wouldn't cover the details of his salary. They only conveyed a vague concept of a $100 million package. Richard shook his head and patiently explained, "No, Pierce. MGM's current offer consists of 2 main Bond films at $20 million each and 2 crossover spy films at $10 million each, totaling $60 million for 4 films. Brosnan's expression shifted as he processed this. Not long ago, Rick had assured him, given the box office success of Casino Royale, he could expect at least $40 million per film for the next installment. Now, with the offer for 4 films at $60 million, that averaged only $15 million apiece, less than half of what he had anticipated. What he had imagined as a $160 million contract had dwindled to a mere $60 million, causing Brosnan to instinctively place blame on Rick and CAA. He also realized he'd completely lost any bargaining power. Suppressing the fresh surge of anger bubbling up again, Brosnan asked, "The Yahoo announcement said it would be $100 million. Why so much less?" Richard shook his head and calmly clarified, "There was never $100 million offer. MGM exaggerated. Yesterday, Williams' offer was for 4 films at $70 million, plus a similar profit-sharing plan. You know how Williams can be, headstrong and inflexible. We turned him down once, and now that we're trying to re-sign, he's holding your salary lower. So the profit-sharing plan got scrapped. No, that's not right." Before Richard could finish, Brosnan couldn't contain himself anymore. He jumped up, pointing at Richard. "It's not we, it's you. You guys rejected the MGM deal without consulting me, and now we're in this mess. It's all on you." and you've screwed everything up. Richard, standing up as well, maintained his calm demeanor. Pierce, you need to calm down. Calm down? Why the hell should I be calm? Brosnan glared at Richard and picked up a chair, hurling it towards a nearby window. The tempered glass didn't shatter, but some decorations fell from the sill with a loud crash. This is all your fault. You have to give me an explanation, or I swear I'll leak everything you've done to the media. Despite Brosnan showing signs of losing control, Richard still attempted to keep the peace. Pierce, don't do this. I admit we might have flaws in our approach, but getting rowdy won't help. MGM only gave us one night. If you refuse this offer tomorrow morning, you'll lose the role entirely. Just think about it. How many Hollywood stars ever see a $60 million payday? It should have been 100. You lost me 40 million. There was never 100. 70 million. Williams claimed years ago his goal was to suppress Hollywood salaries, and that's what he's doing now. I had to pull every connection at CAA today just to keep him from replacing you, and we only lost an additional 10 million. Regardless, I'm not signing this contract, and I'll be making sure the world knows what CAA did. You'll all be discredited. After taking a verbal beating, Richard found himself growing angrier, saying loudly, "Get realistic, Pierce. If you walk away from Bond, do you think anyone would pay you $20 million? No, that's absolutely impossible. Your image has been established. It's hard for audiences to accept you in roles outside Bond. Plus, you know about Lion King 2, right? That animated film originally had box office potential like Finding Nemo, but thanks to some sabotage from Firefly and Fox, it only grossed a little over half of what Nemo did. So, even more challenging, knowing the pressure from Firefly, most studios won't even risk inviting you to audition. Your Hollywood career would be dead. Even if I'm done for, I'll drag Say down with me. I'm suing you. Huh, suing us? Do you know what the headlines are saying right now? Pierce Brosnan allegedly claims ignorance of MGM's salary conditions to win back the Bond contract. Everyone thinks you're just pretending to be oblivious. If you sue, people will laugh at you as a desperate fool. Brosnan paused, suddenly rushing forward and grabbing Richard by the collar, forcefully pinning him against the wall. Did you do this? This has to be your doing, isn't it? Let go, you lunatic. Even with Richard pinned against the wall, he maintained his composure, waving his arms and shouting, "I've been working all day to help you regain your contract. Do you really think I have time for silly games? This is just MGM flexing their muscles at you." With frustration evident on Richard's face, Brosnan stared at him for a few seconds. As his fist lowered reluctantly, he hesitated but didn't want to release him just yet. They maintained their standoff for a moment until Sarah Lynn Dirt, cautiously lurking nearby, tentatively suggested, "Richard, how about this? MGM only lowballed the offer by 10 million, right? Perhaps CAA could forego the 10% commission from this contract as compensation for Pierce's loss." Richard, still gripping his collar, took a deep breath, casting a glance at Brosnan that reflected his unwillingness to accept this situation. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "All right, I agree." Upon hearing Richard's concession, Brosnan finally let go of his collar, but still angry, coldly remarked, "You shouldn't have taken a dime anyway. Sarah, let's go." With that, Brosnan left the office without looking back. Sarah Lynn Dirt triumphantly raised a finger to Richard as she quickly followed. Pleasure. Watching Sarah leave, Richard cursed under his breath. He slid down the wall to the floor, loosened his collar, and threw the crooked tie aside, letting out a sigh of relief. Moments later, David O'Connor walked in, glanced at Richard sitting against the wall, then squatted down in front of him. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Richard before lighting it for him, asking, "Did you sort it out?" Richard took a long drag from the cigarette, nodding, and glanced at the mess by the window. He muttered under his breath, "Damn Hollywood." Chapter 901, 903, Roller Coaster. As Richard Lovett had anticipated, MGM's stock price plummeted by 6.8% throughout the day on Tuesday, following the news of Pierce Brosnan's replacement. With no remedial measures taken by MGM, its market capitalization had dropped from a peak of $12.3 billion to $11.5 billion by the day's close. Early Wednesday morning, as major North American newspapers speculated whether MGM stock would plummet again, a reporter stationed at MGM's Century City headquarters suddenly broke major news. Around 9:20 a.m. local time, Pierce Brosnan, the actor who portrayed James Bond, made a surprise appearance at Century City, flanked by a crowd of aides and security, quickly entering the MGM headquarters building. Corresponding photos almost immediately appeared on Yahoo's homepage. In this situation, even a fool could guess that there had been a significant turnaround regarding Brosnan's replacement. While MGM still had not released any public announcements, shares of MGM, which had started to dip again on the East Coast at the New York Stock Exchange, suddenly skyrocketed. Within just half an hour, MGM's market capitalization soared back to $12 billion. Then, at 10 a.m., MGM finally issued another announcement through Yahoo, but the content was unrelated to the highly anticipated spy movie universe. The statement declared that to alleviate tight cash flow and minimize investment risks, MGM had decided to transfer the production rights to the Lord of the Rings trilogy to Firefly Group, retaining only the global theatrical distribution rights for the trilogy. As soon as the news broke, MGM's sharply rising stock price suddenly stalled and briefly dipped. Rumors had persisted over the past 2 years that MGM was set to produce the Lord of the Rings trilogy in one go. Recently, there had been increasing indications within the industry that the project had entered a substantial stage of preparation. Terms like rookie director, $300 million budget, unknown cast, and huge risks often appeared in media analyses concerning the entire project. Many media outlets also speculated that if Eric Williams, who controlled MGM behind the scenes, truly believed in this project, he would make sure that Firefly Group became involved in the investment. However, if Firefly did not participate at all, then this project was likely a gamble that even Eric wouldn't fully endorse. Thus, the unexpected announcement caught everyone off guard. Firefly chose not to co-produce the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but instead took nearly the entire project. The so-called global theatrical distribution rights that MGM retained ultimately equated to a mere 15% share of the global box office for the Lord of the Rings franchise. The later profits from home video/DVD releases, television broadcast rights, and merchandise revenues would clearly no longer involve MGM in any significant manner. Until the final resolution, even the most well-informed media could not untangle the various power struggles occurring within MGM in recent days. However, that did not stop them from speculating about the implications of this announcement. Soon, the boldest and most serious speculation surfaced, quickly trending on Yahoo's Hot Topics. MGM had parted ways with Williams. After MGM announced Brosnan's replacement yesterday, insider information leaked quickly, revealing that it was Eric Williams himself who made that decision. Subsequently, MGM's stock price fell 6.8% for the day, prompting MGM's European shareholders spokesperson, Pierre Truck, to rush from New York to Los Angeles to meet with MGM management. Following this line of thought, MGM's European shareholders could hardly tolerate the negative impact Brosnan's replacement had on MGM's stock. While outsiders speculated that Drew Barrymore, who held the largest share percentage in MGM, was just a puppet for Eric Williams, there was ultimately no substantial evidence to support this. Eric Williams' stake in MGM was only indirectly controlled through LTD Group, which held 8.4% of MGM's shares. If Drew Barrymore and the higher management at MGM were dissatisfied with Eric Williams' decision, supported by Pierre Truck representing the European shareholders, it was not beyond possibility for the major shareholders to unite against Williams and completely free themselves from his control. Then, this morning, when Brosnan re-entered MGM's headquarters, the company dropped the risky venture of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, signaling a potential divergence from Eric Williams' intentions. As this speculation unfolded, it seemed entirely reasonable that MGM and Eric Williams had indeed severed ties. Due to the speculation surrounding MGM's transfer of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the stock price fluctuated wildly and remained highly unstable for the next hour. As the core of the spy movie universe, Pierce Brosnan was undoubtedly important, which was evident from MGM's significant stock plunge yesterday. However, if MGM's investors had to choose between Eric Williams and Pierce Brosnan, most would likely not hesitate much. Everyone knew that the recent revival of MGM had been entirely due to the efforts of Eric Williams alone. The projects that had brought MGM substantial profits in recent years, including the Spy Movie Universe series, the Night at the Museum series, and the Resident Evil series, were all primarily orchestrated by Eric. While these projects might have reached stable profitability, even slightly rational investors would not consider Eric Williams to be unimportant. After all, despite its recent revival, MGM remained the weakest among the 7 major studios. Its revenue-generating points were still confined to traditional film operations, far less rooted than the other major companies that had formed large media conglomerates. If MGM completely lost support from Firefly Group, and worse, faced a crackdown from Firefly after the relationship soured, MGM would suffer a far more severe impact than simply losing Pierce Brosnan. As news of the complete break between MGM and Eric spread and was accepted by more and more people, the situation suddenly shifted. At around 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, with just an hour and a half left until closing on the East Coast, MGM's stock price trajectory resembled a lead weight under the influence of gravity. By the time the closing bell rang, MGM stock settled at $22.82, completely negating any uplifting effects from Pierce Brosnan's return to MGM headquarters. Compared to the opening price of $26.45, the day's decline reached a staggering 13.7%, causing MGM's overall market capitalization to plummet back to the $10 billion zone, resting at $9.92 billion. After tossing and turning all night, while occasionally thinking that at worst he could sever ties with MGM, as dawn broke, from the view of his newly acquired Beverly Hills mansion overlooking morning Los Angeles, Pierce Brosnan ultimately decided to accept the salary conditions offered by MGM. Richard Lovett was right. Losing the role of 007 meant that everything he had fought for in Hollywood for over a decade, fame, glory, money, could disappear, and the complete rift might even lead to a coalition blacklist from Firefly, MGM, and even Fox, effectively ousting him from Hollywood altogether. However, although he decided to compromise on salary, specific terms such as personal treatment on set, whether to cooperate with MGM on product placements, and the extent of dangerous stunts during filming, were issues on which both Brosnan and Richard Lovett, who had come personally to handle negotiations, displayed a highly meticulous attitude. On the MGM side, there was no engagement on issues of set treatment details, but they were adamant about terms that could directly affect the film's quality. The two sides went back and forth in the MGM conference room all day, and as night fell, they finally settled the contract. During this time, the news of MGM's stock price declining again was obviously impossible to hide from anyone present, bringing some turmoil within the company. Having learned the detailed background of the situation, Drew, who had participated in the negotiations at the conference table, appeared indifferent to the stock price drop, even attempting to deter Amy from releasing any clarifying messages. This was not only because she understood better than anyone that the external rumors were entirely false, and that proper clarification would surely boost MGM's stock price again, but because she seemed to welcome the situation. Merely a rumor of Eric possibly breaking with MGM had triggered a significant plummet in stock price, highlighting Eric's influence and importance to MGM for anyone who had doubts. After a heartfelt discussion last night, she decided to go all out to help Eric secure control of MGM, but she intended for no one to think that Eric's influence on MGM would diminish. However, she also understood the importance of moderation. Allowing MGM's stock price to experience the kind of roller coaster fluctuations it had throughout the day provided ample stimulation for some. That evening, MGM began to take action to restore its stock price. After officially signing the contract with Brosnan, MGM announced the news that night on Yahoo! For films for a total of $60 million. Upon hearing this news, it clearly startled many. This sum was obviously too low, rather than being too high at an average of $15 million per film. For most Hollywood stars, an average salary of $15 million per film might be unattainable. However, given the anticipated box office revenue for Casino Royale and the immense profits it would bring MGM as part of the Spy Movie Universe, Brosnan's $60 million package for 4 films was essentially a bargain. Before this, Numerous media had speculated that Brosnan's next contract with MGM wouldn't dip below $60 million per film. After the shock subsided, some people began to realize that if this contract was genuine, MGM had clearly triumphed in the salary dispute with Pierce Brosnan, achieving a madly overwhelming victory. So, considering that Eric Williams had aggressively suppressed Brosnan's salary and even risked replacing him, would he really part ways with MGM, as most media speculated? After all, without Eric's strong insistence, MGM would find it hard to secure a 4-film contract with Brosnan, not even reaching $160 million. Moreover, this victory positively impacted the overall advancement of MGM's spy movie universe's next phase. Whether it was the Charlie's Angels trio or Kevin Costner from Mission Impossible, they wouldn't approach salary negotiations with MGM feeling overly confident. Amid the chaos of comments and conjectures, the following day, MGM offered the media and the public an indirect answer through another means. MGM was set to launch a brand new racing movie series, Fast and Furious, with Eric personally serving as the screenwriter and credited producer. Furthermore, if the movie received favorable market reactions, MGM intended to integrate this series into the spy movie universe in the future. On the Eastern Time morning at 9 a.m., MGM announced this news via Yahoo. As the market mulled over the implications of this announcement, at precisely 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, just before the New York Stock Exchange opened, Pierre Truck, CEO of Havas Group's U.S. division, announced his resignation from MGM's board due to work-related reasons, with successors to be jointly nominated by MGM management and the major shareholders. At this point, even the slowest reactors began to realize that Eric had never lost control over MGM. He not only aggressively dominated the salary negotiations with Brosnan, but also unceremoniously ousted Pierre Truck, the European shareholders' spokesperson attempting to intercede in MGM's management, from the board. While it still wasn't entirely clear why Eric would transfer the risky Lord of the Rings trilogy entirely to Firefly Group, it did nothing to prevent capital markets from rekindling confidence in MGM. After all, investors were always primarily concerned with profits, and Eric's recent strong moves, although causing turmoil at MGM, were undoubtedly favorable for MGM's development. Consequently, on Thursday, MGM's stock price rebounded strongly to $27, with a market capitalization of $11.74 billion. As Friday approached, due to a week's worth of news about the possibility of Pierce Brosnan's replacement, Casino Royale's buzz surged once again. A large number of fans flocked to the theaters to honor the soon-to-depart Brosnan. Ultimately, 3 weeks into its release, Casino Royale's box office decline narrowed again to just 32%, grossing an additional $52.73 million, bringing its cumulative total to $247 million. While it hadn't yet surpassed Finding Nemo's $263 million in its 5th week, Casino Royale's 3rd week earnings outpaced its competition by a striking $8 million. Calculating these numbers, it was evident that Casino Royale's North American box office would ultimately exceed that of Finding Nemo, with some analysts even raising Casino Royale's expected North American earnings to $370 million, while forecasts for Finding Nemo typically hovered around $330 million. After the box office numbers were announced, further good news coupled with a variety of positive impacts from yesterday allowed MGM's stock to breach $30, closing at an impressive $30.37. Based on a total of 435 million shares, MGM's market value at the week's close reached $13.2 billion. Chapter 902-904. The Future Scenario. Early on Saturday morning, Michael Eisner drove to Universal Studios in Burbank. After over 3 months of preparations, the Titanic exhibition at Firefly Studios officially opened today. Though the senior management at Firefly Group downplayed the event in various interviews, suggesting it was simply a trial run for a theme park project or even just a public relations move, Universal Studios wasn't about to take it lightly. The theme park run by Universal Pictures and the now Firefly-owned Disneyland didn't originally compete strongly with each other. One catered primarily to adult visitors, while the other was a dreamland for children. However, The opening of the Titanic exhibition marked the official start of Firefly Group's expansion into a theme park aimed at visitors over 18. Universal Studios boasted a rich history of over 30 years, but Firefly Group was clearly quite capable in the theme park operation realm, rivaling Universal's experience. Furthermore, the numerous blockbuster films that Firefly had developed in recent years would provide a wealth of themes to draw upon for further expansion, an advantage Universal couldn't match. Rumors hinted that even a week prior to the opening, the limited 2,000 tickets for the event had already sold out, along with most of the tickets for the following week. Clearly, this project was showing signs of a hot start even before it opened. While the global box office for Titanic would gradually cool over the following months, it would likely be decent if Firefly Studios managed to attract 2,000 to 3,000 visitors daily solely based on the exhibition. However, it was certain that the senior management at Firefly would capitalize on the success of the Titanic exhibition by expanding other film-themed projects to maintain visitor interest, making Firefly Studios a formidable competitor to Universal Studios. Michael Eisner and the vice president in charge of theme park operations took a general stroll around the park and checked ticket booking statuses before the official opening at 8:30. Watching the throngs of visitors entering the studio, he relaxed a bit. Nevertheless, he quickly gathered the theme park management for an impromptu meeting to discuss developing new projects to respond to the competition from Firefly Studios. This meeting ran until noon when Edgar Bronfman, the CEO of their parent company Seagram, called to arrange a lunch meeting at the studio restaurant. Half an hour later, Edgar arrived, greeting Michael warmly with a hug as they walked into the restaurant together. After discussing the Titanic exhibit's opening, Edgar turned the conversation to movies. "So, how did Air Force One do on its opening day? I've been tied up with other matters this morning, and I haven't seen the box office report yet." Air Force One was Universal's marquee summer film this year, starring Harrison Ford. Originally a Sony project, Universal seized the opportunity when Sony focused all their resources on Godzilla. Michael felt a mix of excitement and anxiety about the film. Initially, he almost scheduled it against Bad Boys 2 and Ice Age on Independence Day, which could have resulted in Air Force One being overshadowed by Casino Royale, which had only been in theaters for a week. The opening day box office was nearly $12 million, and it should surpass $55 million in the first week, Michael said with a smile, adding, "There won't be any major releases in the coming weeks. Based on the buzz for Air Force One, it should have a long run. Hitting $150 million in North America should be a piece of cake." Edgar nodded, satisfied with the news. With a production cost of $85 million, reaching $150 million at the box office in North America would cover its costs and lead to profitability. However, remembering that Casino Royale's weekend box office was still over $52 million in its third week, Edgar's initial satisfaction waned. Despite arriving from Canada just yesterday, he was well aware of MGM's recent developments. The thought of Eric Williams, who wielded tremendous influence behind the scenes without even stepping into the spotlight, filled Edgar with envy, and it was part of the reason he decided to come to Los Angeles. Noticing the change in Edgar's expression, Michael immediately recognized his thoughts and felt his own mood drop. This situation wasn't exactly something to be pleased about. Compared to Sony and Warner's circumstances this year, Universal was indeed in a better position. But Michael was never one to compare himself to those in worse situations. As a quintessential American blockbuster, even if Air Force One succeeded in North America, its overseas box office would likely not fare well. Even if it grossed $300 million worldwide, it would still fall short of Casino Royale's North American earnings, not to mention comparing global numbers. Reflecting on Casino Royale, which had generated an impressive $247 million in North America after only 3 weeks, he saw the overseas tickets were performing even better. Launched in 36 countries simultaneously during its first week, Casino Royale achieved $136 million internationally. Its second week showed a minimal dip of only 27%, collecting an additional $99.28 million, with last week's overseas box office totaling $68.5 million. In just 3 weeks, Casino Royale had raked in $303 million overseas. With more widespread release coming in September, it was expected to effortlessly reach over $450 million internationally, likely establishing it as Eric Williams' second consecutive film to surpass $1 billion at the global box office. $1 billion. In contrast, Air Force One seemed quite insignificant. Taking a sip of the soda brought by the waiter, Michael set aside those disheartening thoughts and turned to Edgar. Ed, do you remember we're working on The Scorpion King, the special effects movie stemming from the Mummy series? Of course, Edgar nodded. What's the issue? No issue, Michael replied, shaking his head. I've been pondering for several weeks. Since MGM could create a spy movie universe, perhaps we could develop a mummy universe centered around Egyptian mythology. Edgar paused before nodding vigorously. That's a great idea. Why not? By the way, do you have a detailed plan yet? Not entirely sorted out, but it's coming together. Michael replied somewhat vaguely. In truth, he had a relatively solid plan in mind. Implementing it, however, was another story. The primary issue remained the cast. After the success of the two Mummy films, all the leads demanded significant pay raises. The two principal actors had even come together to request $20 million each, plus profit sharing, a price Universal found difficult to swallow, leaving negotiations for the third film at a standstill. The Mummy series had been one of the few projects yielding steady and substantial profits for Universal in recent years. Michael felt he certainly lacked the boldness Eric had, as evidenced by his split with Pierce Brosnan. Hence, the matter remained unresolved. Edgar, unaware of Michael's obstacles, grew more determined that the plan could work. I'll be in Los Angeles for a while. Let's find some time to discuss it. Michael nodded, curious. Are you up to something important while you're in LA? Yes, I just met with Doug Morris this morning. Speaking of which, maybe you could share your thoughts on this. Doug Morris was the CEO of Universal Records, and Michael engaged with him regularly. About the record company? Exactly. Just then, the waiter brought their lunch. Edgar paused briefly until the waiter left before continuing. I intend to increase Seagram's media business weight. Recently, I heard that Philips intends to sell Polygram Records, and I believe this might be an excellent opportunity for further expanding Seagram's record business. Michael, who had been ready to dig in, raised an eyebrow slightly at Edgar's remark, setting down his utensils. Ed, I don't think this is a good idea. Surely, you've heard of Firefly Electronics' Firefly player by now. Everyone's discussing how digital music might impact physical record sales. If this trend holds, purchasing Polygram now would mean overpaying for a major liability. I don't see it that way, Edgar replied, shaking his head with a smile. Michael, I probably know more about this than you do. Over the decades, from vinyl records to cassette players to CDs, there have always been claims that each new format would threaten record sales, but that has never occurred. The music industry overall remains robust. The recent rumors stem from Japanese electronics manufacturers concerned that the Firefly would affect their position in the traditional portable player market. That's why we're hearing such alarmist talk. Michael, not particularly knowledgeable about the record industry, listened as Edgar spoke confidently. Realizing Edgar had made up his mind, Michael considered whether to press further but finally mentioned, if Polygram is looking for a buyer, Firefly Group might be a better fit. They must promote the Firefly player, and without sufficient music rights, they won't get far. So, Edgar, maybe you can wait a bit. If Firefly Group shows no interest, then Seagram should proceed. Cautiously. Speaking of which, Edgar leaned in, glancing around as if to ensure no one was listening, whispering conspiratorially. I caught wind of some news. Williams met with Polygram during his last trip to the UK. While there hasn't been any coverage, if the media picks up on it, Firefly is likely already nearing an agreement with Philips, and we'd miss our opportunity. Michael paused, his voice serious as he asked, Ed, where did you hear that? Don't you fear this was a deliberate leak from Polygram? Relax, I worked hard to dig this up. It certainly wasn't from Polygram. What I need to do now is reach an agreement with Philips before Firefly acts. Edgar couldn't help but smile smugly after he finished speaking. Michael chuckled, going along with the moment. So, how much do you estimate the purchase of Polygram will cost? About $10 billion, Edgar replied. I plan to divest our remaining beverage business. Oh, and you need to assist on your end. We'll issue about $5 billion in bonds. and that should cover it. Seagram's total valuation was roughly $30 billion. Recent years of expansion meant media ventures, including Universal Pictures and Universal Records, made up over 70% of Seagram's total market value. Acquiring Polygram would almost entirely transform Seagram into a media conglomerate. Yet, Michael was acutely aware that after acquiring Polygram, half of Seagram's holdings would be in the record business. Rolling out $5 billion in bonds would further inflate Seagram's debt ratio. If the record industry genuinely faced a decline due to the rise of digital music, the future would be indeed grim for Seagram. Chapter 903-905, Kinship. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the first day of the Titanic exhibition hall came to an end. Initial reports indicated that, aside from the $100,000 earned from selling 20,000 tickets, the revenue from souvenir shops, restaurants, bars, and other attractions in the park on opening day reached $570,000. In total, the operation garnered $670,000. If this kind of popularity could be sustained, the exhibition hall's revenue for the year would exceed $200 million, especially considering that Firefly had invested less than $15 million into the entire project. Of course, it was unrealistic to expect the Titanic exhibition hall to maintain this level of excitement indefinitely. With its single-film theme, the ticket prices were only $5, just a fraction of what you'd pay at Universal Studios. But with such a good start, it seemed only natural to expand Firefly's theme park. As night fell, while the exhibition sections associated with the film had closed, places like restaurants and bars remained open late into the night. The grand banquet hall aboard the ship was set to host various parties in the future. To celebrate the grand opening of the Titanic exhibition hall, Firefly hosted a lavish party aboard the ship. Eric had initially intended to skip the event, but he was reluctantly pulled along by his assistant. The problem now is that the north side of the studio is bordered by Ballona Creek. The south is a dense residential area, and Lincoln Boulevard is to the west. The theme park can only expand to the east, which would conveniently connect to the Titanic exhibition hall. However, that area has become increasingly residential over the years. If news of our park expansion leaks, the residents over there will definitely raise their prices. This isn't without precedent. When Orlando Disney World was being built, they faced similar issues when planning leaked and land prices skyrocketed. On the top deck of the ship, Katzenberg stood alongside Eric, leaning against the railing while watching the crowds reveling around them, discussing the expansion of the studio. Eric turned his gaze eastward. In the night, compared to how desolate Firefly Studios had been when it was established, the area now lit up with numerous lights. When they first acquired the land beneath them, it was purchased for little more than the price of raw land. Playa Vista had even offered several incentives to ensure Firefly Studios was located within its tax district. But now, expanding towards the residential areas had priced the land far beyond those initial bargains. With Firefly Group's current financial strength, no one would pass up a chance to cash in. As he withdrew his gaze and returned to leaning on the railing, Eric pointed out, "The dark zone west of Lincoln Boulevard. Jeffrey, how about that side?" Katzenberg followed Eric's indication, saying, "I've had people gather data on that area. There are roughly 160 hectares of vacant land going west from Lincoln Boulevard all the way to the coastline. It's even bigger than the area of the studio. However, if we were to buy that for theme park development, the Titanic exhibition hall and other upcoming attractions in our studio would be divided by Lincoln Boulevard. Also, even without considering that division, the distance from where we are at the Titanic exhibition hall to the coastal beach is over 4 kilometers. Visitors wouldn't want to run that far." After considering for a moment, Eric replied, "Okay, Jeffrey, contact the Playa Vista district government to secure that land on the west side. Have the theme park team attempt a preliminary plan. Even if the park doesn't go through, a large parking lot in that location wouldn't hurt. A theme park definitely needs spacious parking." Katzenberg nodded. Purchasing the 160 hectares of land wouldn't put financial pressure on Firefly Group. What about the east side? Let's buy as much as we can, but we can't let ourselves be taken advantage of. If those residents demand too much, we will just forget it, Eric added. Also, we can leak false information about the park being developed on the west side. It might make land acquisition easier. In the bustling banquet hall aboard the ship, Melanie Gleason had just returned with 2 cocktails when she spotted 2 boys flirting with Caroline. Quickening her steps, Melanie positioned herself between Caroline and the boys, and in a slightly sassy tone, warned, "Hey, guys, my sister's only 12. You'd best steer clear." Although the boys were a bit put out, they hesitated to cause a scene. They took lingering glances at the doll-like little girl before reluctantly walking away. Perhaps caught up in the lively atmosphere, Caroline's cheeks were slightly flushed. Taking the cocktail from Melanie's hand, she expressed her mild displeasure. "Mel, I'm not that little. Last time you said I was 14. These little punks are getting bolder." 14 doesn't apply anymore, Melanie chided, playfully pecking Caroline on the cheek. Watching the girl shrink her neck in a coy manner, she added, "Let's take a look around first, and then we'll meet with the boss that you've been dreaming about." "You're teasing me again," Caroline protested, glancing around wistfully. What a shame Rachel went back to England. She would have definitely come tonight. "Focus on yourself for now," Melanie advised. "Are you really planning to stay close to Eric?" "Well, I think this is a great opportunity," Caroline replied, her long lashes lowering as her tone took on a hint of melancholy. "And just like Peter, after working with Eric for a while, I'll probably end up going somewhere else." Melanie sighed, knowing that Caroline understood far more about everything than she let on. Although Caroline always appeared like a delicate doll, every time Melanie used the guise of the girl's age to fend off suitors, it had always worked wonders. Yet, in reality, she was already 26 and could no longer be the naive young girl she once was upon leaving the confines of her sheltered life. Reaching out, Melanie cautiously pulled Caroline in for a hug. "That's just how it goes. Every girl has to deal with a few jerks while growing up." Caroline lightly tapped Melanie's arm. "You're quoting Eric's movie to tease him again. He's not a jerk." Right. Melanie agreed, then recalled some amusing tales Rachel had shared with her and laughed, saying, "He's a bad boy." Caroline blushed deep red. "Ugh, how annoying. Rachel told you that." After discussing the studio's expansion with Katzenberg and mingling with some important guests, Eric noticed Caroline and Melanie had made their way to the top deck. He waved them over. Melanie nudged Caroline, who stepped forward to greet Eric politely. "Good evening, Eric." "You too." Eric smiled, taking in Caroline's knee-length fitted dress. "You look beautiful tonight." "Thank you," Caroline said, nodding. As she saw Eric relaxing against the railing, she took a small step forward, standing beside him while gazing at the night view. Having considered everything for several days, Eric had finally made up his mind. Looking at Caroline's captivating demeanor by his side, he casually started a conversation. "So, how have you been lately?" "Very well," Caroline said, instinctively wanting to linger a bit longer beside him. She added, "My aunt came to Los Angeles to see me last week." Suddenly, Eric felt a fleeting memory spark inside him. "Your aunt?" "Yeah, it's the first time I've met her." "Eric, have you forgotten? When we met at Harvard, I showed you her picture," Caroline reminded him. Eric's memory clicked. He recalled the woman in a black shirt he had encountered at the London premiere of Casino Royale. The photo Caroline had shown him during their Harvard days surfaced in his mind. The lighting in the hallway had been dim, but he was now 100% certain that woman was Caroline's aunt. But why had she been at the Casino Royale premiere? He remembered Caroline mentioning that her aunt had referred to her in a letter. It seemed plausible that she had come to check on her niece's boyfriend. Yet, reminiscing about that woman's expression, Eric felt a nagging sense that things were more complicated than they appeared. "So, Caroline, do you have a picture of your aunt with you right now?" Caroline didn't understand why Eric was asking this, but nodded, retrieving a small wallet from her handbag and flipping through it. "Here, this is a picture we took together on the Walk of Fame last week." Eric accepted the wallet, looking closely at the image of the woman affectionately embracing Caroline, his mind swirling with an inexplicable feeling. He struggled to pinpoint what was amiss. Seeing Eric staring at the photo for a while, Caroline suddenly recalled the t-shirt she wore that day might have shown a bit of her waist. Feeling her cheeks warm, she wanted to take the wallet back, but hesitated. Instead, she attempted to keep the conversation going. "But, Eric, I think your eyes look a lot like my aunt's." Caroline's innocent remark struck Eric like lightning, clarifying the chaos in his thoughts. He noticed he had loosened his grip, causing the girl's delicate pink wallet to slip from his fingers. If a woman were simply there to check on her niece's boyfriend, she wouldn't show an expression of guilt like the one he had seen. However, considering a different perspective, many details began to add up. Eric finally grasped that the strange feeling within him was a sense of déjà vu. As the wallet fell, Eric came back to reality, quickly apologizing to Caroline and instructing a waiter on the lower deck to retrieve it. He caught it as it was thrown up and handed it back to the girl. "I'm so sorry, it slipped." "It's okay." Caroline shook her head, putting the wallet back in her bag. Looking up, she caught Eric looking at her again, shyly inquiring, "Eric, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing," Eric replied, reaching out to playfully tug at a strand of hair on her shoulder. "You've got a hair here." Huh. Caroline began to nod, but felt a sudden tug above her head, tilting her head. As Eric nonchalantly withdrew his hand, his casual demeanor causing her to scrunch her nose in dissatisfaction. "Eric, you're such a tease." Eric found her annoyed expression adorably cute. After a moment of hesitation, he gestured for Melanie, who was standing a short distance away, to come over. Once she arrived, he said, "Here's the plan, Melanie. You and Caroline will stay close to me from now on." Caroline and Melanie exchanged bewildered looks. In truth, Melanie had considered this idea already. However, she knew she couldn't be by Caroline's side forever. Plus, if Eric needed two assistants simultaneously, it might not naturally fall to her. Eric didn't elaborate any further. Seeing no objections from either girl, he declared, "Then it's settled. Next week, Kelly will help you both get arranged. For now, go have some fun. I have a few things to take care of." Once the girls had left, Eric leaned against the railing, finishing his glass of red wine in silence. He left the top deck and found Katzenberg discussing early preparations for Spider-Man. Together, they headed to an office within the ship's cabin. Eric handed Katzenberg a napkin-wrapped package and said, "Jeffrey, do me a favor, and let's keep this under wraps." Seeing the serious expression on Eric's face, Katzenberg nodded earnestly, accepting the package with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Eric explained, "Inside are 2 strands of hair. I need you to have someone do a kinship test." Katzenberg clearly didn't quite grasp the term. Kinship test. DNA testing. Have someone check if the owners of these 2 strands of hair are, cousins. With that clarification, Katzenberg finally understood. While his curiosity grew, he also knew that Eric wouldn't share such private matters unless he trusted him entirely. He stowed the package in his wallet with the utmost seriousness and nodded. "Don't worry, Eric. I'll get it done right away and have results for you by Monday." Chapter 904, 906, Evasive Maneuvers. Both Eric and Katzenberg hoped that the expansion of the Firefly Group theme park project would occur quietly and without fanfare. However, some things were simply destined to not go as planned. The day after the opening of the Titanic exhibition, the media burst forth with reports that Firefly Group was set to build a theme park based on the Playa Vista studio, even analyzing in detail the most likely eastward expansion plans for Firefly Studios. Soon after, staff members who had been discreetly negotiating with the residents east of Firefly Studios reported that nearly all the homeowners who had almost agreed to sell now backed out. Although most were willing to continue discussions, without exception, they raised their asking prices to astronomical levels. Some homeowners even quoted $1 million for properties valued at less than $100,000. It didn't take a genius to figure out that someone was stirring the pot, and it wasn't hard to guess who that someone might be. In contrast, the plan to acquire 160 acres of land west of Lincoln Avenue moved along smoothly. Once proposed, the Playa Vista District government quickly approved it, offering only a 50% markup over what Firefly initially paid for the studio land. One could easily imagine that the Playa Vista District was eager for Firefly Group to build a theme park within their borders. After all, a large theme park could generate hundreds of millions in taxes and create numerous job opportunities for the local community. Tax revenue and employment generally served as indicators of how well various levels of government performed, from federal presidents to small-town mayors. To win voter support, one couldn't escape these metrics. Due to the disruption, plans to expand eastward were now put on hold. Management had no choice but to let the theme park design team focus on the parcels west of Lincoln Avenue, trying to draft a feasible proposal. On Saturday night, Eric secretly handed his and Caroline's hair samples to Katzenberg, who initially promised to deliver the results by Monday. However, the next day, Katzenberg called with a tone of regret, explaining that the cousin relation testing Eric requested was proving challenging. To obtain accurate results, it might take up to 3 days. By Wednesday morning of the following week, Eric was in his office at Firefly Studios when Katzenberg finally brought in a thick stack of evaluation reports. For confidentiality, I had the analysis done in San Francisco, Katzenberg said, pulling the reports out of their folder and placing them in front of Eric. He continued, "The report just came in this morning. The doctor overseeing the analysis told me they've compared all 46 chromosomes from both samples and selected 9 that match preliminarily for further testing. Out of the 50 DNA loci sampled on those chromosomes, only 1 showed a difference, yielding a matching rate of 98%. They then tested another 50 DNA loci, and this time, all matched." At this point, Katzenberg's implication was clear. Noticing Eric deeply engrossed in the report, he remained silent, quietly leaving the office. The report spanned over 20 pages, containing far more detail than Katzenberg had mentioned and included many professional comparison images. After calmly finishing the report, Eric glanced at the definitive conclusion on the last page and, after a moment of silence, rose to walk over to the shredder, feeding the report and the manila envelope into it. To be fair, Eric had no interest in the origins of this body. If it weren't for Caroline, he wouldn't have proactively sought any verification, even if he sensed something was off. After sorting through some details in his mind, he realized that perhaps the woman had no intention of claiming him, and that was probably for the best. Lost in thought, staring at the pile of shreds, he heard a light knock on the office door. Eric responded and turned around. Caroline walked in with a stack of documents. Noticing Eric standing next to the shredder with a strange expression on his face, she asked in confusion, "Eric, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Eric shook his head and made a habitual joke. "I'm just not used to this. I almost thought an elementary school kid invaded my office." Caroline scrunched her nose in annoyance, but a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Ignoring Eric's banter, she placed several binders on his desk and said, "These are the ones you need to review and sign today. Also, Ms. Pascal called. MGM's negotiations with Rainbow Media reached a conclusion, and she wants to set up a time to talk to you. Go ahead and call her over now," Eric said as he settled into his chair behind the desk. "And, I forgot to mention it yesterday, but reserve a table at the restaurant on the boat for lunch. I'm treating someone." "Okay." Caroline nodded, making a note. After confirming Eric had no further requests, she turned and left the office. Once the door clicked shut, Eric picked up a pen from the holder and opened the first document in front of him. It was the Clover Fund's next phase buy-in plan. By late July, Thailand's financial market had become a disaster zone. After having drained the Thai economy, international currency speculators had turned their sights on the next juicy target, the Indonesian rupiah. The Southeast Asian financial crisis had also affected the North American Nasdaq index, which had recently experienced frequent fluctuations, pausing its previous rapid ascent. While negative commentary on the Nasdaq market increased, Eric recognized this as the Clover Fund's last chance to buy into IT stocks at lower prices. Thus, he devised a massive $1.5 billion stock investment plan for the coming 3 months, which would raise the originally planned $2 billion investment to $3 billion or even more. However, with Firefly Group's recent performance increase and unexpected profits from hits like Titanic and Finding Nemo, the plan faced criticism from some shareholders and executives, but none had firmly opposed it. After carefully reviewing the buy-in proposal and glancing at the list of popular tech companies, Eric suddenly thought of Larry Ellison, whom he hadn't heard from in a while. He wondered how Ellison's plans to raise funds for the acquisition of Apple were progressing. Thinking about this, Eric picked up his phone and dialed Ellison. They chatted briefly, and although Ellison spoke in a friendly tone, Eric sensed some hesitance in his voice regarding the Apple acquisition. After hanging up, Eric pondered for a moment, shaking his head with a smile before dialing Caroline again. This time, Melanie answered the phone, but he didn't mind. He instructed, "Have someone look into the progress of Larry Ellison's plan to acquire Apple." Chapter 905, 907. I just arrived too. The assets under Rainbow Media primarily include the fully owned Bravo channel, a 70% stake in the New York Sports channel, a 50% stake in the Orlando WRBW channel, a 45% stake in the Fuse Music channel, and a 30% stake in the Playboy channel. The company's total market value is approximately $1.8 billion based on asset assessments. Cablevision intends to sell no more than 30% of its shares to MGM for $600 million. Additionally, we will obtain the operating rights for the Bravo channel. In the office, Amy Pascal, who had rushed from Century City, was briefing Eric on the final negotiations with Cablevision. Eric glanced at the draft of the deal in his hand, feeling an odd sense that something strange had slipped in there. He looked up and smiled, asking Amy, "The Playboy channel?" Fighting the impulse to roll her eyes, Amy explained, "It's a premium cable channel created in 1986 through a partnership between Cablevision and Playboy Enterprises, mainly featuring adult content like erotic films." "Okay," Eric nodded, choosing not to dwell on a topic that might be uncomfortable for women. "Let's proceed with that. However, let's forget about the other channels. Once the deal is finalized, persuade the Rainbow Media management to sell off the Playboy channel's shares as soon as possible." Amy hesitated a moment and said, "Eric, the Playboy channel has been quite profitable. Furthermore, Rainbow Media only holds shares. The operating rights for the channel have always remained with Playboy Enterprises. So it won't affect us." "You might be mistaken, Amy. The reason I want you to sell the Playboy channel stake is not related to the company's reputation. With the rise of free adult content online, the physical adult entertainment industry is bound to decline in the next few years. If we don't divest now, this asset will surely lose substantial value in the future." "Fine, I'll keep it in mind," Amy conceded, then continued, "Regarding the bond issuance, we've reached an agreement with Morgan Stanley. They will assist MGM in issuing $500 million in corporate bonds next month. Many foundations, including State Street Global Advisors, have already expressed interest in subscribing, and our financing scale is modest, so it should proceed smoothly." Although she spoke confidently, there was a complex emotion in Amy's gaze as she looked at Eric. MGM initially planned on a bond financing scale of $1 billion. However, after Eric secured the production rights for the Lord of the Rings trilogy and the massive cash flow generated by the global success of Casino Royale, the company ultimately only needed to issue half that amount for its expansion plans in television. While the public praised MGM's increasingly stable expansion strategy, and most media outlets appreciated the decision to forego the high-risk Lord of the Rings trilogy, Amy felt an underlying sense that losing the production rights for Lord of the Rings, along with the film rights for Tolkien's other two works, The Hobbit and The Silmarillion, was a disastrous blow to MGM. She even firmly believed that Eric's actions were a punishment for MGM's indecisive stance from shareholders to management during the Pierce Brosnan incident. However, only upon the release of the first Lord of the Rings film did she fully comprehend how severe that punishment had truly been. Eric somewhat sensed the shift in Amy's expression but didn't dwell on it. Closing the deal draft, he added, "Since we're acquiring two channels at once, have you considered a detailed operational strategy?" "Yes," Amy replied. Entertainment and Bravo originally had some overlapping market positioning, so my plan is to clearly differentiate their content. Entertainment will focus on entertainment and fashion programming, targeting teenagers around 18 years old, which means content needs to be trendier. I believe the reality show concept for Beverly Girls is fantastic in that aspect. Additionally, the management had begun preparations for an entertainment news channel dedicated to reporting gossip from the entertainment and fashion worlds, and we plan to push ahead with that. As for Bravo, we intend to primarily target housewives, an area where Bravo has already established a solid foundation. Our task is to continue developing suitable television programs to reinforce Bravo's market position among this demographic. Housewives. Eric repeated the word from Amy's earlier speech, and a television show's name, Desperate Housewives, instantly popped into his mind. For a channel aimed at housewives, Desperate Housewives would be tailor-made. The reason ABC had increasingly been dubbed the Women's Network was mainly due to the impact of the high-rated series Desperate Housewives. Now that Firefly Group owned Lifetime, a channel aimed at urban elite women, and had added Bravo, targeting housewives, Eric surely wouldn't let ABC continue evolving into a women's channel. Placing Desperate Housewives on Bravo would be a perfect fit. Amy didn't catch Eric's words and asked curiously, "Eric, what did you just say?" Snapping back to reality, Eric shook his head, deciding not to share that thought for now. "Just some ideas I had that aren't fully formed yet. I'll tell you after some time. For now, focus on integrating the two channels." He'd only casually watched a few episodes of Desperate Housewives, and trying to replicate the whole story felt unrealistic. What he could do was draft a new script based on the general concept of the show, but whether it would resonate with audiences remained uncertain. However, that was fine. After all, if the original version of Desperate Housewives aired on Bravo, a channel far less expansive than ABC, it would feel like a missed opportunity. It was better to start fresh, with success or failure being of little concern. Amy nodded, wrapping things up. Just as she was about to leave, she remembered something. "Oh, Eric, regarding Beverly. Girls, Ms. Jenna has chosen 4 girls, and the script is nearly finished. Do you want to take a look?" Eric checked his schedule on his computer monitor and nodded. "If I have some time in the next few days, I'll have someone give her a call." After sending Amy off, Eric had lunch scheduled with Peter Jackson at the Titanic restaurant. Peter had spent years preparing for the Lord of the Rings series, finally entering the production phase, only to unexpectedly face a change in the production company. He had been quite anxious lately, fearing the project could disappear without explanation. Eric, of course, wouldn't allow that to happen and specifically made a personal appearance to reassure him. Aside from the next film, Final Destination 2, Firefly Group didn't have any other films scheduled for the summer release. Eric's focus began shifting to the company's other projects. Iron Man was set to begin filming early next year, and casting had already started. Although progress on Spider-Man was slow, the casting work had also begun. Firefly Group had several films in various stages of production, but Eric primarily needed to focus on these 2 monumental projects for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, now that he had acquired the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Eric had to devote a significant amount of energy to this project as well. The original Lord of the Rings trilogy had achieved a staggering worldwide box office of $3 billion on a production budget of under $300 million, with a return on investment even higher than Titanic. Eric naturally needed to treat this project with utmost care. To ensure the smooth operation of the entire project, as he transferred the production rights to Firefly, Eric also moved over the production team MGM had initially assembled to continue collaborating with Peter Jackson on the movie's preparations. The major challenge in the early preparations for the Lord of the Rings trilogy was casting. Due to the vast story backdrop, there was an unusually high number of characters in the trilogy, which meant that inviting well-known actors to participate would likely be challenging. Although Eric highly regarded the project, he didn't plan on increasing its budget. Most roles would be filled by up-and-coming actors. While Hollywood had no shortage of actors, finding the right individuals among the sea of talent wouldn't be easy. Aside from securing the roles of the Elven Queen and Arwen for Nicole Kidman and Diane Kruger, Eric didn't interfere much in the casting, merely setting budget restrictions for Peter Jackson and leaving the intricate details to him. Casting for the Lord of the Rings trilogy wasn't overly daunting. The multitude of roles meant that even if a few casting choices fell flat, they wouldn't diminish the quality of the film. After turning 16, Stuart Ronkel had also agreed to sign a 6-film deal with Marvel, leaving only Iron Man pending. After rejecting Tom Cruise, Marvel Entertainment CEO Avi Arad turned his attention to Matthew McConaughey. The actor's roguish charm aligned well with the persona of Tony Stark, aka Iron Man. However, after starring in Say 7 On and Contact, McConaughey had risen to A-list status and was not interested in signing a long-term deal with Marvel. Eric, who had never particularly liked the actor, chose not to pursue negotiations further. Thus, for a production with costs potentially exceeding $100 million, the selection of male leads typically confined to a small circle turned into a wide casting call for all Hollywood male actors. Although Firefly's stringent long-term deal conditions received some media mockery and led to skepticism about the project's prospects, just as Eric had stated during the Brosnan incident, anyone seeking the role could still scout from Malibu to Burbank. Firefly Studios. It was the last day of July, and it happened to be a Friday. Kris Jenner drove into Firefly Studios, parked her car, but didn't hurry to get out. She pulled out a makeup mirror to meticulously touch up her look before opening the car door. She had received word last Wednesday that Eric would allocate time to review the script for Beverly Girls, but unexpectedly, it took over a week for her to hear back. Still, she dared not voice any complaints. Lately, thanks to the massive success of Casino Royale, combined with the Brosnan replacement incident, Eric's personal influence in Hollywood had soared to an almost unattainable level. Naturally, Kris Jenner, who instinctively revered powerful figures, felt that even if she had to wait a month, it was no big deal. Maintaining some connection with him was enough to elevate her standing in her small circle. During this time, her life had indeed been spectacular. For the Beverly Girls project, she had moved back to Los Angeles with her entire family. She initially thought some old friends would distance themselves from her after her years away. But upon hearing she was producing a reality show conceived by Eric Williams, they all flocked to her, far more enthusiastically than when she had lived in Los Angeles. Walking to Eric's office door, she politely greeted the outer secretary. The secretary told her to wait a moment, and Kris obediently took a seat in the outer waiting room. "Don't blame me for not reminding you one last time, Bridget. If you get this role, people might start calling you Pepper Potts next time they see you." After a while, Eric's office door swung open, and a man and a woman walked out. The man was naturally Eric, and the woman was Bridget Fonda, who had starred as the lead in Ghost. Kris remembered that since Ghost, Fonda hadn't really had anything noteworthy come out, but from the tone of Eric's voice, it seemed she was about to land an important role, one significant enough to alter a viewer's perception of an actor. Kris couldn't help feeling a bit envious. She had once fantasized about becoming an actress, but had never had such an opportunity. Bridget Fonda noticed Kris Jenner sitting in the waiting room and nodded at her. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Eric, she bade farewell and left. Eric watched Bridget Fonda depart, then waved at Kris Jenner. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Ms. Jenner. Please come with me." "It's all right. I just got here too," Kris Jenner quickly responded, grabbing her bag as she walked over. Chapter 906, 908. It's this expression. After instructing his secretary to brew 2 cups of coffee, Eric walked into his office with Kris Jenner. Kris took a seat opposite him at the desk. As she watched him lower his head to read a document, she couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Just moments ago, Eric had addressed her as Ms. Jenner, a contrast to the warmth of their last meeting. Though she speculated that Eric probably hadn't noticed such details, she was unsure if she should simply call him Eric again. The secretary entered with 2 cups of coffee, and Kris thanked her, noticing that Eric still appeared lost in thought. After a moment, she pulled the Beverly Girls script out of her bag and placed it on her lap, offering a smile as she asked, "Eric, how have you been lately?" After a busy week, the lead actress for Iron Man was finally confirmed. It landed on Bridget Fonda. Though Bridget had briefly stepped into the Hollywood A-list spotlight after Ghost, that was now 7 years ago. Despite offers pouring in over the past few years, Bridget hadn't found anything with the same impact as Ghost, causing her popularity to wane. Thus, she ultimately decided to take the role of Pepper Potts in Iron Man. Having been the lead in Ghost, her role as an assistant to Iron Man was mutually beneficial. Bridget could regain her stature through this major film, while Firefly could leverage her star power. Eric understood that selecting a lead actor from the A-list was no longer possible. To compensate for the lack of star power in the lead role, he planned to put more emphasis on supporting characters, similar to Marvel's past practices. Many supporting roles in Marvel films were one-off, especially villains, eliminating concerns about sequel complications. In addition to Bridget Fonda as Pepper, Eric still intended to invite Jeff Bridges to play the villain in Iron Man. Though Jeff wouldn't land his Oscar until 2010, he was already a bona fide acting talent with 3 nominations under his belt, much like Al Pacino. Eric also discovered that the film that would earn Jeff the title of The Dude, the cult classic The Big Lebowski, had just wrapped earlier that year, with a release planned for the following year, which would undoubtedly boost Jeff's popularity. While deep in thought about these matters, Eric snapped back to attention at Kris's voice. He looked up, grinned, and said, You've probably heard about all the chaos lately. Chris chuckled in agreement, complimenting, I don't know how. Many people envy your chaotic life. She handed the Beverly Girls script to Eric, continuing, this is the script we've put together. It has profiles of the 4 girls. Take a look. Unlike competitive reality shows, lifestyle reality show scripts lack intricate setups. They mainly outline what the real-life participants should do in each episode or season, resembling a schedule. Eric skimmed through the girls' profiles before flipping open the script. However, halfway through, he couldn't help but shake his head. This won't work. Chris, surprised that Eric was already dismissing the script without finishing, felt a bit anxious and asked, Eric, what's the problem? The script flaunts the girls' lavish lifestyles too frequently. Such overindulgence might captivate viewers at first, but it won't hold their interest for long. If viewers feel removed from their own lives after a few episodes, they will gradually lose interest. So, if you want to sustain the show, you need to find the right balance. Content-wise, it should satisfy viewers' curiosity about high society, but also give the impression that these lives aren't all that special. Chris listened intently and began to understand, cautiously suggesting, are you saying I should include more of the girls' everyday lives? Essentially, yes. But don't make it mundane. Focus on the details. For instance, you could emphasize their fashion. If you can make the girls' styles a hot topic among young audiences, the show will have an enduring element to attract attention, especially from female viewers. Chris nodded in agreement before asking, Eric, is there anything else? Eric reflected on reality shows from memory, replying, you should tone down the drama elements. At least in the first season, there can't be any severe conflicts. Start by letting the girls get along with each other. Of course, they can't be too harmonious either, otherwise, there'd be no intrigue. Additionally, since the girls are participating in the reality show mainly to gain fame, they won't pay much attention to the salary. So you should discuss with MGM about crafting a tailored promotional plan for them. The girls' rising fame could, in turn, enhance the show's popularity. However, if they leave right after the first season, all our media investment will be wasted. It's best to sign them for multiple seasons at once. Eric, it's true that they want to become famous. However, even though the girls are wealthy, $40,000 per season is still a lot of money for them. I've already signed them for 3 seasons. Eric suddenly realized he had fallen into the trap of thinking too narrowly about finances. Considering his wealth now, it was impossible for him not to care about several $100 million. Even in Beverly Hills, a $40,000 income was substantial, especially for young girls just starting out in life. Chris didn't know what was on Eric's mind and continued discussing script changes. About an hour later, as the conversation wrapped up, Chris sensed that Eric was signaling to conclude the meeting. She invited again. Eric, we've just moved back to Los Angeles and are planning a housewarming party. Are you free soon? Without a moment's hesitation, Eric shook his head. He only valued Chris's potential in reality show production and didn't plan to get too tangled up with her family. I'm pretty swamped lately. I can't spare the time. It's just in the evening. It won't interfere with work, Chris persisted, changing tactics. Plus, Kim really hopes you can come. She's been envious of that graffiti shoot you did with her. That night turned into a blast of girls taking pictures together. Eric only remembered pressing a Williams imprint on Kim Kardashian's side, something all the girls shared, but he didn't delve deeper into Kim's fabricated little fibs of vanity. Instead, he shook his head, saying, I really don't have the energy for that right now. All I want after work is to go home and sleep. Chris felt disappointed, realizing Eric wasn't likely to change his mind. If they could get Eric at the party, they would surely be the talk of their social circle. Aware that her efforts were likely futile, Chris didn't give up, saying, if that's the case, you could at least hang out with Kim sometime. It's still summer. Eric felt a little disgusted by Chris's relentless pitch about her daughters, but quickly recalled the antics her counterpart had pulled in the original timeline, feeling a bit more forgiving. Looking into Chris's hopeful eyes, he said, you might not know that I'm not particularly interested in young girls. I tend to prefer mature women. Chris's jaw dropped in surprise, feeling Eric's gaze scrutinizing her. A suspicion crept in. Did Eric Williams want her to produce this reality show specifically because of her? She had heard about the young billionaire having a thing for certain types. Recollecting the way she had grilled her daughter earlier, Chris realized the job had unexpectedly fallen into her lap, as her daughter hadn't even mentioned her name to Eric. He must have seen her somewhere, perhaps on a TV show where she had made a few appearances. Coming to what she thought was a conclusion, Chris felt little hesitation or resistance. With her personality, if she could climb the social ladder with someone like Eric, what would she lose by giving up everything she currently had? Affectedly acting demure, she said, "Well, Eric, if you want, you can call me privately." Eric had anticipated various reactions from Chris, embarrassment, or perhaps a righteous indignation, at least on the surface. He didn't expect her to be so straightforward. Chris stood there in a well-fitted black suit, and Eric couldn't help but indulge some wicked thoughts. What if I want it right now? Chris glanced around, nervously responding, is this the right place? Eric crossed his legs, looking indifferent to the situation with no intention of offering her alternatives. I prefer it here. Chris hesitated just briefly, realizing she had no leverage to maintain any semblance of modesty in front of Eric. Her need to keep him happy took precedence. She stood up, walked around the desk, and, a little shyly, approached him. Her eyes flitted about before she bent over Eric's imposing desk. Eric watched her voluptuous figure, reaching out without hesitation to smack her on the curves tightly wrapped in the black skirt. With her pained gasps, he commanded, "Who told you to do this? Get down on your knees." After being spanked by Eric, Chris became even more submissive, quickly rising to kneel before him, smiling ingratiatingly. As Eric reached out to her, he lifted his toe and playfully kicked her, saying, "Not here. Go under the desk." Okay. Sure." As the workday was ending, Peter Rich arrived from Century City, greeting a few acquaintances as he approached Eric's office. Just as he was about to speak to the secretary outside, the office door swung open, revealing Caroline and Melanie stepping out, and they spotted Peter. Melanie noticed Peter's fleeting expression of guilt and suspiciously asked, "Peter, we're just about to punch out. What brings you here?" "Something from FFM TV, boss sent me," Peter replied, exchanging pleasantries with Caroline and gesturing towards the office door. Melanie and Caroline stepped aside, watching Peter knock twice on the door before entering. "Melanie," remarked to Caroline, "something's definitely up. Dad used to show that same expression when he was sneaking a smoke." Caroline chuckled and gently pulled at Melanie. "Let's go. Peter's probably here for work." "Humph. It's probably some shady business just between the guys, and they're keeping it from us," Melanie murmured, glancing at the secretary at the desk adjacent to theirs. Noticing the secretary was too far removed to have any insider knowledge, she leaned in, keen to gossip. "Mia, do you know what Peter's here for?" The secretary, Mia, smiled and shook her head. Though she did know a woman had been in the boss's office all afternoon without coming out, she couldn't share that with anyone. Although her position was far inferior to Caroline's and Melanie's, she cherished her job, which involved basic duties like answering calls and serving refreshments. As such, she couldn't risk that for any gossip the two seemed to enjoy about their relationship with the boss. After failing to extract any information from Mia, Melanie groaned, pulling Caroline away. Still, as they left, she told Caroline, "I bet it's just like I guessed. Caroline, later I'll teach you how to read those male expressions." Eric hadn't anticipated that his assistant would be so keenly observant. The abrupt debacle of the afternoon left him with some matters best not handled by Caroline or Melanie. So, he decided to call on his former assistant for some backup. After receiving a small box from Peter, Eric exchanged a few words about the FFM TV projects before sending him away. He then pushed through the door leading into the adjacent bedroom. Although he seldom rested there, the office was equipped with all necessary amenities. The woman, tucked under a thin blanket on the bed, was awakened as Eric entered with a glass of water. Eric opened the small box Peter had left behind and took out a pill plate, pressing one out and offering it to the woman's lips, instructing, "Open up." Chris knew well what the pill was. She received the glass and took the pill down, playfully opening her mouth for Eric to check, then asked, "Eric, what time is it?" Eric picked up her clothes and placed them at the bedside, saying, "It's 5 o'clock. Get dressed. You need to head back. Bruce went to New York for recording a show." "I'm fine to stay tonight," Chris answered hopefully, noticing Eric's lack of response and feeling a bit deflated. "Boldly," she teased, Eric, you can call me whenever if you want. Once Kendall and Kylie get older, it'll be less likely. Feeling awkward, Eric quickly placed another pill directly in her mouth, saying, "No tricks. Focus on making the Beverly girls right. If the ratings are good, there'll be additional projects for you next year. If you mess this up, you might as well become a housewife." Chris noted Eric's mildly annoyed expression and stifled a laugh, afraid to show it. Hearing that Eric might have more projects for her next year excited her. This sacrifice truly felt worthwhile. She obediently swallowed the pill in her mouth and began dressing. The new project Eric hinted at was another reality series revolving around spoiled wives, inspired by Kris Jenner's idea for Beverly Girls. This series would fit nicely into the Bravo channel's lineup. Given that she was already a housewife, Kris might find it easier to manage than Beverly Girls. However, with MGM's recent acquisition of Bravo, adjustments would take time, and there was no need to rush. After sending Kris off, Eric promptly made his way to Firefly Studio, heading for a restaurant in Venice Beach, where he had arranged to discuss the acquisition of Apple with Larry Ellison. It was infuriating. After securing the promise of a $300 million investment from Eric, Larry had begun raising funds by claiming Firefly Investments would take part in the Apple acquisition. Firefly Investments' impressive track record in IT investments was well known. So, when it was reported that they would engage in the acquisition of Apple, even some financial players who initially hesitated began to give way. Last week, Eric had inquired, and Larry had raised over $2.5 billion already. Given that Apple was valued at just $2 billion, even with some acquisition premiums, the amount seemed sufficient. Yet with the funds in hand, Larry had developed a desire to push Firefly Investments aside. Eric was certain this had been spurred by Steve Jobs, as Eric's previous refusal to license the MP3 player patent had left Jobs fuming. He was notoriously vindictive. Eric held a nonchalant stance towards acquiring Apple. After laying out all the groundwork, if he still couldn't monopolize the future smartphone era, he would simply accept his misfortune. Still, he wouldn't allow anyone to exploit Firefly Investments' name, secure funding, and then try to distance themselves from him. Chapter 907, 909, Absolutely no problem. Eric, it's been a while since we last met. You've been making quite a splash lately. I've been hearing your name every day here in San Francisco, Larry Ellison said as he warmly embraced Eric upon entering the restaurant they had agreed to meet at on Venice Beach. Eric released the scruffy-faced Larry Ellison and replied with a smirk, "You're doing pretty well yourself. I heard you've recently raised a big pile of cash. What's your plan?" "Hey, Eric," Larry said, guiding him to a table. He eagerly defended himself. "You must have heard some wild rumors. Look, you called me, and I immediately rushed over from San Francisco. If I hadn't called, you would have probably planned to meet me after buying Apple, wouldn't you?" Eric teased, glancing at the menu that the waiter had handed him. "That's a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding," Larry quickly denied. "I've been managing the company while flying back and forth across the coasts, so I have been a bit preoccupied with things on your end." As Eric ordered his dinner and closed the menu, he looked up and smiled. "If you were really too busy, that would be understandable. I heard Oracle is facing intense competition from Informix lately. Did they take down that billboard they set up outside Oracle's building?" In Eric's memory, Oracle had mainly held a dominant position in the industry. But now, Oracle hadn't quite reached the market dominance that Microsoft had in desktop operating systems. In North America alone, two companies, Informix and Sybase, were their competitors of a comparable scale. Sybase was involved in server operations aside from database software, while Informix, just like Oracle, concentrated fully on the database software market, hence their fierce rivalry. Informix had even bought a billboard outside Oracle's headquarters with the advertisement saying, "Dinosaurs used to roam here." Eric didn't know the reference, but he figured it definitely wasn't a compliment. Now, seeing the funds he had raised were enough to buy Apple, Larry indeed started entertaining the idea of leaving Firefly behind and pursuing Apple independently. Apart from being encouraged by his friend Steve Jobs, he understood that if Firefly were involved, even if they only held 10% of the shares, they would still have a significant say in the acquisition, potentially undermining him as the initiator of the purchase. If he could shake off Firefly, the control of Apple would entirely rest with him and Jobs. After the acquisition, However, as soon as Eric spoke, Larry felt a little uneasy. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think Eric was simply teasing him about the Informix billboard. Firefly's portfolio, including companies like Yahoo, America Online, and the recently risen Amazon, meant any software database company would scramble for their business. Moreover, Yahoo was also controlling a Yahoo Technology Alliance, which had started to become a rule-maker on the internet, amplifying its influence. Eric's mention of Informix could not have been more of a warning. Oracle was then at a critical moment in its competition with Informix. Should every internet company under the Firefly umbrella lean towards Informix, the current standoff between the two database companies would be completely thrown off balance. Database software companies and operating system companies shared some traits. If one started pulling away, influenced by the Matthew effect, the lead would only grow more pronounced, as evidenced by Apple's current predicament. Larry was known for his arrogance, and that was common knowledge in all of Silicon Valley. But he was certainly not the type to showcase his superiority in front of just anyone. Otherwise, Oracle would not have reached its current scale. At that moment, in front of Eric, he felt he had lost all of his arrogant leverage, even feeling a sense of helplessness, as though his fate rested in the other man's hands. Rubbing his forehead, Larry took a serious tone. Eric, fine. I admit, I did not handle this properly. But negotiations for the acquisition are just starting, and I assure you that from now on, I won't hide anything from Firefly regarding this. If you're worried, you can send someone to join the negotiating team. Hearing Larry back down, Eric shrugged and said, Larry, I've told you before, I'm not really interested in acquiring Apple. I just think Jobs is a fascinating guy, which is why I got involved in this. Once the acquisition is complete, I won't dabble in Apple's management. Consider it just a standard stock investment. But if you dare to play games with me, I won't hesitate to smash that rotten apple into your oracle. Eric, rest assured, such things will never happen again, Larry replied, feeling a little off about Eric's final statement, but not pointing it out. He realized that Eric had no intention of holding on to the matter, so he nodded along. Eric gave him a glance and suddenly realized that being friends with Jobs, both had certain similarities. They were both quite the characters. An idea sparked in his mind. Eric said, Larry, you don't actually think this matter is concluded, do you? Eric, what do you want to do? Larry asked warily, having originally relaxed. Not wanting to waste words on him, Eric straightforwardly asked, So, you know Firefly is currently preparing Iron Man, right? Larry paused, quickly understanding what was being implied, and excitedly replied, Eric, you want me to play Tony Stark? Absolutely. I think I would fit just fine. Let's negotiate the salary. Eric glared around, but found no one suitable to bash on Larry's scruffy face, so he retorted, Not Tony Stark, but would you be interested in playing Tony Stark's driver instead? Come on, Eric. Even a villain would be better. Being a driver is so humiliating. Larry suddenly seemed to get into a frenzy, earnestly starting to haggle. All right, you're the driver. I'll have someone notify you of the filming schedule, Eric declared, tapping on the table, making it official. Larry initially thought Eric would bring something shocking, but was relieved to hear it was just a cameo in a film. He nodded in agreement, and even threw in a few jokes for good measure. However, Eric clearly wasn't finished, continuing, But I was not just talking about a cameo. Iron Man is a sci-fi movie, very suitable for tech company product placements. So let's have Oracle involved as well, with a placement fee of $5 million. Larry immediately frowned. Oracle's annual advertising and marketing budget was still under $100 million. $5 million for a film would be quite hefty. Eric, this is practically extortion. Can we lower that? How about $500,000? Yahoo plans to build a major data center on both coasts and in Europe next year, and maybe I can consider allocating the database software orders for those projects to Informix. $3 million, Eric. You have to know that any decision I, as CEO, make needs board approval, and $3 million is my utmost limit, Larry replied, trying to negotiate firmly. Amazon is going public soon, and they'll definitely need to expand their infrastructure. As an e-commerce company, database software. Larry slapped the table, interrupting Eric's half-completed sentence, straightforwardly interjected, $5 million, deal. Oh, and you can count the cameo as $1 for being Tony Stark's driver. Hollywood doesn't allow free work, though you'll need to sign for 3 films first. Larry frowned but nodded. Fine. Satisfied, Eric nodded and added, and this dinner is on you. He didn't hesitate to extract that from Larry as a sort of punishment for his earlier mischievous plans. After dinner, originally intending to head back to his property, Eric received a call from Drew saying several roles in The Fast and the Furious had been secured, so he had the driver take him to Beverly Hills. Arriving at the luxurious home of the girl, he found Gwyneth Paltrow there as well. Drew intertwined her arm with Eric's and sat on the sofa, saying, Eric, Kate is very interested in the role of Mia, Dominic's sister. What do you think? In the original, the role of the male lead sister in The Fast and the Furious was played by Jordana Brewster. Eric remembered this Latina's youthful beauty was nothing short of perfect. He just didn't know why. But her shelf life seemed to run short, as after turning 20, she didn't quite hold up in looks. That thought flickered in his mind as he looked at Gwyneth Paltrow. Given how Hollywood history had shifted, even though Shakespeare in Love hadn't yet been produced, it wouldn't be a walk in the park for Gwyneth Paltrow to grab another starring role. Yet, being a Hollywood second-generation star, she had her reasons for expressing interest in a seemingly subordinate role like Mia. Gwyneth, I assume you've read the script for Mia? That character is just eye candy, with no real depth. It's merely for gaining familiarity with the audience. Gwyneth eyed Drew by Eric's side with envy, only to express wistfully, I wish there were roles better suited for me. Unfortunately, I've been struggling to find one. Having said that, she glanced hopefully at Eric, knowing that for the past couple of years she had been in 3 or 4 films annually, giving her enough visibility to make those nameless newcomers to Hollywood envious. Still, her family's connections wouldn't help her snag heavyweight blockbuster roles, and the films she had participated in hadn't made much noise. Last year, she finally collaborated with Miramax on the adaptation of the novel Emma, initially hoping to try her hand at an Oscar strategy, but ended up without even a Golden Globe nomination. Thus, on her agent's advice, she planned to alter her strategy to increase her screen time in major productions to boost her profile as quickly as possible. Coincidentally, MGM was preparing to launch the Fast and the Furious series, considering it was a project Eric wrote himself. Gwyneth Paltrow had suggested to Drew that she wanted to audition for a role. Previously, though they had always seemed like sisters in public, Gwyneth had not leveraged her connection with Drew in a film before. Living in Hollywood, she knew that leveraging favors could only go so far. Once or twice might work, but more than that would be futile. Even with family ties, it only went so far to help gain lead roles in low-budget independent films. Ultimately, advancing her career would come back to the quality of her work. Eric had dismissed Mia's character as having little depth, and Gwyneth Paltrow surely understood that much. However, Eric underestimated the stir his personally penned film would cause in Hollywood. After all, it was part of a spy movie universe that was just beginning to stretch. Considering the current influence of spy movie universes in Tinseltown, even a minor role in that series would be enough to attract competition from top-tier actresses. Seeing Gwyneth's hopeful eyes and her expression as though she would leap forward if he merely spoke, Eric chuckled. Compared to ordinary actors struggling in Hollywood, she already possessed unmatched resources. He wouldn't be swayed by a mere pitiful expression, saying, It requires opportunity. You're roughly the same age as Drew. No need to rush. Maybe you will meet the right role soon. Well, if you are interested in the role of Mia, you can try it. Gwyneth looked discouraged. She wanted to correct Eric's slip of the tongue. She was actually several years older than Drew and already 25 this year. But seeing that delicate face of Drew, she knew that kind of remark would not be received well. Drew, with her characteristic grin, blinked and let it slide, saying, Oh, Eric, I found those 2 actors you mentioned, named Paul Walker and Vin Diesel, right? Amy and I checked them out, and Paul Walker seems okay, but that Vin Diesel guy is just a wooden performance. After Drew spoke, she said something to the twins watching TV in the living room, and Natasha quickly brought a document to Eric. Seeing Eric flip through the paper, the girl asked, Do you want to see audition tapes? Eric glanced through the data regarding Paul Walker and Vin Diesel. Both had been in Hollywood for several years and were certainly not newcomers. To avoid complications in casting, he simply asked Drew to track them down directly. Let's view those audition tapes tomorrow. But remember, Casting actors for films doesn't always boil down to picking the best performances. What matters most is suitability. Otherwise, Robert De Niro and Meryl Streep would be the most sought-after stars in Hollywood. Chapter 908, 910, Private Airport. On a bright morning, Gwyneth Paltrow woke up a couple of hours earlier than usual, probably because she had stayed over at Drew's house. Walking down to the dining room, she found Eric sitting at the table, enjoying his breakfast. "Good morning, Eric." She greeted him casually before asking the twins to help prepare her breakfast. Taking a seat across from Eric, she glanced at the newspaper in his hands and inquired, "Eric, hasn't Drew gotten up yet?" Eric nodded. "Yeah. Why are you up so early?" "It's already 7 o'clock. I don't have a habit of sleeping in," Gwyneth replied without a hint of guilt. Her eyes flickered toward the glass of milk next to Eric, and she added, "Eric, I'm a bit thirsty. Can I have that glass of milk?" Eric smiled and pushed the glass toward her, then called out for Natasha to prepare another one for himself as he continued reading the newspaper. Gwyneth took a sip from the glass, smacked her lips, and recalled what Drew and Eric had discussed the previous night. She raised her gaze and asked, "Eric, are you really planning on buying 4 private jets all at once?" "Yeah, what about it?" he responded. Gwyneth scrunched her shoulders, and this time it wasn't an affectation. Hearing Drew and Eric talk about the purchase of 4 private planes last night left her with a strange feeling. Although she came from a good background, her experience with private jets had been minimal growing up. But here was Eric, planning to buy 4 at once and build private airports on both coasts, something she never imagined would occur to her. However, considering Eric's place at the top of Forbes' wealthy list, she found it more acceptable, though it intensified her envy toward Drew, thinking how lovely it would be if something like that could happen to her. "I just think, will you actually use them all?" "Huh. If you want to use one, you can borrow it from Drew." Eric chuckled. Gwyneth blinked and leaned forward, slightly regretting not sitting next to Eric. With a teasing tone, she said, "Can't I just borrow it from you?" "Sure." "Then it's settled." Gwyneth seized the opportunity. "But I don't have your cell number yet. Can you give me one? A personal one, please." This time, Eric gently shook his head, refusing. "If you want to reach me, just contact Drew." You just said I could borrow from you." Gwyneth playfully pouted, taking another sip from her milk and deliberately licking her lips in a flirtatious manner. Unfortunately, Eric didn't acknowledge her at all. As she noticed Eric's indifference, Gwyneth was about to make another move when Drew sleepily wandered into the dining room, barefoot, wearing a tank top and short shorts, looking drowsy. She dragged a chair across to sit beside Eric and leaned against his shoulder with a small yawn, quickly shifting as she felt uncomfortable. Watching Eric smile affectionately and wrap his arm around the girl to keep her from bumping into the table edge almost made Gwyneth want to shout out, "Why doesn't this little brat go back to sleep?" On the other side of the table, the girl nestled against Eric's arm, mumbling before finally saying, "Eric, have Natasha get the car ready. We're heading to Ventura in a bit." Eric gently suggested, "Why don't you eat something first? You can sleep on the way." I haven't brushed my teeth." "I'm not eating." "Huh. Then go brush your teeth. I want to take a shower too." A small, pale arm reached up from under the table, tugging at Eric's shirt collar as she playfully implored, "Eric, carry me." Eric looked helpless but set down his newspaper and picked up the girl, leaving the dining room. Feeling completely ignored throughout that process, Gwyneth felt a surge of anger as if she wanted to throw her glass of milk against the wall. When Natasha walked in with a salad, politely placing it before her, Gwyneth instinctively considered making a snide remark. But then she remembered the 2 quiet Russian girls at the gym, and she swallowed her words, feeling inexplicably upset instead. After quite a while, Eric and Drew strolled back into the dining room, chatting and laughing, both dressed in new clothes. Gwyneth couldn't help but wonder if they had gotten into any mischief during their absence. With a smile, she teasingly winked at Drew and casually asked, "Drew, isn't building a private airport in Ventura a bit too far from Los Angeles?" Ventura was a small city north of Los Angeles, over 100 kilometers away. Gwyneth had overheard Eric and Drew discussing the plan to build a private airport in Ventura the night before. "Honestly, I wanted to build it in Los Angeles too, but unfortunately, the runway for a Boeing 747 needs to be at least 3 kilometers long. I searched for a long time in LA but couldn't find a suitable spot, so here we are in Ventura. But it's less than 50 kilometers from the Liberty City estate. It's not too far. It's about the same distance from Liberty City to LAX, Drew explained. By the way, Kate, it's the weekend. Would you like to join us? Ventura is perfect for a weekend getaway, and Eric and I are thinking about picking up a small estate there. Though she had planned to have lunch at home, Gwyneth quickly nodded without a second thought. Sure, she replied, glancing between Eric and Drew. As long as you guys don't mind me tagging along. The girl immediately chimed in. Then you can invite your boyfriend too. We plan to stay in Ventura for 2 days and come back on Monday. Gwyneth stole a glance at Eric, smiled, and shook her head. I don't have one right now. Or maybe you could lend me yours. Ha. Not happening. The girl giggled and shook her head while wrapping her arm around Eric's, whether intentionally or not. But you can try to snag him. Whoever gets him, wins. After breakfast, Eric made a call to have a team of bodyguards come over, and they set off from Beverly Hills. They drove through downtown Los Angeles, heading north along California Highway 1. After a little over an hour, they entered another residential area. In Drew's Range Rover, Eric sat in the middle while the girl occupied the seaside spot. Passing through Oxnard, just south of Ventura, the girl whimsically pointed to a fenced-off area near the coast and said, "What a pity. If only we could build the airport here." Eric only smiled. Gwyneth, sitting next to Eric, leaned in closer, drawn by curiosity, and asked, "So why don't we build it here? I think it's quite suitable." Summer clothes were light, and Eric felt the soft body of Gwyneth leaning in deliberately. He shrugged it off, just explaining, "This is the Magoo Naval Base." Haha. Well, that definitely won't work. Gwyneth chuckled but didn't lean away, adding, "In that case, can we build the private airport nearby? I seem to recall something about no-fly zones near military bases." No problem. Eric didn't answer, but Drew on the other side said, "I've already consulted with lawyers. Plus, Oxnard has 2 civilian airports, and the northern one is less than 10 kilometers away. If there's a no-fly zone, those 2 airports wouldn't exist." Chatting along the way, they quickly arrived in Ventura. The group first checked into a private resort and then met with a local official to survey the airport site Drew had selected. The plot was next to a dry riverbed in the southern part of Ventura, and when Eric and Drew stepped out of the car, they found themselves surrounded by farmlands. The city official, named Jack Wilson, also exited the vehicle and led the group along a simple concrete path cutting through the fields, explaining, "Mr. Williams, you see, the Ventura Harbor is to the south. If you have a yacht, you could dock it here. Oh, the land for the private airport is right here. From where we are standing, all the way west for 3 kilometers and 1 kilometer south, totaling 300 hectares. Ms. Barrymore mentioned this airport will need to accommodate 10 jets, so this land should be sufficient. Of course, if you want to build 2 intersecting runways, you would need to extend north by at least 500 meters, but I think that's unnecessary. Both of Oxnard's civilian airports only have 1 runway." Eric nodded, turning to the girl beside him. "Are we building 1 runway or 2? The girl beamed and held up 2 fingers. "We have already picked out the land on Long Island. It's for 2 runways. Ms. Barrymore, this place can't be compared with Long Island." Jack Wilson interjected, smiling. "We are in a densely populated area. If you want a larger plot, it will cost more and take longer for approval. After all, getting closer to residential areas means building approval will require public consent. Here, however, the distance is just right, so you won't need to hold public hearings, and you can start construction sooner." Feeling as though land had been a recurring concern for him lately, Eric eyed the vast fields to the north with little thought. He decided to secure as much land as possible to avoid future predicaments like the Firefly theme park situation. So he said, "If possible, let's build 2 runways. We are not in a hurry. If we can extend further north by another kilometer, securing 600 hectares is fine too." Once Eric made his decision, Jack Wilson smiled and nodded, saying, "In that case, Mr. Williams, building this airport will take at least a year before construction can begin." Eric asked with a smile, "Jack, don't you want me to buy more land? That'll contribute to Ventura's taxes, right?" Jack Wilson nodded, his eyes twinkling with shrewdness. "Of course, but I'm just here to provide you with the best advice. As they all chatted and strolled around the surrounding land for half an hour, Jack Wilson explained various details regarding the construction of the private airport. By midday, everyone returned to Ventura. As a primarily leisure-oriented small town, Ventura's harbor was filled with hundreds of yachts of all sizes. After completing their official business, they all decided to rent a yacht for an afternoon at sea. The white yacht drifted leisurely about 10 kilometers from the coastline. Eric, dressed in swim trunks and sunglasses, lounged on the deck, soaking up the sun. When he saw the twins secure the engine and come over, he sat up and smiled. "I had no idea you guys could operate a yacht. By the way, can you fly a plane?" The two girls exchanged shy smiles and obediently sat next to Drew, one of them nodding. "Helicopters, we can." The girl sitting next to Eric also sat up, wrapped her arms around one of his, and grinned. "Eric, they can do everything. Maybe they're KGB agents sent to lure you in." Eric playfully tapped her on the forehead, eyeing the twins as he joked. "They do look the part. So what are your plans?" "As long as you don't plan to kill me, I'll cooperate." The twins continued to smile shyly, shaking their heads. "No, master. This is something the boss had us learn." Gwyneth, feeling a bit overlooked, put her juice down and decided to chime in. "Eric, didn't you say you were buying 4 private jets? Why did Jack Wilson mention 10? Eric explained, "Building a private airport just for 4 jets would be wasteful. Other people are going to buy in too." Gwyneth was intrigued. "Who?" Eric didn't answer, smiling instead. "You could buy one too and just store it here." Gwyneth's eyes sparkled with longing, only to reluctantly shake her head, glancing at Eric hopefully. "Right now, I can't even afford a good car, let alone a private jet. When you become a big star in the future, you will be able to buy one. But who knows when that will be? Besides, even if I could buy one, I definitely couldn't afford a Boeing," she said enviously, looking at Drew, who was chatting with the twins about something, before adding, "Eric, buying 1,500 acres. Oh, that's 600 hectares. Must be very expensive here." Eric liked using hectares as a measure unit. That morning, Jack Wilson had played along with his habit. Gwyneth was clearly influenced by their earlier conversation, adopting hectares instead of her usual acres. If it were in LA, it would be quite pricey. But here, it's different. For just the land, it won't exceed $20 million. Though the plot mentioned by Drew was near Ventura's town center, it was still farmland, so it wouldn't be that expensive. Jeffrey had only spent $7 million on that 2,000-acre farm in Maryland. The biggest costs associated with private airports usually came from the ongoing operations and maintenance later on. Chapter 909, 911, Skybridge. After the weekend, Eric returned to Los Angeles from Ventura and instructed Kelly to assemble a team from the assistant's office to focus on the construction of private airports on both coasts and the purchase of 2 Boeing 747-400s and 2 Gulfstream V jets. Eric himself shifted his attention to casting for several films and the expansion of Firefly Studios. With the intensive casting initiations for Iron Man, Spider-Man, The Lord of the Rings trilogy, and The Fast and the Furious all taking place at once, the casting demands for these heavyweight films practically covered all age ranges in Hollywood. Additionally, Firefly's recent accolades propelled many once-unknown actors to Hollywood superstardom. So, despite the recent Pierce Brosnan incident, which left many Hollywood big names grumbling about Firefly's supposed stinginess, things still appeared quite bustling. In Hollywood, actors were going to great lengths to snag roles in these franchises. So, with the X-Files wrapped up, do you still keep in touch with Brad Pitt? Eric playfully asked over breakfast with Famke Janssen at his estate, upon hearing her mention Brad's interest in playing Tony Stark. Since the X-Files concluded just over 6 months ago, Famke hadn't picked up any new projects but had been traveling while doing charity work. She had just returned to Los Angeles and had been staying at the estate. "It was Cheryl that called me," Famke explained, noticing Eric's confusion. She laughed. "Cheryl Cody, Brad's agent. You must have met her. We've gotten along pretty well over the years, so she asked me to relay a message to you." Eric vaguely recalled Cheryl Cody, a capable agent from ICM whom he hadn't seen in years. As time had passed, both he and Brad Pitt had risen to different standings in Hollywood. Eric no longer held any preconceived notions about Brad. In fact, he felt virtually indifferent. Bringing a selection of breakfast items to the table, Eric calmly analyzed. Brad's acting is decent, but his image doesn't quite fit for Tony Stark. He thought for a moment, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. However, I could see him trying out for another role, Thor. But if he wants that role, he'll need to be patient. The Thor movie won't start until after Spider-Man and Iron Man are released. Historically, Marvel had once hoped Brad Pitt would portray Thor, but at that time, he was already transitioning into directing and producing, which rendered a comic book character less appealing for him, leading to their lack of collaboration. However, due to Eric's involvement now, although Brad Pitt had gained significant fame for his role in The X-Files, he would essentially be starting fresh again after the series wrapped. Also, having been typecast by The X-Files, developing his career in films would not come as easy as it once had. However, Brad was indeed a fitting choice for Thor, with the movie set to launch about 2 years later when the shadow of The X-Files would begin to fade. Famke nodded, saying, "I'll pass that message along to Cheryl then. By the way, how far along are you with the X-Men comics I gave you?" Eric inquired. "I find them really interesting. I really like the character Jean Grey," Famke replied. "When are you planning to shoot X-Men?" "I haven't heard anything. This will also have to wait another 2 or 3 years, Eric explained. "My plan is to kickstart the Marvel Cinematic Universe first with Spider-Man and Iron Man. That way, advancing other projects will be much simpler. You can take your time this year to film a few projects to get a feel for it. Filming for TV and movies are quite different. To that end, I'm heading back to the Netherlands soon. My sister is preparing a film and wants me to play a role," Famke said. It was notable that Famke had 2 sisters. One was a director and the other, also an actress. Both were pursuing their careers in Europe. Upon hearing her, Eric couldn't help but encourage. "You just got back, and now you're already heading off again? You should let your sister come to Hollywood instead," Famke countered. "My sister is much stronger-willed than I am. She knows about my relationship with you. She wouldn't dream of coming here." Eric chuckled. "Looks like I'm lucky, having snagged the most easygoing one among you sisters." Famke shot him an annoyed glance and replied playfully, "That's just because you're a jerk." Eric smiled smugly, quickly finishing breakfast before attempting to pull Famke in for a display of his jerkiness. Feeling her leg going up to shield his action, he gently grabbed the long leg peeking out from her workout shorts, laughing. "All right, I have to get to work now. Come here, give me a kiss." With an affectionate but somewhat exasperated look, Famke turned her cheek to allow Eric to kiss it, smiling slightly while teasing, "I'm buying a ticket back to the Netherlands today." After planting a kiss on Famke's lips and stealing a quick kiss on her alluring leg, delighting in her laughter, Eric remarked, "You don't have to. I recently rented a Boeing 767. Whenever you're ready to go, I'll have someone send you." After a busy couple of weeks, the selection for the lead in Iron Man had moved to its second round, with the audition list narrowed from the initial hundreds to just 50. Eric planned to participate personally in the upcoming rounds of auditions. Once at Firefly Studios, he found Jeffrey Katzenberg had arrived along with several theme park designers. The design team in charge of developing Firefly's theme park project had come up with a plan for the western plot on Lincoln Avenue. Due to the residents in the eastern area asking for exorbitant sums, the studio couldn't proceed with expansion there, so the focus would primarily shift to the Lincoln Avenue western plot. "Mr. Williams, look, we could build a sky bridge on Lincoln Avenue to connect the 2 theme park areas," one designer proposed. Additionally, to link the Titanic-themed exhibition area with the western park without disrupting the studio facility's operations, we could create a private passage on the eastern edge of the park with film-themed elements to keep it engaging for visitors. Eric listened to the designer's presentation of the design slides, shaking his head. "That won't work. No one is going to want to walk a kilometer through a corridor. Moreover, the eastern area is supposed to be part of the theme park experience. Then we can add a few entrances in the accessible tour areas," the designer suggested. "I'm not just talking about entrances. I think the concept of a private passage is fundamentally flawed. It would create a claustrophobic feel. If you've ever experienced that, you know exactly how terrible it can be," Eric responded. He stood up to approached the projector and had the secretary change a few images before stopping at a blueprint of a sky bridge crossing Lincoln Avenue. He pondered for a moment before drawing a long line in the air. How about we raise and extend this sky bridge to create an aerial walkway connecting the Titanic exhibition and the Western Park? What do you think? Jeffrey's eyes lit up, and he nodded as he approached Eric. I think that's a fantastic idea. Much of the Eastern Park is unsuitable for visitors, but with a sky bridge, they could get a bird's-eye view of the entire park. This is significantly better than the ground-level passage idea. Several designers joined in, one commenting. However, such an aerial walkway must be expensive to construct, right? Eric shook his head at Gary, the designer. Let's not talk costs for now. Consider this. The Los Angeles International Airport, not far to our south, has an annual passenger throughput of 60 million. Although most airport visitors take the Western 405 freeway, even if 1/5 passed through Lincoln Avenue, that would still amount to 12 million people. If this sky bridge becomes a landmark structure on Lincoln Avenue, it essentially serves as a free advertisement for Firefly Studios to 12 million travelers from all around the globe each year. That kind of visibility certainly surpasses that of a bridge merely constructed for safety. Gary nodded, visualizing a line that spanned the East and West Park areas. Mr. Williams, if we disregard the construction costs, then we could make this walkway stretch across the entire East and West Parks. This would create symmetry, enhance aesthetics, and the 4 kilometers of aerial walkway would certainly provide visual shock value. After Gary's suggestion, others chimed in with their thoughts. Eric recalled numerous striking elevated walkways, having walked on several high sky paths previously. The designs had left a lasting impression on him. Now, with this opportunity and having the financial muscle, he naturally envisioned designing an aerial walkway akin to the one at his Malibu estate. After lively discussions for over half an hour, the concept was essentially finalized. That said, while brainstorming could be limitless, achieving a workable plan required the designers to delve into intricate details, such as the form of the walkway, materials to be used, height, etc. After sending the designers off, Eric then walked with Jeffrey to another office building in the studio where the audition for Iron Man was taking place. Since there had been prior notice not to wait for him, the creative team behind Iron Man had already started the auditions. Eric and Jeffrey exchanged nods with the group of waiting actors in the hallway before entering the audition room, where a 30-something white male was performing a scene with the help of staff. Upon noticing Eric and Jeffrey entering, he paused, unsure whether to continue. Go ahead, Mr. Rockwell, continue, Eric said with a smile, nodding at him. Sam Rockwell was surprised Eric recognized him and quickly responded with a smile as he readied himself again, signaling back to the female assistant reading lines. Eric casually nodded to the director Joss Whedon and seated himself beside Jeffrey, pulling out a stack of actor profiles from an assistant, watching Sam Rockwell's performance. Sam Rockwell was one of the candidates who Eric personally selected among the final 50. Previously, Sam had auditioned for the lead role in Iron Man but didn't land the part. He later played the villain Justin Hammer in Iron Man 2. While the primary antagonist in Iron Man 2 was Whiplash, Sam's portrayal of Justin Hammer did possess some subtle parallels to Robert Downey Jr. Luckily, Eric remembered these and decided to include him in this round of auditions. However, during the audition, despite giving a few pointers, Eric found it hard to feel satisfied with Sam Rockwell's performance. It felt like he was missing something. Then, in a flash of inspiration, Eric instructed the crew to provide a pair of black-rimmed glasses for Sam. Instantly, his presence shifted from that of a street punk to a charming yet cynical CEO with a hint of mischievousness. Unfortunately, Tony Stark wouldn't be wearing glasses. Once Sam exited, realizing Eric's particular attention to him, the team openly looked on, clearly inquiring for Eric's opinion. Regretfully, Eric shook his head. His acting is solid, but if he's not wearing glasses, he simply can't embody the essence of Tony Stark. And with them on, well, it won't work. Next, Joss and the others breathed sighs of relief. Their sentiments mirrored Eric's. However, they also understood Eric often made unexpected decisions, so there was some concern amongst them. If Eric leaned toward Sam Rockwell, that wouldn't bode well. Chapter 910, 912. I hope you can be more serious. After a week of auditions, the list of candidates for the lead role in Iron Man was whittled down from 50 to just 10. To select Tony Stark from these final 10, The creative team began holding frequent meetings for discussions. David, this isn't working. I need you to try again. Remember, Tony Stark's pride is ingrained. It doesn't need to be overtly displayed. Your tone needs to sound more natural and self-assured, said Eric. For the remaining 10 candidates, the crew had moved away from group auditions, opting instead for one-on-one discussions and deeper evaluations to gradually eliminate candidates and closely scrutinize the best fit. In a conference room at the studio, Eric patiently explained his vision for Tony Stark to David Duchovny, who was partaking in the discussions. David Duchovny was initially supposed to be the star of the X-Files, but due to a twist of fate, he was now just a familiar face in various indie films and television shows. While Eric didn't have a strong opinion about Duchovny's performance in the X-Files, he was a fan of his other work, Californication. David's portrayal of the disillusioned writer Hank Moody, navigating through the lives of beautiful women, left a significant impression on Eric. After Eric finished speaking, David Duchovny on the opposite sofa pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, Eric, I'll give it another shot." Just as Eric turned to instruct the production assistant nearby to provide David with the lines, he noticed that everyone, including Joss Whedon, was looking at him with strange expressions. This seemed to happen often lately, and Eric felt a puzzling tension in the room. Unable to contain himself, he finally exclaimed, "I warn you all, if you keep looking at me with those adoring eyes, I'll dock your pay. Sally, let's go over that scene with David again." Everyone circled on the sofa chuckled lightly, and Sally, the production assistant, picked up the script, glanced at David, received a nod, and began reading the lines of Christine, the Vanity Fair reporter from Iron Man. "Some people say you're the modern-day Da Vinci. What do you think?" "That's absolute nonsense." "I don't paint," David replied. "What about your other nickname, the Merchant of Death?" she asked. "That's not bad," David answered. "Let me guess, Berkeley?" "Actually, Brown University." "All right, Miss Brown. The world may not be perfect, but we don't have a choice. I promise you, if one day we don't need weapons for peace, will switch careers to build children's hospitals." As the two prepared to continue, Eric interrupted. "Stop, still not right. David, your tone needs to be faster, and the scene shouldn't come across as too casual. Just think about it, and if it doesn't work, we'll move to the next scene." David hesitated. "Eric, can you show me how it's done?" Eric hadn't thought of how to describe it suitably, and, upon David's request, nodded without a second thought. He turned to the production assistant and said, "Sally, let's start from that last part." However, Eric didn't notice Joss Whedon excitedly signaling to the cinematographer behind them, who naturally directed the camera towards Eric. Sally noticed Joss's subtle actions behind Eric, but pretended not to and lowered her gaze to her script before reading. "Mr. Stark, you've rehearsed this line many times, haven't you?" Eric didn't need to look at the lines. The recent preparatory additions and his memory allowed him to understand the script thoroughly. Furthermore, he knew better than anyone what kind of effect he wanted. After gathering his thoughts, Eric replied effortlessly, "I practice it in front of the mirror every night before bed." Sally nodded. "I can tell." With a hint of playful sarcasm, Eric looked at Sally and said, "I wish you could see it in person." Under the weight of Eric's natural, assertive gaze, Sally felt her cheeks flush, instinctively looking away as her voice faltered. Although she was very familiar with the script, she misread her lines. "Mr. Williams, I hope you can be more serious." Eric was momentarily speechless. "Haha." Everyone in the room burst into laughter. Realizing her mistake, Sally's face turned bright red, feeling intensely embarrassed as she raised her script to shield her face and hurried away to the restroom. Watching the young woman flee in panic only caused more laughter from the group. After a moment, Eric clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone, let's get back to it. We'll skip that part and move to the scene between Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes on the plane." With Eric's cue, the group managed to rein in their laughter and resumed discussions. As evening approached, Eric was about to discuss David Duchovny's performance with Joss Whedon and the others when Joss suggested, "Eric, we're almost off the clock. How about grabbing a drink together?" Eric raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Huh? I mean, Venice Beach has some great bars," Joss said. "Plus, I want to discuss something else. This is also everyone else's thought." After assessing Joss's expression, Eric nodded. "Fine, Then let's call it a day for now. Thanks to the rise of Firefly Studios, Venice Beach near Playa Vista had recently become a popular hangout for Hollywood filmmakers, leading to an influx of restaurants, coffee shops, and bars. As they followed Joss into a bar called Light, Eric suddenly realized he hadn't had an experience like this in quite some time. Although it was still early evening and night had yet to fall, the bar already buzzed with energy. Wearing sunglasses, Eric entered the bar behind Joss, watching as he greeted the owner. They settled into a secluded booth in the corner. After ordering a beer from the approaching server, Joss asked, "Mr. Williams, what do you want to drink?" Eric noticed a waitress in revealing attire staring at him intensely, so he took off his sunglasses and shushed her with a finger raised, then smiled. "I'll have a beer too." "Ah, got it," the waitress replied, somewhat startled, nodding as she hurried away. It took quite some time before she returned with 2 beers, her makeup visibly touched up, and she had removed an excessively large pair of earrings. After placing the beers in front of Eric and Joss, the girl boldly asked, "Mr. Williams, can I take a picture with you?" Eric smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, miss." Not discouraged, the waitress pulled out a business card from her pocket and handed it to him. "Mr. Williams, here's my number. Call me." Without giving Eric a chance to refuse, she turned and sashayed away. Eric glanced at the business card. "Jenny? I think Jennifer sounds better. I like the name Jennifer. Why don't you call her over and have her change it? I bet she wouldn't say no," Joss said with a laugh. "I'm not interested in doing something so silly," Eric replied, shaking his head and placing the business card back on the table. He turned to Joss and asked, "So, what do you want to discuss?" "Eric, which of the candidates we've been testing recently do you think aligns best with your vision?" Eric chuckled, picking up the card again as if toying with it. "I'm guessing this isn't the only thing you want to talk about tonight, right?" Josh shrugged and said, "Eric, I'm sure you've noticed everyone's sentiments lately." "Huh. We all feel that you have the deepest understanding of the character Tony Stark beyond any of the auditioners we've seen," Joss expressed. "In the past weeks, you've been repeatedly guiding these actors on how to perform, what expressions to use, and the tone to take." Eric raised his head. "You want me to play Tony Stark?" Joss nodded. "I've discussed it privately with Mr. Katzenberg, Mr. Arad, and others. They all think this plan is feasible." Eric hesitated, recalling his dissatisfaction with the audition process. He even remembered that Robert Downey Jr.'s performance had several aspects that weren't convincing. "Joss, I'm already a producer. If I take on the lead role, your position as director could easily become marginalized. If it would make the film better, I'd have no issue stepping aside," Joss said without hesitation. "Eric, I'm a fan of Iron Man, so I truly hope this film has the perfect leading man. I haven't even auditioned. I know what I want Tony Stark to be like, but do you think I can perform it well?" Josh chuckled. "Eric, I think you wouldn't even need to act. Just be yourself. Just look at how Sally reacted to your lines this afternoon. Never has she blushed in front of other actors. It's essential for Tony Stark, as a playboy, to have that strong attraction to women. Moreover, well, I've been quietly observing you for a month, and many of your behaviors align closely with the Tony Stark we envision." Without realizing it, Eric folded the business card into a paper airplane while listening to Joss. He looked back up and said, "All right, let's start narrowing it down from these 10. Joss noticed a shift in Eric's tone. Without hesitation, he pressed on. "Eric, I know you're busy, but you should also know that filming Iron Man won't take up too much of your time. The planned shooting schedule is 4 months. If it's tightly organized, you'd only need to be on set for under 2 months. Most of that can be done in LA, and even for the overseas shoots, we just need to head to nearby Nevada." "It's not just about that, Joss," Eric replied. "The entire Marvel Cinematic Universe requires Iron Man to appear in not just this film, but a whole series." "But that's not really an issue, Eric. Aside from a few primary Iron Man films, your appearances in the crossover films will be much less than that, and might not even take up a month's time. Furthermore, we average a 2-year production cycle for films related to Iron Man, so taking 2 months every 2 years shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" "It seems you're set on having me in this role," Josh chuckled and said, "Eric, honestly, have you never considered playing this character yourself?" Eric's eyes flickered for a moment. "I have thought about playing Hugh Hefner's role, I wonder if he has managed to gather 2,000 girlfriends by now. Haha, that's the tone we need. Joss laughed. The tone of Tony Stark. Okay, I'll think about it. I promise to give you an answer by tomorrow. Or, well, the day after. Eric said, tossing the small paper airplane towards Joss with a little too much force. It sailed over the barrier and landed in a nearby booth, where a girl let out a light scream. Joss sensed that Eric's thoughts were softening and prepared to press on with his persuasion. But two petite girls marched over angrily. One was in a black dress, holding the paper airplane, which was now stained with liquid, likely from landing in a drink. Just as they were about to reprimand him, they recognized Eric and their anger evaporated, leaving them momentarily speechless, looking lost like two little quails. With a smile, Eric regarded the two girls with amusement, then pointed at Joss, saying, "It's this guy fooling around. Don't blame me." The girl in the black dress was the first to react, quickly saying, "Sorry, Mr. Williams, we're fine." As she spoke, the girl in black started to pull her friend away. But Eric looked at the slightly taller girl with a bit of baby fat on her cheeks and said, "Sarah, right? I happen to remember your name. You're Sarah Michelle Gellar." Turning to the other girl knowingly, he asked, "And what's your name?" I. The girl in black hadn't expected Eric to know her friend and quickly replied, "I'm Jennifer Love Hewitt." "Oh, another Jennifer. I like girls named Jennifer. Can I buy you both a drink?" Chapter 9:11, 9:13. Then I'll go too. Joss Whedon watched as Eric talked animatedly with the two girls, occasionally making them burst into giggles. He felt a mix of helplessness and envy. Though the girls glanced at him from time to time as if worried he'd be left out, their eyes and thoughts were almost entirely focused on Eric. At such a young age, holding power that was practically unheard of in Hollywood, Eric's allure to women was unmistakable, like a moth drawn to a flame in the dark. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to discuss business tonight, Joss decided not to linger as a third wheel. During a pause in their conversation, he said, "Eric, take your time to think about that thing we discussed. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way." Eric paused in his banter with the girls, stood and replied, "Don't worry, I'll think it over carefully." As Joss noticed Jennifer Love Hewitt, who had recently taken the seat next to him, shift aside to give him space, he thought for a moment before subtly gesturing at his chest. Eric understood the hint. Joss was reminding him to be aware of the girls' ages. Both Sarah and Jennifer were under 5 feet tall, which was quite rare in Hollywood, where tall starlets reigned, making Joss concerned that the two girls were still underage. With a knowing smile, Eric exchanged understanding glances with Joss as he watched him leave. Turning to Jennifer Love Hewitt, who now occupied Joss's former seat, he asked, "So, where were we?" "Oh, we were talking about the Victoria's Secret Angels. Both Sarah and I are really curious about how they maintain such amazing figures. It's practically perfect. It's not easy, really. You might not realize this, but many Victoria's Secret Angels barely eat anything in the week leading up to the big show to maintain their physique." Since she sat next to Eric, Sarah Michelle Gellar just happened to notice the gesture Joss had made. Having been in Hollywood from a young age, she understood what those signals meant. Remembering what could potentially unfold next, she felt a little warmth rise to her cheeks. Hearing Eric's words, Sarah chimed in, "Don't they get hungry from not eating?" "Hunger is something you just have to endure," Eric replied. "So, there's really no reason for you two to envy them, nor do you need to aspire to become Victoria's Secret Angels." Jennifer made a playful face, sticking out her tongue. "Even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be able to. We're too short. Actually, being shorter can be an advantage for you. Many Victoria's Secret Angels find it hard to transition to Hollywood due to their height," Eric explained, then curiously asked, "So, what movies are you two filming lately?" Jennifer's eyes lit up for a moment before she composed herself, acting nonchalant. "Sarah and I just auditioned for a movie this afternoon. I don't know if we'll land any roles, though." Eric noticed the change in Jennifer's expression and looked at Sarah, then back at Jennifer. "You two are too much alike. Height, looks, even your vibe is nearly identical. Even if you're not competing for the same role, the production team might decide to keep just one of you. What do we do then?" Jennifer glanced apprehensively at Sarah. She knew this well and didn't consider Sarah to be too close of a friend. Their similarities in personality allowed them to coexist peacefully, but she still felt the competitive tension. Eric shrugged, saying, "That's just how it is." Jennifer mustered her courage, her eyes earnest as she looked at Eric. "Eric, what about you? Don't you have some influence? This is an MGM film after all." Eric raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what's the movie called?" "They haven't finalized the title yet. It's still going by the original name from the novel, which sounds really long, called I Know What You Did Last Summer." Eric recalled. "Kevin Williamson's script, right?" "Exactly." Jennifer nodded. "Eric, you know about this script?" From what he remembered, in his previous life I Know What You Did Last Summer was associated with Sony Columbia. However, Kevin Williamson had sold 5 scripts to MGM for $500,000, including plans for 3 Scream films, and he wouldn't be able to provide scripts for any other companies until the contracts were fulfilled. In recent years, due to the success of Scream, Williamson had become one of the hottest horror screenwriters in Hollywood. MGM had showered him with additional bonuses, making their collaboration quite pleasant. However, a horror film like I Know What You Did Last Summer wouldn't have a production budget exceeding $20 million. Even within Firefly Group, Eric had rarely taken on projects under that budget, let alone might MGM. "I don't know for sure. It's just a guess," Eric said, shaking his head. "But a movie like that would be perfect for you." Seeing Eric focus mostly on Jennifer, Sarah decided to distract herself from her trailing thoughts and chimed in. "Eric, I heard Firefly is casting for Spider-Man. Is that true?" Eric turned to her. "Oh, are you interested in Gwen Stacy?" The question made Sarah shy away from Eric's gaze for a moment, but she ultimately nodded. "Actually, well, I really admire director Cameron. I've watched Titanic 5 times. Complimenting other directors in front of me will only make me upset." Sarah immediately shook her head. No, Eric, you're actually even better." Jennifer hadn't expected Sarah to bring up Spider-Man. It was something she had been thinking about earlier. Given the overnight fame of Rachel Weisz in Titanic, the role of Gwen Stacy in Cameron's new film was one that every eligible woman in Hollywood surely coveted. Watching Sarah trip over her words, Jennifer smirked before stating, "Eric, I think you're actually greater too. My agent once told me that producing a single film that grossed over $2 billion globally could be called a miracle. But to do it twice with films grossing over $1 billion each is a miracle on top of miracles." Eric chuckled and said, "Honestly, I can assure you that only actors who have never worked with Jim would have feelings like yours. Once you've worked with him, you probably won't want to act in his films again for a lifetime." Sarah looked concerned, saying, "I've heard he can be quite harsh on set, but it can't be that bad, right?" Speaking of that, Eric glanced between the two girls with a grin, but maintained a serious expression. "I happen to have a tape of behind-the-scenes footage from when Jim filmed Titanic. You won't find it anywhere else. Want to come watch it with me?" Both girls immediately blushed, exchanging looks before shifting away from one another. Deep down, they were both a little excited about tonight, unsure of which invitation Eric had in mind for which of them. To their surprise, Eric invited them both at once. Despite being child stars, the two felt like they needed to figure out how this could possibly happen. Eric chuckled as he put on a pair of sunglasses that hung from his collar. "Okay, I was just kidding. I'm leaving now. See you next time." The two girls, still momentarily dazed, locked eyes again. Jennifer, more decisive, being 2 years younger than Sarah and having less success in Hollywood, felt that if she passed on this opportunity, she'd likely always be overshadowed by Sarah's increasing fame. Standing up with Eric, Jennifer said, "Eric, I really want to see it." Sarah, who was standing beside Eric, felt a spark of competitive spirit upon seeing Jennifer's pleased expression. Casually wrapping her arm around Eric's, she smiled sweetly, saying, "Eric, I'll go too." Once outside the bar, the two girls climbed into Eric's car. They didn't fully relax until they arrived at the Liberty City estate and followed Eric into the Shell Villa, where they felt a little out of their depth. As the three entered, the lights in the villa's hallway turned on automatically. Eric glanced back at the two girls, who looked hesitant, and said, "No need to change your shoes. Just come on in." Both Sarah and Jennifer felt like rolling their eyes. Did it look like they were hesitating over whether to change shoes? After this, Eric headed toward the kitchen, and the girls exchanged glances before carefully following him. Though their hearts raced, Their eyes wandered around the luxurious space, and some silly fantasies began to stir in their minds. Once they entered the kitchen, watching Eric standing by the open fridge, Jennifer Love Hewitt let go of her reservations. Being in this opulent villa made her acutely aware of Eric's status and influence in Hollywood. Such a big shot inviting both of them seemed quite reasonable. She quietly approached, asking, "Eric, can I have another drink?" Eric handed her a box of juice from the fridge and handed Sarah another one as he said, "It's getting late. Let's skip the alcohol. How about we just watch a movie? Honestly, it's been a long time since I've sat down quietly to watch one." As Sarah pulled out the straw from her juice box, she looked up and asked, puzzled, "Eric, didn't you say we were going to watch behind-the-scenes footage from Cameron's film? Come on, what's so entertaining about watching Jim yell on set?" Eric replied, gathering snacks and drinks on a tray before closing the fridge. "Follow me. How about a horror film? It's bound to be scarier than any scenes of Jim losing it, right?" The girls exchanged glances again. Sarah took the tray from Eric's hands, feeling warmth across her cheeks as they left the kitchen. They walked through the spacious hall, high heels clicking against the floor, making their way towards the private screening room. It was Jennifer who finally broke the silence. "Wow, it's so big in here. I could get tired just walking around." Eric turned on the lights and joked, "Want to stay here for a while? It's great exercise, really helps in keeping fit." Sarah set down the tray, wanting to retort, but thought better of it. "So what movie are we watching? If you really want to see Jim's behind-the-scenes footage, you definitely can here," Eric said, leading the girls into a room filled with copies of films in various formats. The girls took in the countless tapes, DVDs, and film copies filling tall shelves, marveling at the sight, and spent several minutes browsing. A few moments later, Jennifer pulled out a film copy, saying, "Eric, this is The Exorcist. I've always wanted to see this movie, but I've been too scared to watch it." "Then we'll go with The Exorcist," Eric said as he walked over and took the film copy from Jennifer. "Actually, I haven't seen it either." As Sarah walked over, she teased, "Are you scared too?" Eric shrugged, saying, "We'll see." Though he said that, Eric underestimated the sheer terror of William Friedkin's horror classic. Not long after the movie started, the two girls nestled against Eric on the sofa, repeatedly letting out frightened little squeals, while Eric occasionally felt his scalp prickle. Eventually, when the girl possessed by the evil spirit rotated her head 180 degrees, Eric casually grabbed the remote and turned the lights in the screening room completely off. The sudden darkness sent the girls into another round of shrieks. Then, Sarah reacted first, a little shaky in her voice. "Eric, wait, did the power just go out?" "I turned it off." After a brief silence, both girls, leaning against Eric, began to chuckle. "Ha ha ha ha. So, you're scared too? Ha ha. You really tried to scare us with a horror movie, Eric." Feeling the warmth of their bodies pressed against him with little inhibition, Eric wrapped an arm around each of them, warning, "Stop laughing. I'm getting mad." "Ha ha." The giggles continued for a moment, but soon, with Eric's movements in the dark, their laughter transformed into something different. "Eric, don't do that. Be gentle. You're going to rip my clothes." The button is in the front." Perhaps thanks to the cover of darkness, the two girls, already somewhat mentally prepared, didn't resist much as a series of suggestive sounds began to fill the dark screening room. Chapter 912, 914, Ruining Childhood Early. Faint morning light filtered into the master bedroom of Liberty City. Eric woke up first, gently caressing the smooth skin of the girl beside him. Yet his thoughts were elsewhere, on Iron Man. In the script, after a night with Vanity Fair reporter Christine, Tony Stark not only avoided her the next morning, but also felt awkward upon their next encounter. Such a reaction was certainly not characteristic of a playboy who had bedded every cover girl of fashion magazines throughout the year. Well, that needed to change. After a moment of quietly pondering the details of the script revision while staring at the ceiling, Eric couldn't help but silently laugh. "All right, I'll just take care of it myself." With a rhythm of a film every 2 years, scheduling was indeed quite manageable for him. Not dwelling on this any longer, Eric felt the girl leaning against him shift her breathing from calm to rapid. He looked down to find her eyes still tightly shut, seemingly unwilling to wake up. With a chuckle, He let his hand slide down further. Jennifer Love Hewitt, who initially intended to keep pretending to be asleep, suddenly trembled, squeezed her legs together, and turned her flushed face up to him. "Eric, you are such a bad boy." He pulled Jennifer closer, reveling in the warmth of her body against his. When a girl says that, she usually wants a man to be a little worse. Weakly, Jennifer pressed Eric's mischief-making hand away and pouted. "Why don't you go bother Sarah? She's probably pretending to be asleep too." Eric glanced at the other girl, who was still blissfully unaware if she was also faking sleep. He grinned and rolled over, pinning Jennifer beneath him. "No rush, it's still early. Neither of you is getting away." After breakfast and seeing both girls off, Eric dialed Joss Whedon, instructing him to cancel auditions for the lead role in Iron Man. At 10 o'clock, Eric arrived at Firefly Studios, confirming that Bridget Fonda, the actress cast as Pepper Potts, had been notified and was on her way. When she heard Eric plan to play Tony Stark himself, her jaw almost dropped in surprise. It was hardly a good look for a beauty to have her jaw drop in shock, so Eric reached out and lifted her chin. "Close your mouth. Let's go for the audition first. Whether it works out is still up in the air." Bridget was not pleased with Eric's earlier gesture, but her astonishment could not easily calm down. She obediently followed the others into an audition room. They spent a busy morning performing most of the scenes between Tony Stark and Pepper Potts in Iron Man. By the end, even Jeffrey Katzenberg and Frank Wells, who had popped in just for the excitement, unanimously agreed that Tony Stark was practically tailor-made for Eric. During the audition, Bridget sometimes struggled to keep up with Eric's performance rhythm. After lunch, they reconvened in the conference room. Eric looked around the table and said, "If that's the case, let's discuss what we should do next." Frank Wells and others had already returned to work, but Katzenberg lingered behind. "Eric, I think to ensure Iron Man's success, you should minimize your public exposure as much as possible to avoid your established persona affecting your on-screen image." "That's fine with me," Eric nodded. He never liked being in the spotlight anyway. Playing the behind-the-scenes puppet master suited him much better. "So let's announce my role as Tony Stark closer to the filming start next year." Everyone agreed. It was now August 23rd, and the North American summer box office was wrapping up. At the same time, the real blockbuster release of the season, Casino Royale, was already in its 9th week. Although this week's expected box office for Casino Royale dwindled below $4 million, the film had grossed over $363 million in North America after an impressive 8-week run, closely matching the predictions of around $370 million. Simultaneously, Casino Royale's overseas box office surpassed $470 million, raking in a global total of $830 million. With the second phase of overseas releases approaching in September, crossing the $1 billion mark was just a matter of time, effectively securing Casino Royale's spot as the box office champion of 1997. Influenced by the success of Casino Royale, even though Eric preferred to stay out of the limelight, his presence had noticeably intensified among the public lately. Under these circumstances, it was not suitable to announce his casting in Iron Man just yet. There was a good reason why most Hollywood stars opted for a low-key lifestyle. If the media exposure was too frequent, viewers could struggle to maintain their immersion in their characters when they appeared on the silver screen. They discussed how to manage media operations for Eric's participation in Iron Man, naturally leading to a conversation about salaries. While Pierce Brosnan made a fuss about his salary for the 007 sequel, in the entire project team for Casino Royale, Eric himself ended up at the top of the pay scale. He had a contract signed for an $8 million salary plus a 10% cut of global box office receipts. Although this cut was not based on the complete global numbers, but rather the share MGM received from those amounts. In light of Casino Royale's trajectory towards $1 billion, Eric would likely walk away with no less than $50 million from this project. Of course, no one in Hollywood would contend Eric's earnings were excessive. Strictly speaking, Eric had actively lowered his asking price. After all, other directors in Hollywood would likely walk away with $100 million or more when producing a film that grossed $1 billion. Now, transitioning into the role of Tony Stark did complicate the matter of salary. Neither MGM nor Firefly fully belonged to Eric. Even though he maintained control, So even when filming his company's movie, there needed to be a clear distinction between personal and company profits. Otherwise, he could find himself embroiled in unnecessary complications down the line. Eric, of course, wouldn't waste much time on this. He simply signed a rookie contract as outlined by Marvel Studios, symbolically earning $500,000. He set his maximum salary ceiling at $20 million, the established limit for Marvel actors, understanding its implications for the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe's long-term planning. Eric would never aim to break that barrier. At the end of the day's meetings, while having dinner with Katzenberg, Eric handed him another slip he had drafted earlier that day. Katzenberg looked at the list and asked, "Garfield, Scooby-Doo, Ted, and some Japanese horror films? Eric, what's this about?" "Licenses." Eric took a sip of his wine. "I compiled these over the past few days. Have the licensing department purchase the rights to these 3 animated toy characters, Garfield, Scooby-Doo, and Ted. I plan to create a live-action/animated hybrid film, similar to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. However, this time we would be using 3D animation. As for the Japanese horror films, I thought about it while watching The Exorcist last night. Although teen horror films have become popular in recent years, films that genuinely evoke fear will always have a strong market. And, frankly, Japanese horror does it exceptionally well. So, send someone to Japan to collect some scripts for Japanese horror films. Let's see if there is anything interesting." In fact, Eric had thought about this list while spending time with Sarah and Jennifer the night before. These 2 girls not only had many similarities in height, looks, and temperament, but they also shared remarkably parallel journeys in their pasts. Aside from Buffy the Vampire Slayer bringing Sarah Michelle Gellar more fame, both girls starred in a series of teen horror films during the late 90s. Entering the new millennium, one starred in Scooby-Doo, while the other took the lead in Garfield, before both girls participated in several Japanese horror films. Each effort had yielded solid box office returns. Scooby-Doo and Garfield had already attained classic status as animated series, while Ted was merely an impromptu idea of Eric's meant to spark some nostalgic irreverence. Regarding Japanese horror films, Eric recalled several classic works like Ring and Ju-on, The Grudge, which had yet to premiere in this timeline. He suggested Katzenberg cast a wide net and gather scripts from Japan, as some classics would undoubtedly be easy to find. After listening to Eric's explanation, Katzenberg thought back to the time when Drew was relentless in scouring for rights, causing quite a stir among Hollywood studios. The scripts she collected back then had become some of the biggest box office hits. Carefully storing the list, Katzenberg pondered further. "Eric, these don't seem like mainstream film genres, do they? Do you have another list like the one Drew had back then?" Eric rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Jeffrey, my energy isn't limitless, and I can't spend every waking moment on matters like this. Besides, consider how many licensing projects we have on hand. They could sustain Marvel-related releases for decades, let alone Transformers, Lord of the Rings, and the upcoming Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. I'd wager that any one of those could sustain a film studio for 10, if not 20, years." Katzenberg grinned. "Certainly, though more good projects are always better. So, about those 3 hybrid films you mentioned, which one do you intend to produce first?" "I was personally involved with Who Framed Roger Rabbit back in the day. A film of this nature often requires extensive preparation." Eric had a general impression of Scooby-Doo and Garfield, but had genuinely seen Ted. However, he had acquired some knowledge. Such films often received less box office success in their sequels because audiences tended to lose interest once they left the freshness of the first installment. "Let's go with Ted," Eric decided after a moment, smiling at Katzenberg. "Get the rights, and I'll prepare an outline for you down the road." After leaving Liberty City, Sarah Michelle Gellar and Jennifer Love Hewitt found themselves pondering the next few days. Perhaps that night with Eric was just a dream. At the very least, the thrill of it all felt wonderful, especially since Eric Williams even made them breakfast. Naturally, they longed to glean something from Eric, yet typically, such matters could not be stated so plainly. They had also heard countless tales of Hollywood girls who found no success after engaging with directors or producers in a more personal way. They tried to convince themselves to take it easy, treating the whole experience as just a dream. However, on the 3rd day, they received good news. Their agent informed them that both of them had landed the lead roles in I Know What You Did Last Summer. Recalling Eric's comment that the two of them were not suited to appear in the same film, they both believed this outcome was likely Eric's doing. Still, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over them. Perhaps, landing these roles meant they would have no further connection with Eric. It was ultimately a transaction. Yet this time, the girls were mistaken. In the days following, Eric entirely immersed himself in the auditioning process for supporting roles in Iron Man, unconsciously forgetting about their concerns. While he had considered giving the lead roles of Garfield and Scooby-Doo to Jennifer and Sarah, this too was purely from an angle that held their suitability in mind. Despite Hollywood's long history of lead creatives trading roles for favors, Eric had never entertained such thoughts. After all, the success of a film required a certain level of self-restraint. Miscasting could translate to losses in the hundreds of million dollars, a principle understood by anyone of rational thinking in Hollywood. After all, no woman was worth that kind of money. Chapter 913, 915, A Brand New Era. On September 5th, with the release of Warner Brothers' action film by Steven Seagal, which was titled Fire Down Below, the summer blockbuster season of 1997 officially came to a close. Overall, this summer's box office performance was brutal. It was overshadowed by two major hits, Finding Nemo and Casino Royale, both of which pulled in over $300 million at the box office. Other large productions that debuted in June were nearly wiped out, with Paramount's North American box office barely surpassing $200 million with The Lion King 2, which could hardly be deemed a success. However, as July approached, the chaos in the film market began to settle. Movies like Fox's Ice Age, MGM's Scream 2, and Universal's Air Force One achieved respectable box office results. Ice Age, in particular, drew the most attention. This was not just because Ice Age grossed over $176 million in North America against a production cost of $59 million, but also because it marked Blue Sky Studios' first animated feature film. Despite the well-known technical support from Firefly Group, to receive acclaim in North America and triple the production cost at the box office was a huge motivational factor for other film companies. Notably, apart from Casino Royale, the standout box office performers of the summer included The Lion King 2, Finding Nemo, and Ice Age. These three animated films alone contributed close to $600 million in total box office, accounting for nearly a quarter of the entire summer's earnings. Before Ice Age's success, several major Hollywood studios had begun establishing their own animation divisions. However, influenced by the monopoly Disney held over 2D animation and Pixar's control over 3D animation, along with the lengthy production times for animation, these studios felt producing successful animated films was a daunting task. Now, however, whether it was Blue Sky Studios breaking traditional thought patterns or being driven by great profit motives, Hollywood's major film companies began to invest more heavily in their own animation departments. On the other hand, the fierce competition of June made Hollywood realize that it could no longer adhere to the traditional approach of releasing major films just before Independence Day, as this only led to severe internal conflict. The overseas box office performance further captured Hollywood's attention. This year's $2 billion potentials, Finding Nemo and Casino Royale, both saw overseas box office earnings significantly exceeding their domestic ones. While many media outlets were still marveling at Casino Royale breaking domestic opening weekend records, the overseas first-week box office had already reached a staggering $136 million. In its 13th week of release, Finding Nemo's North American gross exceeded $330 million, while its overseas earnings hit $390 million. Many overseas markets had yet to premiere, indicating at least an additional $200 million in box office potential still waiting to be tapped, in stark contrast to North America, which was approaching the tail end of its run. Reflecting back, by September, Titanic, which was starting to wind down globally, ultimately earned an astonishing $1.6296 billion overseas, with total global box office surpassing an unprecedented $2.23 billion. The Paramount Decree of 1948 and the subsequent rise of the television industry nearly marked the end of Hollywood's golden age of the American film industry. However, in recent years, with Hollywood frequently creating box office miracles globally. The industry began to realize that a new golden age for American cinema was on the horizon. Moreover, this new era was accompanied by the rapid development of high technology and the ever-changing landscape of economic globalization. If you couldn't keep up with these changes, you would surely face obsolescence once again. The biggest change was undoubtedly the rapid consolidation of several major media groups in North America. It was somewhat ironic that the original intent behind the Paramount Consent Decree was to prevent monopolistic giants from dominating the industry. The unintended outcome was a severe blow to the American film industry. In recent years, the decree had become little more than a formality. Major media giants were even reaching into the theater industry, which had once been expressly forbidden, yet Hollywood was showcasing a rapid recovery. As this summer season concluded, Hollywood entered into two major events related to media group consolidations. Viacom acquired CBS, and Seagram merged with the European music giant Polygram. Viacom's acquisition of CBS was nearly common knowledge in Hollywood. Since the 1980s, Summer Redstone had been relentlessly expanding Viacom's television business. Firefly Group and News Corp had jointly suppressed the promotion of The Lion King 2, causing that $300 million potential 2D animated film to fall just over the $200 million mark. This debacle ultimately motivated Redstone to move forward with the CBS acquisition. Eric Williams was very pleased with Viacom swallowing CBS. The North American public television network had already begun showing signs of decline, being increasingly overshadowed by numerous cable channels grabbing market share. Moreover, due to the influence of the new wave of technology, CBS's market value had surged several times over. Eric could determine that, without prior knowledge, Viacom would find CBS to be a cumbersome burden. However, Seagram's acquisition of Polygram caught Eric off guard. This came to light only when a reporter from a European newspaper accidentally captured a photo of Seagram's CEO Edgar Bronfman meeting with Polygram executives. When Seagram acquired Universal's parent company, MCA, it gained a powerful foothold in North America with Universal Records. If they also took over Europe's largest record company, Polygram, Universal Records' power would far exceed that of other leading record companies worldwide. All right, I'll send a plane to pick you up in Brisbane, but don't make it too obvious. By the way, shouldn't we share a kiss? Let's do it again. Haha, enough fun, Eric said, reclining in his office chair with his feet up on the desk, while chatting on the phone with Miranda Kerr, who was all the way in Australia. Just then, Elizabeth casually walked into the office without knocking. Okay, let's wrap this up. I have a guest now, so I'm hanging up. But Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at Eric, who hurriedly hung up, but seeing nothing amiss, she shrugged and sat down opposite him, picking up a pile of documents on Eric's desk to leaf through. After placing his phone down, Eric straightened in his chair and looked at Elizabeth, who was sifting through the thick stack of files. Are you blatantly being a business spy? Elizabeth didn't look up, responding, Humph, I won't even dig into your phone calls with those little vixens, so how dare you be so smug? I'm thinking of adopting being smug as my motto, Eric replied with a laugh, pulling a pencil from his cup and making edits on a script spread out in front of him. The script was an idea he had for Desperate Housewives from some time ago. Eric spent a few hours crafting a simple storyline, then handed it off to Mark Cherry, the original writer of Desperate Housewives. Mark Cherry was still a relatively unknown figure in Hollywood at the time, so he worked diligently, quickly crafting the complete storyline and scripts for the first season's first 3 episodes. Just as Eric wrote a few lines on the Desperate Housewives script, Elizabeth burst into laughter. Eric lifted his head. You're quite the frightening one. What if you scare me into writing a horror film script? That would take a lot of effort. Elizabeth tossed a bunch of files back onto the desk, leaving just one folder, which she waved, still unable to suppress her laughter. This one, the script for Ted, is just too cliché. Who wrote it? Eric pointed to himself with the pencil. I've been bursting with inspiration lately. I can't help it. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, brandishing the folder. I want it. Come over and lean on the desk. I'll give it to you. Ugh, you jerk. You only think of awful things. No wonder you wrote such a cliché script. Elizabeth exclaimed, throwing a small figurine of Ada Wong from Resident Evil at Eric. He caught the figure of Ada Wong, displaying a little crossbow, and placed it gently down. This one's a limited edition. If it breaks, I'll just have to put you on the desk for compensation. She scoffed again, shaking the script for Ted. She didn't bring it up again, but said, Ted is a plush toy beloved by many kids. You're just writing this nonsense. Are they really okay with it? I think there are two main reasons copyright holders might not be willing to cooperate. One, they're not getting paid enough. Or two, they're really not being paid enough. Eric chuckled. In any case, Firefly has already signed the copyright agreement with them. What we write for the script is none of their business. Bull, I know they must feel cheated, thinking you'd make Ted a Disney-style children's story. If they knew it would turn out this tacky, they wouldn't have sold it even if it killed them. Eric laughed. That might not necessarily be the case. It really depends on whether they're being paid enough. Still, this movie will definitely be R-rated, and kids can't watch it, so there won't be much impact. Now, what's the matter? You didn't come barging in here because you couldn't stop thinking about me, right? If I remember right, we just saw each other the night before last. Who would think of you, you creep? Elizabeth scoffed, pulling out an envelope from her handbag and handing it over. This is the completed script for Shrek by Chris Meledandri. Can you take a look? Eric took it, opened it, and asked, why not just send it to my email? That'd be much easier. Everyone's in a rush. Who knows when you'd reply if it came in an email? I'm not planning to leave this afternoon, so help me out and give me some feedback after reading it. That'll do. All right. Eric nodded with a smile. But first, could you fetch me a cup of coffee with 1 sugar and plenty of milk? Elizabeth reached out as if to grab the Ada Wong figure again before standing up and leaving Eric's office. Moments later, she placed the coffee in front of him and said, weren't you talking about Seagram acquiring Polygram? Didn't you feel anything? Eric twirled the pencil in his hand, casually asking, what kind of feeling? I mean, you never thought about snagging Polygram for yourself? There have been more criticisms lately regarding Firefly's player enabling piracy. All I know is that Firefly Records' performance has increased over 50% this year. While digital music comprises only about 10% of that, they're smart enough to realize where the industry trends are heading. For a new technology, resisting it will only lead to self-destruction. It seems Siemens wants to sell Polygram now, likely anticipating the upcoming rise of digital music in the next few years. So, Seagram is the fool here? Can they not see this? It's not a matter of being a fool. Edgar Bronfman managed to claim the CEO position at Seagram from his family. He can't be that foolish, though I wouldn't say he's incredibly smart either. Just like Redstone, many can only see short-term gains without thinking long-term. Elizabeth nodded thoughtfully, then joked, you're thinking pretty far ahead. Firefly hasn't expanded at all in the past 2 years. Growth rates are bound to plummet soon. As Eric made some more notes on the script, he continued, even if Firefly stops growing, that would still be enough for other Hollywood companies to catch up for several years. Plus, whether it will actually stop growing is uncertain. You know about the economic bubble in recent years. Since Firefly isn't a publicly traded company, it can't enjoy the many benefits the bubble brings. Thus, expansion now would be unwise. When the bubble bursts, that'll be Firefly's moment to shine. So what do you think of Seagram acquiring Polygram? Remembering how, in the original timeline, once the media group consolidations were complete, only Universal seemed to switch owners continuously in the new century, Eric said. I can only say, once Seagram completes the acquisition of Polygram, that company will become a hot potato. Whoever takes it will be in trouble. Chapter 914, 916, Reunion after a long time. In the past life, after Seagram acquired Polygram, the company found itself unable to bear the massive debts and the overall decline of the music industry. A few years later, Seagram had no choice but to sell itself entirely to the French company, Vivendi. Vivendi took over Seagram, but within 2 years, it faced a significant loss, prompting it to sell all its entertainment assets to General Electric. General Electric then integrated these assets with its existing NBC network, forming NBC Universal, which encompassed television, film, and music. However, a few years later, General Electric too sold NBC Universal to Comcast. It's fair to say that once Universal went through several ownership changes while other media groups were stabilizing, Edgar Bronfman's acquisition of Polygram Records proved to be a critical misstep. After hearing Eric's analysis, Elizabeth remarked, "So, you're determined not to expand the record business? Firefly is fine with just Firefly records. If we continue on our current growth trajectory, in 4 to 5 years, the profits from the Firefly player might surpass the entire annual profit of the record industry. If we increase the weight of the record business in the group, Firefly would have to find a balance among various interests, which could hinder Firefly Electronics development," Eric replied. Elizabeth nodded in understanding and chuckled. "Oh, I thought you guys liked bigger things." Eric glanced at Elizabeth's chest and lamented, "Of course, bigger is always better. It's just unfortunate that reality is too harsh." "I'll hit you for that." Elizabeth playfully raised her little fist. But just seconds later, she leaned over her desk and whispered, "By the way, how much did you make this time in Southeast Asia?" Following the collapse of the Thai baht in July, the currencies of Southeast Asian countries like Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore plummeted throughout August. The depreciation of the Indonesian rupiah even surpassed that of the baht. Right now, a lot of foreign exchange contracts haven't settled yet, but if we just count the paper profits, it should be around $600 million. Chris has already started investing in the Korean won, and we might make another profit," Eric said, glancing at Elizabeth. "What about you?" Eric didn't hide his operations in Southeast Asian currencies from those around him. In fact, he specifically encouraged Elizabeth to participate. However, they hadn't gathered together, as that would be too conspicuous. Eric wasn't keen on having the governments of Southeast Asian nations coming after Firefly Group. Elizabeth knew how much Eric had invested and was surprised, saying, "How did you make so much?" "I borrowed $100 million from Dad and managed to scrape together an additional $50 million with Julia's help, and I only made less than $80 million. $80 million is already quite good. You entered the market a little late, but over 50% profitability shows your trader is quite capable." Eric flipped another page of the script, then looked up. "I take it you've recouped all your funds?" "Yeah. Many people say Southeast Asian currencies will rebound quickly, so Julia and I didn't dare to continue. But the Korean won probably won't see too much of a decline, so why are you guys putting your money on that?" Elizabeth inquired. Eric smiled. "Besides Japan, Korea is the only fat fish left in Southeast Asia. Do you think others will let it go?" "Perhaps, but Julia and I have converted that $80 million all into stocks, so there's no turning back for us." Elizabeth shrugged and added playfully, "Oh, by the way, we also booked a Boeing 747-400. If the Nasdaq index doesn't continue to rise like you said, then you'll have to cover the costs." Eric replied helplessly, "2 planes are already enough for everyone. Why buy so many? I really don't care. One is yours, and one is Drew's. I certainly deserve one too. Besides, it's only $80 million. Elizabeth made a bit of a spoiled face and said, "If I can't pay the balance later, I'll just offer Julia to Boeing. You can redeem her, okay?" The Nasdaq index was still far from its peak, and there was still potential for it to rise several times. Eric wasn't worried about whether the $80 million Elizabeth and Julia had invested would cover a Boeing 747. He just retorted with some annoyance, "You might as well offer yourself to Boeing." As they chatted and occasionally teased each other, Eric reviewed the script for Shrek in detail, adjusting some details based on memory. Nearing the end of the workday, he handed the script to Elizabeth, saying, "Let's leave it at that for now. I'm heading to New York in a couple of days, where I'll personally check on the settings and storyboards at Blue Sky Studios." Elizabeth stored away the script and curiously asked, "What's taking you to New York?" "The Victoria's Secret show is about to kick off after Fashion Week, and they want me to come by. There are some other small matters too. I'll be in New York for a few days, and then I have to fly to London." Eric casually organized the files on his desk and put them in the safe. He picked up the landline phone to say hello to Caroline and the others before standing up, saying, "Come on, let's go get some food." Elizabeth grabbed her bag and linked her arm with Eric's as they walked out of the office. Suddenly, she remembered something, asking, "Are you really skipping the Emmys?" Eric shook his head, saying, "That's not urgent. I'll set off after the Emmys." In September, with the arrival of the fall television season, one of America's most significant television awards, the Emmy Awards, also took place around this time. Eric hadn't paid much attention to the Emmys in previous years, but as Firefly's television business expanded, he began investing more thought into it. After a fruitful summer release, this year's Emmys saw Firefly Group's television programs shine brightly. Whether it was the broadcast network's Friends and ER, or the cable shows like Sex and the City and America's Next Top Model, they all received numerous nominations. Among them, under Harvey Weinstein's operation, FFM-TV launched The Sopranos, which garnered a remarkable 16 nominations and became the standout star of this year's Emmy Awards. The Emmy Awards ceremony took place on September 8th at the Pasadena City Hall in Northeast Los Angeles, carrying on a tradition that had stretched over 20 years. The ceremony started relatively early and lasted just 2 hours, concluding at 8 p.m. West Coast time. In the end, The Sopranos walked away with 7 accolades, including Outstanding Drama Series, Outstanding Lead Actor, and Outstanding Lead Actress, becoming the biggest winner of the night. The celebration party was held at the Sunset Tower Hotel on Sunset Boulevard. Eric didn't personally attend the Emmy ceremony, arriving only after the awards to celebrate with the Firefly Group. Though FFM-TV was directed by Harvey Weinstein, its control still lay with Firefly, so there was no separate celebration for The Sopranos. Entering the banquet hall, Harvey Weinstein was the first to welcome Eric, giving him a hug and quipping, "Hey, Eric, you came solo again tonight." Eric had become accustomed to attending various events alone, and Harvey's teasing was nothing new. However, hearing Harvey's comment made Eric suddenly remember something, and he instinctively scanned the room. Before Eric had a chance to spot anyone, Robert Iger and Sweeney, who had specially come from New York, walked over, blocking Eric's view. Eric had no choice but to smile, greeting Robert and the others one by one. How long does it take to forget someone? The harsh truth is, once you're alive, it's impossible to do so. What one can really do is simply stop caring. The last time was when she secretly gifted him a tie without a signature, receiving no reply, crying all night long, and then deciding to forget about that guy. In 6 years, while in the same city, she had done her best to make herself and him 2 parallel lines, thinking that would help her slowly stop caring. Yet, when she thought he wouldn't attend the Emmy celebration party, he appeared. And just like that, her heart was suddenly absent. Her gaze unconsciously sought him out, watching as he mingled with the crowd, enjoying conversations with others, and making his way through the attendees before approaching her. "Hey, Jenny." Eric greeted the Friends crew before turning to Jennifer Aniston. His gaze was curiously drawn to the tall man standing beside Aniston and felt somewhat disappointed yet intrigued. He vaguely remembered the guy had appeared in some film, but couldn't quite name it. "It's Jennifer, don't shorten surnames to form nicknames." Seeing him look so nonchalant, Jennifer wanted to compose herself as well. Her left hand instinctively lifted but hesitated to reach out, recalling that her boyfriend was still nearby. So, she habitually wrapped her raised arm around her boyfriend, thinking, "Hey, I have a boyfriend too." While that thought lingered, her outstretched arm ended up embracing nothing. Turning away, she noticed the man beside her distinctly flinched, clearly looking guilty, seemingly wanting to distance himself from her. Stunned for a few seconds, a wave of strong grievance washed over her. Coward, jerk, traitor, chicken. How could she be so unlucky? She wanted to throw her glass of champagne at him, but suddenly lost all her strength. The glass shattered on the floor, and she crouched down, bursting into tears. It was a loud mess. Forget it. I don't want any of it. Look at this." The sudden change silenced the entire hall. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Williams." The man standing next to Aniston finally realized what happened and apologized to Eric before awkwardly remaining where he was. "Just go. Don't stay here." Eric shot the man a glance, ignoring him and handing his drink to someone nearby. He crouched down to see the girl who had buried her head and was crying uncontrollably, reaching out to pick her up and walk toward the banquet hall exit. Robert Iger followed behind and looked at Jennifer Aniston curled up in Eric's arms as he quietly asked, "Eric, what happened?" Eric didn't respond but simply said, "Make arrangements. I don't want to see any mention of this in tomorrow's papers." Robert Iger felt a headache coming on. The scene was too big to cover up, yet noticing Eric's expression left no room for discussion. He gritted his teeth and said, "Understood." Once in the parking lot, Eric let the bodyguard step out. He placed the girl in the passenger seat and drove away from the Sunset Tower Hotel himself. After a good while, Jennifer finally stopped crying while huddled in the leather seat, but didn't dare look up, softly asking, "Where are you taking me?" "Taking you home. Where do you live now?" "I'm not going back." "Uh-huh." Eric responded and continued driving. Another silence fell. Jennifer had her chin resting on her knees, quietly gazing at the lights passing by outside the window, when she suddenly said, "This is Bel Air." Eric glanced outside, the Bel Air neighborhood rivaling Beverly Hills in wealth. Diamonds, brilliant, and Bel Air now. The girl softly recited a line from Young and Beautiful, saying, "That's this Bel Air." Eric nodded. "Yeah. I really can't believe a horrible guy like you could write such a good song. Maybe I just plagiarized it." The girl scoffed lightly. "Someone who can write a song like that wouldn't let you copy." "Well, that line of thought is a bit fantastical. Now you're just rambling." "Did I often ramble in the past?" "I don't. No, I've almost forgotten. With you popping back in, my public relations manager is probably losing it right now." The girl clearly didn't hear Eric's order to Robert Iger. Eric didn't explain, nodding. "Yeah, right now my head is full of media headlines. How about we discuss how to take the front page?" Jennifer turned her head to look at Eric in the driver's seat, opened her mouth, hesitated for a bit, and finally said, "As soon as you started rambling, I knew nothing was wrong." "Feeling better? Then I'll take you home, okay? Am I really such a hassle?" Eric shook his head. "Not at all. If I wanted to, there's a 90% chance I could charm you into bed tonight." Jennifer glared at him, indignantly. "Be careful, or I'll take you down with me. Are you hungry?" The sudden change threw her off balance. The girl blinked, feeling a strange comfort in his concern, and nodded obediently. "I'm hungry." "Great. A hungry person has very weak willpower, so you don't have the courage to take me down with you right now." The girl blinked again and shouted, "Pull over, stop the car." Eric reluctantly pulled over to the side of the road, glancing at the scattered streetlights, saying, "This isn't a residential area. It's dangerous to stop here. You might run into a psycho killer." But the girl ignored him. As soon as the car stopped, she lunged at Eric, fists hitting him playfully a few times, frustratedly biting down on his shoulder. "I'm going to just, bite you to death now." Chapter 9:15, 9:17. I actually don't care much. Mulholland Drive wound its way through the entire Santa Monica Mountains, where two luxury cars parked quietly along the side of the road, gazing toward Malibu's sharp edge. It was already early morning. On a hilltop near the highway, Eric lay on a camping mat, propped up on his arms, watching the sky shift from a dull gray to a bright blue. The surrounding area was open and serene. Beneath him was a grassy meadow, but the ground wasn't particularly even. Aniston, resting in his arms, instinctively searched for a more comfortable position in her sleep, rolling most of her body toward him. Eric felt a pang of guilt over Aniston's public breakdown the night before. He had allowed her to vent all the pent-up frustration from recent years, enduring her pinches and bites in the car, and wandering aimlessly for hours along the lengthy Mulholland Drive. By the time they reached the Malibu hilltop, it was late at night. Eric had intended to drive back to the estate at the Liberty City, but she insisted on staying to watch the sunrise. Eric naturally acquiesced. He sent their bodyguards back to fetch some camping gear and food, and accompanied her to the hilltop. After crying and fussing, she had stayed awake until just past 2 in the morning before finally dozing off. Perhaps tempted by the lingering scent of last night's snacks, a little squirrel suddenly popped out from nearby bushes, eagerly grabbing a small piece of chocolate and munching on it. After finishing in just a few bites, the little guy seemed reluctant to leave, sniffing around for more and dashing toward a snack bag. Eric had initially watched the little creature steal food in silence, but he didn't expect the critter to be so oblivious to its surroundings, making the bag crinkle loudly. Concerned that Aniston might wake up, Eric carefully reached out and flicked the fluffy tail of the little creature. Startled, the squirrel leapt forward, creating an even louder commotion as it scampered away, only to stop at a distance and cautiously glance back at Eric, clearly reluctant to leave empty-handed. The sudden noise jolted Aniston awake. After a moment of grogginess, memories of the previous night flooded back to her. The way she had stubbornly toyed with Eric's patience. A wave of regret washed over her, making her question if she had been too willful. She didn't dare look up at Eric's reaction. Instead, Aniston's hand snaked out from beneath the blanket wrapping them, slipping under Eric's shirt collar to touch the shoulder she had bitten the night before. The sensation of his skin was vivid under her fingertips, even feeling the scab from the blood that had dried there. Eric naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist. She was still clad in the silk gown from last night, its smooth texture caressing against his skin. Even though he had jokingly claimed a 90% chance of getting her back in bed, he didn't act on it. However, feeling her movements, Eric couldn't help but tease. "What's this? Can't wait to take advantage of me first thing in the morning?" Aniston's fingers paused, but didn't pull back. Instead, she shifted her body fully onto him, resting her face against his chest, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, whispering, "Eric, I don't know what to do." "If you don't know what to do, just set it aside and focus on what you can manage." Aniston scrunched her nose in displeasure and replied, "Do you say these brainwashing lines to all the women around you?" "No, not at all. You know I'm actually quite lazy." "Uh-huh. Lazy enough not to seek me out for 6 years. I thought you didn't want to see me again for the rest of your life. Now you're just arguing. You know I didn't mean it." That tie. Huh. I remember getting 7 ties that day." "Well, it must have been 7, maybe 8. She fell silent for a moment, then added grumpily, "I really want to bite you again." Golden sunlight gradually spilled over them as Eric gently rubbed her waist, saying, "The sun's up. Let's head down the mountain. You can take your time biting me at home." Aniston suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, glancing around before turning Eric's wrist to check his watch. "It's already 7 o'clock. Where are we? I have to shoot today." With the fall season approaching, filming for the new season of Friends had kicked off. Eric was well aware of this, lightly patting Aniston's side. "No worries. The production company and the network's owners are here. You've got such a valid reason to be absent. It would be a waste not to use it." "I don't want that. But, the way I was last night, they. She murmured, sinking back down on Eric. Eric continued to hold her soft body, chuckling. "Yeah. So what to do? How about I build a little wooden cabin here, and you can live here in hiding from now on?" "With all that money, you're only willing to build a cabin? How stingy. At least it should be a castle, like Hearst Castle." "Do you know Hearst Castle took 30 years to build? Old William Hearst didn't finish it before he died. Do you really think you can wait that long?" "Of course, I can be very patient. But I don't have that patience," Eric said with a laugh, rolling over to plant a few kisses on her sweet face. "All right, let's get going. I told them last night, and no one dares to say a word." Suddenly pressed down by Eric, Aniston let out a couple of light squeals, reciprocating his kisses, unknowingly wrapping her arms around his waist. If you could be a little more devoted, you'd be the perfect man in the world. Why can't you just be a bit more dedicated?" Eric leaned down again, kissing her lips lightly, laughing. "I didn't expect such high praise from you. But there really is no perfect person in the world," he said, pausing his teasing tone, serious. "Now, and you might already know, I have 2 kids now." Aniston's eyes dimmed slightly as she nodded, forcing a smile, then mockingly added, "Of course, I know. I even know you named your daughter Hawaii. It's so chaotic. Only a father like you would give your child such a bizarre name." "What's wrong with Hawaii? I think it's nice." Not at all. She abruptly stopped, her gaze flitting away, her cheeks flushed, making Eric want to bite her. Eric nodded with a grin. "Of course. When we have kids, I'll leave the naming to you." "Who said I want to have your kids?" Aniston exclaimed, playfully pushing Eric's head away, her shyness evident. "After last night, do you think you'll find any other guys?" "You arrogant jerk." Aniston shot Eric a glare, but thinking back on last night's events made her sad again. She tightened her grip around him, whispering, "You better not bully me anymore." "Yeah, I promise. And you better not make me sad." "No problem. And you can't bring other women around me." "Sure. And you can't talk about our business with others." "Absolutely. And you can't touch other women." Let's renegotiate from you jerk onward." Aniston playfully thumped her fist on Eric, then, in an instant, leaned over, kissing him. "All right, you jerk, I'll let that last one slide. Let's go down the mountain. I have to shoot." "I was serious just now. What if you take a few days off? I'll take you to New York for Fashion Week, and we can pick out some beautiful clothes. Absolutely not. The filming team is already in production. Even if you don't care about money, I can't make everyone wait for me. Seeing Aniston's determined expression, Eric had to relent. He stood up, pulling her along as they walked down the slope, leaving their belongings for the bodyguards to take care of. After leaving the Emmy Awards victory party, Eric had turned off his phone. Having eaten breakfast with Aniston after hiking down, he turned his phone back on. It flashed a long list of missed calls. Despite efforts by Robert Iger and others to keep last night's events out of the newspapers, the people around Eric had evidently already learned everything they needed to know. Sifting through and returning a few calls, Eric set the matter aside and began his workday. Last night, The Sopranos had won big at the Emmy Awards. While there were inevitable reports in the media about the Weinsteins' dealings with the Emmys, the exceptional quality of The Sopranos' episodes kept the comments from stirring much controversy. FFM Television seized this moment to announce that their second self-produced new drama, Prison Break, would be premiering soon. They also started releasing tapes and DVDs of The Sopranos. In September, summer vacations for students across North America were coming to an end. However, without a standardized holiday schedule, different schools had varying start dates. Miranda Kerr had returned to Australia during the break and was now nearing the start of school. Unable to resist the girls' wishes, Eric arranged for a Boeing 767 to fly to Brisbane and bring her back to Los Angeles. He initially planned to head to New York once the plane returned, but then received a call from Larry Ellison in San Francisco. The acquisition negotiations with Apple's board had reached a final stage, and they wanted Eric there for the final discussions, so he had to head over to San Francisco on short notice. At San Jose, Eric and his entourage exited the airport, where Larry Ellison eagerly awaited him. Eagerly throwing his arm over Eric's shoulder, Larry didn't bring up the Apple acquisition but instead asked, "Eric, what's happening with the lead role in Iron Man? I'm still waiting to see who gets the privilege of having me as their driver." Ignoring Larry's smug tone, Eric hopped into the car he provided and replied, "You'll know when we start filming next year. Hey, I put down $5 million for that. If you pick someone terrible, I have the right to decline to do product placement." As their cars left the parking lot, Eric suddenly regretted not having kicked Larry into the back seat. He shook his head and said, "No, Larry, you don't have that right. The contract is already signed." Larry hoped to make a cameo in a Hollywood blockbuster, but he still felt a sting over the $5 million Eric had taken from him. Realizing Eric wasn't going to let that slide, he quickly shifted topics, saying, "Apple's chairman Ed Woolard and CEO Gil Amelio are waiting for us at their headquarters in Palo Alto. Steve's also there. The deal we agreed on was a 15% premium on the average stock price for the last week, totaling $2.45 billion. Eric calculated in his mind that this price wasn't too steep, nodding in agreement. "If you've worked it out, what do you need me here for? You can just call Chris. I plan to keep my share under Firefly Investment anyway." I called. "Hanson seems too busy," and Larry rubbed his hands together, saying, "He implied that some things would be more effective if you handled them." Eric, sensing Larry's tone, anticipated that their call had not been purely beneficial. Sure enough, when they arrived at Apple's headquarters, Steve Jobs bluntly demanded that Eric approve the reopening of Apple's ARM technology licensing and presented a large stack of documents proving the violation of the prior agreement requiring Apple to relinquish the ARM chip technology during Firefly Electronics' acquisition of ARM. Apple had previously invested $5 million to develop mobile chips for the Newton tablet, becoming one of ARM's major shareholders. After the acquisition of ARM by Firefly Electronics, they gradually reclaimed or halted licensing of ARM chip technology to others. After years of operation, few companies currently held the licensing rights. Remaining were Nokia, Qualcomm, and Firefly Electronics itself. In the conference room, Eric perused the pile of documents in front of him with an amused smile as he looked at Steve Jobs. "Steve, you called me here for this trivial issue?" "Of course not just this." Steve looked around the conference room, pointing to the 7 or 8 Apple board members present. "I'm requesting that after the deal closes, they all resign, and you must ensure you don't interfere in Apple's affairs." Eric noted the stunned expressions on the board members as they exchanged incredulous looks at Steve, who seemed unfazed. He felt a mix of bemusement and exasperation. You expect me to support you in getting rid of these people, only for you to turn around and push me out of the decision-making? Do you think that makes sense? Steve stood firm, justifying, "This is my condition for returning to Apple." Eric shrugged and turned to the board members. "If that's the case, you all ought to resign." Apple CEO Ed Woolard exclaimed, "Eric, you can't do this." Eric kept a smile on his face, resting his hands on the expansive conference table, injecting humor into the situation. "You all see, working with a madman has no advantage. Apple could be bankrupt any day now, and you'd leave in a far worse state. So might as well leave now where you won't lose out on your severance pay." The decision to sell Apple had already passed the shareholder meeting, and although they were still board members, they couldn't jeopardize this deal just to cling to their positions. While Larry was publicly presented as the lead in the Apple acquisition, many investors involved came on board due to Firefly Investments' positive view on Apple. As a key figure in the Firefly network, Eric's influence was certainly stronger than that of both Larry and Steve combined. Everyone assumed Eric would intervene against Steve's chaotic antics, not anticipating his reaction would be to support the idea, leading to the final flicker of hope dwindling. Nonetheless, a few board members found Eric's logic compelling. Although their expressions still bore traces of reluctance, they nodded in agreement. The others, seeing this, also resigned themselves to the decision. Chapter 916, 918, Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. When Eric requested the entire Apple board to resign, Steve Jobs' expression remained tense and confrontational. "So, Eric, what about the licensing of ARM architecture technology?" Eric understood exactly who Steve Jobs was. A man with such a strong desire for control could easily influence you if you reacted to his emotions. Leaning back in his office chair, Eric shook his head. "Steve, I can't agree to that. However, as a shareholder in Apple, if Apple needs to use ARM chips in the future, Firefly Electronics certainly won't refuse." The technology behind ARM chips was central to Eric's vision for the future smartphone era. He planned to create a strategic alignment among Qualcomm, Yahoo, Firefly Electronics, and Nokia, similar to the dominance of Intel, Microsoft, and IBM, effectively monopolizing the entire smartphone industry chain. To achieve this vision, preventing the widespread dissemination of ARM technology, as it had in his original timeline, was crucial. If the ARM mobile chips within the Firefly system could reach a level of dominance similar to Intel's in the PC market, even if Apple intended to produce smartphones in the future, they would have to source chips from companies within the Firefly framework. Historically, Apple's dominance in the smartphone market, capturing over 90% of the profits, was attributed to their high-end focus, but fierce internal competition among Android platform manufacturers had also rendered them unprofitable. As long as the Firefly system could master core chip technology and the operating system, achieving monopoly status in the smartphone market early on could prevent a return to such fierce competition or at least limit it to the lower-tier manufacturers. This way, the Firefly system could enjoy the most substantial and stable profits the smartphone industry had to offer. Steve Jobs remained relentless. "Eric, if you refuse to grant ARM license to Apple, we will pursue legal action based on the evidence we have." In the conference room, everyone exchanged strange glances at Jobs' threats. Even Larry Ellison, sitting next to Eric, couldn't help but shoot a side eye at his friend. Eric decisively dismissed the former Apple board members, removing the biggest obstacle to controlling Apple. It seemed petty to dwell on a minor issue now, which made Larry feel that Jobs was being quite ungrateful. "Whether you sue or not is your business," Eric replied nonchalantly. "But Steve, if I were you, I wouldn't waste time on these matters. You should focus on how to revive Apple." Furthermore, Eric glanced at the remaining members of the original Apple board. Even though they've left, Firefly Investments expects a board seat and corresponding voting rights in the new board. There's no room for negotiation on that. Also, don't threaten me with phrases like "this is your condition to control Apple, Steve." Honestly, I couldn't care less whether you want to take back control. It's clear that here, the person who cares most about Apple is you. So, any more questions? Steve Jobs' expression fluctuated for a while, and when everyone thought he might explode, he fixed his penetrating gaze on Eric and said, "Apple no longer has enough liquidity. I need $300 million. Larry raised a total of $2.5 billion, and after buying Apple, there's still $50 million left. I can give everyone a heads up that this money doesn't need to be returned to the investors. Firefly Investments can top up another $50 million and give you $100 million for now. We'll discuss more later. The software from Yahoo has faced delays on operating systems other than Windows, and it's not very refined. I want the Apple operating system to receive treatment equal to that of Microsoft. I can't guarantee that Yahoo's software will sync with the Apple operating system like it does with Microsoft, but I'll instruct them to make improvements on the shortcomings. Anything else? Jobs thought for a moment and shook his head. Then it settled. I need to head over to Oakland for a bit. I'll take my leave, Eric said, nodding to the others as he stood to exit the conference room. Larry Ellison exchanged a look with Jobs, but seeing he didn't move, reluctantly stood up to accompany Eric. In the conference room, others began to rise as well. Jobs, however, remained seated like a statue, watching Eric disappear, his expression complex. With the rise of Silicon Valley, affluent individuals amassed fortunes in the high-tech industry, and Atherton, northwest of Palo Alto, gradually became one of San Francisco's most renowned enclaves for the wealthy. As evening approached, in a picturesque Atherton home surrounded by lush greenery, Caroline politely sent off a few cleaning staff and returned to the living room where Melanie stood at a fax machine receiving documents from Los Angeles, her gaze fixated on a solid wood dining table nearby. "What are you looking at, Mel?" Caroline walked over to help Melanie organize the documents while curiously glancing in the direction of the table. "Look," Melanie pointed to the table. "The decor in this house is mostly warm-toned, but this table, while it's light yellow wood, leans toward a cooler tone. What's wrong with that?" "I don't think it's a big deal," Caroline replied, puzzled. Eric mentioned he bought this place because his obsession with cleanliness has gotten worse, making him reluctant to stay in hotels. "Cleanliness is a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder," Melanie said. "Think about it. Would he feel comfortable seeing this table?" Caroline laughed. "Eric isn't that picky. This isn't about being picky, it's a disorder. Didn't someone say that Eric is reminiscent of the late Howard Hughes? A case of obsessive cleanliness got so severe that Hughes eventually couldn't eat, leading to his slow decline," Melanie explained. Worry etched across Caroline's face as she circled the table. "It shouldn't be that severe, right?" Melanie approached, pointing at a spot near the fruit bowl. "This table may be okay, but look here, there's a scratch. It's small but noticeable." "Huh. When he gets back, I'll show it to him, and we can watch him squirm." Caroline picked up the fruit bowl and placed it over the scratch, raising her chin defiantly at Melanie. "Mel, you can't tease Eric like that." Melanie glanced at the shifted bowl, a mischievous smile forming at the corner of her mouth, and nodded. "All right, I won't say anything, but I'm standing up for you. That guy wants to keep you around while shirking his responsibilities. It's outrageous." Caroline shook her head while organizing her documents. "I don't want Eric to be responsible for me. I'm not a child." "Ah, poor little Carly," Melanie said, forcibly embracing Caroline. The two girls then went through the resumes just received from Los Angeles. Since Melanie and Caroline had vacated their previous positions as Eric's assistants, the roles needed filling. While sorting through the pile of personal resumes, Melanie suddenly pulled one out, staring at the photo on it. "Wow, this girl's really pretty. Carly, for your own sake, I suggest we toss this resume." Caroline snatched the resume from Melanie's hand, displeased. "Mel, we can't do that. It's unethical." She looked down at the resume, which belonged to a girl named Marissa Meyer. Even though it was just an ID photo, she did look lovely. But, she's just an undergraduate from Stanford's computer department. She might not meet Eric's standards. Melanie knew Carly wouldn't allow her to play around, but still, she took the resume again, hiding it at the bottom of the pile, and said, "Ms. Haynes personally interviewed her. If she didn't meet the criteria, do you think she'd be in this pile?" This time, Caroline allowed Melanie's little antics to pass. The two organized the documents, and the sound of engines revving outside indicated the arrival of vehicles. The two girls stepped out to greet Eric, who was curiously surveying the luxury home. This property, around a hectare, was one Eric had recently purchased. With Firefly Electronics and other ventures growing, he anticipated needing a place to stay in San Francisco more often, and Eric had begun to dislike staying in hotels. Now that he could afford to buy property wherever he was interested, this mansion was a result. Melanie greeted Eric and led a few bodyguards to a small villa on the west side of the estate designed for security personnel. After a brief introduction, she returned to the main house. Entering the living room, she saw Caroline emerging from the kitchen with a coffee pot, while Eric relaxed on the sofa, leg crossed, going through some documents. Eric looked up at Melanie and asked, "All set?" Melanie nodded, her gaze drifting to the long table on the west side of the living room. The pile of resumes was still there. Her eyes darted around before she casually said, "Eric, Los Angeles just sent over resumes for the assistant position. Do you want to take a look?" Eric accepted a coffee cup from Caroline and, following Melanie's indication, realized it would be easier to read the documents at the long table. Nodding, he stood up and walked over. Caroline watched the mischievous grin on Melanie's face, feeling helpless. Without putting down the coffee pot, she quickly followed. Eric sat at the long table and was about to pick up the stack of resumes when he idly noticed the fruit bowl, feeling it was slightly askew. Instinctively, he reached out and pushed the bowl to the center of the table. Melanie noticed Eric's motion and nearly burst out laughing. Caroline shot a glare at Melanie, preparing to say something to divert Eric's attention when she noticed his gaze settle on the small scratch on the table. Eric scrutinized the mark for a while, internally repeating, "It doesn't matter," 100 times. Eventually, however, he couldn't help but look up, about to say something when he caught an unexpected smile still on Melanie's face. Suddenly understanding, he pointed at the scratch and asked, "Did you do this?" Melanie quickly shook her head. "Of course not. It was already there. I instructed that all the furniture here needed to be replaced with new items. How could there be any defects?" Feeling Eric's intense gaze, Melanie turned slightly anxious and shifted closer to Caroline, continuing to shake her head. "I don't know either." Eric glanced at where he had just sat, then directed his eyes back to the fruit bowl and the pile of resumes before stating, "So, it must have been you then. To dare play tricks on the boss, you've got some nerve." Caroline sensed Melanie's desire to escape, promptly stepping in to explain. "Eric, that scratch was there before. I moved the fruit bowl." By this point, Eric likely understood the situation and replied, "All right then, Melanie, call someone to bring in a new table, and the cost will come out of your paycheck." Melanie opened her mouth in shock, feeling as though she might cry. The furniture in this mansion certainly wasn't cheap. Just this one table could equate to a few months' salary. Caroline had seen the purchasing budget for all the furniture, knowing this seemingly plain German imported table cost an outrageous $25,000. She immediately interjected, "Eric, please don't do that. This table is very expensive." Hearing Caroline's pleading tone and noticing Melanie's tearful expression, Eric decided against intimidation, smiling instead. He stood up with the stack of documents and said to Melanie, "All right, I'll let you off this time. Next time you pull a stunt like this, you'll definitely lose a couple of months' salary." Melanie sighed in relief. Although she often sympathized with Caroline, deep down, she held a significant amount of awe for Eric, given his growing wealth and power. With her broader life experiences compared to the more innocent Caroline, she understood the weight of Eric's influence and status in society. After this little incident, Melanie couldn't help but reflect, vowing never to toy with such thoughts again. After all, she quietly valued this job, which offered substantial rewards and bright prospects, even more than Caroline did. Chapter 919, Prodigal Daughter. Eric sank back into the sofa, choosing not to mention the table incident again, and Melanie, of course, wasn't going to bring it up either. She walked over and said, "Eric, it's already 6 o'clock. If there's nothing else, Caroline and I are heading to the hotel." "What's the rush to go to the hotel? You should stay here. We can fly straight to New York in the morning without all the running around," Eric replied. Not hearing a response from the two women, he looked up and saw Caroline blushing, while Melanie's expression seemed slightly awkward. Unable to resist, Eric chuckled and added, "Don't worry, I won't bother you. But if you two dare to attack me at night, I will fight back." Melanie, hearing Eric's joking, laughed lightly as she settled next to Caroline on a single armchair and wrapped her arms around her small frame. "Eric, who knows, maybe someone hopes to be bothered by you." Who would? As soon as Melanie finished her comment, Caroline retorted playfully, which caused both Eric and Melanie to burst out laughing, making Caroline bury her face into Melanie's embrace. All right, stop picking on Caroline, Eric said as he regained his composure. Has the first week sales report for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone come in? Last week, thanks to the powerful global distribution network of HarperCollins under News Corp, the first book in the Harry Potter series launched simultaneously in the UK, USA, Canada, Australia, and other major English-speaking countries. In order to make the novel a hit as soon as possible, Firefly Group created a comprehensive promotional plan modeled after a movie release. A month before the book officially hit the shelves, a pre-launch campaign had already begun. With the book's release, every media channel within the Firefly system, TV, film, internet, magazines, and newspapers, was tirelessly promoting Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. With Caroline still shy against Melanie, she replied, I spoke on the phone with HarperCollins this afternoon, and they are still tallying the numbers. We won't have detailed data until the day after tomorrow. However, preliminary feedback suggests that first-week sales globally should be no less than 100,000 copies. Eric nodded in satisfaction, though he didn't seem overly excited. He recalled that the final book in the Harry Potter series had achieved a staggering 11 million copies sold within the first 24 hours, making the current numbers feel underwhelming by comparison. Melanie, intrigued by Eric's calm demeanor, asked, Eric, first-week sales exceeding 100,000 copies would be enough to put Harry Potter on the bestseller list in most countries. Aren't you satisfied? Eric shook his head. Of course, I'm satisfied, but I think it's still far from the book's full potential. And how many copies do you think it should sell? That's beyond my prediction. I'm not a prophet, Eric said, placing another finished resume aside and glancing at the last one, which made him smile. Melanie noticed Eric's subtle shift, but didn't dwell on it. After a moment's thought, she said, Honestly, sometimes I think you really do act like a prophet. With Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, you seem to have known it would be successful ahead of time, which is why you invested so many resources into its promotion. Eric flipped through Marissa Meyer's resume, nodding slowly. Well, just keep that to yourself. Don't let it out. I'll have to silence you. Hee hee. Melanie chuckled, patting Caroline's back. Well, here's someone who already knows. What do you plan to do about that? Caroline finally sat up from Melanie's embrace, her cheeks still flushed, and she shyly glanced at Eric before averting her gaze. Eric didn't tease Caroline any further, but finished reading Marissa Meyer's resume and said, Let's hire her. Call Kelly and have her arrange for this Miss Marissa Meyer to start her onboarding process. Only then did Melanie realize the resume Eric was holding was the one she had intentionally placed at the bottom of the pile. She opened her mouth, but remembering the previous incident involving scratches on the table, she kept her expression neutral, taking the resume from Eric. After a moment's contemplation, she said, Eric, aren't you going to interview her personally? She graduated from Stanford and might still be in Palo Alto. Stanford was right next to Atherton's affluent neighborhood. Upon hearing Melanie's reminder, Eric nodded. Why don't you give her a call? If she's in Palo Alto, invite her for breakfast tomorrow morning. If not, she can just come to work in Los Angeles. As they were speaking, Eric's phone rang. He picked it up, checked the caller ID, and turned to Melanie. I need to take a shower. Could you help me prepare some hot water? And dinner is on you too. If you can't cook, just order takeout. Watching Eric walk into the backyard to answer his call, Melanie inspected Caroline's face and sighed. Sigh. I really am like a maid. He never seems to consider asking you to prepare his bath. Caroline turned red again, pushing Melanie's hand away as she stood up. Come on, let's go together. I can help you. On the west coast of the United States, it was already evening, while in Brisbane, Australia, it was still not yet 2 in the afternoon. On the road leading to Brisbane Airport, John Kerr was driving and was incredibly upset, or rather, during the 3 months since his daughter returned to Brisbane for the summer, watching her adorned in clothes and jewelry that he could never afford. John Kerr had been simmering with indescribable anger. Now, he could no longer hold back and practically slammed his hands on the steering wheel while glaring at the rearview mirror, shouting, So, Eric Williams sent a plane to pick you up. Why on earth did he send a plane for you? As Miranda Kerr was about to leave Australia, She could no longer endure her father's outburst. This summer, the father-daughter duo had already had their share of clashes, so she bluntly replied, "Eric likes me." If they weren't on a highway, John would have almost slammed on the brakes. How could he not guess what was going on? However, since his daughter had kept silent about it, he couldn't explode. "Huh? Do you even know how old you are? This is criminal. I'm suing him." "Go ahead and sue, because I'm not going to stand by your side," Miranda shot back defiantly. "Who knows? The federal court in America might not even accept your lawsuit." John smacked the steering wheel again and yelled, "Don't forget, I'm your father. If I don't allow it, you're not going anywhere. My legs belong to me. I'll go wherever I want." As the argument intensified, Therese Kerr, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly patted her husband's shoulder in a calming gesture and turned to her daughter in the back seat with a hint of accusation. "Miranda, since Mr. Williams sent a plane to pick you up, why didn't you mention it earlier? Your father worried that you wouldn't be comfortable on the plane and even bought you a first-class ticket. It would be very costly to cancel now." Miranda had only wanted to surprise her parents, but hearing her mother say that, she nonchalantly replied, "Mom, it's only a few hundred Australian dollars. If it's gone, it's gone." John scoffed coldly. "Exactly, if it's gone, it's gone. You're not leaving Brisbane today, or anytime soon. We're heading back right now. Then you'd better break my legs first, because otherwise, I'm running away and never coming back." "Oh, I'll gladly break your legs. You think I'm afraid?" Noticing the fierce look in her father's reflection in the rearview mirror, Miranda shrank her neck and shook her mother's hand. In the front seat, "Mom, look at him. John, don't scare the child." John Kerr immediately vented his anger on his wife. "It's all your fault for spoiling her. I didn't consent to her going to Los Angeles, and now look. She's so young and involved with someone else." Miranda shot back in discontent. "Hey, Eric isn't married. Maybe I'll become his wife in the future. Who would want to marry a crazy girl like you? Dad, I know you're just jealous." The car fell silent for a moment. John Kerr slammed the steering wheel again, determined to create a scene at the airport. He figured he would smash Eric Williams's so-called private plane and take his daughter home. Brisbane Airport, located right next to the coastal area, appeared shortly after. Minutes later, the Toyota sedan parked in the airport's lot. John was set on making a fuss, watching his wife grab luggage out of the trunk for their daughter. He didn't intervene or offer help. Miranda had just pulled out her Chanel bag when she spotted a man and a woman approaching them from a distance. As they got closer, Miranda recognized her assistant Claire Weissman. After ICM had sent Claire to accompany her to the Bahamas for a shoot, Claire had also taken on the role of her life assistant. Once she recognized her, Miranda excitedly ran over. "Hey, Claire, what are you doing here?" Claire hugged Miranda and smiled. "Mr. Williams asked me to come along." "Oh, this is our pilot, Mr. Paul Cornish." "Hi, Mr. Cornish." Miranda smiled sweetly, extending her hand to the tall, middle-aged man. Mr. Cornish gently shook Miranda's small hand and nodded with a smile. "Just call me Paul, Miss Kerr." "Sure, Paul. This is my mom, Therese Kerr, and this is my dad, John Kerr." Miranda enthusiastically introduced them all, showing no signs of the tension she'd just had with her father. She was quite clever, realizing that if her father genuinely didn't let her leave Brisbane today, it would create complications. So, she decided to adapt her approach, considering his fragile pride. Indeed, when Paul Cornish and Claire Weissman politely extended their hands to John Kerr, the tension that had been building up within him began to dissipate. He unconsciously shook their hands. Exchanging pleasantries, Paul Cornish then turned to Miranda and said, "So, Miss Kerr, the plane is ready. Shall we?" Upon hearing Paul's words, John Kerr began to react, but before he could speak, Miranda preempted him. "Paul, can we take off a little later? I want my parents to see the plane." With a slight smile still on his face, Paul Cornish nodded. "Of course, Mr. Kerr. Mrs. Kerr, please follow me." Seeing Claire take the suitcase from Miranda with little fuss, Therese Kerr instinctively linked her arm with her husband's, whispering, "Let's go, John. Don't make a scene." John Kerr, who had been on the verge of destroying the aircraft, found his previous impulses considerably diminished. He shot an exasperated look at his wife and reluctantly followed along. They went through a VIP passageway, and since it was a private jet, The security process was much simpler. In a few minutes, they entered the airport. John Kerr scanned the enormous form of the Boeing 767, then looked around. Brisbane Airport wasn't large, and among the dozen or so aircraft parked there, only 2 or 3 were larger than the nearly 50-meter-long plane before him. The eyes of Miranda Kerr sparkled with excitement as she pulled her mother up the boarding ladder and quickly disappeared into the cabin. Seeing that John Kerr had not followed them, Captain Paul Cornish stayed back and politely introduced John to several other crew members. John mechanically shook hands with the crew members and ultimately couldn't help but ask, "Paul, is this plane specifically for picking up Miranda?" As an ordinary middle-class individual, John Kerr had always pictured private planes as small aircraft just a few meters long. Seeing a Boeing of this size being used as a private plane was a first for him, and he could never fathom connecting such an experience with his daughter. Paul Cornish smiled politely and nodded. "Yes, John. Is there a problem?" "Well," John reluctantly lowered his voice. "This trip from Los Angeles must cost a lot, right? For a one-time rental, a round trip from Los Angeles is about $500,000. Suddenly, John felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, and he involuntarily hunched. Slightly. $500,000. That's nearly 700,000 Australian dollars. He had never seen so much money in his life. His desire to stop his daughter from going to Los Angeles evaporated in an instant. All he could think about was what it would be like to have that $500,000 in cash. They could buy a new house, a nice car, maybe even a yacht. It felt so wasteful to just fly to Los Angeles for a quick trip. What a prodigal daughter. Chapter 918, 920, The Morning Interview. In the early morning in Atherton, the streets were alive with the chirping of birds nestled among the lush foliage along the road. Yet there was still an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Marissa Meyer parked her car by the roadside, double-checked the address, and stepped out. She had woken up before 5 that morning, spending over an hour meticulously preparing for her breakfast meeting. Through her research, she learned that Eric Williams was a highly laid-back individual in many respects. Since he had called her to join him for breakfast, Marissa was convinced that she had likely already secured the job. Her month of effort had finally paid off. A month prior, when Marissa discovered that Eric Williams's assistant's office was hiring a new assistant, she immediately felt a spark of interest. Since high school, she had envisioned her future and had stubbornly chosen to study computer science instead of attending law school, which her parents deemed safer. Beyond her passion for technology, she observed the vast potential of the booming IT industry. She hadn't originally planned to start working so early. Although she held a bachelor's degree in computer science from Stanford University, she knew entering the workforce as a junior programmer was the only option available to her. Even with luck on her side, it would take her at least a decade or longer to climb the corporate ladder at any company. But securing a position in Eric Williams's assistant office would change everything. 2 months earlier, she had seen on the Yahoo portal that Peter Rich, Eric Williams's former assistant, was now serving as the vice president of advertising sales at FFM-TV. Prior to that, another former assistant of Eric's, Alan Fissman, had become a vice president at ABC Group. From these examples, it was clear that as long as she got into Eric's assistant office and captured his attention, just a few years later, she could easily secure a mid-level management position within the Firefly Group's companies, with a promotion trajectory far quicker compared to others in management. In comparison, even if she went on to earn a master's degree from Stanford and started as a higher-tier engineer, achieving equal standing would not be feasible within 3 to 5 years. Thus, despite the job posting requiring a master's degree, Marissa decided to give it a shot. She meticulously prepared her resume and received handwritten recommendation letters from several esteemed professors at Stanford. However, despite her confidence, she received a rejection call shortly after submitting her application, simply because her qualifications didn't meet the requirements. She didn't let that discourage her. After putting in more effort, she connected with Peter Rich a week later through a professor at her school. As luck would have it, Peter was a protege of that professor, and under his recommendation, Peter agreed to submit her resume to Kelly Haynes, who managed the assistant office. Perhaps touched by her persistence, Kelly offered her an interview opportunity, and Marissa successfully made it to the final round of candidates. Being the only undergraduate among the candidates, along with her insights into Eric's character, she was confident that she would capture his attention, and reality did not disappoint her. The only thing making her hesitate was that Eric Williams was notoriously known as a playboy. Although she felt confident about her appearance, if he asked her out, she was unsure whether to accept, decline, or maybe tease him a bit. Maybe I'll deal with that when the time comes, she thought to herself. With another glance at her outfit, Marissa opted for something not too formal since he invited her for breakfast. She wore a fitted camel wool sweater, white pants, and black stiletto heels, striking a balance between professionalism and femininity. She looked up at the luxurious mansion before her with a hint of envy, mentally calculating what kind of position she would need to obtain to buy such a place one day. With that thought, she pressed the doorbell, and a moment later, a petite girl emerged from a path within the sprawling estate and walked towards the front door. The girl was as delicate as a doll, standing just over 5 feet tall, and wore a wool sweater and casual pants, though in different colors. Marissa was relieved they weren't wearing matching outfits, but then felt slightly uncomfortable. This girl certainly looked no older than 14. Marissa wanted to avoid getting caught up in any of the rich family's less publicly discussed matters. "Hello, Miss Mayer. Eric is already waiting for you," the girl said. Caroline opened the door to let Marissa in, greeting her warmly. Noticing Marissa's awkward expression directly related to the girl's age, Caroline offered an introduction. "I'm Eric's assistant, Caroline Wilson." Marissa's confusion did not dissipate. Realizing her earlier faux pas, she quickly composed herself and shook Caroline's hand with a smile. "Hello, Miss Wilson. You can just call me Carly. Please follow me. Breakfast will be ready soon. You can chat with Eric first." Caroline gestured for Marissa to follow her into the courtyard. As they entered the villa, Caroline led Marissa to the entrance of the gym and called, "Eric, Miss Mayer has arrived." Marissa saw a man on the treadmill wearing a tank top and shorts lightly wave at them before. Caroline made a gesture for her to proceed. "Please go ahead, Miss Mayer." Marissa placed her handbag on a table by the door and walked into the spacious gym, glancing back to see Caroline smiling and nodding at her before turning to leave. Walking up to Eric, Marissa couldn't help but recall the impressive accomplishments of the man before her, achievements many would aspire to throughout their lives. It made her feel a bit nervous, but she also reminded herself this was an interview, quickly preparing for the potential tricky questions he might throw her way. Perhaps he would edge her to just stand there for 10 minutes to test her patience. With that thought in mind, Marissa straightened her posture, relaxed her expression, and smiled, attempting to exude confidence. Eric was evidently not a strict interviewee. Upon noticing Marissa beside him, he nodded and pressed a few buttons on the treadmill, which gradually came to a stop. Marissa watched as Eric stepped off the treadmill, slick with sweat, and naturally reached over to grab a towel from a rack nearby, extending it to him. "Thank you." As Eric accepted the towel, drying his forehead, he appraised the woman before him. In Eric's previous mental picture, he hadn't had much information about Marissa other than knowing she was a Google executive and Yahoo CEO. However, that was already impressive enough. In a world dominated by men, a woman managing a Fortune 500 company proved she possessed exceptional abilities to serve as his office assistant. Having reviewed Marissa's resume the previous day, Eric learned a bit more. She appeared to be a straight-A student from a young age. Kelly had provided a glowing evaluation of Marissa during the interview process, highlighting her calm demeanor, persistence, analytical thinking, and communication skills. Eric also noted traits such as a strong need for control and aggression, which certainly were not to be considered flaws. Wiping his sweat lightly, Eric draped the towel over his neck and nodded at Marissa, who was unabashedly looking at him. "You're beautiful." Marissa had initially anticipated Eric's probing inquiries, but his unexpected compliment caught her off guard. Without hesitation, she smiled back, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Williams." Though she said that, Marissa felt a pang of disappointment. Surely he wasn't hiring her solely for her looks? That was hardly a good thing. She did not want to be labeled as merely an eye candy like the petite girl earlier. She had no knowledge of Caroline's capabilities, though she had often been compared to a Barbie doll for her looks. There was no way such a doll-like girl could possess any work competence. Yet, She resolutely decided that securing the job was paramount. If it turned out that Eric Williams only valued her appearance and not her skills, she could always leave for another opportunity. Working in Eric Williams's assistant office would still be an impressive experience, ensuring she could land another good job without trouble. After praising Marissa, Eric walked toward the gym exit, and she proactively followed him out. Once in the living room, Eric told Marissa, "Sit tight for a moment. I need to take a shower." Marissa nodded, watching as Eric ascended the stairs to the second floor. She approached the sofa and curiously examined the expansive villa. As the chatter from the kitchen drifted toward her ears, she couldn't quite catch the words. She wasn't overly curious, merely mulling over Eric's earlier demeanor. This guy, soon to be her boss, seemed easygoing, courteous, and not difficult to interact with. Although most people presented themselves similarly upon first acquaintances, she felt confident in discerning whether someone's behavior was genuine or merely a facade. Therefore, he should be quite manageable. However, his direct compliment had Playboy written all over it. Still, she couldn't help but notice he had a fantastic physique. Realizing she was overthinking, she quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Caroline walked out from the kitchen, and Marissa stood up, gesturing toward the kitchen. "Carly, is there anything I can help with?" "Thanks, but breakfast is already ready." Caroline glanced around and asked, "Where's Eric?" Marissa pointed toward the stairs. "He's finishing his workout and headed to take a shower." "Oh, then let's head to the dining room. I'll introduce you to Melanie. She's also one of Eric's assistants." Having finished his shower and changed, Eric descended the stairs to find the three girls chatting animatedly at the dining table. "What are you discussing?" he asked with a smile as he sat down at the table. "Oh, nothing," said Caroline, who was closest to Eric, shaking her head. She and Melanie stood up, one heading to the kitchen to fetch breakfast while the other set today's newspaper in front of Eric. Marissa was still surprised to learn that Caroline and Melanie were both graduates of Harvard Business School. Seeing them swiftly transform into servants, she promptly stood up and followed Melanie toward the kitchen to help with breakfast, noting Eric's gaze was fixed on the newspaper as he didn't speak. Carrying a small basket of bread, Marissa emerged alongside Melanie. She observed how the two girls stood on either side of Eric, one pouring milk and the other serving eggs, displaying a well-coordinated teamwork, making her suddenly nervous about whether she would be expected to manage these trivial tasks in the future. Even while considering this, she found herself unconsciously moving closer, grabbing a piece of bread to place on Eric's plate. "Mr. Williams, is one enough?" As Eric flipped through the San Francisco Chronicle, he heard Marissa's question, looked up at them, and said, "You all sit down. I'll serve myself." Melanie divided a portion of eggs onto Eric's plate, and upon sensing his remark, she couldn't help but roll her eyes internally at her hypocritical boss. They had prepared everything, and now he would insist on serving himself? Very little sincerity. However, she didn't dare express these thoughts, especially noticing Caroline's satisfied expression while immersed in her tasks. It only deepened her disdain. Having quickly skimmed through the San Francisco Chronicle without finding any noteworthy news, Eric set the paper aside, took a sip of milk, and looked towards Marissa. "I saw on your resume that you've been accepted into a graduate program focused on artificial intelligence." Since the atmosphere in the dining room felt relaxed apart from the earlier minor details, Marissa felt comfortable, responding naturally with a nod. "Yes." "Then just go ahead and complete it." Eric nodded back, noticing Marissa's disappointment at his initial statement, and added with a smile, "I mean, while balancing this job, I hope you can also obtain your master's. Is there an issue with that?" Most universities accepted part-time graduate students, and while Marissa wasn't overly familiar with Stanford's policies in that regard, she knew that having secured Eric's assistant position, she didn't hesitate to affirm, "Not an issue at all. But, Mr. Williams, do you think I need to continue with graduate studies? I believe I can already handle this upcoming job well." Chapter 919, 921, based on my analysis. Eric nodded. If it were another field, it might not be necessary, but for artificial intelligence, I truly hope you can accumulate more knowledge in this area. When one mentions artificial intelligence, the first thing that likely comes to mind is robots. However, that is just one aspect. Artificial intelligence is merely a branch of computer science. Among its practical applications, Internet search engines are closely tied to everyday life. Over the past few years, under Eric's special attention, Yahoo never abandoned its development of more intelligent search engine technology. Thanks to Yahoo's outstanding search capabilities, companies like InfoSeek, which were supposed to exist at that time, never made an appearance. Even the AOL portal website integrated Yahoo's search engine. The plan was to gradually transform Yahoo from a comprehensive portal site into a search engine service provider after the year 2000. Now that Marissa Mayer had approached him for an opportunity, Eric certainly wouldn't keep her stuck in his assistant's office. Her best future was clearly at Yahoo. The IT industry differs significantly from the media industry. The media sector places greater emphasis on experience and creativity. One can attain an executive position in a large media group even without a college degree. However, in the IT field, lacking sufficient knowledge makes it nearly impossible to become an executive at a Silicon Valley tech company. Eric briefly explained his reasons for encouraging her to pursue graduate studies while working, and Marissa had no objections. After finishing breakfast and leaving Eric's mansion in Atherton, Marissa began to feel that everything that morning had seemingly been rather strange. Reflecting on the experience, she couldn't shake the impression that Eric felt as if he already knew her. There was no awkwardness from him, just an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, she was certain she had never met him before. The idea that Eric had known her previously was highly unlikely. Pondering this without resolution, Marissa decided to chalk it up to Eric Williams' unique charm. After all, he had built an enormous economic empire at such a young age, and surely that came with some extraordinary qualities. Eric had instructed that the plane bringing Miranda from Brisbane would divert to San Francisco instead, making it convenient for him to head directly to New York. After breakfast, he received a call informing him that the Boeing 767 was set to land at San Jose International Airport at 8:30 a.m. With time running short, he headed out to the airport, accompanied by 2 women and a bodyguard. The direct flight from Brisbane to San Francisco took a long 14 hours, during which Miranda remained exceptionally excited. After the takeoff, she roamed the plane, akin to a kitten marking her territory, exploring the screening room, conference room, study, bathroom, living room, bar, until she secretly took a small sip of strong whiskey. Sleepiness took over, and she dived into the presidential suite's bedroom for a nap. As the plane landed on the runway at San Jose International amid light turbulence, Miranda's assistant, Claire, knocked a few times on the door. When she received no answer, she barged in with concern, only to see Miranda sprawled on the big bed, sound asleep. Initially, Eric had intended for someone to send Miranda back to Los Angeles. After entering the airport, hearing Claire's report, he decided to go on board and wake the sleepy girl. Miranda felt someone tapping her and groggily woke up. Upon realizing it was Eric, she smiled sweetly and opened her arms for a hug. Eric chuckled as he observed the girl clad in only a tank top and hot pants, throwing off the covers and wrapping her long legs around him like a koala. He playfully swatted her on the bottom, saying, "Time to wake up. Everyone's watching you." Only then did Miranda look around to see Claire standing behind Eric, holding her clothes, while 2 other young women lingered in the doorway. The petite girl, who resembled a doll, instantly triggered a sense of competition in her, and she pointed to Caroline and Melanie, asking, "Eric, who are they?" Eric introduced them with a smile. "This is Caroline and Melanie. They're my new assistants." Noticing the disappointment on Caroline's doll-like face when she turned to look their way, Miranda felt a surge of confidence. She looked at Caroline and said, "Caroline, I'm thirsty. Could you please pour me a glass of water?" Caroline paused, her disappointment more apparent now, and pressed her thin lips together, glancing at Eric with bright, pleading eyes. Eric had brought Caroline on board to let her gradually familiarize herself with his life, hoping to lessen any feelings she might entertain for him. However, spotting her downcast expression stirred sympathy in him. Without hesitation, he gave Miranda a firm swat on the bottom again, emphasizing, "If you want water, ask Claire. You can't boss around my assistants." The mood in the bedroom shifted as everyone felt Eric's change in demeanor. Claire wasted no time waiting for Eric's confirmation. She dropped the clothes and exited the bedroom. Miranda, however, felt increasingly dissatisfied with Caroline and Melanie but managed to maintain an innocent expression, saying, "Eric, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. That really hurt." Ignoring her exaggerated expression, Eric turned to the two girls at the door, saying, "Carly, Mel, why don't you two go take a break? You don't need to stay here." Melanie nodded and took Caroline's hand, guiding her out of the room. Eric refocused on Miranda and said, "Okay, change your clothes. It's starting to get cool here in California. Be careful not to catch a cold. I had Carter arrange a car to take you back to Los Angeles." Miranda immediately snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around Eric's waist. "Eric, school doesn't start for another week. Can I come with you to New York? I want to see Fashion Week. I'm going for work. I won't have time to look after you." Eric replied as he picked up the girls' clothes from the table. "I can manage on my own. I can stay with Giselle and come back after Fashion Week," Miranda pleaded, not accepting the clothes and pressing her slender frame against Eric while gently rubbing against him. Overcome by her insistence, Eric gave in with a nod, taking a cup of water from Claire and offering it to Miranda. He then instructed Claire to prepare for takeoff before asking Miranda, "Are you close with Giselle?" Miranda took a few sips, placing the cup on the side table, and with a clever glint in her eye, she replied, "Not really. But if you ask, they wouldn't refuse, right? Do you not fear embarrassing yourself if they're not happy to see you?" "Not at all. If they treat me badly, I'll tell you on them," Miranda said, confident and unabashed, before fluttering her eyelashes toward Eric. "Eric, can I use this plane often in the future?" Eric held her waist firmly, struggling with the temptation as he slowly rubbed lower and shook his head, saying, "That won't work. This plane is for everyone's work. You can't just mess around with it. In a couple of years, once I receive the other planes I purchased, you can use them however you like." Miranda cheered joyfully and leaned in to kiss Eric on the cheek. After refueling, the Boeing 767 took off from San Jose International Airport, heading toward New York. Once the plane stabilized in the air, in the midsection lounge area, Melanie unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to a somewhat disheartened Caroline, saying, "All right, Carly, do you get it now? He's just a jerk. Being upset over him is absolutely not worth it." "No, I'm not upset." Caroline shook her head, looking lost. I just. Melanie pulled Caroline up. "Let's go. I spotted a bar on the plane. We should grab a drink." Caroline followed Melanie, still muttering, "I just." "You're not confused about why the Eric shows interest in other girls yet remains indifferent to you, right?" Caroline's cheeks flushed immediately, lowering her head and not retaliating. Melanie led her to the bar, helping herself to an expensive bottle of red wine from the cabinet, then sat down beside Caroline. "But seriously, he is genuinely really nice to you. Everyone can see that. Just now, when that little brat tried to boss you around, he immediately shot her down." Caroline frowned. "Mel, don't be so rude. That's not polite." Melanie poured 2 glasses of wine, pushing one toward Caroline, saying, "All right, fair enough. Let's find a better name for her. How about Little Beach, like a seaside resort?" Caroline playfully slapped Melanie's arm. "That's hardly any better." Unfazed by Caroline's little jab, Melanie laughed. "Okay, back to the original topic. Why does he treat you so well but seems uninterested romantically?" Caroline lifted her face, keen to hear Melanie continue. Melanie teasingly sipped her wine, then said, "Based on my analysis, there are 2 possible reasons." "Huh." First, Melanie raised a finger. "He's gay." Caroline shook her head vehemently. "No way." Melanie chuckled, pinching Caroline's chin gently. "I know that if Eric Williams were gay, there'd be no such thing as a normal man in this world. So the only other possibility is..." "Yeah." With exaggerated seriousness, Melanie raised her second finger and declared, "He sees you as a daughter." Caroline's eyes widened in disbelief, her cheeks reddening. "How is that even possible?" Confident in her theory, Melanie explained, "Look, after spending time together, you know better than I do that Eric's psychological age is far more mature than his physical age. At times, he seems like an old man. Older men tend to prefer younger girls. You're so innocent, petite, and smart. Not to mention, you follow instructions and fit the ideal image of the perfect daughter in an older man's mind." After blinking in surprise and pausing for a moment, Caroline finally tried to argue. "He has a daughter named Hawaii." "I know that. No one says a father can only have one daughter, Melanie responded, shaking her head. She was aware Eric had 2 children, which wasn't a secret in their circles. Quickly, she picked up on a crucial piece of information from Caroline's words. Wait, did you just say Hawaii? Like, that's his daughter's name. Caroline nodded. Eric had mentioned it in passing. This was the first time Melanie had learned the name of Eric's daughter. After pondering for a moment, she couldn't help but laugh. He's really something, giving his daughter such a weird name. Caroline is so much nicer. Caroline, having just regained her color, felt her cheeks flush again and stood to leave the bar. I'm not listening to your nonsense anymore. For hours later, the Boeing 767 arrived on the East Coast, not at Kennedy International Airport, which is closest to downtown New York City, but at MacArthur Airport in central Long Island. This location was near East Hampton, and Eric planned to spend a few days with the women and children once back in New York. As the plane landed, it started to rain lightly in Long Island. The East Coast was not as temperate as California. Autumn had set in, bringing with it a chill in the air. I already spoke with Giselle. You can head directly to their place on Madison Avenue. I won't be going to Manhattan for a couple of days. Eric instructed Miranda as he stood by a car that had arrived to pick them up, seeing her and Claire off in one vehicle. Once the girls had left, Eric turned to Caroline and Melanie, noticing a peculiar look in Caroline's eyes. He assumed she was still preoccupied with his relationship with Miranda and shrugged it off. However, he couldn't help but notice Caroline was still wearing a thin wool sweater, expressing his concern. Where's your coat? It's a bit cold. You should put it on. Caroline instinctively shook her head and took a step back, her gaze avoiding Eric. I'm not cold. Next to them, Melanie wore a knowing smile, as if to say, I told you. Then let's get in the car. Eric had ABC send over 3 vehicles. He opened the door of another black Mercedes for Caroline, saying, Go on. Caroline hesitated but obediently climbed into the car, still avoiding Eric's gaze. Eric accepted a set of keys from the driver and handed them to Melanie, saying, This is the key to my place on 6th Avenue. You and Caroline can stay there for now as a work benefit. For the next couple of days, you won't be working, so take her sightseeing around Manhattan. Melanie readily accepted the keys from Eric. Thank you, Eric. I'll make sure to take good care of Caroline. Eric, unaware of the underlying emotions at play between the 2 girls, watched as they drove off, letting out a small sigh. He thought that letting Caroline gradually move past her feelings for him wasn't such a bad thing after all. Chapter 920, 922, very on point. For several days, the weather on Long Island had been gloomy, with intermittent drizzles. Upon returning to East Hampton, whether due to the family atmosphere or the dreary weather, Eric found himself feeling rather lazy. Last night, he had read Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone to 3 little ones deep into the night. Afterward, he got into bed and rekindled some affection with 2 women. By the time he fell asleep, it was already past 2 in the morning. He was groggily awakened by Joanna once, but he had no intention of getting up for breakfast and planned to linger in bed a while longer. He vaguely heard the sound of a car engine and voices in the front yard. Rolling over, he hoped to sleep a bit longer when the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Half awake, he glanced over, expecting it to be Joanna, but instead, he heard the sound of boots hitting the floor. Joanna didn't wear high heels around the house, let alone those hard-soled leather boots. A different scent wafted through, and he sensed a woman squatting by his bed, seemingly searching for something. Eric reached over and grabbed a magazine beside his pillow, tossing it at her. Ava Pacula didn't realize Eric was awake. Initially, she was in a playful mood, picking up a foundation brush from the vanity, intending to tickle Eric. Startled by the magazine hit, she exclaimed, Eric, why did you hit me? Not holding back, Eric smacked Ava playfully on the head again, reprimanding her. What kind of crazy girl barges into her brother-in-law's bedroom so early? Get out. Woo, that's so mean. You're only a year older than me, yet you talk like an old man. And it's 10:30 now, so it's definitely not early, Ava retorted, snatching the magazine from Eric's hand and tossing it aside. However, she showed no signs of leaving, perching halfway on the bed's edge with a teasing tone. Eric, did you really ban the Victoria's Secret angels from dating Leonardo DiCaprio? Eric felt exasperated with his carefree sister-in-law. He was only wearing shorts under the covers, making it inconvenient to throw off the sheets and get up. He replied dismissively, "Well, since you've heard about it, it must be true." Ava chuckled wickedly and quipped, "Do you know what they're calling you privately now?" "No, and I don't want to know." Ava originally intended to tease Eric and gauge his interest, but seeing his complete disinterest, she divulged, "They're calling you jealous daddy. The protective dad who's jealous because his daughter can't date boys, huh?" Very on point. If my daughter were a lesbian, what would she even know about dating? Eric nodded in satisfaction and tossed the pillow at her again, insisting, "Now, get out." "Well, I'll tell my sister you want Elliot to be a lesbian." Ava retaliated by grabbing the pillow and hitting Eric a few times before standing up. "And by the way, I came over with Emily and the others. They're all downstairs waiting for you. So hurry up." While saying this, Ava's eyes twinkled with mischief as she suddenly tugged the blanket from Eric, yanking it hard. However, instead of pulling the blanket off, she ended up being pulled onto the bed by Eric, who had been on guard. In no time, she felt a sharp smack on her backside. The room echoed with a loud clap. Ava jumped up from the bed, rubbing her rear while glaring at Eric, about to protest when he cut her off. "If you don't leave, I'll have to tell everyone you tried to assault me." "Ugh, as if it's you." Blushing, Ava spit out disdainfully and stomped out of the room in her high boots, making a loud racket on the wooden floor. After dressing and washing up, Eric headed downstairs, where Chris and Emily were chatting with Joanna and the others in the living room. Emily Brighton had only 2 months left until her due date, but she still hadn't stepped away from managing LTD Group and showed no intention of taking maternity leave. Exchanging pleasantries, Emily eagerly started discussing this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show preparations with Eric. This year marked the 4th iteration of the show. After years of development, it had become the Super Bowl of the fashion world. Following the debut's astonishing viewership of 46 million, although the ratings began to decline thereafter, the second and third shows still pulled in over 30 million viewers. Thanks to the fashion show's success, LTD Group had maintained an annual growth rate of over 20% across all business sectors in recent years. While such numbers might not be remarkable in emerging IT industries, a 20% annual growth rate was a true miracle in the traditional fashion sector. On the other hand, the market share of Victoria's Secret had climbed from an initial 10% to 33% as of the second quarter of this year. The overall annual revenue of LTD Group had nearly doubled in 3 years, soaring from around $3 billion after its acquisitions to nearly $6 billion now. Recently, LTD Group's market value even reached as high as $10.6 billion, about 3 times the value post-acquisition. Based on your initial suggestion, the Victoria's Secret fashion show needs several talking points each year for publicity. Next year will be Cindy, Linda, and Christie's final show. We've planned for the Millennium Dream Bureau for the year after, but that's going to be a tough sell. This year, we're focusing the promotion on a few guest performers. Celine Dion, the Backstreet Boys, and Elton John have all accepted our invitations and have begun selecting songs. Emily explained how the preparations were coming along, looking up at Eric. "I heard you're forming a girl group in the UK. Will they be ready to perform in November?" Eric shook his head. "Even if they're ready, they can't perform yet. I want them to develop in Europe first." "And about Celine Dion, do you think she fits the Victoria's Secret stage?" "Of course," Emily nodded confidently, responding without hesitation. "Using My Heart Will Go On, we've already designed a shipwreck theme. It might not look great live, but with post-production editing, it should turn out beautifully on TV." The Victoria's Secret fashion show primarily targeted millions of television viewers, with film scores adapted for visual shots, but aligning visual elements with music, akin to a music video, wouldn't be overly difficult to achieve. After pondering for a moment, Eric agreed that it was feasible to blend My Heart Will Go On into the fashion show's visual presentation using long shots and slow-motion elements. "In that case, you'd better find a good cinematographer." "Still Nicole. I've already talked with her," Emily said, jokingly adding, "You, the big director, are making fewer movies now. You wouldn't want your go-to cinematographer to be idle." Eric was a bit surprised, laughing. "I was actually considering asking her to help me shoot a music video. But, if that's the case, let her focus on the Victoria's Secret show. I can find another cinematographer." "Huh. Even if you're reluctant, there's no way you can take her from me, Emily said, glancing towards the kitchen where Virginia and the others were preparing lunch. Ignoring Chris, she continued, originally, I heard Helena and Leonardo were dating. I wanted to take the opportunity to stir up some news, so what did he do to annoy you? Eric shrugged and chuckled. You must already know, jealous daddy, and that's just how it is. Chris, clearly out of the loop, asked with confusion, what are you two talking about? Emily shot her husband a glare. Don't dig into this, or you might get led astray by Eric. I warn you, I'm about to have a baby. Chris looked innocent, but he had gotten used to Emily's unreasonable mood swings during pregnancy. He shrugged and said, fine, I won't ask. You two can continue chatting. Emily didn't bring it up again, pausing before continuing. Also, Eric, this year I plan to replace 10 angels all at once and introduce some new faces to keep things fresh. In the past few years, the models participating in the show had constantly shifted, but that was usually just a few angels who couldn't participate for various reasons. The thought of even a partial overhaul like that felt significant. Eric quickly realized why Emily had called him recently to discuss this year's Victoria's Secret show. While he didn't involve himself in the management of LTD Group, he cared immensely about the fashion show he had helped create. Emily understood this, so any substantial changes to the angel lineup definitely required Eric's approval. The fashion show had only been held 3 times, and Eric didn't believe audiences would lose interest so quickly. People preferred familiar faces. Whether in movies, television, or fashion shows, this held true. Replacing some beloved angels could even backfire. Emily, you should know, overhauling this many people is as risky as changing leads in a film or TV series. I know, Emily replied with a hint of resignation on her face. But I feel we have no choice. Eric, the first 3 shows saw the highest attention for Victoria's Secret ever, significantly boosting the models' fame and, consequently, their worth. Even without considering the 5 contracted spokespersons, the remaining models have an average appearance fee exceeding $100,000. That sums up to almost $4 million. Remember the initial compensation you gave them? It was $5,000, 20 times less. Furthermore, the salary isn't even the primary issue. As their fame grew, so did their demands. This has made coordinating resources increasingly difficult. Those pretty girls behave like well-behaved daughters around you. But once they're famous, they become considerably more demanding. Eric heard a hint of quiet resentment in Emily's tone, which didn't come as a surprise. He had seen Cindy ordering the crew around during filming of America's Next Top Model, completely different from her mild demeanor around him. He could only imagine there were other angels with more outrageous attitudes. Outside of Eric, it wasn't easy for anyone to manage that coterie of beauties. After considering for a while, Eric still declined Emily's request and said, let's not create such a stir. Let's only replace 5 this time. If you think it's necessary, you can replace 5 more next year. Emily appeared a bit reluctant, but nodded. Okay then. However, Eric noticed a subtle difference in Emily's expression and suddenly asked with a smirk, you're not just trying to use me as an excuse to rein in the others, were you? You didn't actually intend to swap this many people from the start, did you? The Victoria's Secret angels comprised around 40 angels, which seemed like a lot, but thanks to years of high exposure, each of those beauties had gathered a substantial fan base capable of influencing more people around them, which only deepened the brand recognition of Victoria's Secret. As a savvy businesswoman, Emily clearly understood the potential implications of a mass overhaul of the angels much better than Eric did. If he objected to shaking things up, she certainly wouldn't want to do it either. By proposing such drastic changes, she likely just wanted to obtain a proverbial royal decree from Eric to control some of the more troublesome models. If Eric gave her the green light, then anyone who misbehaved might find themselves facing exclusion from Firefly Group. Emily paused for a moment, then nodded. I genuinely want to change some of them. If you agree, that's fantastic. If you don't, I'd hope you could still give them a warning to tone it down. But, with a teasing glance at Eric, Emily added, I think you'd probably miss them. They are like daughters after all, especially a bunch of stunning daughters. Chris had been quietly listening. Just as he brought a cup of coffee to his lips, hearing Emily's words and recalling, jealous daddy, everything clicked for him. He suddenly understood something and sputtered, nearly choking on his coffee as he coughed repeatedly. "What's your problem?" Emily shot a displeased glance at her husband and shifted her body away from him. Eric reached for some tissue from the coffee table and handed it to Chris. While Chris wiped the coffee stains from his shirt, he sheepishly shook his head, though he couldn't hide a grin, saying, "Sorry, my bad. I need to use the restroom." Virginia happened to walk out of the kitchen just then, glancing at the scene with curiosity. "What happened?" "Nothing." Chris just choked on his coffee. Eric explained, then asked, "Is lunch ready?" "Yeah, let's head to the dining room," Virginia said, coming over to kindly assist Emily. Emily supported Virginia's arm as she stood up, then turned back to Eric. "While we're at New York Fashion Week, we'll be interviewing a few new angels. When are you coming to Manhattan? You can help us review some of the themes we've designed." "I'll head over tomorrow, but I need to stop by White Plains first. Blue Sky Studios is up there. I'm set to watch a new 3D animation script presentation they scheduled with me. The day after tomorrow, I have a high-level meeting with ABC, so I won't have time until then." Chapter 921, 923. I am Monica. Eric left Long Island on September 14th, first heading to White Plains, north of Manhattan, to discuss the production of Shrek with the team at Blue Sky Studios. After returning to Manhattan, he attended several days of meetings with ABC, listening to reports on the television department's performance in various areas for the first half of the year. Last year, the company signed an 8-year, $9 billion broadcasting deal with the National Football League, causing concern among the executives that ESPN might suffer losses due to the hefty rights fees. However, by monopolizing the broadcasting rights to the public's favorite football events, ESPN saw a significant increase in both cable television revenue and advertising income this year. In just the first 2 quarters, net profits had already exceeded $200 million, and the annual total might even reach $500 million, which was 1/6 of the Firefly Group's projected earnings for 1997. Additionally, the performance of the A&E network, primarily driven by Lifetime Television, had also shown noticeable growth. Hit shows like Sex and the City, America's Next Top Model, and others not only continued to boost Lifetime's prominence, but also provided the company with sustained profits. Other cable channels like Disney Channel were also performing robustly. The only disappointment was ABC's growth being considerably lower than that of its cable channels. With the rise of cable networks, ABC experienced a marked decline in overall ratings. The shift from broadcast to cable television was becoming an overarching trend in the American television industry. Although Eric could provide ABC with outstanding programming, he could not single-handedly reverse the industry's trajectory. Nevertheless, among the 4 major broadcast networks, ABC still maintained its top position in many metrics. To make itself look more appealing for sale, CBS sought to improve its second quarter financials, but its revenue and net profit were no match for ABC's. Thinking about the ongoing tug-of-war between Viacom and CBS, which had seen discussions reach $33 billion, Eric couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. CBS had a lackluster operational situation, and while CBS had some cable assets, none could compare to the substantial profits that ESPN brought to the Firefly Group. Certainly, CBS's own cable channels couldn't compete either. In contrast, Viacom's cable assets like MTV and Showtime appeared to be the most valuable. Once the acquisition was finalized, it was clear that Viacom would face challenges in the coming years. Privately, Eric and Chris discussed the first-phase profits from the Firefly investment amid the Southeast Asian economic crisis. Statistics showed that the initially raised $700 million had ballooned to $1.3 billion. Of that, $300 million would be allocated for building up the Korean won, while the remaining $1 billion would gradually be recovered. With Firefly's investments in companies like Yahoo, AOL, Amazon, Firefly Electronics, and Qualcomm still in heavy spending phases, and with the upcoming acquisition of Apple, the allocation of the $1 billion was easily settled. Although Chris and Emily decided to team up with Eric to buy a plane, they weren't in a rush to spend on that yet. On another note, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone had been on sale for more than 2 weeks, and after an impressive first week with worldwide sales of 116,000 copies, The second week saw sales soar to 150,000 copies as the novel's popularity continued to rise. HarperCollins anticipated that by the end of the remaining 4 months of the year, the book's total sales in the major English-speaking countries could reach 3 million copies. In prior years, many blockbuster adaptations of popular novels didn't even reach such sales figures. So after the first week's results came in, Katzenberg eagerly called Eric to ask if they could start production on the Harry Potter movie. However, Eric understood that the Harry Potter series was far from reaching its full potential, and he naturally rejected Katzenberg's proposal, deciding to wait until the second installment was released before officially greenlighting the film project. Having finished up these matters, New York Fashion Week was coming to a close. In the UK, under Eric's remote direction, Simon Fuller had already selected several girls from the Spice Girls lineup. Yet, Eric couldn't rush over to the UK just yet, as he needed to personally attend several casting calls for Victoria's Secret Angels. Of course, with most of the important work done, he could finally relax a bit over the next few days. In an apartment on the Upper East Side, it was still afternoon, but the curtains in the bedroom were drawn, allowing only a faint light to seep through. On the bed, Cindy Crawford had her face buried in her pillow, breathing heavily for a moment before wriggling her body. She could not escape from under the man, so she teasingly complained, "Eric, are Giselle and Alessandra not satisfying you? Why are you bothering me here?" Eric enjoyed caressing Cindy's skin and replied, "They already went to France. They aren't as leisurely as you." Paris Fashion Week was set for the end of the month, and after completing their shows in New York, Giselle and Alessandra quickly rushed to Paris. Miranda had also been sent back to Los Angeles by Eric. Due to Fashion Week, both Giselle and Alessandra had become even busier than Eric, and with a few days of pent-up desire, naturally, it was Cindy who would take the heat. "I just finished with this season of America's Next Top Model and have participated in a few shows. I need to prepare for the Victoria's Secret fashion show next. I'm hardly leisurely," Cindy said, twisting her body. Finally, like a mermaid, she slipped out from under Eric, grabbed a piece of clothing, which happened to be Eric's shirt, and put it on. Standing on her tiptoes, she walked over to the desk by the window, opened up a laptop on the table, and said, "Since you're here, help me check my stocks. They've been all over the place lately, and it's making me anxious." Eric turned to watch her fiddling with the laptop. Dragging a network cable back over, he thought about urging Firefly Electronics to speed up their Wi-Fi device development while joking, "The stocks you bought should have gone up a lot, right? Aren't you worried?" "I'll get greedy." Cindy placed the laptop on the bedside table, leaned over to Eric with a playful glance, and teased, "Shouldn't it be you who's worried, Mr. Biggest? Aren't you afraid I might get greedy?" Eric pulled the blanket over both of them, lifting the laptop in front of him while smirked. "Wasn't it jealous, Steady, you called me? How did it turn into Mr. Biggest?" "Mr. Biggest is what Candace has been calling you for years now. Jealous Daddy was just something Linda came up with recently. Speaking of which, Linda's also in Manhattan these days. Why don't you go stir things up with her?" Since there was a Mr. Big in Sex and the City, Cindy presumably meant the show's lovely author, Candace Bushnell. Hearing Cindy, Eric replied, "Isn't she dating someone? I'm a gentleman. I wouldn't want to interfere in someone else's relationship. That French businessman, they broke up ages ago. Only someone as silly as Linda would think they were getting married." Eric chuckled, not wanting to get into it any further. Besides a few women he was more closely involved with, he approached his relationships with others in a more carefree way, which was beneficial for all parties involved. He could indulge in the forest while they could lead their own lives without any burdens. Therefore, when he learned that Linda Evangelista had started dating someone, he willingly stepped back, and his attitude toward other women shifted and remained the same. Cindy also perceived Eric's mindset and said with a smile, "If Joanna or Virginia found boyfriends, would you also let go? They're the mothers of my children. It's different." Cindy's eyes flickered. "You seem to trust them quite a bit." "Of course." Eric nodded with a smile. He had treated both women like wives over the years, and there was already a tacit understanding among the three of them. Although Eric only spent 2 or 3 months a year in the Hamptons, the two women living together, along with the 3 kids, made the place never feel empty. Recently, when Eric returned home, Virginia even playfully teased that they didn't need him anymore. As they chatted casually, Eric absent-mindedly browsed Yahoo's homepage, then opened a stock trading app on the laptop. Cindy reached over, unapologetically entering a series of passwords to access her account. At the end of April, Cindy mentioned that her stocks were worth nearly $50 million. Now, checking again, though she still only had stocks in Microsoft, Cisco, AOL, and Intel, their total value had risen to $76.9 million, more than 50% increase over 5 months. With interest, Eric opened detailed graphs for each stock. Of the four, Microsoft had the highest increase in value, climbing from $120 billion at the beginning of the year to $177.3 billion now. Next was Cisco, which grew from $33 billion to $46.9 billion, meaning Firefly's 26% stake in Cisco had appreciated by $3.6 billion over the past half year. AOL's market cap had recently reached $19.3 billion, marking growth of less than 30% from $15 billion at the start of the year. Lastly, Intel's market capitalization surged from $48.3 billion to $113.1 billion between 1996 and 1997, more than double. Yet since March, Intel stock had essentially stagnated, even experiencing declines in the recent 2 months. Noticing Eric lingered at the Intel stock data page, Cindy remarked, "That's what I'm worried about. Intel. I looked it up, and their chip sales have not met expectations this year. Other competitors like AMD, IBM, and Motorola have new chips out, taking market share from Intel. Eric, should I sell all my Intel stocks?" Later on, many people would only know about Intel and AMD, but in reality, throughout the 90s, there were many manufacturers producing CPU chips. The chips currently used by Apple were made by Motorola. It was just that the Wintel alliance grew increasingly dominant, pushing most other brands out of the market, leaving only AMD barely surviving. Shaking his head, Eric replied, "Honestly, in my view, Intel stock is the most valuable among these." Their earnings for the first half of this year reached $2.5 billion, which is actually more than the combined profits of the other three. "So you mean hold on to them?" "Of course," Eric nodded. "Even if you don't sell for 10 or 20 years, with these stocks, you'll get at least a few $100,000 in dividends every year." Cindy pondered, "I'm not low on money at the moment. According to what you're saying, should I keep all of these stocks?" "If you're keeping everything, then just follow what I taught you. Wait for Yahoo to go public and sell them all at once. You'll be able to recoup decades of dividends in one shot." Cindy figured that Eric must know which of those stocks weren't worth holding long-term. However, since Eric hadn't provided many details, she smartly decided not to press further. As they dabbled with the laptop, evening had unknowingly approached. The light in the bedroom dimmed, and Cindy picked up the phone from the nightstand to check the time. It's almost 6 o'clock. The Fashion Week organizers are hosting the closing party at the Gramercy Hotel tonight. "Are you going?" Eric had no plans for the evening, so he nodded. "Of course. Let's grab dinner first, and then head over. You've worn me out this afternoon. I'm starving." "You're the one who wore me out." Cindy shot him a playful glance before turning on the light and sashaying to the wardrobe in Eric's oversized shirt, exuding allure. Women take their time changing. After finding a restaurant for dinner, by the time Eric and Cindy arrived at the Gramercy Hotel, it was already past 8, and the party had begun. More importantly, Cindy had forgotten the invitation at home. In the elevator, Eric looked at Cindy as she rummaged through her purse and chuckled. "You think we can get in just with our faces? What if the doorman is face-blind? You'll have to convince them you're Eric Williams." Cindy shot back with a laugh, fished out her phone, and dialed a number quickly as the elevator doors opened. After a brief chat, they approached the banquet hall's entrance, where a high-ranking executive from the event greeted them warmly, ushering Eric and Cindy into the party. The spacious banquet hall held about 100 or 200 people, and the atmosphere was light and relaxed. Eric was no stranger to the fashion scene now. While he wasn't an Anna Wintour-level media executive or a top designer, being at the helm of the world's largest media group allowed Eric to wield more influence in this circle than anyone else in the room. Of course, Eric didn't come to steal the spotlight. After chatting with several interesting guests, he planned to drag Cindy to the dance floor to enjoy some dancing. But just as they reached the edge of the dance floor, A familiar Latin lady approached him with a bright smile. Surprised to see Penelope here tonight, Eric smiled and extended his hands. Hey, Penny. So glad to see you here. The lady's smile faltered for a moment, and as she stepped forward to give Eric a hug, she explained with a slightly melancholy tone. Eric, I'm not Penny. I'm Monica. Chapter 922, 924, the next movie. A few years ago, the Cruz sisters were distinguishable, one charming and one fresh-faced. However, looking at the now 20-year-old Monica Cruz, Eric found it hard to notice any difference between her and her sister. I'm really sorry, Monica, you're even more beautiful than a few years ago, Eric said, sizing up Monica Cruz as he introduced her to Cindy. Cindy, this is Monica Cruz, Penelope Cruz's sister. See, don't they look alike? Yeah, I thought it was Penelope just now, Cindy replied politely, shaking Monica's hand with a playful smile as she shot a sidelong glance at Eric. Well, you two catch up. I happen to have something to discuss with Anna. After saying this, Cindy discreetly pinched Eric's arm before strolling toward Anna Winter, who was not too far away. Now that they were near the dance floor, Eric extended his hand to Monica. Dance with me? Sure. Monica nodded, stepping forward to link her arm with Eric's as they made their way to the dance floor. As the slow music played, Eric held Monica's waist and began to sway with her. He had noticed that she seemed reluctant to mention Penelope, so he asked about other things. It's been a few years. What have you been doing lately? I've been taking acting classes and have done a few films, Monica replied, gazing up at Eric with a hint of expectation in her eyes. However, her demeanor lacked the boldness of her sister and was instead a bit shy. After finishing high school, she started her acting classes. Given her identity as Penelope's sister, landing some roles was fairly easy. However, none were significant since mainstream studios preferred to cast her sister, who had a far greater reputation. Over the years, Monica had hoped her sister could help her, but living in Hollywood for a while had given her some perspective. Although Penelope had risen to become one of Hollywood's leading ladies thanks to her role in Charlie's Angels, her status as a Latina and being from Spain meant that Penelope had little influence in Hollywood, leaving Monica without much support. In fact, their similar looks had led Monica to feel that her sister was somewhat guarded around her. For the past 6 months, Penelope had subtly suggested that Monica consider furthering her career in Spain. Feeling Monica's eager gaze, Eric smiled and said, I see. I'll keep an eye out for any movies that might suit you. The girl's presence in Hollywood was entirely a result of Eric's influence. He didn't know whether there was tension between the sisters, but at that moment, it seemed easy enough to help this girl out. Hollywood was filled with sibling collaborations, and having 2 Latina beauties together was more than manageable. Monica Cruz's age and looks were just right for the teen films that had become popular in Hollywood in recent years. This genre was a focus for New Line cinema, and notably wouldn't conflict with the action-packed films or art house styles that Penelope specialized in. Eric's casual mention sent Monica over the moon. She was well aware of Eric's vast influence in Hollywood. After all, it was Eric who propelled her sister to her current status through his film. Eric, are you serious? Don't tease me. Would I lie to you? But I'll give you a chance, and it's up to you to seize it. If you don't deliver in the audition room, you won't land the role. Monica nodded enthusiastically. After 2 years of training, she felt confident in her acting skills. Hollywood always emphasized innate talent, but in reality, very few made it purely on that merit. Most still attended acting classes diligently. After a moment's thought, Monica leaned in slightly, whispering, Eric, I can come over to your place tonight. Eric had come with Cindy, and it wouldn't be considerate to leave with another woman. Shaking his head, he smiled. Maybe some other time. Tonight just won't work. Monica didn't press the matter. After their dance, she left him her phone number and turned to mingle with others at the party. The next morning, Cindy Crawford awoke to her phone ringing. Blinking her eyes, she noticed Eric was no longer beside her. The ringtone was coming from the balcony. After a moment of confusion, Cindy slipped on a robe, padded barefoot to the balcony, where she found Eric sitting at the round table, just hanging up from a call. This apartment overlooked the East River on Manhattan's eastern side. After several gloomy days, New York finally had sunshine streaming down. Still, the fall sun felt a bit pale, giving a weak impression. Cindy hugged Eric from behind and planted a kiss on his cheek. before curiously asking, "Who was that?" "Giselle," Eric replied, nuzzling his cheek against hers. "She called to pull some strings for a friend she wants to recommend for the Victoria's Secret runway." "Did you say yes?" Eric didn't respond directly but instead asked, "What do you think of Gigi Hadid?" "I know her. She has a doll-like face, very pretty. People in the circle call her lovely baby," Cindy chuckled. "She's quite an ambitious Brazilian girl." Honestly, Cindy figured she might not even have the audacity to push a friend to walk the Victoria's Secret show. Giselle hadn't even appeared in it yet, but was already thinking of building her own circle. Eric chuckled. "I like ambitious women. Too many mediocre people bring life down. So, I should probably show a bit more ambition myself," Cindy remarked as she noticed the pile of sketches on Eric's lap under a notebook with its pages covered in quick sketches. She picked it up out of curiosity and mentioned, "I almost thought you left with that girl last night." "Sisters, huh? Well, too bad the sister wasn't around." Eric laughed, tossing the eyebrow pencil onto the table. "Do you have any sisters?" "I do. Two, Chris and Danielle." Cindy flirtatiously glanced over at Eric. "But I would never bring them around you." "What are these sketches about?" "Just some camera notes. I plan to create a fun music video." Cindy couldn't see anything particularly interesting in the sketches, so she pressed further. "What makes it so fun?" "I don't see it." "You'll get it once it's shot." "Guess I'll be waiting for the surprise," Cindy said as she handed the notebook back to Eric. "You keep working. I'll go make some breakfast." Eric took the notebook and picked up the eyebrow pencil, getting back to sketching. The music video he intended to create was for a song that had shot the Spice Girls to fame, "Wannabe." The catchy rhythm certainly had the potential to be an earworm. However, the one-take approach of the music video fascinated Eric as well. Due to the difficulties of filming, a one-take technique isn't widely used in cinema. To date, the most notable example had been Hitchcock's Rope. If the handling of the camera wasn't up to par, using a continuous shot method could end disastrously. Still, employing it every now and then would offer a fresh take. Eric wasn't particularly in favor of the one-take method, but greatly appreciated classic long-shot films. He remembered enjoying the fluid long takes in Birdman, which satirized the overwhelming number of superhero films in Hollywood. As he casually sketched out ideas for Wannabe, Eric couldn't help but recall the shooting techniques used by Emmanuel Lubezki in Birdman. Recently, he had heard that Nicole had agreed to be the photographer for this year's Victoria's Secret show. Although Eric had planned to find another photographer for Wannabe, he suddenly had the itch to pick up the camera himself. After mulling over Birdman for a while, Eric invigorated his thoughts with another film shot by Emmanuel Lubezki, Gravity. The opening long shot of Gravity had been absolutely stunning, and Eric found himself appreciating its artistry, nobly born from an old desire to spark creativity again. This was going to be his next film. After Jurassic Park and Casino Royale, Eric had been contemplating what his next project should be. While he could easily list a few films with potential for a billion-dollar box office, those movies didn't particularly excite him. Suddenly recalling Gravity felt different. This film not only required extensive new special effects technologies, presenting a significant challenge, but it also bore the potential for visual spectacle, marking a pivotal moment in transforming how films were shown. Remembering that by around 2000, the North American film market had become saturated, Eric had long considered the necessity of pushing 3D and IMAX technology to maintain box office stability in Hollywood, aside from merely raising ticket prices. However, the 3D sensation Avatar presented difficulties during production, making it unlikely at that moment to replicate its successful effects. Gravity didn't have those constraints. It was originally a 2D film converted to 3D and still achieved rave reviews. Both 3D and IMAX technologies had existed for decades. The absence of widespread adoption hadn't stemmed from technological issues, but from the traditional Hollywood film's lack of need for 3D versions. In recent years, the rise of blockbuster movies opened up a market for higher-level visual experiences, leading to a demand for 3D and IMAX. Nonetheless, Hollywood remained quite conservative. Historically, before Avatar, attempts to integrate 3D and IMAX technologies were mostly conducted by directors lacking significant decision-making power in Hollywood. Without evident profit incentives, Hollywood executives maintained a rather lackluster attitude towards promoting 3D and IMAX. Traditionally, Influencing Hollywood's change meant incentivizing profit. However, now, Eric didn't need to travel that rocky road. He had sufficient control over Hollywood to push this transformation, and the Firefly Group could expect to reap substantial benefits. With these thoughts, Eric turned a page in the notebook and started drafting his plan. The first issue to tackle was, of course, the cinema aspect. In recent years, amid Hollywood's global rise, there had been a surge in cinema construction both in the US and Europe. While the number of screens in North America was nearing saturation, the American economy's growth would increase the cost of entering the cinema industry through Firefly. Nevertheless, the explosion of screens would lead to ruthless internal competition, likely causing some cinemas to struggle, thus providing ample opportunity for Firefly. Of course, this aspect called for detailed investigation before any decisions were made. Establishing a chain of high-end 3D or IMAX cinemas under Firefly's control was essential. Once they had cinemas operating, the next order of business would be sourcing films. Aiming for an average of one 3D film each month meant needing 12 3D movies a year. Although that number seemed minor against Hollywood's hundreds of annual releases, meeting that requirement wasn't easy. After all, low-budget indie films usually weren't worth converting to 3D. No one would willingly spend millions to produce a small film and then spend another fortune to convert it to 3D. Hence, sourcing material for early 3D promotions would primarily involve selecting from mainstream blockbusters, and not all major productions suited 3D conversion. Historically, 3D films gained a foothold only after the release of Avatar in 2009. The primary issue stemmed from sourcing films. Theaters couldn't invest in high-end cinemas without available content, just as filmmakers were reluctant to produce 3D movies without adequate screening venues. This created a classic deadlock. Now, Eric could easily solve that deadlock. In the coming years, the three Firefly-associated companies, Firefly, MGM, and Fox, would have an ample supply of potential 3D source material at their disposal. The Lord of the Rings trilogy, the 007 series, the Charlie's Angels series, the Spider-Man series, the Iron Man series, plus animated films from Pixar, Disney, and Blue Sky Studios, all held the potential for 3D conversion. Thus, the three major studios could easily provide a consistent stream of content for a high-end 3D or IMAX cinema each year. Chapter 923, 925, Real D. In an office at the ABC headquarters in the Upper West High D, the clock had already passed quitting time. Caroline hung up the phone, checked the notes she had just jotted down, and began organizing the various materials she had gathered today with Melanie. A few days earlier, after receiving a memo from Eric, the two women suddenly became busy, prompting them to request an office from ABC headquarters to work in. The memo contained Eric's new movie proposal. It detailed the development plan for a 3D movie projection system. It also included a feasibility assessment of the Firefly Group's foray into the theater industry. Even though Eric's memo was only a few pages long, it practically mobilized the entire Firefly Group. After directing two films that each grossed over $1 billion worldwide, Eric's next project was something many were closely watching and eagerly anticipating. Moreover, this time, Eric's goal wasn't just to chase another billion. He aimed to revolutionize the traditional film exhibition industry. Though 3D movies had soared in popularity during the 1970s and 80s, they mostly offered audiences a novelty without ever becoming mainstream. As the 1990s rolled on and blockbuster after blockbuster flooded Hollywood, people's initial curiosity began to wane, leading 3D films to hit an unprecedented low over the past few years. In many cities, old-school 3D theaters had even disappeared. 2 years prior, Eric established a dedicated 3D conversion technology research and development department under Firefly's digital effects company, building a screening room in the Firefly Cinema for testing conversion effects. Over the past 2 years, they had accumulated a wealth of experience. Within the Firefly Group, it was already understood that Eric would eventually push for 3D technology. Now that the plan was officially underway, although concerns about the declining 3D film industry had arisen, the majority of senior executives at Firefly remained full of expectations due to their blind faith in Eric's abilities, especially since Eric planned to personally oversee the production of a film aimed specifically at promoting 3D cinema. Caroline organized the materials she needed to take home, stuffing them along with her favorite light blue canvas bag and laptop. She then left the ABC headquarters on 66th Street with Melanie and drove back to the high-rise apartment where Eric lived at the entrance of 6th Avenue. Once they arrived, Melanie noticed that after Caroline opened the door, she instinctively surveyed the surroundings, revealing a look of disappointment. Unable to suppress a sigh, she felt like a diligent wife who had returned home after a long day's work only to find her idle husband was out fooling around again. Well, while it was certain that that guy was doing something, Melanie simply couldn't find a more fitting description. As she helped take Caroline's bag off her shoulder, Melanie comforted her, saying, "You're leaving for the UK tomorrow. He might come back tonight. I can give him a call." Caroline watched Melanie head straight for the landline in the living room and quickly intervened. "Mel, no need. Eric might be busy with something. At this hour, aside from flaunting a pretty trophy at some chaotic party, what could he possibly be busy with?" Melanie recalled the pictures she had seen in magazines just days earlier of Eric attending New York Fashion Week with Cindy Crawford. Since their rental company managed Eric's numerous properties and was under the control of Eric's assistant's office, Melanie was well aware that Eric preferred this particular high-rise apartment in New York. Since he hadn't returned to stay recently and hadn't asked them to arrange a different place for him, it was the logical conclusion that he was likely staying over at one of those women's homes. Thinking about it, he really was fooling around. Growing somewhat miffed, Melanie pressed Eric's phone number. However, once the call connected and she heard his familiar, slightly magnetic voice, her earlier irritation vanished without a trace. Though her tone wasn't overly formal, she didn't dare infuse it with any emotion. After the last incident which had left her rattled, she instinctively avoided any odd behaviors in front of Eric. "Eric, it's Melanie. We are heading to the UK tomorrow. I wanted to check if there's anything else you need me to prepare." "Oh, right. Caroline and I sorted through more materials today on that space movie, some books, plus a lot of other files from Los Angeles. We're already in the apartment on 6th Avenue. Do you need to see any of it ahead of time?" "Okay, got it. Then, I'll talk to you later. Goodbye." Hanging up the phone, Melanie wore a dejected expression. She glanced at Caroline, whose lashes were beginning to droop, then suddenly broke into a playful smile, pinching Caroline's cheek. "Eric said he'd be back later. Are you satisfied now?" Caroline removed Melanie's hand and shot her an unimposing glare before turning toward the kitchen. "I'm going to prepare dinner. What do you want to eat?" "Whatever. I helped you out a lot, so I'm off kitchen duty tonight." Melanie lazily sank into the sofa, kicked off her heels, grabbed the remote, and then suddenly sat up to place her shoes back neatly beside the couch before settling back comfortably. At the LTD Group headquarters in Midtown, many people were still on the clock since it was the final day for auditions for the new Victoria's Secret Angels. Emily had already scouted a batch of models who had gained notoriety over the past 2 years before Eric arrived in New York, so picking 5 out of them was a much simpler process. Eric had also added Giselle's recommendation, the stunning model QZ Goff, to the audition list. On Alessandra's birthday in April, Eric had already met the doll-faced supermodel, and after the auditions, Emily was impressed with QZ Goff, making her officially one of the latest Victoria's Secret supermodels. After ending the call with Melanie, Eric returned to the studio filled with samples of angel outfit designs, where Emily and several executives from LTD were busy discussing upcoming media marketing strategies with the 5 new supermodels and their agents. As the new angels, it was essential for them to leverage the next couple of months for promotion. Chris arrived at the LTD headquarters after work, planning to pick Emily up after she finished. This was a special request from Emily, and she made no secret of her reasoning. She was pregnant and wanted to keep her husband close at hand, giving him no chances to misbehave. Both Chris and Emily were strong-willed individuals in their careers. However, in their personal life, Chris spoiled Emily, embodying the standard image of a good husband. Virginia often envied Emily for this and would sometimes grumble about her hardship in front of Eric. Chris was idly flipping through a fashion magazine while seated at a large workspace when he saw Eric walk in. He teasingly asked, "So, which beauty called you this time?" Having wrapped up the day's busy schedule, Eric opted not to return to his previous spot. Instead, he sat beside Chris and leaned in to listen to the conversations of the group gathered around the work table. He quietly explained to Chris, "My assistant, work-related stuff." Chris nodded and glanced over at his wife, who was still talking, then added, "Aren't you heading to the UK tomorrow? How about we grab dinner together later?" Eric chuckled and replied, "I think it's best if you take Emily home to rest. It's been 7 months, and she needs to be calm. If it were me, I'd have her tied down at home to take it easy." Chris nodded in agreement, but then chuckled as he shook his head, saying, "I don't have your knack for dealing with women. If that's the case, we might as well save dinner for another time. I guess the next time you come to New York will be for Thanksgiving, huh? Little one should be arriving then. Aren't you due in early November? I'll do my best to swing by." After chatting quietly with Chris for a bit, the meeting wrapped up quickly. Everyone started to leave, and Eric accompanied Chris and Emily to the parking lot to see them off. Just as they were about to get into their car, Cusie Goff hopped out of another vehicle, her steps light as she rushed over to Eric. "Hey, Eric." Though somewhat surprised, Eric didn't want to be seen by the others. He smiled and sidestepped a bit, saying to Cusie, "Get in the car." Cusie didn't hesitate. She bent down and hopped into the car. Once Eric was in and had instructed the driver, he asked the girl beside him, "Where do you live? Let me give you a ride back. I'm sharing an apartment with others, and it's messy. I wouldn't want you to think less of it," Cusie replied, unknowingly pushing her shapely legs, which were snugly fitted in her jeans, slightly towards Eric. Her amber, beautiful eyes looked at him, saying, "Eric, I haven't thanked you yet. How about I treat you to dinner?" Eric glanced at his watch. It was still not even 7 o'clock. He figured it wasn't too late to grab a bite before going back, so he said, "How about I treat you instead? What do you want to eat?" Cusie didn't refuse. She knew a dinner meant little to Eric. If you're treating, then you choose the place. Recalling a restaurant Cindy had taken him to, Eric instructed the driver to head there. "So, how was your last outing?" At the restaurant, after ordering dinner, Eric initiated a conversation. Eric was, of course, referring to the last time he had sent a group of girls on a trip around the world as part of a fun wager. Thinking back on that experience made Cusie's face light up with excitement. "We went to Tokyo, Paris, London, Venice. So many places. It was the best trip of my life." As a model, although Cusie Goff frequently traveled for work, the intent and attitude during a trip were entirely different. Not to mention, having a private jet to command was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Reflecting on their trip, Cusie boldly locked eyes with Eric and asked, "Eric, will you do that kind of thing again?" Eric winked playfully, answering, "Well, that's not guaranteed." As they chatted casually, they finished dinner and shared a bottle of red wine, leaving the restaurant. While Eric felt completely sober, Cusie's cheeks flushed a light pink. Despite her bright, clear amber eyes, she leaned against him, looking delicate. Once they got into the car, Eric instinctively told the driver to head back to the 6th Avenue apartment. After all, a little lamb had come knocking, and he wasn't inclined to let her walk away. But he soon realized that Caroline and Melanie were still staying in that apartment. Thinking about Caroline's wistfully searching eyes, Eric quickly dismissed that idea and asked Cusie, "How about I drop you off instead?" Cusie Goff didn't expect this response. With her gaze slightly dreamy, she looked at him and smiled. "Eric, I'd like to see your place. Is that okay?" "Well, it's mainly because I already have guests, so it wouldn't be very convenient for you to come over." Cusie looked thoughtful and suggested, "We can go to Giselle's. She isn't in New York right now." Eric laughed, shaking his head. "That's Giselle and Aile's place. The last time was Aile's birthday. I just snuck in a wait for them to come home. It's not that convenient now." People place great emphasis on privacy, even though the apartment was his, since he had let Giselle and Aile stay there. Eric wouldn't be too forward in visiting them frequently. "Then, if you don't mind, you can come over to mine. I live in Greenwich Village." After a moment's hesitation, Eric thought it might be nice to experience what it felt like to hold Cusie's slim waist. He nodded, asking Cusie Goff to give the driver the address while he pulled out his phone to inform Melanie that he wouldn't be returning home tonight. The driver, who had just headed on to 6th Avenue, turned around and drove toward Greenwich Village. Manhattan wasn't too huge. Even though traffic was a bit congested after nightfall, it only took 10 minutes for the car to pull up outside a red brick apartment building in Greenwich Village. I promised my roommate not to bring any guys home, QZ said as she peered out the car window before turning back to Eric. The lights aren't on, so that means she isn't back yet. Let's sneak upstairs and just avoid being seen. Eric had no objections. This sneaky behavior felt delightfully novel to him. They got out, and QZ ascended the steps to the apartment door, entered a code beside the iron gate, opened it, and then took Eric's hand as they slipped inside. They made their way up to the third floor with light steps. Pulling out her key and unlocking it, the living room was pitch black. Eric thought she would turn on the lights, but he only heard the door click shut, and then her soft, delicate body pressed against him. Chapter 924, 926, TX. Not long after QZ Goff brought Eric Williams through the door, the sound of another key turning in a lock quickly followed. The lights in the living room flickered on to reveal a tall woman dressed in a black gown, standing at nearly 6 feet tall. With a healthy sun-kissed complexion and lightly dyed red hair, she radiated a sense of untamed wildness. After tossing her keys into a large bowl on the shoe rack beside the entrance, the woman was about to sit down and slip off her high heels when she sensed something unusual in the apartment. Several articles of clothing were scattered carelessly in the living room, and she immediately recognized her roommate's white cotton t-shirt and light blue jeans. But that wasn't the main concern. Besides a pink bra that lay about, she had the shocking discovery of a man's jacket draped over the arm of the sofa. Seriously? How could she do this? They had agreed beforehand that no one was allowed to bring the opposite sex home. Fuming, she kicked off her high heels and stormed barefoot to QZ's door. She initially intended to knock, but as she got closer, she noticed the door was ajar. Leaning in to listen, she caught the sounds of kissing coming from within, punctuated by soft, smacking noises. This was perfect. They clearly weren't yet serious, and she could interrupt, sending that guy packing. There was no chance she wanted an unknown man spending the night in her apartment. With resolve, she pushed the door open and barged inside, only to freeze in disbelief. A dim yellow bedside lamp was the only light illuminating the room, where a man lounged comfortably on an inflatable couch by the window. Her roommate knelt gracefully on the carpet in front of him, her flawless, fair-skinned figure accentuated in ways that made her appear even more attractive. While she maintained a fit, muscular physique, a rarity in the modeling world, she couldn't help but envy her roommate's model-like figure. But in that moment, any envy vanished in the wake of the awkward scene before her. She let out an embarrassed scream, quickly covering her eyes as she backed out of the room, and shouted angrily, "QZ, get out here!" After glaring at the door for a moment, she heard soft giggles from within, followed by the definitive sound of the door being shut and locked. So they weren't going to acknowledge her? This was too much. After glaring at that door for a moment longer, she angrily kicked it, intent on finding a new place to live by the next day. Feeling dejected, she turned away and tossed the jacket onto the floor before sinking into the sofa, stewing in her anger. After about 10 minutes, she gradually calmed down and realized that the man in her roommate's room seemed somewhat familiar. The feeling of recognition was strong, yet the dim lights and her brief glance previously prevented her from placing him. Realizing she was hungry, she shrugged off the thought and made her way to the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of oatmeal, turning on the TV as she did. Once her late-night snack was finished and 2 episodes of a sitcom had concluded, she curled up with a pillow on the sofa, casting another glance at her roommate's door, which remained unresponsive. She and QZ Goff were introduced by a friend a few months ago and started living together, mainly to share the rent. Though modeling looked glamorous, for most, the income was about the same as working a typical office job, but lacking stability. They worked for the same modeling agency, coexisting smoothly but not particularly intimately. Yet, now it seemed QZ Goff had a boyfriend, implying he would often be in the apartment. She couldn't see herself getting used to that. Sighing, she realized it was time to search for new housing, unsure if she'd find something as cozy as this place again. As she flicked through TV channels, nothing piqued her interest. With the clock already past 10, she intended to rest when QZ's bedroom door opened. Expecting her roommate, she was ready to confront her, but instead, a man stepped out of the room. If she hadn't recognized him earlier, there was no chance she would mistake him now. Staring with her mouth slightly agape, She took in the sight of the man, hair still damp, dressed in a slightly snug pink bathrobe. After a moment of shock, she finally managed to speak. You're Eric Williams. Eric nodded, sitting down in a nearby armchair. Noticing his jacket tossed carelessly on the floor, he started to get up to retrieve it. But before he could, she rushed to pick it up and carefully placed it back on the arm of the sofa, feeling a bit awkward as she offered him a shy smile while adjusting herself in the sofa. Quietly, Eric observed the woman before him. The moment she barged into QZ's room, he recognized her, having been cleverly briefed on her through QZ. The woman in front of him was none other than the actress who portrayed the formidable TX in Terminator 3, Kristanna Loken. In an interesting turn of events, Eric hadn't planned on being out tonight in the first place. Feeling a strange mix of electricity coursing through her, Kristanna couldn't help but think about everything she knew about him. The world's richest man, Hollywood mogul, creator of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and investor in high-tech companies. Each title made her feel further from reach. Yet here he was, sitting right in front of her. Out of nowhere, she came up with a random thought of a character named Aladdin. Yeah, the genie. What was his name again? She quickly shook off the thought, realizing she needed to take the initiative. Mr. Williams, how did you meet QZ? At a party, Eric replied. A rather interesting party. Unfortunately, I didn't see you there. I just started renting with QZ not long ago. We're not too familiar. Almost forgetting her introduction, she added, by the way, Mr. Williams, I'm Kristanna Loken. Eric chuckled softly. That's quite a mouthful. Darting forward, Kristanna exclaimed, You can call me Chris. That's my nickname. Mr. Williams, are you dating QZ? Eric honestly shook his head. Not exactly. As soon as she asked, Kristanna felt that her question was pretty naive. Everyone knew Eric Williams was a notorious playboy. She felt a bit flustered and glanced at Eric's bathrobe. Seeing Kristanna, Eric thought of the MGM project Fast and Furious, which was in pre-production. In the original series, Michelle Rodriguez played the girlfriend of Vin Diesel. He hadn't felt anything toward Michelle Rodriguez at all. Her on-screen chemistry with Vin was completely off. It felt so out of place when the storyline turned into a desperate plot of Vin's character crying over Michelle's death in sixth movie, and then resurrected later. Having previously watched Fast and Furious with a vision of Michelle Rodriguez as an action star, he kept an eye on choices for casting, and he hadn't intended to bring Michelle back. The actress's MGM selected left him unsatisfied as the character Letty called for a more daring, wild woman. Kristanna, with her impressive role as TX, fit the bill perfectly. Noticing Eric's gaze lingering on her, Kristanna started to feel an odd sense of discomfort. As this renowned playboy, could Eric have just hooked up with her roommate? Did he want her to? After a while, Eric shook his head and said, You know what? You really don't suit wearing dresses. Kristanna nodded. Instinctively, then explained, Actually, I attended a party. That's why I'm dressed like this. With a teasing smirk, he replied, QZ mentioned you were attending a party. Didn't think you'd be back so soon. Caught off guard by the awkwardness of the moment, Kristanna instinctively averted her eyes from Eric. She didn't explain why she was back early. Hesitating, she finally asked Eric, Mr. Williams, is QZ going to participate in this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show? Yeah. Eric nodded, his smile mischievous. And conveniently, I have a role that would suit you perfectly. Would you be interested? Kristanna blinked in surprise, recalling the earlier thoughts without being able to remember the name of the genie. However, perhaps being called Eric Williams wasn't so bad either. Lost in these mixed thoughts, Kristanna fiddled nervously with her skirt, determined to ask, So, Mr. Williams, what do I need to do? As she spoke, her eyes flicked down to the wooden floor below. Why do men always prefer that look? There was no carpet here, which likely meant she wouldn't be able to wear short skirts for the coming days. Hot pants clearly wouldn't cut it either. But since it was autumn, going without such clothing wasn't a big deal. Maybe she could use a pillow for a cushion. Kristanna had been considering entering show business increasingly, observing that in recent years, there were countless aspiring young men and women vying for the same roles. Finding promotion in this field was no easy task. Now, an opportunity presented itself directly in front of her. It was unfathomable to turn it down. Besides, Eric Williams surely wasn't one of those old men in their 50s or 60s. Engaging with an attention-grabbing man like him hardly felt inappropriate. Observing Kristanis' wandering eyes, Eric said with a smile, "No jokes. Just call me Eric. By the way, can you drive?" "Of course," Kristana replied, nodding. "I got my license when I was 16. "Great. This role is for a street racer." Eric looked over Kristana and suddenly changed the subject. "Never mind. You really don't suit wearing a dress, especially not a loose-fitting one. Why don't you go change?" "Sure." Kristana jumped up, then curiously asked, "Eric, what kind of outfit do you like? You've seen Terminator 2, right? The shot of Linda Hamilton holding an AK while smoking a cigarette. Try to replicate her black sleeveless top with leggings look. The character I have in mind probably resembles that." Kristana listened intently, nodding, then turned to walk back to her room. Eric switched the TV channel to ABC, landing on The Late Show with David Letterman, which was airing after prime time. Noticing the current guests included leads from the new fall lineup, Eric recalled that the upcoming series, Dark Angel, would soon air on Fox, replacing The X-Files. Although this apocalyptic sci-fi series hadn't gained much attention, the timing of its launch, coinciding with Cameron's peak fame, coupled with Fox's marketing strategy, would surely garner more viewers compared to its predecessors. Kristana emerged from her room quickly, already transformed into a cropped top and black pants, completed with stylish high-heeled boots. While she didn't exude Linda Hamilton's intense aura, there was a new, alluring vibe to her presence. "Let your ponytail down. I suggest you never tie it up again or put your hair up. Your face shape just doesn't suit it. Also, you should go pick up a pair of men's combat boots tomorrow. Change into those during the audition. That'll align with my vision of a street racer." Following Eric's suggestion, Kristana let her ponytail down. Under his guidance, she posed a few times until Eric nodded in approval, prompting her to sit back down on the sofa and cautiously ask, "Eric, I just realized. You must be referring to the Fast and Furious project MGM is working on?" "Exactly. And I want you to play the lead female role, the main character's girlfriend," he asserted. While Kristana didn't lack screen experience, it had mostly been with lower-budget indie films. Hearing Eric mention her possibly playing the lead role in an MGM film left her seemingly in disbelief. "Eric, are you really going to let me be the lead? The script is mine. I think you perfectly embody the image I envision for the lead character. But there's a caveat. You need to pass the audition. I won't shoehorn someone entirely new to movie acting into my film. Eric, I have experience in acting. I've even taken training classes." "Then that's even better. You need to come to LA tomorrow. I'll arrange for your audition," he stated, standing up, sensing there was nothing else to discuss. "It's late. I'm going to bed." As Kristana watched him get up to the room where Kristana would be, she bit her lip and took a couple of steps forward, gently grasping at his bathrobe. When he turned to her, asking with a quizzical expression, she lowered her voice and said, "Mr. Williams, I actually have one of those inflatable couches in my room too." Surveying her outfit, Eric felt a tinge of concern for his taste aligning with Cameron's. However, sensing Kristana's daring glance which held an invitation, he nodded, glanced around the living room, and said, "I think the living room is just fine. Just turn off the light." Kristana eyed the wood floor once more, but obediently headed toward the door, and with a soft click, the room was plunged into dimness, with only a few streaks of light filtering in from the balcony. Chapter 925-927, The Antitrust Issues. Early in the morning, Eric left the apartment of Kristana Loken and QZ Goff and returned to his place on 6th Avenue. He was preparing to take his two female assistants with him to the UK. However, probably because he had promised to return last night and then stood the girls up, Eric found that Caroline and Melanie were effectively giving him the silent treatment. They didn't completely ignore him, but their interactions felt noticeably businesslike. Melanie seemed to take it in stride, but it was the first time Caroline displayed this behavior. The look on her young face, trying to maintain a stern expression yet appearing somewhat guilty, intrigued Eric. He decided to play along and put on the facade of a boss. The private jet took off from MacArthur Airport in the middle of Long Island, entering the clouds to embark on the long journey of over 10 hours. Casually flipping through some documents in the lounge area of the plane with Melanie, Eric waited until after lunch when Caroline finally couldn't hold back and glanced towards the front cabin where the luxurious suite was located. Mel, do you think we shouldn't be ignoring Eric? I mean, he is our boss after all. Melanie shook a thick screenplay in her hand. It was Iron Man. Carly, you really do seem like Pepper Potts, always standing by your boss's side while he pulls one ridiculous stunt after another, and then you're left cleaning up the mess. Caroline had also read the Iron Man script, and she sometimes helped Eric run lines. Deep down, she felt Eric had a lot in common with the character in the script. Could it be that his ideal assistant resembled Pepper Potts? However, helping him shake off women after one-night stands was quite an awkward situation to be in. Seeing the glimmer in Caroline's eyes, Melanie helplessly tapped her thick script against her forehead and said, "All right, just go check on your boss. You're impossible." When Caroline saw Melanie's visibly disappointed expression, she instinctively shook her head. "Then, I won't go." "Go on, go on." Melanie waved her hand, then stood up with finality. "Let's go, I'll go with you." But Caroline hesitated again. What excuse do we have to go over? There's been a huge pile of things built up these last few days. We don't need an excuse. With that, Melanie pulled Caroline to the presidential suite in the front cabin. The space in the aircraft's presidential suite was not big, but the layout was very complete. After searching around, Melanie and Caroline found Eric completely engrossed in drawing something on a sheet of letter-sized paper. Not wanting to disturb him just yet, the two girls carefully seated themselves on the adjoining sofa. They soon noticed several completed drawings on the coffee table in front of them and couldn't help but lean in with curiosity. At first glance, these seemed to be concept art for a movie, albeit with an exceptionally refined style. The details of the space station and astronauts were incredibly clear. In fact, thin cables connecting the two astronauts to the fragile space station made the two women feel a sense of concern for the astronauts depicted, who clearly seemed to be in danger. Taking a moment to appreciate the artwork, Melanie looked up at Eric. She wanted to peel back the top drawing and see what else was depicted, but she worried that the sound of rustling paper might disturb him. Caroline also lifted her head only to lock eyes with Eric, quickly looking away in embarrassment. "I was wondering where that girl's perfume was coming from. So it's you too," Eric joked. Hearing this, Melanie couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking she had just begun to admire him a bit when he revealed his true colors again. Caroline, on the other hand, blushed and lowered her head, playing with the edge of her clothes, contemplating whether she should borrow some of Melanie's perfume. She wasn't very accustomed to using it. Noticing the two girls' silence, Eric set his pencil down and turned his chair toward them. "All right, I'll apologize first. I shouldn't have agreed to return last night and then stood you both up." Caroline instinctively shook her head, saying nothing. But Melanie chimed in. "Eric, you really do owe an apology. Carly prepared dinner for you last night." Melanie didn't go into too much detail, but Eric could imagine Caroline's disappointed expression. He looked at her sincerely and said, "I'm really sorry, Carly. I promise it won't happen again. Tonight's dinner is on me, as compensation for last night." "It's okay, Eric." Caroline shook her head again, her sorrowful expression from last night fading without her realizing it. Meanwhile, Melanie's expression turned slightly strange. Due to some preconceived notions, she felt the scene resembled that of a clueless dad trying to placate his naive daughter. "Hey, Daddy won't smoke anymore. Daddy won't drink anymore. Daddy won't go out and fool around anymore." Melanie did not think this was mere speculation because her father often told her similar things, and it generally didn't pan out. As Eric conversed with Caroline, he noticed the odd look on Melanie's face and inquired curiously, "Mel, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Melanie quickly collected her thoughts, shaking her head. She then pointed at the drawings on the coffee table and asked, "Eric, are these scenes from Gravity?" Eric nodded, bringing over the drawing he'd just finished and seated himself on the sofa opposite the two girls. "What do you think?" Melanie looked at the piece Eric had set down, depicting a woman curled up like a baby inside a space capsule. She could even feel the loneliness and despair emanating from the subject in the drawing. "Very impressive," Melanie exclaimed, not holding back anymore, and alongside Caroline, she admired each of Eric's concept drawings, finally adding, "Eric, if you keep drawing more like this, you might really be able to hold an art exhibition." "Oh, thank you," Eric chuckled in response. Melanie continued, "But Eric, do you really think these visuals can perfectly translate to the big screen? Setting aside other issues, just the challenge of depicting zero gravity isn't that straightforward. Based on the concepts in your memo, this film essentially takes place entirely in space. You can't use NASA's zero-gravity simulator like in Apollo 13 2 years back. I think if we try using wires, it'll make it even harder to portray these scenes accurately, as actors definitely won't be able to move freely with wires." For regular audiences, after watching an outstanding film, they mostly judge it based on acting, screenplay, and the storyline. However, directors primarily ponder how such an exceptional film gets made. As someone who had always aspired to be a film director, Eric was no exception. When he had seen Gravity, he had felt exhilarated and initially considered how the director had executed those exquisitely choreographed long takes and resolved the persistent challenges in space films like Zero Gravity. In this age of information explosion on the internet, figuring these issues out had become a lot easier. Upon hearing Melanie's question, Eric confidently explained, "First off, the sensation of weightlessness is basically a feeling of floating without the pull of gravity. Generally, since a cameraman must be grounded during these shots, the only way to achieve that sensation is to suspend actors on wires. Alternatively, like in Apollo 13, we would need to spend heavily to create an actual zero-gravity environment." Melanie and Caroline still looked a bit puzzled, clearly not grasping the concept entirely, and just waited for Eric to continue. Eric thought for a moment, then said, "However, human perception can easily be deceived. To create that sensation of weightlessness, we simply need to adjust the relative positioning between the camera and the actors to give the impression of being completely free from the force of gravity. This way, we can simulate a convincing zero-gravity environment." Both Melanie and Caroline were very clever. Melanie even lifted her hands, demonstrating a few gestures as she nodded. "That makes sense. But Eric, do you think any cinematographer could handle a camera weighing over 30 pounds while making unrestricted adjustments on the lens?" As she spoke, she raised her right hand, moving around her left hand in various angles. Eric laughed and shook his head. "Of course not, but I never said the cinematographer would operate the camera personally. Have you two seen an automotive assembly line?" The two girls shook their heads in unison. Eric had to explain. "You must have seen snippets of automotive assembly or images from the news, right? I'm talking about those robotic arms. As I understand it, some precision robotic arms, once their motion paths are set, can achieve an error margin of less than 0.1 millimeters. So to simulate relative positioning for zero gravity, all I need are two such precision robotic arms. One would operate the camera, and the other would support the actor's movements during the performance. In post-production, we can simply remove these robotic arms and combine the results with CG backgrounds. It will yield perfect space shots." Although they still found it hard to fathom this filming method, Caroline and Melanie had little doubt, considering that Eric was the most professional among the three. Finally, Caroline asked curiously, "Eric, does that mean this movie will be virtually all CG?" Eric understood why Caroline asked that and nodded with a smile. "Yes, many CG scenes will indeed be expansive. Interestingly, for CG productions, the more distant the shot, the lower the production cost tends to be because they don't need intricate modeling and rendering. So the movie's budget wouldn't be too high. As long as we solve certain technical challenges, controlling the cost around $100 million should be feasible." While $100 million remained a considerable budget for a big Hollywood production in 1997, with only a handful of films each year exceeding that price tag, for Eric, having recently helmed $2 billion blockbusters even without being the owner of Firefly Group, asking for a $200 million production budget would find many studios lining up to provide the funds. Having spent enough time in Hollywood, Caroline and Melanie could recognize many challenges that would need addressing to create Gravity. However, after listening to Eric's explanations, they completely believed he could tackle all these problems, so they decided to drop the topic of this film and shifted to other discussions. "Eric, these past few days Carly and I reviewed all the information from the major theaters in North America. We believe that if Firefly is just aiming to promote 3D films, it wouldn't be advisable to make a big splash entering the theater industry. What are your thoughts?" Eric replied, nodding and smiling. Melanie glanced at Caroline, whose eyes were sparkling. In truth, most of the ideas were ones Caroline had initially introduced. But now, Caroline was too shy to change her demeanor in front of Eric, so Melanie took it upon herself to say, "If Firefly enters the theater industry, small chains definitely wouldn't satisfy the company's appetite. The top 3 theater chains in North America own over 14,000 screens, mostly high-end cinemas in prime locations. Hence, Firefly can only pursue acquisitions of these 3 companies. However, once Firefly does this, it will undoubtedly provoke strong backlash from other film companies in Hollywood. They would never allow Firefly to control thousands of prime screens. So regardless of which of the 3 we target, the possibility of clearing antitrust investigations is quite slim." Eric thought it over and nodded. "Anything else?" Melanie continued. "Additionally, when it comes to promoting 3D films, I think we don't need to go through such trouble. Most cinemas under the top 3 chains have over 5 screens each. We wouldn't be able to convert all screens to 3D if we were to buy them. Therefore, at least in the domestic market, we can opt for a cooperative approach. We could invest funds in these big chains for a stake, selecting a portion of the best locations to convert into 3D theaters. If we mastered the 3D projection systems and conversion technologies, we wouldn't just promote 3D plans without triggering antitrust issues, but we would also create a flooring monopoly in the 3D film market." Chapter 926, 928, 4200. Caroline and Melanie brought most of their collected materials onto the plane in recent days. After hearing their suggestions, Eric asked them to present the information. The 3 delved deeper into discussion. With the North American film market thriving in recent years, by 1997, the total number of screens in North America had surpassed 36,000, an increase of almost 10,000 from a decade earlier. This significant growth in the number of screens inevitably led to market saturation and intensified competition, resulting in the smaller cinema chains being absorbed and consolidated by the major players. As of now, the top 3 North American cinema chains, Regal Entertainment, AMC Theaters, and Cinemark, had expanded over the years and operated over 14,000 screens, making them the most commercially valuable cinema groups in the country. While other smaller, art house, or regional chains still had far more screens combined than these top 3, they faced various challenges such as inconvenient locations, outdated equipment, and insufficient film resources, making it impossible to compete with these cinema giants. For Firefly Group, trying to acquire smaller chains instead of targeting the top 3 would be less viable than starting from scratch to build a chain of cinemas. Even the top 3 chains faced issues to some extent due to years of overexpansion. Despite Regal Entertainment having over 7,000 screens, it had the worst operating conditions among the top 3 and faced bankruptcy risks in the coming years. On the surface, Regal Entertainment seemed to be an ideal acquisition target for Firefly Group. However, if Firefly really pursued that and gathered those 7,000 screens, especially those positioned in prime locations in major North American cities, the rest of Hollywood would be concerned. The other 2 chains had around 3,000 to 4,000 screens each, but Firefly would still face antitrust issues if they attempted to get involved. In the study, Melanie presented some data to Eric, saying, "Eric, look, the top 3 cinema entertainment groups all have multiple sub-brands. Take Regal Entertainment. It has 3 sub-brands: Regal Cinemas, Edwards Theaters, and United Artists Theaters. We could actually adopt this sub-brand operational model and partner with one of the top 3 chains. I think Regal would be best." A few years ago, after a major merger, it expanded to over 7,000 screens, but due to rising debt and chaotic management, it has suffered losses in recent years. Our goal should be to select some screening rooms from their chain and create a sub-brand dedicated to showing 3D films through investment and shareholding. Eric's main reason for entering the cinema industry was to promote 3D films in advance and find a new profit growth point for the Firefly system. At the same time, he aimed to lead the promotion of 3D movies. Historically, the spread of 3D films had been quite chaotic. During the earlier phases of Avatar, numerous Hollywood blockbusters already had 3D versions, but the supply of 3D films remained scarce compared to North America's massive movie market. Without enough 3D content, The number of 3D screens in North America couldn't develop, and the inadequate supply of 3D films further discouraged studios from creating 3D versions of their films. However, after Avatar, driven by huge profits, major film companies and cinema chains in North America rushed to produce 3D films and adapt cinemas for 3D. This rush naturally led to mixed quality in both the 3D content and theater systems, with many films and venues exhibiting poor quality, leaving viewers increasingly resistant to this format. Once the quality of 3D films and theater projection systems met the standard, the visual experience of 3D films could be truly breathtaking. Furthermore, it could entice audiences, increasingly inclined to watch films on television or online platforms, to return to theaters. What Eric wanted to achieve was to set 3D film promotion on a healthy developmental path, rather than allowing it to get misused by cinemas and studios overly focused on profits while using substandard projection systems and subpar conversion sources, which would ultimately doom this new film format. After patiently discussing with Melanie and Caroline, Eric finally declared, "So, this sub-brand will be called Real D." Both women looked puzzled. Real D? Eric nodded. Real D was actually the most popular 3D film projection system in the original timeline. The primary issue with 3D film projection typically revolved around brightness. Unlike 2D films, 3D films would significantly diminish brightness during projection via the 3D projector, large screen, and 3D glasses. The brightness of movie screens is measured in a specific unit called FL, foot lamberts. Traditional 2D films, without many attenuation factors, easily maintained a brightness of 14 FL, while 3D films typically retained only around 4.5 FL after 3 levels of reduction. Many cinemas even deliberately reduced brightness to prolong the life of their projector bulbs, resulting in even further reduced brightness, which created a terrible viewing experience for audiences. Confronted with the confusion in the 3D film market, later on, Real D not only developed a dedicated Real D projection system, but also established a set of Real D certification standards. The most crucial rule stated that theaters showing 3D films must maintain a brightness of no less than 6 FL. At this moment, Eric planned to establish a comprehensive 3D film certification standard from the very outset. He researched Real D's status and found that the company had not been established yet. Therefore, he took the name without hesitation. Real D means Real 3D, Eric clarified to ease the women's confusion. He picked up a nearby pencil and wrote the newly coined term Real D on the blank space of his document. Not only this sub-brand, but I also hope that the digital domains developed 3D film projection system will use this name. We need to set a 3D film projection standard ahead of time. In the future, cinemas wanting copies of Firefly Systems 3D films will have to pass our certification. Melanie, understanding Eric's point now, nodded enthusiastically and said, "That's a good approach." She thought Eric's motivation was mainly to monopolize the 3D film market. Caroline also appeared to believe Eric harbored such ambitions, as evident from the guilty look on her face. However, Eric did not actually intend to monopolize anything. During the initial phase of 3D film promotion, by controlling the quality and projection standards, Firefly System could naturally enjoy exclusive profits for quite some time, given its technological edge and cinema resource advantages. But in the highly open movie markets of Europe and America, other companies would rush to catch up once they saw Firefly profiting, so monopolizing the 3D film market was hardly feasible for Firefly. Moreover, Eric didn't wish for Firefly to permanently hold onto these profits. Monopolizing them for too long would surely dampen motivation for progress. Introducing competition was the best way to maintain long-term vitality for the Firefly system. Before they knew it, several hours had passed, and when dinner time arrived, Eric kept his promise to personally prepare the food. Meanwhile, Caroline and Melanie stayed in the study to continue organizing the results of their discussions. Eric planned to discuss the detailed execution plans with the management team in Los Angeles after the plane landed. Not only did the Real D projection system and certification standards occupy their discussion, but Eric and the women also outlined a plan codenamed 4200. Eric aimed to establish 2,000 certified 3D screens for Firefly Group in North America and overseas within the next 2 to 3 years, representing the 4,000 in 4,200. The remaining 200 would involve another IMAX cinema plan. Currently, there were only 54 IMAX screens across North America, located mainly in museums or science centers in major cities, and worldwide, fewer than 100 IMAX screens existed. After watching an IMAX documentary at New York's Natural History Museum 2 years ago, Eric had contacted IMAX Canada to urge them to accelerate the technical research and development for converting standard 35mm films to IMAX films, as previous IMAX films were limited to about 40 to 50 minutes in duration. According to the data Caroline and Melanie obtained from IMAX a few days earlier, the digital mastering technology, DMR, they had been developing would allow for normal-length films to be converted to IMAX films by next year at the latest. Given that Gravity was set to be produced, Eric certainly would not pass up the opportunity to showcase this space epic's visual grandeur through IMAX projection. Thus, as he aimed to build 4,000 3D screens, he also planned to establish 200 IMAX theaters in North America and abroad. After landing in London, Eric held a video conference with the Firefly management team on Kensington Gardens Boulevard to discuss the plans for Real D and 4,200. Those present in Los Angeles, including Jeffrey Katzenberg and Frank Wells, couldn't help but be taken aback by what they heard. In Eric's plans, the Real D projection system required development in digital domain. This meant abandoning the current single-unit 3D projectors for a dual projector system that could significantly increase brightness while reducing viewer dizziness. This led to potential reconstruction costs of up to $300,000 per 3D screening room. While this cost seemed reasonable for a single screening room, modifying 4,000 screening rooms worldwide would necessitate an overall investment of at least $1.2 billion, not to mention the substantial ongoing operating costs. Similarly, constructing 200 IMAX theaters from the ground up, even at a cost of $2 million each, would still be an expenditure of $400 million. In summary, to promote 3D and IMAX, Firefly Group would need to invest no less than $1.6 billion, with the additional operating costs expected to be substantial as well. Though $1.6 billion wouldn't suffice to buy Regal Entertainment, the leading cinema chain in North America, it could easily cover the acquisition of AMC, the second and the third-ranking Cinemark chain. Eric had intentionally suppressed Firefly Group's expansion for the past 2 years, which meant those executives like Katzenberg, who wanted the company to keep growing, were holding onto their frustrations. However, when presented with Eric's ambitious expansion plans, they couldn't help but become apprehensive. Was investing $1.6 billion in an uncertain market for 3D and IMAX truly worth it? What if it failed? Eric understood Katzenberg's concerns perfectly. This mindset was also a major reason why, for many years, 3D and IMAX could not be widely adopted. No company was willing to pour $1.6 billion into a project without a clear market outlook. After all, if the major Hollywood studios did not perform well, their collective profits over several years might not even reach $1.6 billion. Given that Eric had invested heavily in the NASDAQ market in recent years, Firefly's current surplus was certainly not more than $1.6 billion and might even drop below $1 billion. To be fair, had he not clearly seen the future, Eric wouldn't dare to rashly risk $1.6 billion on the two plans. Money didn't come easy, and he had never thought about throwing money away. In the study of his Kensington Gardens villa, Eric sat in his office chair, watching the hesitant and advisory expressions on Katzenberg and the others who were far away in Los Angeles through the video conference. He tapped the table decisively and stated, "Everyone, this is my decision. What you need to do now is to take immediate action. First, within 2 years, I want to see a complete Real D projection system and better 3D conversion technology developed in digital domain. Second, starting now, negotiate with the major cinema chains across North America and overseas to secure the renovation contracts for 4,000 3D screening rooms I need. Once digital domain completes the development of the Real D system, and we have the films to provide for the 3D theaters, I want to see these 4,000 screens retrofitted with 3D projection systems worldwide within 3 months. Third, continue to push IMAX to accelerate the development of DMR conversion technology. If they need funds, then provide them. If they cannot continue running, we should purchase them. Meanwhile, you all need to acquire land in major cities worldwide, so that while completing the renovation of 4,000 3D screens, I also want to see 200 IMAX theaters constructed. Are there any questions? After Eric finished speaking, his eyes fixed firmly on the Firefly Group executives hundreds of miles away in Los Angeles through the high-definition camera. Katzenberg and the others had never regarded Eric as a domineering boss. Yet, this time, despite the distance of thousands of miles and through the video screen, they could still sense his determination. Exchanging glances, they no longer raised objections and began discussing the substantive issues that needed to be resolved to execute this plan. Chapter 927, 929, A Touch of Dark Humor. After several remote video conferences, Firefly Group began to methodically execute Eric's proposed Real D and 4,200 plans. The core of the Real D plan was to develop a specialized Real D projection system for 3D films, as well as DMR technology to convert regular movies into IMAX. Achieving this wasn't overly difficult since both 3D movie and IMAX technology had been in development for decades. What Firefly needed to do was to combine existing technologies and further enhance them to meet Eric's demands. However, implementing the 4,200 plan was far more challenging. Eric wanted to ensure that while Firefly could supply sources for both 3D and IMAX films, it would simultaneously complete the transformation of 4,000 3D theaters and the construction of 200 IMAX theaters worldwide. Ultimately, a situation where theaters were built without available films or films produced with nowhere to screen them would be incredibly awkward. To achieve such synchronization and timing required the plan's executor to possess strong organizational skills. Fortunately, as the world's largest media group, Firefly had no shortage of talented managers with the ability to execute plans effectively. Katzenberg decided to lead the charge personally, responsible for overseeing the progress of the 4,200 plan. Firefly Group's global employee count had already surpassed 120,000. As the boss, Eric made high-level decisions and no longer needed to get involved in the minutiae. He simply had to wait for the outcome. If the thousands of managers and over 100,000 employees within the group could not deliver what he wanted, then there would surely be a major issue within the company. The reality, however, was that Firefly Group operated far better than any other media group in Hollywood. After deploying these two plans, Eric shifted his focus to the creation of the Spice Girls while also beginning to draft the screenplay for Gravity. Since he was over a decade ahead, the original script would clearly no longer serve his purpose. With Simon Fuller at the helm, all 5 members of the Spice Girls had been finalized. The original Spice Girls had only remained popular for less than 2 years before disbanding due to various internal conflicts. Eric was unclear about the complexities involved, but had no intention of reinstating the previous members. Simon Fuller also signed the new group members to a much stricter 5-year contract, ensuring that the revamped Spice Girls would remain intact for at least that long. Eric took the time to develop the Spice Girls mainly in preparation for the release of the Firefly player in North America next year. Firefly Electronics had already signed intention contracts with several members of the Spice Girls for brand endorsements. Once the group rose to fame, they would also serve as the brand's representatives in Europe when the Firefly player debuted in that market. Additionally, the Spice Girls could provide a collection of the hottest digital music copyrights for Firefly's promotional efforts in Europe. Although Firefly Electronics had expanded the monthly production capacity of the Firefly player to 450,000 units by July, the device became increasingly popular across North America, rendering that production amount still insufficient to meet market demand. While Amazon steadfastly maintained a sales price of $299, prices at various retail chains remained above $300. From its launch in April, within less than 6 months, the Firefly player's sales approached 1.5 million units. Firefly Electronics management expected that once the Malaysian assembly factory commenced operations, the Firefly player's 1997 sales figures in North America would easily exceed 3 million units. Even at the original price of $299, that annual sales figure would bring Firefly Electronics' first product's annual revenue to over $900 million. The threshold for the Forbes Fortune 500 was only about $2 billion. Thus, if they chose to, Firefly Electronics could easily make the list. The following year, achieving a goal that countless companies aspire to but ultimately fail to reach during their existence. However, reaching this milestone would merely serve as a starting point for Firefly Electronics. After spending several days in a villa on Kensington Garden Street in London, finalizing the two plans with the team in Los Angeles, Eric moved to Pinewood Town near Pinewood Studios. He also rented a soundstage within the studio, both for rehearsals of the Wannabe music video and to brainstorm ideas for filming Gravity. Actually, these two matters closely intertwined. Eric had originally intended to shoot the single-take Wannabe MV purely out of interest, but was tempted to abandon this notion due to a busy schedule. However, after considering the production of Gravity, he decided to pick up the camera himself to film this one-shot music video. This would allow him to refine his techniques regarding long-take shot composition, framing rules, and other technical specifics to better prepare for directing Gravity. When it came to choosing a cinematographer for this film, Eric initially thought of Emmanuel Lubezki. However, after watching several of his films, he dismissed that idea. At that early stage in his Hollywood career, Lubezki was still an ordinary cinematographer, having worked on films that showed basic shot standards, far from the mastery he would develop in a decade or two. Finding him now would be less ideal than if Eric just did it himself. Eric actually considered taking on the task himself, as this aligned with a little dark humor he entertained in his heart. Through his work on The Others and last year's My Heart Will Go On, Eric had already snagged 2 Oscars for Best Original Screenplay and Best Original Song, earning him the titles of Best Screenwriter and Best Composer in directing circles. Given that, continuing onward to secure a title of Best Cinematographer was appealing as well. Eric wasn't particularly obsessed with the Oscars, but playing this game was entertaining nonetheless. Apart from the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress categories, which he believed were out of reach, he felt he could contend for most of the other major awards. Being only 27, he didn't intend to put down the directing baton just yet. Setting such a humorously ambitious goal could energize him for the future. Before Eric came to Europe, he had already handed the song Wannabe over to Simon Fuller, and the Spice Girls had now expertly practiced it. Eric had chosen a club in London for filming the MV, but rehearsals could only take place in the soundstage for fear of being overwhelmed by crowds. Meanwhile, after his visit to the industrial city of Birmingham to tour an automotive assembly line, Eric found himself intrigued by a high-precision assembly robot from the German company Kuka. Upon learning that Eric Williams planned to use their robots for his next film, Kuka expressed great enthusiasm, offering to provide him with 2 robots free of charge and support the necessary modifications. The only condition was that Eric would need to mention Kuka in the promotional process for his next film. The robot Eric was interested in cost about $1 million each. Given the complexity of such precise machinery, modifying it independently could be quite difficult. Since Kuka was willing to provide the robots for free and assist with the modifications, Eric naturally accepted the offer. Moreover, when it came to promoting Gravity, the method of filming would definitely become a topic of discussion, and casually mentioning Kuka would be no big deal. Kuka sent 2 high-precision robots to Pinewood Studios, and after they were installed in the rented soundstage, Eric spent most of his time in there, preparing the set for the Wannabe MV while simultaneously collaborating with the specially assigned Kuka engineers to analyze and learn about the robot modifications and operational methods. Upon returning to London, particularly after Eric relocated to Pinewood Studios, Caroline had been in excellent spirits. Not only could she return home every night, but, notably, Eric had finally settled into work mode and was no longer elusive. She could meet him promptly each day. As noon approached, Caroline and Melanie left their office at the Pinewood Studios and headed towards a soundstage in the northwest corner, intending to join Eric for lunch and discuss work matters. This large soundstage, measuring 60 meters long and 50 meters wide, boasted an interior space close to 3,000 square meters, with a ceiling higher than other soundstages, providing a spacious feel. Inside the soundstage, several crew members were setting up according to the layout of the club chosen by Eric. After surveying the surroundings, Caroline understood that the setups were nearing completion. Eric had mentioned that he planned to spend a week in rehearsal before heading back to central London to start filming. Even if shooting in the city didn't go as planned, the entire process should wrap up within 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Caroline wondered how much longer Eric would remain in the UK after that. Deep down, she hoped that the date would extend as much as possible. As they navigated past the external setups, they quickly entered a designated area of approximately 300 to 400 square meters. On the ground lay 2 striking orange-red robots. The sturdy bases were mounted on sliding tracks, with mechanical arms extending over 3 meters long. One had a small DV camera attached, while the other was intended to support a performer, but modifications had yet to be completed, and it currently held a mannequin. Eric and Brian Cranston, the engineers sent by Kuka, stood together on the periphery, each controlling a PDA while manually maneuvering the robots at a slow pace. Caroline and Melanie quietly stood a few paces away from several crew members, waiting for Eric and Brian to finish their operations before approaching from behind Eric, collectively watching the footage captured by the DV camera on the computer screen. Ignoring the robotic arms, the mannequin's movements appeared almost carefree, lacking confinement in any direction, creating a slight sensation of floating in space, though only minimally. This might have been due to the mannequin's stiff limbs, or perhaps due to Eric and Brian's still developing skills. If only we could switch those out for a real person in a spacesuit. The mannequin looks too rigid, Eric mused softly after replaying the footage several times. Brian Cranston showed a keen interest in the footage on the computer screen and said, "Eric, if you need, I could start on the modifications right away. It would only take 2 days." Eric smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thanks, Brian, but I still need to think about how to proceed with the modifications." "Of course, Eric, there's no rush," Brian nodded with a smile. Eric rewatched the footage, then turned to Melanie and Caroline, having just noticed that the 2 girls had arrived. "You two, find a set of space suits this afternoon. They don't need to be real, just models that can fit over the mannequin," he instructed. "Sure thing," Melanie nodded, then glanced at her wristwatch and said, "And, Eric, it's lunchtime now." "All right, let's head out for some food," Eric replied, giving a sidelong glance at the small box Caroline was holding. He smiled and asked, "You didn't prepare lunch for me, did you?" "No, I didn't." Caroline shook her head and displayed the box to Eric. "This is a sample of the music phone that Nokia sent over this morning." Seeing the Nokia logo on the box, Eric nodded. "Let's go to the cafeteria and check it out." After saying that, he exchanged farewells with a few other crew members before they all headed out for lunch. Brian Cranston did not join them, only offering a quick goodbye as he left with other crew members. Eric, Caroline, and Melanie arrived at a cafeteria inside the studio, ordered their lunch, and then opened the box Caroline brought. "I've seen the documentation already," Caroline explained as Eric unpacked the sample and started to play around with it. "These 2 models, a flash memory-based one, has a capacity of only 64 megabytes, which can hold about 10 songs. This is the current standard capacity for flash memory chips. The other model uses a micro hard drive from Seagate, with a capacity of 2 gigabytes. The material from Nokia indicates that they won't mass-produce the flash memory music phones for now. This is just for technological accumulation. Only the micro hard drive music phones will be market-ready. They'll officially launch in January, similar to the second-generation Firefly player plans, with models available in 1 gigabyte and 2 gigabytes capacities, priced at approximately $600 and $700, respectively. Chapter 928, 930, Who's Kidding With Me? Nokia undoubtedly inherited the unique craftsmanship of Europeans. In Eric's hands, the 2 music phone prototypes were made of plastic, but the silver casing exuded a high-end metallic feel. Moreover, these 2 phones did not adopt Nokia's traditional, unchanging classic shape. Instead, they resembled the elongated design of the Nokia Virtu. Due to the technological limitations of the time, the devices appeared wider than the Nokia Virtu, yet the overall design still exuded a sense of style. In addition to basic communication functions, the phones featured buttons that allowed for a much more convenient music playback system compared to the Firefly, even enabling simple search operations. Despite the $600 starting price positioning them firmly as high-end models in the current mobile phone market, Eric remained confident that these devices would attract a significant portion of the young white-collar demographic under 30. Putting on the headphones, Eric sampled a piece of music, satisfied as he neatly packed away the two phones. With people around in the restaurant, Eric could not continue testing whether the phones could conveniently purchase and transfer music from the Yahoo Music store. However, after a brief trial, he had no doubts about the music transmission capabilities of these phones. Undoubtedly, Nokia's R&D prowess was hardly inferior to that of Firefly Electronics. After chatting a bit more with Caroline and Melanie, Eric finally began his meal. Yet, his mind couldn't help but wander, contemplating when and how he should intervene in or even take over Nokia's management. Nokia lacked for neither technology nor talent nor channels, yet it had experienced a spectacular decline 15 years after reaching its peak. This was surely no accident, but rather a long process of transformative collapse, where a seemingly small issue could lead to considerable fallout. Waiting until disaster struck to act would undoubtedly be too late. Firefly Investment was still firmly in possession of a 51% controlling stake in Nokia. Therefore, as long as Eric wished, he held the absolute power to make the adjustments he desired within Nokia. Nevertheless, he knew it wouldn't be wise to act on this in the coming years. Nokia had just ascended to the position of the world's leading mobile manufacturer, and the current management team had a very thorough development plan in place. Interfering in the company's management at this stage would definitely create friction between the management and Eric, the major shareholder, and would hinder Nokia's momentum toward further growth. Even with this music phone, as Eric advanced the project, he sensed some discontent from Nokia's management. High-level executives there remained focused on perfecting simple, easy-to-use function phones, deeming a phone's entertainment functions as frivolous. Until their past decline, they had proudly upheld this belief, ultimately causing this giant in the mobile industry to plummet from greatness at a staggering speed. Only when Caroline and Melanie finished their lunch did they look over, intrigued by the silence that had enveloped him for a while. Eric snapped back to reality, smiled, and quickened his eating pace. If he couldn't clarify his thoughts right now, he would simply have to consider them slowly. After all, Nokia had just entered its prime, with plenty of time and opportunities ahead of them. At least he knew that Nokia's CEO, Jorma Ollila, had a contract that wouldn't expire until next year. Any actions Eric wished to take must wait until at least after that. Eric felt a twinge of regret. He could not recall the name of Nokia's last CEO, who had hastened their plunge into decline. If he had, even with opposition from everyone, he would have promptly kicked that guy out of Nokia. After all, someone who could drive a company holding over 40% of the global mobile market to bankruptcy in just a few years was a talent who should be swiftly dealt with. After lunch, Eric instructed the two women, "You need to send a memo to Nokia. Since they intend to implement the first and second generation Firefly-like 1G and 2G storage versions, the release date should be postponed from January to April, scheduled for 1 week after the second generation Fireflyer is launched. Also, while Nokia's primary markets are in Europe and Asia, this phone's target market should be the United States, since only the US currently has a relatively complete network music store. There's no rush for Europe, and for Asia, let's hold off on promotion for now. While the music copyright regulations aren't strict there, it isn't necessary for us to dive into that yet. It would only be a loss." Once he confirmed that both women had noted his words, Eric left the restaurant to return to work in the studio. Over the next couple of days, the simple set for the rehearsal of Wannabe was completed, and just as Eric was about to gather the Spice Girls to begin rehearsals, a weighty piece of news arrived from the US. After 3 long months of protracted negotiations, Viacom finally reached an acquisition agreement with CBS Group, with the final deal valued at $36 billion. With this, the 4 major television networks in America, ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, all fell under the umbrella of large conglomerates. Although General Electric, owning NBC, couldn't technically be considered a media group, this still marked a significant milestone in the wave of consolidation within the American media industry. Canada's Seagram Group was in acquisition talks with Europe's Polygram Records, But this could only be regarded as an extension of the consolidation wave, as neither the success nor failure of this merger would significantly reshape the landscape of the American media industry. The completion of the media group consolidation indicated that, under such monopolistic conditions, a media company, unless utilizing unconventional merger strategies, would no longer have the possibility of developing into a media group from scratch. The American media industry had once again entered an oligopolistic era. When Eric heard this news, he was reminded of his conversation with New Line Cinema's CEO, Robert Shea, a few years prior. Although his influence had stirred up many storms in the following years, the overarching trends of history hadn't fundamentally changed. Luckily, Firefly had successfully completed its own preparations before all this unfolded. Today marked the third day of formal rehearsals for Wannabe. Over 2 days, Eric had watched and guided the girls of the Spice Girls as they performed for the entire music video. While the music industry had never lacked female singing groups, it was the Spice Girls that truly brought this girl group format to the world stage. Thus, originally in history, even though many believe the Spice Girls exuded coolness during their initial rise, with both music videos and live performances, with the perspective gained from Eric's over 10 years of experience, he found the dance performances in the music videos to be abysmal. Naturally, drawing from his memories, Eric directed the choreographer to design some classic dance moves for the girls. In the open set at the Pinewood Studios, dozens of curious eyes, including the 5 girls of the Spice Girls, watched as Eric donned a Steadicam system, their faces etched with expressions of surprise. Caroline and Melanie helped Eric check a few connections on his gear when Simon Fuller walked over and saw Eric, dressed in a shock-absorbing vest and adjusting a lightweight camera with a counterweight, looking incredulous. "Eric, are you planning to shoot this music video yourself?" Eric nodded, looking at the astonished Simon Fuller, and smiled. "Is there a problem with me doing it myself?" "No." "Oh, sure, of course not." Simon hurriedly shook his head, joking. After all, who would dare say no if Eric Williams wanted to be the cameraman for the music video? Noticing that Simon was momentarily at a loss, Eric added, "Everyone here is required to have signed a confidentiality agreement, right? Please remind them not to leak this until the music video is completed." Eric's visit to the UK had frequently made headlines in local media. Under Simon's efforts, the establishment of the Spice Girls had stirred up significant buzz as well. However, the public only vaguely knew that Eric was set to produce the group on a song. Other details had been tightly guarded. Upon confirming with Eric that he would personally take on the role of cameraman, Simon's first thought was to call a newspaper. This was massive news. However, hearing Eric's specific request, Simon had to abandon that idea. "All right, Eric, I'll make sure of it." "Then let's get started." Eric nodded, moving to the edge of the set and signaling for the music video director, who Simon had invited but would ultimately not find a way to contribute. As the stage manager's voice rang out, all the extras quickly took their positions. The 5 girls of the Spice Girls stood at the starting point. The director, who had effectively lost all authority, looked at Eric, waiting for him to give the okay gesture. The accompaniment for Wannabe began playing. To maintain strict confidentiality, only the backing track would be used during rehearsals or formal shooting. Despite everyone having signed confidentiality agreements, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't leak something out of greed. British paparazzi were renowned for their relentless pursuit of news. If any lyrics leaked ahead of time, it would create quite a stir. As the music played, the 5 girls entered the frame, laughing and joking. Eric focused on the monitor, slowly moving along with the girls as they danced. To master long takes, the key lies in quickly establishing focus amidst the constantly shifting chaos of the framing to present the creator's intended visual language. The script for the Wannabe music video was written by Eric based on his memories, with the storyline revolving around 5 exuberant girls causing a ruckus in a club. Perhaps it was because Eric was personally wielding the camera, but within less than a minute of starting the first rehearsal, one of the girls accidentally tripped, forcing a pause in filming. Watching the girl designated as Baby Spice glance at him with a nervous, almost tearful expression, Eric felt the need to soothe her himself. To refine his long-take cinematography techniques, Eric had allotted a full 2 weeks for filming this music video. so there was no rush. After comforting baby Spice, he instructed everyone that further shooting should only stop in case of serious issues. As the music played again, there were indeed minor hiccups throughout, but the shooting proceeded without further pauses. Eric's eyes remained glued to the monitor as he carefully followed the girls' dance steps, rapidly calculating how to shoot a particular scene more cohesively. Originally thinking this would be an opportunity to achieve the first one take, the music ran for about 3 minutes. This segment ideally involved a romantic couple dancing excitedly with the 5 girls. However, Eric suddenly recognized that one actress in a pink dress on the left side of the frame looked eerily familiar. Instinctively, he glanced up and was taken aback. Although she had dyed her hair a light blonde and the pink dress seemed out of place, the slightly darker skin tone, deep eye makeup, and signature aloof expression. Wasn't that Victoria Beckham? Oh no, wait, she was still Victoria Adams for now. Perhaps she would forever remain Victoria Adams. WTF? Who was kidding with him? Eric felt a strange, yet humorous sensation wash over him. He definitely wouldn't interfere in the casting for the music video. That mattered only to the MV director. It only dawned on him now that, okay, he had another unexpected twist thrown into the mix. The music continued, and the 5 girls kept performing, but everyone noticed that Eric had halted next to the girl in the pink dress for several seconds. Victoria Adams sensed this too, as she turned to look at Eric. Her body, which had been dancing atop the chair, abruptly stopped. She wanted to step down but hesitated, unsure if she should. She had just seen Eric was determined to operate the camera himself, and naturally, she couldn't help but wonder if this significant figure would take notice of her. Yet she knew deep down, it was likely just a fantasy. Excluding the 5 Spice Girls, there were several actresses in the MV more attractive than her. So now, when Eric Williams stood still, scrutinizing her for several seconds, Victoria felt her heart race, her body tingling with inexplicable excitement and nervousness. Only when Eric noticed Victoria Adams had completely halted her movements in his direction did he snap back to attention, naturally adjusting the camera to point elsewhere. Outside, Melanie noticed this detail and snatched the cup of coffee Caroline had been meticulously cradling, taking an unapologetic sip and saying, "See? I told you." Chapter 929, 931. A collision of words. After the first rehearsal ended, Eric's initial surprise at spotting Victoria Adams among the crowd of MV actors faded away. He just found the situation amusing but didn't feel the urge to interact with Victoria right away as many others expected. Caroline and Melanie stepped up to help Eric unload the heavy Steadicam equipment. Eric called over the main creative team and the 5 members of the Spice Girls. A group of them gathered around the workstation in a corner of the studio, rewatching the playback of their first rehearsal while discussing various details that needed improvement. Since it was the first rehearsal, there were indeed many aspects that required adjustments. They spent about half an hour discussing before everyone dispersed to make the necessary changes. Once everyone left, Eric stayed behind at the workstation, operating the computer to review the footage, occasionally jotting down his insights about long shots in his notebook. Caroline placed a cup of warm coffee next to Eric without a word, quietly sitting beside him. She observed him intently studying the footage and making notes, a look of satisfaction on her face. Not far away, Melanie saw Caroline sitting next to Eric and couldn't help but sigh. After a moment's thought, she walked over to Simon Fuller, who was directing staff to adjust the set. She discreetly asked, "Simon, what was that girl's name?" Simon Fuller, being perceptive, assumed Melanie was asking on Eric's behalf and lowered his voice. "I just asked. Her name is Victoria Adams." "Mel, is it true that Williams wants to take her out to dinner?" "I can arrange that." Melanie suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Why did all these men think this way? Quickly shaking her head, she replied, "It's not like that, Simon. What do you think of Caroline?" Caroline always treated everyone around her sincerely and politely. Despite their limited interaction over the past few days, Simon developed a fondness for Caroline, responding with a hint of respect. "Miss Wilson is a wonderful girl." Melanie gestured towards Eric and Caroline. "Look, Simon, you can definitely see that Caroline likes Mr. Williams a lot. So, could you do me a favor and make that, Victoria Adams disappear?" Simon followed Melanie's gaze and could easily sense Caroline's affection for Eric. However, Melanie's suggestion also revealed that Eric's assistant was acting on her friend's best interests without really consulting anyone. After a moment of hesitation, Simon advised, "Mel, if you really care about Miss Wilson, I think you shouldn't do that. It's too obvious. Mr. Williams probably wouldn't appreciate someone trying to meddle in his affairs, and you should have a bit more faith in him. He is very professional." Finally unable to hold back, Melanie rolled her eyes to herself, thinking that he had never seen Eric when he wasn't professional. Knowing Simon wouldn't help, Melanie understood that turning to someone else would likely yield the same results, so she let go of the thought of getting rid of Victoria Adams. Still, she couldn't resist sneaking glances at the actress among the crowd. She seriously couldn't see what about that girl attracted Eric. Her skin wasn't fair enough, her face wasn't sweet enough, her height was average, definitely not aligned with his aesthetic standards. Yet, upon reflection, Melanie realized she couldn't really determine what Eric's aesthetic standards were. Eric, completely unaware of Melanie's unintended plan, would have just laughed it off even if he had known. While Melanie wanted to protect Caroline, Eric felt similarly. Eric had no special feelings for Victoria Adams, who would never transform into Victoria Beckham. Since she happened to appear in the crowd for the wannabe MV, Eric had gradually started to ignore her presence. After the crew adjusted the set and actors according to their recent discussions, the rehearsal continued. The following week, everyone spent their time in repetitive practice, starting every day at 9 and wrapping up around 5 in the afternoon. By the third day, many felt that the rehearsal worked quite well and was ready for the actual shoot. Yet, since Eric didn't call a halt, no one else suggested it. After all, Eric Williams had already achieved astounding success by the age of 30, creating a standard that seemed unattainable for everyone else. Still, he dedicated himself daily to practicing over 10 times with a nearly 30-pound Steadicam system, exerting more energy than anyone else in the studio. Given this, everyone involved in the shoot thought to themselves, if they had billions at their disposal, they wouldn't be willing to undertake such exhausting and monotonous work, preferring to lounge around instead. Hence, for Eric's tedious practice, everyone felt nothing but admiration, with no complaints. To accumulate more experience with long takes, Eric frequently changed the shooting methods when the MV rehearsals neared completion. Sometimes, he had the actors leave, allowing the 5 girls to perform alone. Other times, he urged the performers to improvise a scene based on their roles in the MV. During this time, Eric also referenced a scene from Birdman for the actors to enact while he practiced the long shot techniques used in that film. As the filming of Wannabe progressed, Simon Fuller began hyping the release of the Spice Girls' first single. Ever since July when they grandly recruited members, this girl group, promised to be shaped up under Eric Williams' guidance, had caught everyone's attention. In recent weeks, although British media speculated wildly about the reasons for Eric's visit to London, most discussions revolved around the Spice Girls, further enhancing the public's curiosity about the group. Consequently, Simon planned to capitalize on this momentum and aimed to release the first single as soon as the filming of Wannabe was complete. When Eric finished a week of rehearsals at Pinewood Studios and transitioned to on-location shooting in the city, the newly established UK branch of Firefly Records officially announced the release date for the Spice Girls' debut single, October 27th. Thanks to the extensive rehearsals in the studio, the on-location shooting went smoothly, completing within 2 days. By this time, news that Eric himself was the cinematographer for the Wannabe MV had leaked out through the British tabloids, creating quite a stir. Months passed, but Casino Royale remained in theaters in the UK, with its total box office grossing over $93 million. Though it couldn't quite catch up to the record just set by Titanic, it still ranked highly in the UK box office history. Having surpassed $900 million in global earnings after the second wide release phase in September, Casino Royale was steadily approaching the $1 billion target. Given this, the fact that Eric personally carried the camera for a music MV heightened anticipation among many film and music fans. On October 11th, after wrapping up the shooting of Wannabe, Eric handed over all subsequent tasks to Simon Fuller. He didn't rush back to Los Angeles, but chose to stay at Pinewood Studios to continue preparations for Gravity. Since the MV used a single continuous shot, the editing was completed in just a week. Subsequently, on October 20th, a week before the single's release, the MV officially launched on major UK television networks. Perhaps because of excessively high initial expectations, Wannabe didn't quite leave critics and music reviewers in awe. In the 90s, the mainstream music genre in the UK was still pop rock. Whether solo artists or ensembles, most were somewhat influenced by rock styles. However, the Spice Girls' Wannabe completely strayed from mainstream music, leaning towards a dance pop style with no connection to pop rock. Additionally, most reviewers felt that compared to Eric's previous, breathtaking songs, Wannabe seemed lacking in substance, more like a mundane earworm song. Some media outlets even targeted the MV, not only calling Eric's single-take shooting technique a gimmick with nothing remarkable, but also harshly critiquing the Spice Girls' outfits as reminiscent of Five Promiscuous Girls. Just as everyone assumed Eric Williams might have stumbled this time, on October 27th, Wannabe was released. Within just 4 days, the single's sales surged past 100,000 copies, ending the first week with a remarkable total of 160,000 copies sold. It not only topped the UK singles chart effortlessly, but even outpaced the second-place song by over 90,000 copies, leading the media and reviewers who had initially doubted the Spice Girls to fall silent, instead eager to understand what had transpired. Naturally, many immediately suspected Eric might have employed underhanded tactics to inflate the charts, but after some digging, nobody could find any substantial evidence. Meanwhile, throughout cities and towns in the UK, from bustling urban shopping streets to remote suburban locales, it seemed everyone encountered Wannabe's catchy chorus. Young people would casually shout, "Zigga zig ah," a whimsical phrase from the song, inexplicably catching the attention of many and making it sound undeniably cool. The Spice Girls quickly became sex symbols in the eyes of the British youth and the targets of relentless tabloid chasing. Success leads to everything, an undeniable truth in every field. As Wannabe showcased its mind-blowing, infectious power sweeping across the UK, the media's previous disdain for the song and the Spice Girls began to shift. They started praising the group for perfectly blending dance pop with feminism and injecting a vigorous spirit of female empowerment. The Spice Girls' success, in fact, had no profound origin. They were indeed a product of an assembly line, as some media reviews suggested. Yet while many legendary musicians gained countless loyal fans through their rich and profound lyricism, for most ordinary people, music ultimately served as entertainment. The Spice Girls perfectly tapped into the spirit of entertainment first, quickly winning the hearts of the younger audience with their vibrant personas, catchy melodies, and playful lyrics. After Wannabe skyrocketed in popularity, Eric transferred his memory of a few other Spice Girls songs to Simon Fuller, relinquishing control of the project. According to the previously drafted contract, when the second-generation Fireflyer player launched in North America and Europe in April of the following year, the Spice Girls would not only become the European spokesperson for the Fireflyer, but also break norms by releasing their debut album simultaneously in physical and online formats to significantly boost the awareness and sales of the Fireflyer in Europe. By November, winter had settled in London, with the countryside feeling even chillier. Rachel Wise was still driving her powerful Jaguar XK8, arriving outside Pinewood Studios, where Caroline awaited at the entrance, dressed in a white trench coat. After politely exchanging a few words with the watchman, the barrier raised. "Rachel, you superstar, you finally decided to come see me," Caroline said with a smirk, hopping into the passenger seat. As Rachel drove through the studio gates, she playfully pinched Caroline's cheek, adopting a mock gangster tone. "Sweetheart, I not only came to see you, but I also plan to take you home tonight." Caroline shrank her neck away from Rachel's playful grasp, giggling. Rachel soon parked the car in the studio's lot and gave Caroline a big hug before asking, "By the way, where's Mel?" "She's inside. Let's go," Caroline replied while pointing toward the parking lot's exit. Rachel looped her arm through Caroline's as they walked out, asking, "I heard Eric has been living here for a month. What's he secretly working on?" "His new movie." I can't say too much about it. However, it's definitely going to be an impressive film." Rachel seemed like she wanted to kiss Caroline on the cheek, but pulled back when she noticed the girl shyly retreating. You know, Eric Williams' movie is certainly going to be amazing. As the two casually chatted, they arrived at the studio where Eric worked. The set from the wannabe rehearsals had been completely dismantled. However, in the studio, in addition to the two modified orange robots, there were several bizarre new equipment pieces, the most striking being a towering 5-meter-tall structure made of square LED screens. Rachel spotted Eric and a couple of others inside the large box and curiously inquired, "Carly, what's that?" "It's a light box," Caroline explained. Seeing Rachel still confused, she added, "It simulates space lighting conditions." For Eric's new film, it was difficult to accurately replicate the undiffused space light using traditional lighting methods, so he's planning to use this technique. The LED screens surrounding this light box will play simple space scenes, making it feel like the actors are performing in outer space. While Caroline was explaining the equipment's purpose to Rachel, Eric approached with Melanie and embraced Rachel in jest, saying, "Rachel, you superstar, finally deigned to visit me." Rachel paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. It seemed she found it amusing and went into a full belly laugh, appearing as if she wanted to crouch down from the hilarity. Caroline didn't anticipate Eric would say the same thing she had moments ago. Reflecting on their time together, she realized her line was merely a mimicry of Eric's usual joking tone. Aware Rachel might catch on to this similarity, Caroline's face flushed red with embarrassment as she wished for a place to hide. Eric, unaware of any joke Rachel had found, looked at Caroline's response and guessed it pertained to her, choosing not to pry further. He simply said, "All right, Rachel, be a bit more ladylike. Watch out, or I'll snap a picture of you and sell it to the tabloids." Rachel took a deep breath, managing to stop laughing. "Eric, you've corrupted Carly." "Okay, I am guilty," Eric shrugged, gesturing toward the workstation. "Let's sit over there. Honestly, what brings you here today?" "I came to see Carly and Mel," Rachel said as she took a seat by the workstation, glancing at the stack of space scene images. "Eric, are you planning to shoot a space movie?" "Yeah," Eric nodded. "It's a space disaster film." As Rachel surveyed the table, her gaze landed on a well-rendered concept art piece. Picking it up, she recognized it as a realistic simulation based on the sketches Caroline and Melanie had seen on the plane. Feeling the tension illustrated by the lines connecting two astronauts in a precarious situation, Rachel expressed her curiosity, asking Eric, "Eric, is there a role in this film that would suit me?" Chapter 930, 932. "Can you help me out?" Eric felt the hopeful gaze of Rachel and shook his head. "If you were a few years older, it might work. This is a female-led movie with no supporting female roles, and I want the lead to be at least 30. Rachel Wise nodded. Though a bit disappointed, she wasn't too bummed out. After Titanic, she wasn't lacking for movie offers. After chatting a bit more about Eric's films, she shifted the topic and joked, "I heard you've been in London for over a month just for that Spice Girls thing. Wannabe sounds really interesting. I even bought a CD. But what does zigga actually mean?" "You got me on that one," Eric replied. He actually remembered that zigga was a euphemism for shit and cigars, but he couldn't explain that to Rachel without going into details, so he just vaguely said, "I felt that line needed something catchy after it." Caroline, sitting next to Rachel, noticed Eric's expression as he spoke and realized he was brushing Rachel off. He knew but didn't want to explain. She glanced at Rachel and Melanie and realized she was the only one aware of this little secret, which made her smile. Rachel was just casually asking. She didn't have the same burning curiosity about those words as the press and fans did. Since Eric wasn't explaining, she moved on. "With all the things happening at Firefly Group, are you sure it's okay you haven't gone back to Los Angeles in such a long time?" "I'm the boss. As the boss, if I can't do what I want, then what's the point of living? How about you? What have you been up to lately?" "I just wrapped a cameo in a movie and got back yesterday. I'm planning to stay through Christmas before heading back to LA, Rachel said, casually wrapping an arm around Caroline. "Also, Eric, how about giving Carly and Mel a day off? I want to take them shopping in the city." "Sure thing," Eric nodded readily. "But you're a super big star now. Aren't you worried about being mobbed?" "Huh, just a little disguise and it's fine. I lost all the paparazzi just today." "Then go have fun. Come back whenever. I don't have anything pressing going on." Rachel nodded, about to pull Caroline and Melanie along, when suddenly she remembered something. Hey Eric, how about you join us? Eric shook his head. I'm terrified of being surrounded by people. I'll pass. Huh? Didn't you just say that if you can't do what you want, what's the point? Come on, it'll be fun. Don't worry, we won't drag you around as a human credit card. Caroline chimed in, also feeling tempted. Yeah, Eric, come out with us. British paparazzi are notoriously relentless. However, Rachel's plan was just shopping and eating, not aimlessly wandering around. So after a moment of consideration, Eric agreed. He left Rachel's Jaguar in the Pinewood Studios parking lot, borrowed a couple of discreet Mercedes vans, and, accompanied by a security team, headed off to London with the three women. Dressed carefully yet remaining low-key while shopping at some brand-name stores, the afternoon passed without much incident, although a few people recognized them. As evening fell, the ladies, with nearly full trunks in both Mercedes, were looking for a restaurant when they passed the famous Harrods department store in Kensington. Rachel got excited and wanted to pick out some cosmetics, so Eric instructed the driver to park on the curb, and they all entered Harrods. It's interesting to note that Harrods was owned by Dodi Fayed, who had previously dated Princess Diana. Had Eric not intervened, a memorial for both of them would have been set up in that very department store. Now, though, they had parted ways, both leading fulfilling lives. Not long ago, at another charity event at Kensington Palace, Diana was asked about her impression of Eric and bluntly remarked to a reporter, "Eric Williams is quite a rude guy." Fortunately, the reporter was from News Corp's The Sun, so Diana's comments never made it to the paper. However, the interview's recording somehow made its way to Elizabeth, and Eric couldn't escape ridicule for it. Even on a weekday, Harrods had way more customers than those brand-name stores. Eric didn't want to look too conspicuous hanging around with the three women, so he greeted them and casually strolled through the cosmetics area on the first floor. Suddenly, a woman's voice asked politely nearby, "Sir, would you like to try Armani's new men's fragrance?" Eric turned and recognized the salesperson in front of him, raising an eyebrow. What a coincidence! Victoria Adams noticed Eric had stopped and immediately smiled, raising the sample fragrance to spray a bit on him. However, upon seeing the strange expression on his face, she suddenly blinked and asked hesitantly, "You're Mr. Williams?" Eric quickly shushed her with a gesture. Realizing she had lost her composure, Victoria waved her perfume bottle awkwardly, looking at Eric, who had grown stubble and was sporting a pair of glasses, unsure of what to say. A little over 2 weeks ago, when she sensed that Eric was treating her differently while filming the wannabe MV, Victoria had been secretly thrilled for days. After all, getting noticed by someone like Eric Williams was a huge deal. Yet, despite several nights of dreaming of him, once the MV wrapped, he hadn't made any further attempts to connect with her. Although she longed for some opportunity to be more proactive, she never found a moment to approach him alone, and everyone from the shoot dispersed afterward. Feeling a bit down for a few days, she had to keep auditioning and working as a fragrance promoter. Now, Eric was curiously looking at Victoria in her promotional outfit. He noticed she had dyed her hair back to black and remarked, "You look better with black hair. But aren't you an actress? Why are you here working as a promoter?" Victoria looked a little embarrassed. She graduated from an art school at 20 and had only acted in a few stage plays over the years, struggling to find stable work. After a brief hesitation, Victoria said, I'm just doing this temporarily. I've been waiting for news from several auditions." "Oh," Eric nodded, noticing they didn't have much to discuss, and made to walk away when he heard some noise in the distance and caught voices calling out Rose and Rachel. Clearly, Rachel and the others had been spotted after all. Eric scanned the crowd surrounding the three women but didn't rush over. Instead, he took out his phone and quickly called his waiting security team outside, giving a few simple instructions. Moments later, four burly bodyguards hurried into the store, parting the crowd around Rachel and escorting them out of Harrods. Having just instructed the bodyguards to take Rachel and the others away without waiting for him, Eric leaned on the counter in front of Victoria, waiting a bit until he was sure Rachel was far enough away. He gave Victoria a nod of acknowledgement and walked towards the store's exit. Victoria Adams stood there, bewildered, watching Eric leave. A sudden realization struck her. If she missed this opportunity, it would likely be a long time before she found another. Setting down the perfume bottle, Victoria dashed out from behind the counter and called softly, "Mr. Williams." Eric stopped and turned to see her approaching. "Is there something you need?" Victoria stuttered for a moment, gathering her courage. "Can I buy you dinner? It is work hours, right? Planning to skip out?" Eric joked, glancing around, seeing the disappointment on her face. As she fidgeted, he added, "All right, but let me treat this time." Expecting a rejection, Victoria suddenly lifted her head. "Okay, wait here while I change clothes." Eric smiled and nodded, watching Victoria hurriedly leave, then sat down on a nearby sofa to casually browse through a newspaper. A few minutes later, Victoria returned wearing a black sports jacket and blue jeans, carrying a bag over her shoulder. Eric stood, put down the newspaper, and accompanied her outside. Walking next to Eric, Victoria sneakily glanced at his left hand casually tucked into his sweatpants pocket, wanting to take it, but ultimately lacking the courage. A Mercedes van that had been waiting outside had already left, and upon seeing Eric emerge with an unfamiliar girl, the bodyguard in the front passenger seat quickly got out, opening the door for them. Victoria looked at Eric a bit nervously, but at his nod, she slid into the car first. Eric joined her inside and asked, "So, where do you want to eat?" Victoria Adams shook her head. "I'm fine with anything. How about the Royal Garden Hotel?" After suggesting this, Eric remembered he needed to reserve a table first. The Royal Garden Hotel was right at the Kensington Gardens exit, and Eric had been there multiple times for the premiere of Casino Royale back in June. However, when he took out his phone, he realized he didn't know any of the restaurant's reservation numbers. This sort of thing was usually handled by an assistant or someone else close by. Feeling a bit sheepish about not calling Caroline or the others for help, Eric flipped through his contacts. Recently, he had been in touch with Simon Fuller a lot, so he dialed them up to ask for a reservation. Simon Fuller was undoubtedly one of the most prominent music managers in Britain at the moment. As Victoria watched Eric make calls as if directing his staff, she felt a rush of excitement. The drive from Harrods to the Royal Garden Hotel took less than 10 minutes. Upon entering the hotel, a waiter warmly welcomed them and led them to a window seat overlooking Hyde Park. "The duck here is excellent, but I don't know if it'll suit your taste. You can try something else too." Eric casually ordered a dinner, handing the menu to the waiter while recommending to Victoria. With a smile, she looked up at Eric and obediently ordered the roast duck. Once the waiter left, seeing Victoria still a bit anxious, Eric took the initiative to break the ice. "Now let's talk about you. I still don't know much about you." Eric, being quite the conversationalist, slowly helped Victoria relax, and she began to share about her life. "After graduating from the Rain Art School, I wanted to be a singer, and I even auditioned for a band. I later found out that the guy leading the band, named Steve, was a stripper. We were rehearsing in a tiny studio north of Royal Park with a bunch of people for months, but after a while, the band didn't take off, and everyone drifted apart. For the last 2 years, I've been attending various auditions for bands, commercials, movies, and music videos. But my agent isn't really focusing on me, so I haven't had many good opportunities." Victoria rambled on. Even though Eric listened intently, she still worriedly asked, "Eric, do you find all this boring?" "Not at all." Eric shook his head with a smile. "I'm a director, so I love hearing about other people's lives. One day, you never know when it might inspire a script." "Oh." Victoria nodded with a sigh of relief. "I can actually feel that filming the wannabe MV was kind of like preparing for your next movie, right?" "Yeah, I plan to be the cinematographer next time, so I practiced with this MV." "You want to be the cinematographer? I think it must be exhausting, just like how heavy those things look that you wear while filming." What's it called again?" "Steadicam." "Right, that. I think that's unnecessary. You could just hire people to do it." "If I hired people to do everything, life would become pretty dull." Eric laughed and then asked, "How about you? What do you plan to do in the future?" Victoria's eyes lit up with anticipation as if she wanted to say something, but she suddenly hesitated. Perhaps from years of drift without purpose, she really hadn't thought about her future. Calling out to Eric back at Harrods was purely instinctual, wanting to seize an opportunity. After a moment of thought, Victoria responded, "Well, I don't really know what I want to do. But, Eric, what do you think of me becoming a singer?" Eric shook his head, smiling. "You might have a tough time with that. When it comes to musical talent, Victoria was always seen as the weakest link in the Spice Girls. Losing the chance to be part of the group, her aspiration to become a star seemed almost impossible. Eric remembered that Victoria garnered some recognition as a designer, but without the Spice Girls and Beckham's fame behind her, it would be quite a challenge for her to carve a place for herself in the fashion world. Seeing Eric shake his head, Victoria felt disappointed. After a moment of hesitation, she still asked, "Eric, what do you think I'm suited for? Didn't you say your family runs an electronics wholesale business? If it were up to me, I'd say settle down and help your dad with the business. Who knows, you might become a powerful businesswoman someday. Actually, I know most of the girls at the art school were stronger than me, but I just can't stand the idea of living quietly like my parents. I want to be famous." Victoria was obviously quite disappointed with Eric's suggestion. Sighing, she added, "Eric, can I ask you one question?" "Of course. That time, during the filming of the Wannabe MV, why did you suddenly stop when you walked past me?" Eric shook his head and chuckled. "It was nothing, just that you reminded me of someone from my past." "Oh, she must have been. Amazing, right? Yeah, you could say she's a real winner in life." "A real winner? That's an interesting term. Do you think I can become a winner in life too?" "That's hard to say. It depends on how you define being a winner in life. I just told you, I want to be famous," Victoria said, setting down her utensils and looking at Eric with hopeful eyes, a touch of desperation. "Eric, can you help me out?" Chapter 931, 933. Opportunities to strike at various targets. In the expectant gaze of Victoria Adams, Eric paused deliberately for a moment before replying. "Honestly, I'm not too fond of helping others. But lately, I felt in a good mood. So how do you want me to help you?" Victoria's eyes immediately lit up. She was about to say something, but hesitated again. She didn't expect Eric to agree so readily and hadn't thought about how to ask for his help. Eric noticed Victoria's flustered state and smiled. "How about this? Since you're studying dance, you could be a backup dancer. What do you think about becoming a backup dancer for Madonna? I know her pretty well, so recommending you as her contracted dancer wouldn't be a problem. Just so you know, Jennifer Lopez used to be a backup dancer for Janet Jackson. Many singers in the industry have had similar experiences. This would be a great starting point for you." Deep down, Victoria wanted to be a signed singer or an actress in Hollywood. She knew that achieving these goals would be easy for Eric. However, since Eric offered his idea, Victoria, being perceptive, didn't refuse. Although Madonna's stardom had been waning in recent years, she was still a global pop sensation. Becoming her backup dancer was indeed a good starting point, at least far better than her current aimless endeavors. Eric could see Victoria's unwillingness. If she had declined, he wouldn't have offered her any further help. Victoria's talent was rather average, and pushing her towards Madonna was simply due to Eric's recent good mood. Otherwise, he would likely have chosen to observe from a distance. Since his rebirth, too many destinies had changed because of him. Some gained fame, while others remained obscure. One more or one less didn't really matter. Once Victoria agreed, they discussed some details. After dinner, it was already 9 o'clock. They left the restaurant and walked to the parking lot. Victoria slipped into an expensive Mercedes-Benz first. She hadn't forgotten the rumors about Eric being a playboy, and the thought of possibly being taken back to his place filled her with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. However, Eric showed no inclination to get in the car. Instead, he looked at Victoria in the car and said, "If you can make it in time, I can take you with me when I leave England in the next few days. And let the driver know where you live, he'll take you home." Victoria hurried out of the car, nervously clutching her handbag, and asked, "Eric, do you plan to stay in a hotel?" "I'm not staying in a hotel. I have a place on Garden Street nearby. It's just a short walk from here." Victoria realized that Garden Street was next to the Royal Garden Hotel, an area filled with mansions. She felt a pang of envy but suddenly also felt reluctant. "Then, can I drop by sometime? Let's talk about it later." "Not today." Eric shook his head, refusing. He had no interest in pursuing someone at the moment, especially considering that Victoria Adams was not his type. After sending Victoria off, Eric turned back to his mansion on Garden Street to rest. After spending a few more days in London, on November 7th, he received a call from Chris in New York. Emily had given birth to a baby boy, so Eric set off from London to New York. With the Victoria's Secret fashion show coming up, it was the busiest time of the year for LTD Group. The day after Emily gave birth, she couldn't wait to return to work, but her family insisted she rest and forced her to stay at a manor in East Hampton, which Chris had recently bought. It was conveniently close to where Eric's women and children lived, making it easier for the families to look after each other. When Eric returned to East Hampton, Emily eagerly planned to arrange a childhood engagement for her chubby son, whom she had just named Daniel, with Hawaii. Eric looked down at her scornfully and firmly refused. This cunning woman had never mentioned engagement arrangements before the baby was born, clearly worried about having a daughter who would have to marry his dumb son. Although Kevin had become much smarter than many children his age under Virginia's careful guidance in the past 2 years, without comparison, it could be hard to say he was smart in front of the Hawaii. With several years of experience, this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show was scheduled for November 27th. The time between the show airing and the actual event had been shortened from 1 month to just 1 week, with the broadcast set for December 3rd. However, Eric couldn't stay in New York until Thanksgiving or the fashion show. He returned to New York on November 9th and spent less than a week in East Hampton before hastily heading back to Los Angeles. As the year drew to a close, his company needed him more frequently for public appearances, especially with the 2 major hot seasons approaching. For the summer box office, apart from the animated film Finding Nemo, the live-action films released under Firefly Group, like Con Air, Bad Boys 2, and George of the Jungle were not particularly successful at the North American box office. Fortunately, Con Air and Bad Boys 2 did exceptionally well overseas, which helped Firefly recover costs and turn a profit. Like the summer box office, the year-end Thanksgiving and Christmas slots were still crowded. But Firefly Group had 3 heavyweight films releasing: Jurassic Park 3, Monsters Incorporated, and Rush Hour 2. Furthermore, MGM's Night at the Museum 2 was also pushed from the summer slot to Thanksgiving for various reasons. Meanwhile, Fox was banking on Miramax's The English Patient and Good Will Hunting to make a splash at awards. In addition to movie-related matters, after 3 months of preparation, Firefly Electronics in Malaysia launched the Fireflyer Player Assembly Factory. By the time Eric returned to Los Angeles, the first batch of 100,000 Fireflyer players had arrived in San Francisco and would soon be distributed across North America. In the following month, the overall monthly production capacity of Fireflyer players was expected to approach 1 million units, essentially meeting the needs of the North American market. Yet, considering the planned expansion into European and Asian markets next year, Firefly Electronics was still working tirelessly to expand its component supply chain and build new assembly plants. When Eric placed Victoria Adams into Madonna's backup dancer team, he also received news that the long-standing lawsuit between Madonna and Warner Records regarding digital music distribution rights had turned a corner. Given that Madonna had the upper hand in the lawsuit, Warner was concerned that a loss could set a legal precedent and began reaching out privately to seek an out-of-court settlement. While many second- and third-tier artists still couldn't secure individual digital music distribution rights from their record companies, most first-tier stars began seeking related supplemental agreements to retain control over their digital music rights. Clearly, this also provided many opportunities for Yahoo Music Store to make various moves. Chapter 932, 934, Acquiring IMAX. In just over a month, the management of Firefly Group had drafted detailed timelines for the Real D and 4200 plans. The start date for Iron Man was confirmed for March of the following year, with a filming period of 3 months. The plan was to complete the filming of Iron Man in the first half of the year, while also finalizing the pre-production of Gravity, allowing Eric to dive into the production of Gravity in the second half. From the start of filming to the completion of the final 3D and IMAX versions, a year and a half would be more than enough time. Thus, the completion date for both plans was set for the end of 1999. Additionally, not only Gravity, but also the casting for the Lord of the Rings trilogy was completed, and filming was set to begin early the following year. Since it was a trilogy being shot back-to-back, the filming period stretched to a year, followed by another year of post-production. The first installment, The Fellowship of the Ring, also determined its release for the end of 1999. An epic fantasy series like The Lord of the Rings was clearly suited for the visually stunning 3D and IMAX format, and Eric wouldn't let that opportunity slip by. With Gravity and the first film of The Lord of the Rings in the pipeline for 1,000 3D screens and 200 IMAX theaters would have access to two heavyweight blockbuster sources. As for the Spider-Man project led by James Cameron, it was slated for completion by the end of 1999 as well. However, Firefly Group held little hope that Cameron would stick to the timeline, so Eric chose not to include the film in the plans, allowing Cameron to work at his own pace. According to the established schedule, the first Marvel superhero film, Iron Man, which was set for the summer of 1999, would have to be excluded from the initial 3D IMAX lineup. The first installment of the Star Wars prequel, distributed by Fox, along with MGM's following 3 Spy Universe films, would similarly miss the first wave of the 3D IMAX craze. For this, Eric could only express regret. After all, not everything could come to fruition immediately. When Eric returned to Los Angeles, Jeffrey Katzenberg had completed the first strategic move of the two plans, the full acquisition of the Canadian IMAX Corporation. In 1994, Wall Street investor Richard Gelfond made a significant bet on IMAX's future and gained a controlling interest in the company, dedicating all his resources to promoting the commercialization of IMAX technology in theaters. Unfortunately, the lack of support from Hollywood studios and major North American chains meant Gelfond's plans progressed very little. IMAX technology remained confined to museums for educational films. Eric had previously allocated some funds to IMAX for developing DMR technology to convert regular films for IMAX format, which had shed some light on the company, but it did not lead to any substantial improvements in IMAX's performance. Before Firefly initiated the acquisition, IMAX was deeply in debt, with a market value of less than $200 million on the Nasdaq, while carrying a hefty debt of $150 million, which included the $30 million loaned initially by Firefly. Since Eric intended to bet on IMAX, Firefly wasn't about to let the future profits of IMAX technology slip away, and the management unanimously believed that acquiring the company was the right move. Eric had no objection to the acquisition, which was under $500 million. After years of struggling without success, IMAX found itself on the brink of bankruptcy. Although Gelfond sensed that the Firefly acquisition would bring revolutionary changes to the company, he had lost control over it. After several weeks of negotiations, Firefly acquired IMAX for $230 million in cash and took on the company's $150 million debt. With $30 million already owed to Firefly, the actual total cost of the transaction was $350 million. Playa Vista. Although the expansion plan for Firefly Studios had not yet officially begun, many workers were already doing some initial clearing work on the plots west of Lincoln Avenue. After multiple revisions, the team of visionary engineers responsible for constructing the theme park finally produced a satisfactory design for the Sky Walkway. The walkway was set to stretch 4 kilometers and rise to a height of 20 meters, roughly equivalent to a 7-story building. To prevent onlookers from associating the Sky Walkway with concrete overpasses, the entire structure would be constructed entirely of steel and glass. While its height might be outdone by many buildings in other major cities, in the area around Playa Vista where housing typically didn't exceed 3 stories, this walkway would undoubtedly become the most prominent landmark for miles around once completed. The conservative estimate is $50 million. This will definitely be the most expensive building in the entire complex. However, I believe anyone who has seen the renderings will think that $50 million is well worth it. From this Sky Walkway, you can see the ocean to the west, Fox Mountain to the east, LAX to the south, and Santa Monica to the north, all in clear view, Katzenberg said. On a still somewhat uneven plot of land, Katzenberg and Eric walked side by side, excitedly discussing the theme park expansion plan. Eric gazed at the open land awaiting development, imagining what it would look like transformed into the Firefly Studios theme park. Suddenly, he understood why Michael Eisner had escalated the budget for Disneyland Paris from $1 billion to $5 billion. Though Eric was never one to reach for the stars too quickly, listening to Katzenberg describe the expansion made him want to bring that vision to life. This plot was less than a tenth the size of Disneyland Paris's 2,000 hectares. Yet, with just a sky walkway costing $50 million, the total cost for the studio's construction would undoubtedly exceed $1 billion. The Firefly theme park, the Real D and 4,200 plans, the recent acquisition of IMAX, and the intent to thoroughly secure Hasbro. Eric had been thinking of slowing the expansion pace of Firefly Group, but unconsciously, the company continued to grow rapidly. Kicking a loose stone, Eric said, "Jeffrey, I have no issues with the designs for the attractions based on Jurassic Park and A Nightmare on Elm Street. However, you've seen the sets Peter Jackson designed for The Lord of the Rings, right? I'm very optimistic about this project, so I want to make sure we reserve enough space for the themed areas for The Lord of the Rings. Of course, I find that bag-in design quite interesting too," Katzenberg nodded. "Speaking of which, didn't you plan for Nicole to play the Elf Queen Galadriel? While you've been away, we weren't sure how to approach her about that." "Oh, I sorted it out with Nicole a while back. Just have someone go and finalize her contract. We can set her fee at $3 million. Katzenberg hesitated, asking, 3 films for $3 million each? "Yes," Eric nodded. For Nicole's current status, $3 million for the Lord of the Rings trilogy did seem a bit meager. Yet, her role was practically a cameo, and the $3 million fee was already the highest for all the actors. While Eric was chatting with Katzenberg, one of Katzenberg's assistants hurried over, saying, "Mr. Williams, Mr. Katzenberg, the representatives from Texas Instruments have arrived. I've shown them to set up the equipment." During this time, the management had been considering how to reasonably reduce the budget for executing the 2 plans. A significant portion of the $1.6 billion budget would go toward updating the Real D movie projection systems. Fortunately, Texas Instruments was seeking commercial viability for their newly developed digital projectors, so Katzenberg arranged this demonstration. The 2 men headed east toward the studio after hearing Katzenberg's assistant. "I've reviewed the materials. Despite the fact that Texas Instruments' digital projector prototype currently only reaches a resolution of 1280 by 1024, if we give them 2 years, I believe they can develop devices that match the 1920 by 1080 resolution of film projectors," Katzenberg stated as they walked. As they made their way back, Katzenberg started sharing his thoughts. "Jeffrey, have you thought about this? If we switch to digital projectors, we might face industry-wide backlash. Hollywood predominantly represented North America, and the yearly industry around film copies reached several $billion. Worldwide, that number would be even larger." Katzenberg chuckled at Eric's question, teasing, "I still remember what you said earlier this year at the Firefly Player launch." Eric shrugged, smiling. "Well, I just think now isn't the right time for digital projectors to take off." Having reviewed the information about Texas Instruments' digital projects, Eric believed that, strictly speaking, Texas Instruments had only developed the core DLP, digital light processing, technology to convert digital signals into light signals for projectors. Many of the digital projectors or office projectors that came later utilized Texas Instruments' DLP chips. However, much like today's digital cameras, Eric wasn't too optimistic about digital projectors. Both technologies were still in their early stages, meaning that even if digital projectors or cameras achieved the corresponding resolution, their film image color reproduction would undoubtedly fall short compared to traditional film. Film recorded colors through a chemical process, which, while not perfect, far surpassed the still-maturing digital technology. For instance, in dimly lit environments, film could adeptly capture various scenes, while today's digital cameras struggled with color recognition. If they couldn't perfectly reproduce a specific color, they would automatically compensate with nearby colors, leaving dark areas captured on digital cameras often appearing murky, while film footage remained much clearer. For that reason, Eric felt that promoting digital film and projector technology would be more suitable at least 10 years down the road. In fact, from what he remembered, digital cinema only began to flourish a decade later. Katzenberg had clearly prepared well. Upon hearing Eric's comments, he nodded slightly. "I feel the same, but we need to see things for ourselves. If we really can use digital projection equipment, we could save millions on copy costs for our films in the future, especially with dual projection 3D copies and IMAX copies where the savings would be even greater. But some areas just can't be economized," Eric sighed wistfully. After implementing the two plans, for at least the next decade, the reliance on film would mean that copying costs remained a significant barrier to converting many films to 3D and IMAX. After all, the dual-projector 3D systems that Eric planned to employ would effectively double the film copy costs. Nevertheless, this actually had an upside. The high conversion costs could help avoid an influx of subpar 3D films, which was a significant concern for Eric amid the 3D transition. Eric never thought he could monopolize the 3D market for too long, and once 3D films became mainstream, there wouldn't be many companies willing to maintain their integrity for profit. Texas Instruments clearly placed great emphasis on this demonstration, with the VP responsible for DLP technology development personally attending. Both Eric and Katzenberg knew that it was unlikely for the two plans to adopt digital projection soon, but they were still attentively following the entire demonstration. As Eric had imagined, although a resolution of 1280 by 1024 was commendable, the color quality of the digital projection prototypes from TI left much to be desired for improvement. After watching the demonstration and discussing some technical details with the TI VP, the time quickly drew near for the end of the workday. November 20th had arrived, nearing Thanksgiving. Instead of heading back to Liberty City Manor after work, Eric went with Katzenberg to the Chinese Theater in Hollywood. The first film produced by Disney Animation Studios after their digital transformation, Monsters Incorporated, was set to have its premiere there today, with the official release scheduled for tomorrow. Though it was just an animated film, Eric and Katzenberg found the premiere venue bustling with people as they arrived. Katzenberg was personally overseeing Disney Animation Studios, and after the successes of the summer hits The Lion King 2 and Finding Nemo, he felt both excited and anxious about this film. Many people shared complex feelings, waiting eagerly to see what the newly revamped Disney Animation Studios could offer. Chapter 933, 935, The Low Point. Monsters Incorporated was supposed to be a Pixar project. Eric had sold off Disney's traditional animation department, and after the reorganization of the new Disney Animation Studio, the director and screenwriter of Monsters Incorporated, Pete Docter, was brought into Disney Animation. This project followed along, becoming the first film from Disney Animation. After its digital transformation, Paramount had already taken over the traditional animation studio and released Pocahontas and The Lion King 2, both of which, despite the skyrocketing costs due to the significant salary increases for traditional animators, found commercial success overall. Thus, as Disney's first project after abandoning its traditional animation department, if Monsters Incorporated didn't perform satisfactorily at the box office, Eric's move to sell Disney's traditional animation department would be severely criticized and ridiculed again. There could very well be dissent, even within Firefly Group. However, compared to the anticipation and anxiety felt by Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was directly responsible for Disney Animation Studio, Eric felt much more relaxed. He loved the wonderful creativity of this animated film and had followed its production closely for the past 2 years since the project was established, even adding some interesting story details himself. Therefore, Eric felt confident about Monsters, Inc.'s box office performance. Besides, the major profits from animated films typically didn't come from box office earnings. Merchandise was where the real money lied. Speaking of which, fueled by the successes of Titanic at the end of last year and this summer's Finding Nemo, along with the fact that the merchandise rights for the Lion King franchise were still held by Firefly Group's merchandise sales had nearly doubled compared to the previous year. In just the first 3 quarters, merchandise sales had already reached $2.5 billion. With another brand new 3D animated film, Monsters Incorporated, set to premiere at the end of the year, and considering that both Thanksgiving and Christmas were peak shopping seasons, the company projected that in the final quarter, the sales revenue from merchandise could potentially exceed $1 billion. This meant that Firefly Group's merchandise sales revenue for 1997 would reach $3.5 billion. This sales figure corresponded to nearly 10% of Firefly Group's total annual revenue, compared to only about 5% in previous years. Moreover, compared to an average net profit margin of about 11% across all of Firefly Group's businesses, the merchandise net profit margin was as high as 25%. Thus, just from merchandise alone, This year would bring Firefly Group over $800 million in profit. A brief comparison illustrated how extraordinary Firefly Group's merchandise income was. According to publicly available data, in the first 3 quarters, Time Warner Group's merchandise revenue totaled a mere $370 million, with profits that were quite pathetic. This was despite Warner Brothers releasing Batman and Robin, which, although a box office bomb, did contribute somewhat to Batman-related merchandise sales. Even Viacom, which developed its merchandise business through Blockbusters and the Blockbuster retail chain, saw decent box office returns from The Lion King 2. However, they lacked the merchandise development rights for the Lion King franchise, and their merchandise revenue for the first 3 quarters did not exceed $600 million, falling short of Firefly Group's merchandise profits. After attending the premiere of Monsters Incorporated and making a brief appearance at the subsequent party, Eric left early. By the time he returned to Pointed Liberty City Manor, it was already past 10 p.m. When he stepped into the villa's hall, he noticed lights on in the client area to the west of the glass wall. As he walked over, he saw Jennifer Aniston wrapped in a blanket, curled up on the sofa like a kitten, fast asleep. A white Firefly player and headphones lay scattered on the floor beside her, along with an open copy of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. He carefully picked up the Firefly and the book, placing them on the coffee table so as not to wake Aniston, and quietly made his way to the kitchen. After brewing a pot of coffee, he sat down on the sofa next to Aniston, poured himself a cup, and began going through a thick pile of documents on the coffee table in the client area. Having spent a month in England, although Firefly Group was running smoothly, the vast scale of the group meant that many issues had gradually built up that Eric needed to handle personally. Documents related to company administrative matters were dealt with in his office, while the pile of projects in front of him mostly comprised film project materials. Compared to the series of heavyweight productions released this year, Firefly's film release plan for the following year had been considerably scaled back. Aside from Michael Bay's The Day After Tomorrow, there wouldn't be any more heavyweight productions hitting theaters next year. Originally, there could have been a sequel to The Matrix, but Eric had sold the production rights for The Matrix to Amblin Entertainment, founded by Spielberg and others. Paramount had set the release date for The Matrix 2 for the next summer, but there was still no news about The Matrix 3. One had to wonder if Amblin and Paramount would be as eager as Time Warner was in the original timeline to promote The Matrix 3 by the end of next year. Since Amblin had fully taken over the Wachowskis' plans for back-to-back shooting, and there had been no news of script changes, Eric didn't have high hopes for the 2 sequels. While the popularity garnered from the first film would surely lead to profit for Amblin and Paramount, he had no regrets about his decision. The $300 million he made from selling the rights for the sequels had been invested into Clover Fund to buy technology stocks, which had now doubled. Over the next couple of years, doubling it again wouldn't be a problem. In comparison, even if the Matrix sequels were to earn the same $1.2 billion global box office gross as they did in the past, plus all revenue from later video releases, their profit for Amblin and Paramount would definitely not exceed $600 million. Bringing his wandering thoughts back, Eric looked at the document in his hand. It was a proposal for a 3D IMAX format movie called Everest. Before Firefly acquired IMAX, the film had already been in the works. With the change of ownership of IMAX, the decision on whether to continue production now rested with Firefly. The planned runtime was only 45 minutes, with a budget of $15 million. Previously, IMAX had mainly assisted museums in producing IMAX documentaries. Although this film was only slated for 45 minutes, if completed, it would be the first to utilize IMAX format. Eric flipped through the rough script quickly. It wasn't well polished, but considering it wasn't aimed at storytelling and was primarily meant to promote and showcase 3D IMAX technology, it was understandable. After pondering for a moment, Eric picked up a pen from the coffee table and signed off on the document, approving the film's production. The 4200 plan still had 2 years to go, and this film could indeed serve as a preliminary showcase for the 3D IMAX visual effects while allowing IMAX's team to continue developing their technology. He set the folder aside and started turning to other scripts. Due to the lengthy production cycle of special effects blockbusters, Firefly would inevitably experience a brief low point in this area. Since next year had only the day after tomorrow as a heavyweight production, Eric intended to scout a few mid to low-budget films with good box office potential to fill the gap. Currently, a project titled Ted had been established. While it too counted as a special effects film, its production would be significantly simpler than Iron Man or The Lord of the Rings, with a release expected by the end of next year. Additionally, the task of sending a team to Japan to scout horror film scripts had already yielded results. At present, the scripts for Ring and Ju-on, The Grudge, were both in the stack of documents before him. Eric had chosen them while in England via email from a pile of Japanese horror story pitches. He hadn't had the time to read the detailed scripts yet. Eric remembered that Ring was released in 1998 and initially thought that Firefly could only obtain the rights to remake it. However, unexpectedly, while scouting horror scripts in Japan, Firefly's staff found that this classic horror film, although it already had a finished script, had not begun filming. The Japanese team wouldn't know Ring would break the box office records for Japanese horror films. Since the script had piqued the interest of a Hollywood giant, they had willingly handed it over, allowing Firefly to easily seize the script. The other film, Ju-on, was directly obtained from the original screenwriter and director Takashi Shimizu without any hitches. Reading through the scripts quietly for a while, Eric looked up and was about to take a sip of coffee when he noticed Jennifer Aniston had woken up at some point, her beautiful eyes wide open as she lay there, staring at him. Eric smiled and clapped his hands. "Come here, give me a hug." Upon hearing Eric's playful invitation, Aniston pouted in discontent. However, she quickly kicked her blanket aside, gracefully floated over to him. As Eric watched Aniston leap into his arms, he hastily set the folder aside and hugged her tightly. He kissed her sweet face and laughed. "I told you to come with me to the premiere. Doesn't it feel lonely staying here by yourself?" Aniston rested her pointed chin on Eric's shoulder, lazily whispering, "I don't want to go. I don't want people to find out that we're back together." "Huh. You know, doing that is like a cat closing its eyes tightly while lapping up milk, thinking that if it couldn't see anyone, no one could see it either. After the last dramatic scene, you really thought no one would know?" Eric teased while wrapping his arms around her waist. Aniston playfully nibbled Eric's shoulder in response, but he was wearing a jacket, so it wasn't too pleasant. Soon after, she released her bite and said, "Well, if you're here, even if they do find out, they'll just have to pretend they don't." That's true," Eric said with a grin, though his hand on Aniston's waist wasn't content to stay put but slid under her fitted sweater. "You jerk." Aniston twisted her waist, unsure whether to resist or yield. After a while, feeling Eric's actions becoming bolder, she added, "Not here. Let's go to the bedroom." "All right." Eric lifted her up, saying, "Let's go take a shower first." The next day, Eric woke up to the sound of pounding at the door. As soon as he opened his eyes, still in a haze, the bedroom door swung open, and Drew burst in with a mischievous grin, jumping onto the bed. "Hey, chubby girl. Good morning." Saying this, she didn't hesitate to reach out with her cold hand toward Aniston. Aniston, who was also somewhat foggy, instantly snapped to attention upon seeing Drew. Like a cat meeting its rival, she quickly grabbed a pillow and blocked Drew's advance, saying defiantly, "You think I can't take you on? Huh? Come and try. Just wait, don't run." With that, the two girls were already tangled up in a playful brawl. Eric, helpless, finished dressing quickly. As he saw that Aniston and Drew seemed to have no intentions of hitting each other in important areas, recognizing that they understood the boundaries, he decided to let them kittens have their fun. Walking toward the door to use another bathroom, he spotted the twins waiting outside. He instructed them, "Keep an eye on them. If it gets serious, pull them apart, and if Drew asks you for help, pretend you didn't hear it. No intervening in these kinds of things." Once he saw the twins nod in understanding, Eric left at ease. After hastily washing up and working out for a while, Eric headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone. Just as he was frying eggs, Aniston and Drew finally appeared in the dining room. Although the two were still at each other's throats verbally, they had ceased any physical fights. "Now that we're done with our workout, let's get ready to eat," Eric said, jerking his chin toward the already prepared bread. "Take that to the dining room. If you want something else to eat, go find it in the fridge." With a grinning smile, Drew approached and said, "Eric, There's a movie MGM is preparing that needs a female lead, someone sweet, ideally over 30. Aniston jumped in. Humph, you're just the right fit then. It would be best if you were the kind of character who gets hung up in the trees within the first 5 minutes like in Scream. Eric playfully tapped each of their heads and said, "All right, today's sparring match ends here. If you want to find a sweetie over 30, go contact Meg Ryan. If you want someone to star in a horror movie, call me. Now, who will go get today's newspaper for me?" Chapter: Amazon IPO. Just then, the twins walked in, one ahead of the other, with one holding a stack of newspapers and placing it on the dining table in the outside dining room. The other handed a cordless phone to Eric, saying, "Master, it's Mr. Hanson on the line." Eric ignored Jennifer Aniston's strange expression after hearing what the twins called him. He pointed to the frying eggs in the pan, offered his seat to Natasha, and walked out of the kitchen with the phone held to his ear. Chris had called Eric early in the morning. As it turned out, just yesterday, on November 20th, after wreaking havoc across Southeast Asia, international funds finally turned their attention to the richest piece of meat in Southeast Asia outside of Japan, South Korea. On the very first day, a wave of sell orders led to a 3.1% devaluation of the Korean won in major foreign exchange markets. With South Korea being 17 hours ahead of the U.S. West Coast, it was now just after 8 a.m. in Los Angeles on the 21st, but in Korea, it was already 1 a.m. on the 22nd. When Chris called Eric, it had already been a day since Korea had faced the onslaught of international speculative attacks. Although the Korean Central Bank began organizing a counterattack, the won had already fallen 6.5% over the 2 days. After the short-selling contracts targeting the Thai baht and Indonesian rupiah were settled, Eric hadn't let Chris focus on other currency targets in Southeast Asia. Instead, he had pushed all $300 million of their funds invested in that region entirely into the Korean won. Despite the fact that the Southeast Asian financial crisis raised alarm bells across Asian countries, the $300 million principal and the short position that had built up still exceeded $1.1 billion. It could be said this was the last piece of juicy meat that Firefly could scoop up amid this East Asian financial crisis. After chatting with Chris for a while, Eric returned to the dining room and sat down at the table, flipping through the papers for news related to the Korean won. In these 2 days, the exchange rate of the won to the dollar had plummeted from an initial 957:1 down to 1019:1. Eric remembered that in the original timeline, the lowest point for the won to the dollar exchange rate plummeted below 1700:1, with a devaluation of over 70%. This meant that what was happening now was merely the beginning. If he could accurately time the delivery of his short contracts when the won hit its lowest devaluation point, the $1.1 billion of short contracts, minus the principal, borrowing interest, and other expenses, could still yield a profit of up to $400 million for Firefly. Of course, this was merely the best-case scenario. In the ever-changing foreign exchange market, maximizing profits was challenging. Eric would be quite satisfied if he could double the $300 million investment. As breakfast was placed in front of him, Eric closed the newspaper he had been reading and intended to eat first. Looking up, he saw that Jennifer Aniston was curiously watching Natasha, who had just walked away from him. He smiled and asked, "What's up?" Aniston quickly averted her gaze, shaking her head. "Oh, it's nothing." Drew, sitting opposite Aniston, glanced at the twins across the table and said with a grin, "They are also Eric's women, you know." Aniston felt the insinuation in the girl's tone and immediately raised an eyebrow, firing back, "They're much prettier than you." Eric shot a warning glance at the two girls. "Hey, what did I just say? I didn't mean to start a fight. I just wanted to introduce Jennifer to Natasha and—" "Natasha," the girl quickly defended. The little one immediately said, "I plan to not talk to you at all today." This is the last sentence. At this point, Eric remembered that Aniston still didn't know the twins. He looked at the two identical girls across from him and was about to introduce them when he noticed that both twins were wearing silver necklaces, each with a pendant. One was the letter N and the other was the letter Y. After examining the necklaces, Eric asked, "Those necklaces are beautiful. The pendants should be the initials of your names, right?" Natasha, wearing the N necklace, nodded and said, "Yes, master." This is a birthday gift from Miss Pacula. She said it would help people distinguish between us sisters. Oh, I didn't notice that, sorry. Remind me next time it's your birthday, so I can get you a gift too. But it really does help. You're the older sister, Natasha, so she must be the younger sister, Yevgenia? Master, just call me Eve. The girl with the Y pendant spoke up, her accent and tone noticeably different from her sister's. Eric realized that it seemed like he had often heard the older sister speaking before, making it hard for him to distinguish between them by voice. Nodding with a smile, Eric pointed to Aniston and said, "This is Jennifer. You both must know her. Jen, this is Natasha. And Eve." Aniston had been discreetly following what was happening around Eric for the past few years, so she naturally recognized the twins who often appeared alongside Drew. Although she didn't get along with the girl, Aniston greeted the twins politely while still showing curiosity in her eyes. By now, it was November 21st. After breakfast, Eric discussed their plans for Thanksgiving a few days later with the two girls, and then he rushed off to work at Playa Vista. Thanks to its amazing imagination and heartwarming theme, Monsters Incorporated received near-unanimous praise from critics upon its release. Although some media outlets sourly remarked that Monsters Incorporated had completely lost the Disney animation style and was just another Pixar film, that hardly impeded the fact that the movie grossed $62.57 million in its first three-day weekend. The box office results shattered the fantasies of many and delighted everyone at Firefly. The success of Monsters Incorporated indicated that the Firefly Group would have two studios capable of producing excellent 3D animated films, or, considering the nearly half stake in Blue Sky Studios, the number would actually be 2.5. In the coming years, Firefly anticipated producing 3D animated films at a frequency of one per year on average, a feat every Hollywood film company dreamed of achieving. Perhaps influenced by the success of Monsters Incorporated, in the following days, Paramount Pictures CEO Sherry Lansing also announced in an interview that Paramount Animation would start testing the waters of 3D animated production. The Hollywood animated film market was far from saturation, and Eric wasn't too worried about the threat from Paramount. Let's not even mention whether Paramount Animation could genuinely complete the transition to 3D animation under the resistance from hand-drawn animators trying to maintain their industry position. Even if they succeeded, Viacom would inevitably struggle to compete with the Firefly Group in terms of the development of derivatives and theme park interests. In the subsequent days leading up to Thanksgiving, Eric spent time with Drew and Aniston, and on the 27th, the day of the 4th Victoria's Secret fashion show, he headed to New York. He wasn't there specifically for the fashion show. Rather, after several date adjustments, the IPO date for Amazon was finally confirmed for December 1st. Starting from the second quarter of this year, Amazon sales results had skyrocketed due to the buzz generated from the Firefly player's marketing strategy, with quarterly revenues jumping from $87 million in the first quarter to $310 million in the third quarter. Wall Street anticipated that Amazon's revenue for the last quarter would surpass $400 million and that its total revenue for the year would approach $900 million. Although Amazon's financial report for this year would inevitably show losses due to its continued high investment strategy, that did not hinder Wall Street's optimism about this rapidly rising e-commerce site. After months of negotiations, Jeff Bezos and Morgan Stanley, responsible for Amazon's IPO, eventually decided to set Amazon's valuation at $4.5 billion, with a new stock issuance ratio of 10%, aiming to raise $450 million. In reality, raising $450 million was something Firefly could easily accomplish. However, everyone understood that besides Bezos wanting to avoid losing control and not wanting to sell more shares to Firefly, it was also about making subsequent acquisitions and capital operations more convenient after the IPO. As the most turbulent period of the Southeast Asian financial crisis gradually receded, a massive amount of hot money started to flow back from various Southeast Asian countries. The U.S. stock market, which had undergone fluctuations for months, began to rise again, showing no signs of downturn. Therefore, almost all media outlets were optimistic about Amazon's IPO, with some individuals even turning their attention to Yahoo, the most crucial internet company within the Firefly system. Chapter 935, 937, hungry. Eric arrived in New York in the afternoon. As soon as he stepped off the plane, he was greeted by Jeff Bezos himself, who whisked him away to the Morgan Stanley headquarters for a meeting about Amazon's IPO preparation. Jeff was eager to gain additional backing from the Firefly Group before the IPO, ensuring that the process went off without a hitch. In Eric's mind, Amazon held a position within the Firefly Group, second only to Yahoo. Although this IPO would temporarily reduce Firefly's stake in Amazon to 27%, Eric wasn't shy about offering extra support to Amazon, as he planned to acquire more shares later down the line. The meeting continued until nightfall. After saying goodbye to Jeff and the others in the parking lot, Eric and Chris climbed into a black Mercedes. As they drove away, Chris leaned back in his seat and asked, "It's already 7:15. Are you planning to eat first or head straight to Lexington Avenue?" The fourth Victoria's Secret fashion show was still set to be hosted at the Lexington Avenue Armory, with the show beginning at 8 o'clock. However, guests were already starting to trickle in. "Let's have dinner first. We can't go there on an empty stomach," Eric said, instructing the driver to find a restaurant. That's when he realized Chris implied something else with his previous remark. "You mean you're not planning to go to Lexington Avenue?" Chris shrugged helplessly, saying, "Emily said she's working late tonight and asked me to come home early to watch the kid." "Huh. All right then," Eric chuckled, deciding not to tease Chris any further. He shifted the conversation, asking, "How are things on the Korean front?" The won's closing exchange rate fell to 12.55:1 today, down 34% from its initial rate. The International Monetary Fund approved a $20 billion aid package for Korea 2 days ago. But just as this aid was granted, reports surfaced that Korea's foreign reserves to counter international funds have dipped below $10 billion. There's no way Korea can throw all of that $20 billion aid against these speculative funds. The chances of Korea holding its ground are quite slim, Chris said, becoming animated as he delved into the topic, sharing the numbers from his memory. Of course, that's not a guarantee. Korea should be the last stop of this Southeast Asian financial crisis. If it continues to spread, it could affect Europe and America. The EU and the federal government are already on high alert and won't let speculative funds run rampant any longer. If both the EU and the federal government increase their support for Korea, the won could stabilize. Some funds are starting to settle now. Eric, do you think we should pull back? At present, the won's decline was just 34%. If they settled now, Firefly's $1.1 billion short position would only yield about $70 million in profit. If they waited until the won fell by over 70%, Firefly's profit could exceed $400 million. Trading currencies was akin to gambling. The $700 million principal originally raised with several partners had long been recouped along with interest. Although it was unclear if this won crisis would present unexpected developments, Eric was inclined to take the risk. Absolutely not. All the international speculative funds have targeted the won. It would be a miracle if Korea could hold on. Even if the won fails, those funds will likely just turn their sights on Russia. The potential blowback on Europe and America is minimal. Chris had been barred by Emily from entering the runway show, so Eric didn't rush. The two took their time enjoying dinner, and by the time Eric arrived at the Lexington Avenue Armory, it was already past 8. The show had commenced, and outside the armory, throngs of media reporters who weren't granted access still waited. As Eric exited the car, thumping music greeted him, and he carefully steered clear of the crowd of journalists, making his way backstage. Although the Victoria's Secret fashion show had lost some of its revenue-generating magic from its early days, where just sales from videotapes eclipsed hundreds of millions, the group's skyrocketing sales numbers meant that Ltd still poured substantial resources into the show. By late November, New York's nighttime temperatures had already dipped below freezing, yet the armory was warm and comfortable. Backstage remained a hive of activity. After greeting a few passing Victoria's Secret angels and staff members, Eric took off his heavy coat, intending to find a seat up front to see the latest show. But Emily intercepted him. "Eric, I was just looking for you," she said, quickly pulling a folder from the hands of her assistant, Ava Pacula, and handing it to Eric. "Here, take a look. We need to record some executive remarks shortly, and I want you to say a few words." Without waiting for Eric to respond, Emily turned and rushed away after whatever she heard in her earpiece. Eric waved the folder in exasperation and asked Ava, now working as Emily's assistant, "What's this about?" "Just read it," she said dismissively, hurrying off to catch up with Emily. As Eric opened the folder, he discovered it contained material for an upcoming Forbes magazine feature about the income rankings of supermodels. Forbes had never published something like this in the past, so it probably stemmed from Emily's initiative. It was another clever way to promote the Victoria's Secret brand. As expected, Cindy Crawford commanded the top spot with an annual income of $20 million. The past few years, America's Next Top Model had maintained peak viewership. In addition to the 2 seasons of the show each year, Cindy also produced international versions of it in countries like the UK, France, and Australia, significantly contributing to her income. Plus, she earned substantial endorsement fees from various fashion brands. Even without accounting for her tech stock investments, that $20 million a year figure felt absolutely accurate. Linda Evangelista came in second place with an annual income of $15 million, primarily from her share of Project Runway and brand endorsements. However, Claudia Schiffer ranked third with $12 million, catching Eric off guard. In recent years, Claudia had successfully transitioned into acting and could no longer be categorized strictly as a model. Including her on this list probably indicated that Emily didn't want the rankings to consist entirely of Victoria's Secret angels. Eric felt this was unnecessary, given that the Victoria's Secret team was already the highest-earning group in the modeling world. Before Eric launched the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the top models barely earned 6 figures annually. Yet the rise of Victoria's Secret angels significantly increased their value. Critics might sneer at the show as being too flashy, but high-end brands still desired representatives with massive popularity. The Angel team undeniably garnered the highest recognition in the modeling sphere. After Claudia Schiffer, the next 7 supermodels on the top 10 list all hailed from the Victoria's Secret squad, with 6 of them reaching annual incomes of $10 million. Even the last spot on the list earned $6 million, a level of income that would have seemed impossible before the show was established. Eric felt puzzled about why Emily would hand him this material, what she expected him to say about it. Just as he was flipping through the rankings, he heard a pair of footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw the cherubic-faced QZ Goff jogging over. "Eric, good evening." Eric nodded, taking in QZ's pink angel costume, clearly part of the Victoria's Secret pink theme. He asked, "How do you feel?" QZ's initially radiant expression morphed into a slight grimace as she sat next to him, saying, "Hungry? Huh? Then why don't you have a snack?" Eric asked, gesturing toward some treats on the makeup station, a customary sight at the Victoria's Secret show. Without hesitation, QZ grabbed a box of chocolate-covered candies. Still, she held back, simply popping one in her mouth while delighting in its taste, her eyes closing with satisfaction. Eric couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Don't make it look like you're being tortured." After enjoying a chocolate, QZ returned the box and said, "I haven't had a decent meal in 2 months and have to keep working out. I'm almost forgetting what chocolate even tastes like." Eric handed her the folder, saying, "Here, take a look. It might give you some motivation." QZ accepted the folder, scanning the rankings. She blinked in envy, saying, "Wow, that's a lot. I'll probably never earn that much in my life." "Of course you will. Just work hard for a few more years, and you'll catch up to them. But to earn more money, you can't avoid putting in some hard work." "I know. I'm just afraid I won't be able to keep it up," QZ admitted as she returned the folder to Eric, yet her spirit visibly brightened. "I heard you were here, so I just wanted to say hi before my turn to go on stage." "Eric, are you going to watch from up front?" Eric shook his head. "I prefer watching from backstage. It would be great if I could even get into the changing rooms." "Huh. Just go on in. No one will dare stop you," QZ said.